Hi, chat. Happy Friday. How's everybody doing? Everyone doing okay? The cat wants to get out. As soon as I close the door, he's standing at the door. Hold on. He's literally I'm like, I'm gonna prepare. Everything's gonna be great. Winter Evo Wisteria, welcome in, guys. I appreciate you so very much. You guys have any good plans for the weekend? Now the cat wants out again. We started about an hour early, and I'll show you why. You ready? I took a little bit of time off. I'm not picking that up. I'll show you. Where is it? Where's 5M? Why does this do this every single time? You ready? Look at all the notifications. State v whatever. Let's look at that. So, as charges dropped at court, trial will take place in the new City Hall in Polito. Alright, there's that one. Don't really care about that. Don't really care about that. I don't know what this is. Six are recovering. Oh, I'm so sorry. Presiding judge, ensure our schedules are updated. James Appeller, assault with a deadly. Alright, we'll leave that up. What's this, Miss Sparks? Wanted to wait a bit until another case before I could speak about EMS, but something has come up might need to happen sooner. Okay. So we'll deal with Honey in a second. You had originally dismissed it. We have two guys at MRP likely pushing Mayhem Minor on. Are you available? Is there an ADA that's available? No, they're probably prepping for their thing. Chat, when I say I get tons of notifications, this is missing like 6 notifications when I clocked in. I get so many notifications all of the time. Anyway, it's subathon. It's subathon weekend. We're gonna go for as long as we can. I have so much. I have so many things set up and ready to go. It should be a good weekend, and I have a little cute little image that Winters helped me make. Unpin after mainly not unpin it. So we got some cool stuff. I'll show you guys. Before I ACDC everywhere. What image is that? I actually don't remember what image it is. Hold on, is this it? It is! We're moving to the West Coast, chat. It's gonna be a good time. I'm really excited. I don't think we'll get there. But I'm really excited for Hydrated DA Dispatch Ride-Along Night. Oh, this is an old one. That's an old one. That's not the right one. I'll show you the right one. Because this is the correct one. Same thing. I just phrase it different. It's Hydrated Dispatch Night, where I do no legal work, and I'm just exceptionally hydrated. And then we have some wiggle emotes down the line. It should be fun. I recently applied to partake in a huge competition. I'm nervous seeing whether you get accepted or not. Ooh, what kind of competition? We're gonna call Gemma first, because I'm pretty sure she stole a bunch of shit. Actually, we're gonna call Siobhan Thoroughbred. Because I don't think she knows what a bench appeal is. And then we're gonna... Hello, Your Honor. Just for clarification, I know that you're fairly fresh in the face of the judiciary. Are you aware as to what a bench appeal is for the state?
I am. Like, it should just be like a bench trial, etc., etc.
Yes, ma'am. The officers called and said that someone was saying you guys were waiting for members of the DA's office. And
They wanted one. I'll just put it this way.
Okay,
they wanted
yeah, that's
one.
Why I'm trying to.
They decided to be little brats, and then I gave them Schwinghammer. I gave them Schwinghammer.
Gotcha.
And they still wanted to be brats.
Yeah,
you know?
that's why I'm communicating. I wasn't blaming. Just to be clear, I wasn't blaming you. They were being brats
no,
to me
you very
too,
clearly posted on the docket that you were entering for just notification purposes. It was very obvious. It was 14 days ago. They had plenty of time to find. Fuck off. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, not. It's not to you, to them.
No, I had that conversation with the sergeant, and so now I have to explain to officers what a bench appeal is again. Perfect. That's what I wanted to clear up. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I literally said that this is like a bench trial when trying to swear them all in when they did. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you for having those conversations. It sounds like they're probably needed.
Oh, I definitely will. I definitely 100% will.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Great. My pleasure. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Someone left chicken bones. We're gonna have a conversation with the man who left chicken bones. Because I know exactly who fucking left chicken bones. Where is he? Minecraft next event.
Hey.
Stop leaving chicken bones at my church.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Who else is leaving chicken bones at my church then?
I don't know.
The next time you leave chicken bones at my church, I'm going to drain you of all of your blood. You understand that, right?
You know that shit's cursed, right? That's probably a terrible idea.
Yeah, I'm aware, and I'll spell it all across Polito. I don't care. Stop leaving chicken bones at my church.
It wasn't me.
We can play this Cold War where all you want.
Yeah, so anyway, this Tip Johnson thing.
I'm not ready to have that conversation. I called you specifically about my chicken bones. I don't... what do you... I mean, I have 38 notifications on my phone. I took a day off.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about this now, Justice Schwinghammer? I can if I absolutely need to.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna tell. Okay, hey, it's we don't have to come to a final decision. Mm-hmm. You can catch up, but I'm gonna just tell you what I want to do. Okay. Is so talk to the judiciary. So for a situation like this, where it's a felony A charge, he has not been caught. He has not been the warrant has been extended many times. And I guess it just got put up on the docket. I don't know if you're familiar with the background, but that's my understanding of what occurred.
Basically, yes.
Discussed with the so I entered onto this. I reached out to get Johnson. He hasn't responded. I did like the new Discordian thing. He hasn't answered.
Okay.
So I kind of talked to the judiciary. We sort of like moving forward. We basically want to do these as forever warrants, basically, I guess. So I was going to dismiss this one without prejudice, so it can be refiled when he is apprehended.
Sounds good. I'll just set it for a year then and hope for the best.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I wanted to do with this one. If you want time to review, and I don't know, think about it or something, I guess. Like, I'm willing to give you that, but I mean, that's kind of what's probably going to happen. So I don't really anyway, I just wanted to talk to you and just say that, I guess, and just. Do you have any questions? Is that okay? I mean, is that fine? Like,
no, I vehemently agree with that, especially if they're not going to engage with the court system. That way, we don't have to bog everything down with an active docket. That being said, please just give me like 5 hours. I'll just issue the warrant, and I can just shoot you a text when I issue the warrant. And we can just get the case closed,
I don't need to close it out this very moment. I can even give you, I don't know, it even takes 72 hours. You don't have to do it anytime soon. Okay, just whenever you get it done, just give me a heads up, and I'll take care of closing it out then.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that, Justice Schwinghammer. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. And I can't, no promises about the bonus. Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna find your cave and rip it all out of you.
Hello.
All right, I'm gonna start this conversation now with am I on speakerphone?
No, you're not on speakerphone.
Okay, this is a religion thing, and then it's not going to be a religion thing. And I'm mad about the non-religion thing, but I'm going to tell you about the religion thing first so you understand that it's coming from a neutral place. I figured out who the where was. He keeps burying chicken bones at the fucking church.
Who the hell's that?
Tiberius Schwinghammer. I literally told him directly, I'm going to drain him of all of his blood and spread it across Polito if you don't stop. He goes, you know my blood's cursed, right? So there we go. That's the fucking where. Secondly, if you're going to take stuff off the church property, please stop. I will just pay for it. Please.
Take what off of the church property?
There's an entire empty table right here. I'm looking at it. Of just all the wine and the candles are gone.
Yeah, everything had to be moved because there were fucking construction trucks throughout the entirety of the goddamn night.
They were there yesterday. Like, even after the construction trucks and everything moved out, they were gone.
I didn't take that after yesterday. I didn't take anything after yesterday.
Fine.
I moved a bunch of shit the night that the construction happened because I didn't. They were doing work on our fucking back lot.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not mad about that. That's not my problem. Okay. I won't make presumptions like that going forward. Then someone stole a bunch of candles and wine off of the church property, so that's a problem. If you want to handle that as you, feel free to do so. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. So.
I generally don't endorse crime in Pluto.
Neither do I. But if someone's stealing stuff off of the church property, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well then, enjoy your night.
Oh, I plan on it. Don't worry.
Bye. We have so many notifications, chat. Just so many notifications. Hey mom, hope you're doing well on the McDonald's pepperoni pizza. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Okay. 10 teams, Evo says 10 teams of 4 people are in the event, and when applying you need to have a full team. Chances are getting, wait, like a percent of a percent? 10% of a wait, why? That's so low. The cat wants to leave now. The cat can't make up its mind. Please leave. Please leave. Oh, well, I hope you get an email nonetheless. I appreciate it. Rather, I appreciate being told about it. I think you'll do great. I think you'll get in before you realize. What is this judgment from the mayor's office made to discard the date will be chosen in future hearing, or all further announcements will be made. Okay. And that's why Sky told Skyler to not fucking worry about it. Alright. Let's actually camp out at fucking City Hall, I guess. Because that's where we're gonna have to get stuck at, I think. I think we're gonna get stuck there. That's just, I guess I know a lot of people will be applying. What's the, like, generally, what's the requirement to do something like that? Like, do you have to show specific skills, anything like that? Oh, also, Kestrel, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We're gonna need to pick up food, but we're not gonna do it from Antler and Bone. Is there any other food? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, we solved that. I've had too much caffeine today, I think, chat. I'm super anxious, my hands are jittering. Oh, we need to call Gamble back. I just casually punched your car. Oh my god, we got 5 anonymous out here. Thank you so much. Thank you. I forgot what my first thing was. What's my 5? I don't know if we'll ever have. I don't think the anonymous person will. Song request. We got a song request out there. I guess that's anonymous. I'm not really sure how we would do that, but I guess the first person to put out a song request that isn't ridiculously horny on main, I guess we'll play it. So feel free to say that out loud. We got our first 5, and now the cherry has been popped. Oh, yeah, we need to call Gamble back. Yeah, my ADHD is fucking awful today. Hi.
Hola.
I took 16 hours off and I woke up to 46 notifications on my phone.
Well, I apologize. I'm sorry for Pastor. You're the only one from the DA's office that I've seen.
Yeah, you're fine. They should be available. I'm sure they're just preparing for the verdict. And then I had a sergeant get super fucking butthurt about a bench appeal, and then said we were prepared and we felt blindsided. And I'm like, bro, this is 14 days. You've had 2 weeks to prepare. This isn't on me. I literally said I'm not doing this, and then you text me about. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna yell at PD for being dumb fucks. All right.
Hey, you could vent any time. Don't you worry about it, Skyler.
Oh no, I will in the PD meeting, and I will tell them exactly.
I meant to me. I meant to me. You don't have to apologize.
So what's going on with whatever mayhem thing or whatever?
So, how much information you want now? Because I don't want you to waste a bunch of your time.
You're not wasting my time. I called you because I was answering your response. So.
Okay. So we got 2 individuals, 2 dudes that dress like elves. They have held up a DA. They held an ADA. Sorry.
Who?
Roland Sharp.
Okay, they held up Roland. Okay.
And then they robbed a police officer.
Okay.
Then they kidnapped an EMS and they maimed her, cut off her ear, cut off a finger.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
I'm not confirmed on the kidney thing, but I think they tried to take one of her kidneys and saw off one of her legs.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Where's the MRP? I'll put a bullet in them right now myself. Fuck it.
Yeah, so right now they're looking at a lot of charges, but we're going to be pressing mayhem minor at least.
You should absolutely 100% play. They chopped off a leg?
They tried
to
chop off a leg. It's Shay.
Out of all of the EMS.
EMS. Yeah, Shay, I know, right? Apparently the only appendage or body part that they successfully cut off was the ear, is what I'm being told.
Okay, that's still purposeful, and if... Okay. Yeah, no, they can go fuck themselves. Wow.
Yeah, pretty nasty stuff.
Do they have a lawyer?
They have not requested an attorney yet.
Cool.
I'm gonna cut off half of her ear. They tried to take her finger, her kidney, and her leg.
Okay, so they got the ear. They tried to take the other thing.
Okay, did the injuries match up with that?
We also tested the baseball bat and the knife, and they both came back to Shay.
Love that. Yeah, no, Mayhem Minor 100%. The other 2 we can't really do Mayhem Minor for.
Right. No, we knew that. Like, one's just going to be basic robbery for Roland, and the other one's going to be robbery of a government employee or a police officer.
Roland is a government employee.
So the way the penal codes wrote, though, is it's got to be like government equipment, and it was his personal firearm.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
That makes sense.
I'm almost at MRPD. I'm gonna take a look at this and see if there's.
Also, going to be raiding Yora's vehicle because we're missing PD equipment. So.
Honestly, they probably just stole it and dump it because they sound like insane motherfuckers that actually don't really care about anything. So.
Well, they attacked 2 people earlier too. So.
They've been on all this stuff has been today. They've been on a roll today.
When did they move? Did they move in today? Did they just come to San Andreas to cause chaos in my state? Is that what happened?
No. Yuri's been around for a little bit. I've never seen the other guy.
All right, cool. I am here at MRPD.
Are you out front or on the side?
I'm at back.
Back. Gotcha. Coming.
All right. I have keys. What do you mean?
Oh,
I'm the fucking DA, Gamble.
Still stuck to my hand. Look, I don't know who has keys to what. I just don't assume. Okay.
When have I never not had keys?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. What's the report on this?
All right.
Main report is going to be 22953. The other two reports are attached.
Shay William.
Yep.
Okay.
We don't stack unlawful imprisonment for like on top of robbery, do we?
If there's 5 to 10 minutes between unlawful imprisonment, even if it's the same situation, but with robbery,
I mean,
no.
just like that's what I thought.
No,
I just want to double check.
Included.
Can we stack the attempted murder and the kidnapping with the mayhem charge?
Repeat that question one more time.
Can we stack attempted murder of a government employee, kidnapping a government employee with mayhem?
How well they tortured and maimed somebody. Who else did they attempt to murder? Was it just
the only
Shay?
person that we know so far has been Shay? Yes.
Yeah. So they knocked her out by hitting her over the head with a baseball bat. After kidnapping her, and then that's when they started chopping off her ears. She's missing half of her ear. And they tried to take other things, but they got spooked by an EMS, apparently.
Let's make that assault with a deadly instead.
So the only reason we're charging attempted murder of government employees is because they've been planning this all day. So, and they will literally admit to wanting to kill people to save Christmas.
They know it's August, right?
Yep. So that's why earlier we changed from assault with deadly to attempted murder, because they are literally
She in her uniform? I don't remember. Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if she was working. I don't really. Let's see. I was at Mount Zona and called a taxi to get Red to Red Garage. Okay, kidnapping of government. Are these? Oh, you guys haven't finalized the charges yet. Okay. It doesn't matter. I can do it myself. So.
Should be there. Refresh it.
I did. Robbery of no person shall take any department issued equipment from a government employee property. Oh, I see. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Yuri's also getting reckless evading because he was the driver.
Lindstorm, you're wanting to push resisting
Yuri was
arrest,
the driver, and they was Axel.
Theft, attempted murder of a government employee, kidnapping a government employee.
Yeah, it's your guy who was driving.
We could charge them both with it because they've been in conspiracy of this shit all day.
Yeah.
So that's easily held up. So I'm not too worried about that. Why do they look so fucking weird?
Literally still got the report from earlier still open on my tab because I haven't got around to doing my statement for it yet.
All right, refresh the report. I slapped resisting on Yuri as well. And theft of a motor vehicle and reckless evading for Axel because he had the lockpick.
Yeah, I mean, he was driving either way, so. I mean, it's up to you, sir, if you want to drop to assault with deadly. I was just saying that's how we articulated it earlier.
No, I'm fine with that. If you guys had that articulation, I wasn't aware of that before, so I'm perfectly fine with continuing to press that charge. So.
I add earlier's report as well as evidence to just prove that they've been doing it all day.
Where's the robbery on the? Oh, it's other reports.
Do we have? Is there a report for Sterling being robbed?
Yeah, it should be attached as evidence.
I have Shay Williams' concussion.
Well, let me re-add it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't see it there.
There you go.
Thank you.
Did get all the charges in there already?
Okay. Wow, they're gonna be looking fucking time.
Yeah, because they're being fucking weird.
The guy earlier had fucking 5 baseball bats.
Ah, yes. My emotional support baseball bats for each finger on one hand.
Oh no, they called them, what was it, elf sticks or something they were saying?
Okay, I'm gonna go to City Hall to support the rest of my office on this verdict. I don't know if it'll take super long. It's Joy. I'll jump on
radio. Anyway.
I'm gonna jump on.
Kurt, Doug's in Sandy right now because apparently the PD equipment might be up there, so he's checking.
Okay.
If not, then he gave consent to search his rebel.
Okay.
The other guy has nothing.
Understood. Okay. I'm gonna jump on 333 just for Polito radio. That way you guys can just reach out to me super quickly. So.
Yeah, why on Polito radio? Ugh.
That's where my fiance runs her fucking unit. There's so many
people on the county radio. I'm not even on it. Whoops.
Who else? Okay, we got
Running county radio.
Who's Papa 19? Oh, is that Twilight? Radio check.
Yeah, I think so.
Meyer, is that you?
Yeah, it is.
She's not responding.
10-7. She's in court.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. I'm gonna go support my team for the thing at City Hall. I appreciate you guys. I will. We'll handle this when I get back.
Hey, what's up?
I just didn't know what your call sign was. So.
I'm at City Hall.
I'm on my way. This is probably going to get violent, to be completely honest. I take like less than a day off. Oh, that's an exit. I take less than a day off, and it's just nothing but conversations. Let's see where this goes. Chat, do we think he's going to be found guilty of any of the major crimes? I hope so. Does anyone need to be caught up on the Stephen Alexander case for any reason?
Get out of here!
I'm just gonna have to park back here, I think. Me, please? So essentially, this guy's been, like, for a couple of months, I think someone moved some of their Ignite lore over. Apparently since, like, 1985, this guy has been, like, trying to convince women to join a cult, like a murder cult, and so they kind of joined a murder cult, but not really joined a murder cult. And so he basically murdered one person and then has like tortured and mentally tarnished a bunch of other people. Can I go through here? Oh, they were supposed to be combined, but we'll see.
Are you good to go?
You ready to go?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take the next person. Sparks.
Hey guys. Ooh, excuse me.
Me too. Hello, miss. How are you?
You got a weapon or anything?
Go ahead and patch you down.
Away from me?
You're good
Away
to
from me, miss?
Yeah.
Upstairs or upstairs?
It's super fucked.
Why not? I guess that's just sort of the cult MO. You carve words into people's flesh and then you celebrate about it. Why not? Then we've got trial number 3. Wash away your sin. They drown you in a river until you stop moving. Then they wait to see if you cough up water, and if you do, then they cross out the sin on your body. I guess it's some sort of purification ritual. It seems a little bit self-serving considering they carve the sin onto your body
2 days.
and then drown you and then remove the sin that they carved into your body in the first place. But I digress, cults generally don't make sense. Then we have trial 4, where you're supposed to find your tree. So in this version of Trial 4, Mr. Alexander states that they had a big cherry blossom tree at their little cult camp, and they carved their names into it, and they used to make sacrifices to it, usually small animals, but sometimes mountain lions if they were lucky. And he himself sacrificed between 3 and 5 mountain lions. Last, Trial 5, brings someone into the fold, where you're supposed to induct a new person into the cult, because how else are, crazy fucking cults supposed to get more people? Obviously, they have to get their crazy fucking cult people to go out and find new people in order to bring into the crazy fucking cult, or else everybody in the crazy fucking cult will die out. Anyway, he says that he found an 8-year-old girl named Emily camping with a family. The family died, says he didn't do it. And then he talks about how his own family died in front of him and how Emily killed a dad, blah, 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 blah. Spoiler alert, the exact substance of the 5 trials is going to change throughout every retelling that Mr. Alexander states. Most of the details will remain fairly consistent, but little minor things here and there will change. More on that later. Moving on to March 17th. This is when Dr. Patrick January performs his first psychiatric evaluation of
guys, let's
Mr.
take a sip.
Alexander.
Let's take a
This
sip of
comes
our
from
drink every
report
time he says crazy fucking cold.
9288. It was dated
We'll get
March
really
19th,
hydrated really quickly.
but the eval, according to other reports, actually occurred on the 17th. Ultimately, Patrick January concludes that Mr. Alexander is not mentally well. He notes that Mr. Alexander likes to fish for information for people he thinks are vulnerable. He notes that he's compartmentalized his violent actions, and the torture that he sustained has, quote, opened the box and manifested as post-traumatic stress disorder. He notes that Mr. Alexander likes sunsets, and he asks January during that examination where his favorite place to watch the sunset is. He notes that Mr. Alexander loves to control situations and will feign stupidity or injury in order to do so. He notes that Mr. Alexander was set to become the next father, which, spoiler alert, that's the leader of their weird little cult. Whoever it is, they just call him the father. Man, woman, doesn't matter. And then he notes that Mr. Alexander was caught off guard upon the mention of Joseph Alexander, which to me sounds a little weird because Mr. Alexander referenced Joseph himself when he talked to Keller, so the fact that he would feign surprise at Joseph coming up when talking with January not even a day later is a little bit odd. More on that later. March 20th, Mr. Alexander is discharged from the hospital by Dr. Randall Gemma, goes to the DMV and gets a driver's license. Fast forward all the way to March 27th. This is the evaluation in which Dr. Green evaluated Mr. Alexander. The contents of the report were struck based on... I don't even remember why it was struck, but it was struck in pre-trial motions. Moving on. March 28th. He goes and he gets a weapons license and a hunting license from the DMV. Fast forward again to April 9th. See, not a whole lot of stuff happens in the early days, but then it starts picking up around late April. But we gotta get through the boring shit first. April 9th. This is when the police open their initial investigation into Mr. Alexander and the cult. The notes from the officer who wrote this report after reviewing the psychiatric evaluation performed by Dr. January notes
so many people
that Mr. Alexander is self-absorbed, tries to learn as much information as he can and gives very little in return, plays dumb and innocent in order to mislead people, likes to shake people with graphic depictions of physical violence, loves to fish for information, loves to test people, and his personality and thought processes are similar to what is described in a journal. And what this journal is referring to is something called the Blood Tree Book, which is the personal journal of Joseph Alexander that he wrote back in 1985, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna later. This report also noted that Mr. Alexander's dad forced him to choose his favorite child, and his dad chose his sister, so the cult killed his sister and his mother. that that Mr. Alexander's dad died as well, and that the cult took Mr. Alexander and 4 other kids to go undergo trials. Talks about the pain game, which we heard testimony about. That's just a stupid fucking game where they put someone in the center and then they beat them with sticks until they flinch, and then if they flinch, the person who beat them with the stick gets to take their place. I don't know why anyone would willingly play this fucking game, considering it seems easy. You just flinch upon the first hit, and then you get to be the one beating the person instead of the one being beaten. But again, cult logic. This report notes that the cult would kill animals and eat their hearts. The higher on the food chain the animal was, the more power they believed it would come of it, rather. Deer were the most popular animal to pick from, and apparently the cult had some practice whether it would reward or punish you for your sacrifices with giving you or taking away weapons for you to go hunt these creatures to perform your, ritual sacrifices or whatever fucking dumb shit they're up to up there.
Joy does this so well. He really does.
Also noted, again, the characteristics of this Lisa fellow, that she had a, quote, strong face, red hair, Scottish accent, and also the characteristics of the torture room to which Mr. Alexander was interviewed about, that there was city traffic sounds, it was in a quiet area, there was music from a stereo playing, rose perfume, it was possibly outside the city, and I guess one of the officers went around and noted 7 potential buildings in the city of Los Santos to where, or rather the state of San Andreas, not the city, it was outside the city, to where Mr. Alexander could have feasibly been tortured by this Lisa person and her goons. 2 of these locations will come up later. Fast forward again to April 13th. This comes back from Report 8992. Apparently, Officer Keller gets angry at Mr. Alexander for contacting Tallulah Pavlov, who is the assistant to the Attorney General. After Mr. Alexander confesses to her that he reached out to Miss Tallulah. Whilst this seems inconsequential, this is actually notable for something later. Then we get to the meat and potatoes, April 29th. So,
right,
13704 was a phone subpoena for 24 hours of Izzy Abbott's phone records, which was filed on the 30th, in which a text from a number 424-582-1622 on 429 says, "Do not go to bed yet. It is time. I am coming to pick you up." This comes 8 minutes after Izzy Abbott texted Daniel O'Shea,
I should have put 20
her
to 30
then
minutes, 30 to 45
to
minutes,
stay
but you get
safe,
the
and
idea.
she appreciates all the time that they spend together.
Keep in mind we are 11 minutes in.
From Report 8992, there were also previous texts from Izzy Abbott that were provided, where she mentions to Daniel O'Shea that she's been low on energy and has just made a new friend. Then we get to April 30th. This is the day that Izzy Abbott's body was found dead at a barn off Union Road. This comes from Report 13687. The scene had a high heel print, there was red synthetic hair found on a shelf, and "I once was lost" was written in blood on the barn door. This scene was actually building number 6 out of the 7 that were previously identified on April 9th as possible torture spots. The medical report of Izzy Abbott's injuries,
right now?
13689, the autopsy was performed that day, April 30th.
Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Noted that she was crying prior to her death. There was a shallow but deliberate cut in her left side, that the soles of her feet were mangled, that she was suffering from severe dehydration and malnutrition, and that her heart and lungs were overexerted. 13704. It is also the day that the phone record subpoena was requested, which returned records from the previous day, April 29th. Then we skip forward again to May 2. This is when Daniel O'Shea notifies Officer Keller about Izzy Abbott's death. and also provides the text conversations that he had with Izzy Abbott prior to her disappearance from April 29th to Officer Keller. Then we skip forward nearly 3 weeks to May 21st. This comes again from Report 8992. Now, Agent Keller and Deputy Director Strongrock, they find a trail of pink flowers at the FIB building that lead back to a patio in that little square there where the FIB and the IAA building are, with those who walk the path do so of their own free will. I once was lost. Sometimes the best thing to do is walk away, and pride written on a wall there. And if that sounds familiar from some of the trial testimony that we've heard, it'll be familiar to those of you who did not hear all that shit. Let me put this up here for a minute. There we are. Look at that. Skipping ahead to May 23rd, this is the first psychiatric session between Mr. Alexander and Dr. Hayabusa. This comes from Report 19592. The date of this report is actually sometime in, I believe, late June or early July. I believe late June, because these reports originally were listed as regular psychiatric reports, but then were migrated to a different section of report reserved for the medical director. Thankfully, the medical director had the foresight to list the original day of the report on all these reports so that an accurate timeline could be constructed. Good job. So, in this session, he talks about how he was introduced into the cult. Same story as before. He's out camping, the cult comes, makes his dad pick a kid, dad picks sister, they kill his sister and his mom. But the story changes. In this version of events, the cult convinced Mr. Alexander to stab and kill his own father. Other than that singular detail, the story is consistent with the April 9 notes about the March 17th session with Dr. January, and also the March 16th questioning by Officer Keller. In this report, he also talks about it being a doomsday cult with trials. He talks about the pain game. Long story short, this cult thinks that we're all sinners, and the only way that we'll survive the coming cleansing is if we suffer lots of pain to make us stronger, and then we'll have the strength to weather whatever fucking doomsday bullshit they've been spouting on for at least since 1985, probably longer than that. He talks about his date with Lisa in Canada and his kidnapping, plus his torture. The story is basically identical to the one that he gave on March 16th to Officer Keller. And he also talks about how he loved a woman named Deborah, who he brought into the cult.
Deborah.
And apparently you're not supposed to show affection in this cult, so they kept it on the down low, but then someone found out, and so Mr. Alexander was punished by being whipped a bunch. Deborah was tied to a pole for days, died of exposure, and went blind. This was apparently 5 years ago. More on this
Joy is not TLDRing this
later.
Who's Deborah? Some
Skipping
random
ahead to
person
May
that
27th, this is the
with.
second therapy session with Dr. Hayabusa. This is also when Dr. Hayabusa was given the Journal of Joseph Alexander, i.e. the Blood Tree book by Officer Keller. This comes from Report 19593. Mr. Alexander talks about someone named Robert dying in his trials. That's consistent with the March 16th statements that he gave to Keller. He talks about eating hearts and how they use violence to keep people in line, and how they give everyone the name Alexander, and they force people to hurt people close to them as punishment. We haven't gotten to the journal yet, but this is also consistent with the exact same methodology that was spoken about with Joseph Alexander in his own journal. And then he talks about the 5 trials. In this retelling of trial number 1, There's no information on where to go or how far. Robert gave up on day 8 instead of day 5.
Catch up. Going forward,
Mr. Alexander says he killed Robert, drank his blood, and ate Robert's heart, and that he got to a field and saw people he recognized. In the version that he gave to Keller, Robert gave up on day 5. There was no mention of how Robert died, and he passed out in a field and was awoken by water dumped on him. So the story of Trial 1 has undergone its first change. Trial 2 was basically identical. Trial 3, in this retelling, rather than just leaving you on the shore and waiting to see if you cough up water on your own, they actually perform CPR on you on the shore to see if they can resuscitate you.
Jesus.
Otherwise, it's basically the same shit. They hold you under the water, they drown you, and then they see if you live. Trial number 4. In this retelling, so when he talked to Keller, he made it out that it's more just a general practice, like the cult just kind of goes out and then they hunt animals and they just kind of sacrifice them to tree, like, just cuz. In this retelling of Trial 4, it's actually one of, like, it's an actual trial where you are required to go and find some dangerous animal to sacrifice to the tree and eat its heart. So we've gone from just a general routine practice of the cult to an actual trial that all inductees must enact.
I wonder why he's going through all the bits
and last
of
but
evidence.
not least, we get to Trial 5. In this retelling of Trial 5, it's completely fucking different than when he told Miss Keller. In this retelling, he says he found someone homeless to bring in, and that when he would go out recruiting, he would typically look for addicts, homeless people, those that are destitute and down bad, etc., etc. As a reminder, in his version that he gave to Keller, he found an 8-year-old girl camping with her family named Emily. The cult killed the family, and then he took Emily into the cult. He also talks about how he left the cult after Deborah died in mid-July when he was 18.
Many people.
He went to school, and the cult never came for him. This sounds like complete and utter bullshit, given that this is a cult that rigidly keeps its members in line with physical violence and to make sure that everyone strays the path. It would be wholly uncharacteristic, just based off what we know by May 27th, that the cult would just let someone escape consequence-free and not go after them. Once we hear a lot of further details about this cult down the line, it will become even more apparent that this is complete and utter bullshit. But moving on. Notably in this session, he also says his sister's name is Emily, the sister that his dad picked and that the cult killed. Emily is a common name. Maybe the little girl that he inducted into the cult was also named Emily. Maybe his sister was. Or maybe Emily is just a name he digs up for a story that he makes up on the fly and tinkers based on which viewer he's talking to in order to maximize the amount of sympathy that is given to him over his cruel, traumatic past. Who the fuck knows at this point?
Oh my god, joy.
Also, I guess, somewhat noteworthy, in the Journal of Joseph Alexander, one of the children
the animals are
Joseph
begging to be near
had
me
to
for
go
some
back and discipline back in Canada
you guys got any good
was also
Yapper
named
emotes?
Emily.
'Cause that's where we're at.
We'll delve into this a little bit later. There's 4 fucking kids. He decided to go back and needed to teach one of them a lesson. One of those kids was Emily, etc. He also testifies, but he says in his session here that Mr. Alexander is 24 years old, which doesn't quite match up because he says that he left the cult at 18 after Deborah had already been punished, but he says Deborah was punished 5 years ago, which, since it's 2024, he would have been 19 at the time Deborah was punished. So
God damn it, Deborah.
His age, when Deborah was punished, when he left the cult, one of these things doesn't line up. The math does not work out. And as we will later find out, there is a reason for that. Visit, he says that he is also going on a nature retreat which I cannot put enough air quotes around, up in Canada next week. And he mentions this right after asking Dr. Hayabusa about whether she ever wants to go back to her old ways of a filthy drug peddling street criminal. I'm not sure I necessarily need to draw the connotation between going on a nature retreat up in Canada, where his cult is from, after asking Dr. Hayabusa about going back to her old ways, being asked by a former cult member whose old ways were, you know, killing and torturing people. But more on that later. May 28th. This is when Lana Stewart was found in Zancudo Grande Valley near Great Chaparral Bridge.
He's in a different cult in Canada.
Yeah,
it's not my girlfriend who lives in Canada. It's my cult who happens to be in Canada.
Carved into some of the wood posts below the bridge were the phrases, "Those who walk the path do so of their own free will. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Sometimes the best thing to do is walk away." Astute listeners might recognize lots of these from the graffiti on the wall there.
You wouldn't know my murder
screen
cult. My murder
from
cult
the
goes to a
FIB
different
building.
school in Canada.
Notable characteristics of this scene: there were cherry blossoms on the scene. There was a shoe print from a high heel on the scene. Red synthetic hair was found along the posts. There was a blood-covered bowl with a chopped-up lion heart. And investigators noted that the scene was very close to building number 7, which was identified as a possible torture spot back on April 9th. Let me see which one of these is the one of the actual fucking scene.
He's so done with this. It's so funny. I know it's just roleplay knowing Bionic. This is literally just... What is this?
Alright, taking a little slow, but there's picture number 1 of the scene, showing generally where this was, where Lana Stewart's body was found. Reminder, she's not dead, she's just in a coma. No one knows when she's going to wake up. But shows the cherry blossom, shows the blood bowl, shows some of the writing, and then just for posterity's sake, let's go ahead and show some of the other writing. Look at that. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I can see. Report 16579. This is the autopsy report of Miss Lana Stewart. There were 5 deep gashes on her back, which was hypothesized to be from a whipping. The bottoms of her feet were torn up. The fingernails on her left hand were missing, based on the tool marks on her fingers, probably from some manner of pliers or other device. There were cigarette burns on her upper arms. Her nose was broken. Her right eye orbital was fractured, and she had a busted lip. Gee, where do these injuries sound familiar? More on that later. May 29. This was the first phone session between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander whilst he was on, air quotes, vacation on a nature retreat in Canada. This report, the contents of which was actually struck due to relevancy because the nature of the phone calls didn't really seem to pertain to the events that have transpired here in Los Santos. On June 3rd, there was also a second short phone call between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander. The contents of this report were also struck due to relevancy for the same reason as before. But ultimately, it didn't matter because anything in that report was also just in the June 4th session anyway. So on June 4th, there was another session between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander. At this session, Mr. Alexander brought his one of the nicest and kindest people that Mr. Alexander has ever met, and who constantly showers her with praise. Ramona Flowers, the deputy mayor. Dr. Hayabusa notes that maybe she's a potential target. Who knows? Dr. Hayabusa also notes that anytime she talked to him about the power that he used to have, he would get excited, and whenever she asked why he was brought back to Los Santos, he would get a little fidgety. The answer to that, coming later. He says he finds himself wanting to do things that he used to do in the cult, and he mentions he met someone who was almost like a blank slate. Who the identity of this person to be revealed soon, TM. He says he missed people looking for him, or rather looking up to him for guidance, and the sense of family and community that was fostered to him by his cult-like upbringings. He mentions a guy from 88 or 89 that came to Los Santos, says his name was Joseph, says he got arrested and was killed in a prison transport because Canada wanted him back. And he generally blames the cult on being fucked up by
But do you have
Joseph
a cult
Alexander,
football team?
and that he's the reason why the cult became more violent. Spoiler alert, based on the contents of the journal, which we will go through, Joseph Alexander was not the one who made the cult fucked up. Also, he fidgeted whenever Joseph was brought up. Dr. Hayabusa noted that he would stutter whenever she pushed on him, whenever he would say that he had never killed anyone after he woke up in the ICU. I noted that basically by this time he actually has admitted to killing at least one person, and that was Robert. So, not really sure what's going on there.
Joe, I could see that.
He claims that the cult doesn't know he was
away.
here, and he says if
There's
the
a
cult
vertical
knew, the only reason he would come
No, I
here
came
if
in
it was for
with
them.
glory.
That statement will prove
Nothing's
a
happening.
lot more
Nothing's happening.
true than anyone at this time could have possibly realized.
Humble.
When's the exciting part?
Dr. Hayabusa notes that he fidgets when
happening right
pushed
now?
on why
the
he was
exciting
taken to Los Santos in
Do you hear the
particular
judge talking?
versus anywhere else. And he just sort of blames it on Joseph. He says he was kind of glad that he was dropped here and that everyone
Constantly
at the cult
escorted,
worshipped
yeah.
Joseph and knew he came to Los Santos, blah, blah, blah. As to where he actually went, he says that he went to a little mountain town in British Columbia called Golden. This is apparently the town that Deborah grew up in. He expresses misgivings, saying that he never should have gone and that he felt guilty, and he
How long
talks
has
about
he
how
been
Deborah
talking
would
for?
sing Amazing Grace to him.
Half an
Checks
hour.
wall
Time.
behind me. Hey, isn't that the lyrics to the first verse of Amazing Grace? Anyway, he also talks about some like 4-hour intervals of this like good cop, bad cop thing that the cult would do involving Amazing Grace, hallucinogens, and some uneasy poem. We will find out later that this is what the cult calls reprogramming. And Dr. Hayabusa notes that he apparently got really, really excited while he was talking about this. At this point, he mentions that he would like to work for the hospital and help people do therapy, which we will learn when we get to the book about Joseph Alexander, that Joseph Alexander did this exact stuff. He was a former psychologist for the, what the fuck was it called? The San Andreas Medical Group or something? I don't remember what it was. Moving on to June 8th. This is session number 4 with Dr. Hayabusa, coming from report number 19597.
My own thing, but with blackjack and hookers.
I gotta get to my place here. Alright. He says he wants to teach Hayabusa how the cult reprograms people. He gets fidgety when Dr. Hayabusa asked how he unprogrammed himself, and the people who got him in March, quote, don't have that kind of education. Dr. Hayabusa muses that she thinks that Mr. Alexander was reprogrammed. Not that Dr. Hayabusa had any way of knowing at this time, but it turns out Mr. Alexander was not, in fact, reprogrammed. More on that later. He apologizes for testing Dr. Hayabusa. In a previous session, he had talked about, or he got Dr. Hayabusa to talk about her husband, and so he intentionally got her husband's name wrong and occupation wrong and some other dumb shit, just typical verbal jousting. He also talks about how the cult would act through multiple layers of different people.
Good, like, jaded judge.
He mentioned once upon a time he had a doctor kill someone, or not him, but the cult had a doctor kill someone on the operating table. He talks about the difference between willing and unwilling people. Willing people, they basically just go right onto the trials because they are willing to go into the cult. If you're already willing to go into the cult, then you don't need any compulsion in order to get into the cult. You're already willing to go there, you can just kind of do that shit. And then there's unwilling people. So unwilling people, he talks about the process of drugging them and the 4-hour intervals between Amazing Grace and the Uneasy Poem, and basically just talks about reprogramming. This is reprogramming. Anytime we talk about, you know, playing Amazing Grace and then having people ingest hallucinogens and then using an Uneasy Poem and putting up a picture and telling that person that this person in the picture, they're the ones who are causing all of your problems. Basically just a rudimentary form of brainwashing. This is reprogramming. So I don't feel like fucking talking about the process over and over and over. So anytime you hear the words reprogramming or reprogrammed, that's the process that I'm referring to. You take a person, you isolate them, you play Amazing Grace, you tell them good, happy things, make them feel all nice and great. Then you switch, you play some fucked up shit, you basically engage in physical torture to inflict a maximal amount of pain, you show them something that they care about, and then you tell them that that's the thing that is causing their pain so that they associate the pain that they are receiving with that thing and develop a hatred for that thing. After describing all of this, he has the audacity to say, oh yeah, the cult brainwashes and manipulates people into doing their building. Well, no fucking shit. You just described the process by how they do all this. Anyone with a fucking frontal lobe could come to the conclusion that the cult brainwashes and manipulates people. Anyway, he also admits he finds himself manipulating people after he left the cult. Next up, to June 10th. So on June 10th, Dr. Hayabusa hires Mr. Alexander as a civilian counselor for the San Andreas Medical Association, or Authority, rather. This is also the day in which he has Session 5 with Dr. Hayabusa. According to Report 8992, this is also a day in which Dr. Hayabusa informs now Agent Keller of the progress of Mr. Alexander's therapy, and Keller mentions in the report that it sounds like Mr. Alexander wants to brainwash people. How could she possibly have come to that conclusion? Anyway, then we get to report 19598, which is the actual report of the therapy session between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander. In this report, he mentions that he likes the nudist camp because it's out of the way in a wooded area, blah, 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 blah. He shows Dr. Hayabusa a recording that he made of Deborah singing Amazing Grace, and for the people paying attention, this recording of Amazing Grace is actually exceedingly important to this case. In fact, this, along with another recording that Mr. Alexander made, are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this case.
All right, champ.
And the reason for that, you'll find out. He also mentions that he wants the job as a civilian counselor at the San Andreas Medical Authority, and then Dr. Hayabusa reiterates her theory that Mr. Alexander was reprogrammed. To move on to June 14th. This is when the Blood Tree book was transcribed into the MDW, and also in which Dr. Hayabusa opens up her own case file on Mr. Alexander, and is also the date of therapy session 6 with Mr. Alexander. The book we'll get to. The case file, nothing really relevant was in it. The session, report 19600. She mentioned that Mr. Alexander contacted her in a panicked state and says he met a woman and went out with her, and she was nice to him. He mentioned that he told her she was a monster, and that they went to a clothing store, and she took his shirt off, and she traced her fingers along his scars, and said he wasn't a monster, and that he was just so worried that he would hurt this woman, this newfound attraction that he has. Dr. Hayabusa mentioned that this was a defense mechanism because he doesn't want to hurt this person, and Dr. Hayabusa doesn't ask who it was, but Mr. Alexander admits it very shortly thereafter, that the person he's talking to is Dr. Mercy Schilling. Moving on to June 18th, this is the third phone call that Dr. Hayabusa has between her and Mr. Alexander.
Billy, what?
He's in a panic state once again, and calls and says that a cop asked him if he knew Lana Stewart after he had introduced himself as Mr. Alexander to that police officer. Afterwards, he immediately began fishing for information as to Lana Stewart's status, whether she was murdered, whether she was killed, what happened to her, asked if it was a homicide, and then also mentions that Agent Keller had once asked him about Izzy Abbott. Nothing else of note was really exchanged there. Moving on to June 28th. This is therapy session number 7. He mentions that he was talking with Lola Montehart on the phone prior to her falling off the roof at Pink Cage. He talks about forensic psychology and talks about how he wants to do it, and says that he had once offered it previously to Agent Keller and Ranger Daniel O'Shea. He expresses frustration that the police don't go to them about cases, which any astute listener probably would realize that what he's actually frustrated about is that the police don't share investigative details with him so that he can manipulate the investigators on a case and or get out in front of the investigation and redirect or misdirect it elsewhere. Why the fuck else would a person want access to police investigations?
Correct.
Anyway, he also talks about how enamored he is with Dr. Schilling. He talks about how Agent Keller got mad at him because he talked to Tallulah, because someone had talked to Tallulah about him. What's actually going on there, we will actually never find out. We will never find out who talked to Tallulah and why Tallulah was ever relevant in the first place to anything to do with this case.
I think it's 24/7s. You can buy
we call
one.
that a red herring. Tallulah is a red herring. Nothing ever comes of that. Spoiler. He gets defensive when Dr. Hayabusa calls the doomsday part of the cult silly, and they have an argument about religion. Dr. Hayabusa mentions that he fidgets anytime Mr. Alexander mentions Deborah. Dr. Hayabusa talks about her belief that Mr. Alexander probably was the one who killed Deborah. That would also be consistent with what we know up till now of the cult forcing people to do physical harm and violence to people that they love.
Friend of yours?
I don't. Can you call Vern?
She mentions that he generally kind of refused to talk about Deborah. He'd always look at the ground. He would deflect the conversation. But what she did get out of him on this day is that Deborah died on July 20, 2018. He said in his June 4th session that he had met Deborah on May 31st, 2018. So if he met Deborah on May 31st, 2018, and Deborah died on July 20th, 2018, that means it only took him, like... There was basically 6 to 7 weeks from meeting her to inducting her into the cult, into her being killed. So this whole romance thing he was talking about with Deborah appears to be some kind of like Romeo and Juliet bullshit. He had also previously mentioned that the trials that the cult has people do generally take place over the span of years, and that they target young people. So it's a question of how he inducted Deborah into this cult when she was likely not a young person, and also went from first meeting to being in cult to dying in the span of around a month and a half. Those details do not add up. Anyway, he mentions that he hurt Deborah, and he looks at the ground when Dr. Hayabusa consoles him and says, "Oh, you didn't hurt Deborah. You're not a monster." He also... Dr. Hayabusa notes that he fidgets and deflects anytime that she mentions Mr. Alexander not hurting Deborah. When asked about how he actually got away from this cult, he implies that he basically just ran through the woods and hitchhiked to Edmonton to get away the cult. We'll find out later this is bullshit, by the way. Spoilers. And then he asks Dr. Hayabusa for a camera in order to take, like, nature photos or something. So Dr. Hayabusa gives him a police camera, which, notably, the difference between police cameras and civilian cameras are police cameras, if you direct your attention to the picture over here, has the name of the person taking the picture up in the top right, and in the bottom right has the location to which the picture is being taken. More on that later. Then we get to June 30th. This was a set of texts between Dr. Schilling and Dr. Hayabusa. This was struck on grounds of hearsay because it was an account of what Mr. Alexander told Dr. Schilling, who then told Dr. Hayabusa, so we had a two-level hearsay problem. There was a hearsay exemption for the first level of hearsay between Mr. Alexander and Dr. Schilling, but there was no hearsay exemption for the second level of hearsay between Dr. Schilling and Dr. Hayabusa. So these were struck on hearsay. We get to July 2nd. And so July is basically where all of the action happens. Pretty much everything aside... Everything to deal with Miss Cuddlepuff and Miss Amante Hart happens in a period between July 9th and July 12th. So the events of July 2nd and July 8th are sort of all precursors building up to the clusterfuck that occurs later. So, July 8th. This is the 8th and final session that Dr. Hayabusa has with Mr. Alexander. This is in report 20558. Dr. Schilling is also present for this exam, much like he had brought Ramona to session 4. It was 3 or 4, I don't remember which one. On session number 8, he brings Ms. Schilling. Mr. Alexander immediately starts prying into how Human Man stabbed Dr. Schilling. Dr. Schilling mentions that Human Man was just misunderstood and that monsters can be healed after finally showing themselves. He says But then she kind of contradicts herself and says later that Human Man was a monster and that she could love Mr. Alexander but not Human Man because Mr. Alexander is not a monster. It was at this point that I realized that Dr. Schilling has a type. He says that he used to be a monster and that he's been trying to get away from that stuff. And on this day, surprise, surprise, is the day that Mr. Alexander admits that he was the one who actually shot and killed Deborah. And for some insane fucking reason, this man has an audio clip of him dragging Deborah out in front of his cult and blowing her fucking head off with a pistol. This man recorded that shit. This recording is also the other very important recording that ties back to some evidence later.
Property open to invites.
The story that he gives is that Deborah basically tried to sleep with him. He took that as a test of faith and decided that the only sane, rational thing for a person to do when a woman is trying to sleep with you is drag them in front of their peers and blow their head off with a pistol. And he says that he made the audio recording of this so that he could play it for others if they questioned their path. Also talks about how he regularly thinks about how to torture various people and mentions that he came up with a method for how to best torture Dr. Hayabusa. It was basically some sensory deprivation sort of thing.
Patrick is
which I will discuss in a bit because it is actually relevant to how Miss Lola Montehart was treated, to put it lightly. He said, when asked why on God's green earth he regularly goes around and thinks about how to torture people, Mr. Alexander says the monster creeps up and it has to be fed. And so he thinks about this stuff. He also admits that he lied about how he left his cult. And he says on this telling of how he left the cult that he left 2 days after Deborah died.
Oh my god!
Taking a car and saying that he was going recruiting.
Spidey, thank you so much for the 20 tier 1.
Spoiler alert, this is also a lie.
Oh my god, thank you. We're almost at the first goal.
He was asked about Dr. Hayabusa's husband and which department he's in, which is a little bit ironic because this is actually the same thing that he did in a prior session where he was prying into Tyler Hayabusa. So I don't know if this was like a throwback or what was going on here.
Oh, you guys want to do a tier list while we do this?
Dr. Hayabusa expressed her interest in
Spidey, what kind of tier list do you want to do?
Replicating the first trial in like a mock fashion, like not actually going through a trial, but just replicating it to kind of see how it works. That never got to happen because on July 9th, Catherine Cuddlepuff was reported missing.
I think he's misinterpreting.
The details of this come from 3 reports, the first of which is report 20672. Deputy Ace Smith responded to a scene by search and rescue EMS comm. The scene was reported by a local resident out there talking about like blood and some other stuff on their property. On scene was found blood, hair, and tire marks leading into Mount Gordo.
I just casually punched your car. Oh my god!
DOC McHale had also called and said that she was supposed to be on a hike with her therapist, but then she started sending really strange texts and ultimately stopped responding. I'm sure we can all guess who Catherine Cuddlepuff's therapist is by this point. So Mr. Alexander was also contacted by phone, but he did not respond. Later, Deputy Walker called him with a payphone, and he actually picked up the phone, but did not ever say anything into the receiver.
I just casually punched your
Ultimately, on July 9th, they did not find Catherine Cuddlepuff, but they found a pair of soaked handcuffs on a yacht near Paleto Bay. These handcuffs don't really come up ever again,
okay,
so
okay.
this is likely another red herring in the investigation. It's possible, but there's no reports, statements, or evidence that ever corroborate these handcuffs really to anything going on.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, excuse me, I need another cigarette. All right.
We're trying to... Okay.
20633. This was a phone subpoena for Catherine Cuddlebuff that was submitted and approved. In this subpoena, it is revealed that Catherine Cuddlepuff texts Mr. Alexander saying that she was walking in the woods, and she shares her location with him 6 times as being in Zancuda Barranca, Great Chaparral. This location is also very important to the investigation, for reasons you will find out later.
Holy shit.
She also shares with an unknown number a location on Union Road in the Sanchiansky mountain range. There is a call where Mr. Alexander calls Cuddlepuff for about 35 seconds. Catherine Cuddlepuff then texts Mr. Alexander where. Mr. Alexander calls her again for 37 seconds. And then Catherine Cuddlepuff texts Leon, Jericho, and Oswin McHale, Owie, and Ouchies.
Okay.
And right after those texts is when the actual 911 call comes in about from a local about there being blood and other things on their property. After this 911 call is when Miss Cuddlepuff begins texting McHale strange things that don't really make any sense or misspelled, ending in Ocean So Pretty, which is really the only thing to link up that and the handcuffs on the yacht near Polita Bay. And it's at this point that Oswin McHale calls 911 and talks to Deputy A. Smith. Last but not least, relevant to the day of July 9th, we have report 20558. These are texts from Dr. Gemma to Dr. Hayabusa about his concerns about Mr. Alexander. He mentions that on July 8th, Cuddlepuff had mentioned having an appointment with Mr. Alexander on July 9th and said some strange things about how she shouldn't eat anything and is not allowed to wear shoes. And also mentions that on July 9th, Dr. Green got a call from Oswin McHale that Cuddlepuff was missing and was last seen with Mr. Alexander.
It's good to see you, Steele. It's good to see you. Welcome in.
Shouldn't eat anything.
Jesus Christ.
Can't wear shoes. Has an appointment on July 9th. Goes missing July 9th.
Okay. Where are we? We're at 244. Oh, we have a wiggle emo.
This is when the PD is scrambling, searching around for Cuddlepuff,
Free my
and
boy,
also
Steven.
when Lola Amante Hart is reported missing.
Roll 50 out of 50.
20633 is when the phone subpoena was approved for Catherine Cuddlepuff.
Like
so
51?
So those text message records did not actually get into the hands of police officers until July 10th. On 20725, that was a bank and an expanded phone record subpoena for Catherine Cuddlepuff that was requested and approved same day. Did not return any new information, so dead end there.
Skyler's about to get spammed.
Then we get to report 20727.
That's correct.
This was when the police thought it prudent to file a phone subpoena for Mr. Alexander's phone records, which was granted same day, and shows that on July 8th, he tells Miss Cuddlepuff to wear something comfy but no shoes. Cuddlepuff tells Mr. Alexander that she is super thirsty. He replies that she'll be very thirsty, but it's normal and she's strong. And I want to direct attention here that this is not a conversation between one of the victims in this case and a burner phone. This is a conversation between one of the victims in this case and Mr. Alexander's personal phone, which is why I'm saying Mr. Alexander when I talk about these phone messages. Catherine asks Mr. Alexander if she can drink a little bit.
Trying to figure out why
He says that a little bit is fine, but
insane.
tomorrow she won't be drinking anything.
Fuckers are insane, you know that.
Catherine says she ate a few nem-nems and will stop eating for tomorrow.
Holy shit.
And then she tells Mr. Alexander that she has cracks in her knuckles, and he says that's usually what happens when you punch trees.
Chat designs. Oh, we get to do a RuneScape cozy stream. We'll do
relevance,
that. We can do
but
that
when
tomorrow.
we get to the book, there is a staggering similarity
Gifting wars never
between
never end.
punching trees,
Yeah, you guys
typically as a
design
form of
tweet.
venting, between Mr. Alexander and Catherine Cuddlepuff.
We'll design a tweet right now while we're waiting.
Incident that happened back in July of 1985.
But I'm going to
between
activate
Joseph
the wiggle
Alexander
emote right now.
and then Dr. Jenny
Bear with me just a
Morrison.
second.
We'll talk about that when we get to the book.
You guys ready for this cute fucking wiggle emote?
The text messages from this subpoena also shows that Mr. Alexander is very friendly with a handful of other individuals,
We have
including
a lot.
Correctional
Spidey
Officer
scares.
Cora Hartley, Deputy Warden Jay Stieber, Lola Amonte Hart, Mercy
Alright, I
Schilling, which
activated
we
the
already
Sparks
knew,
wiggle
Ramona
emote.
Flowers, which we already knew, and
That
Dr.
one
Hayabusa,
I thought we would actually
which we
get
already
to.
knew.
Oh, I didn't activate it. Hold on.
Get to report 205 or 20751.
Do I have to wait until
This is
stream
when
ends?
Mr. Alexander calls Dr. Hayabusa about Lola putting distance between them after talking with Dr. Green after calling for a tow. Basically what happened is Lola and Steven, I guess, were hanging out in the salt flats at some
Be sure to
point.
refresh.
Lola put her Emperor in the water like a dum-dum and called for a tow. Dr.
Winters
Green
made the Sparks
responded
wiggle.
and drove out there with Oswin when
Did it not go through?
Mr. Alexander saw Dr. Green. He walked away and started acting a bit weird.
It's Sparks
And
wiggle.
Dr. Green informed Miss Amonte Hart about her misgivings
Maybe it takes
with
refresh
Mr.
this.
Alexander. I think some of that comes up in a different report.
I
But in
do
this
love one of
report
our current
about
wiggles,
the
though.
call between
There
Mr.
it
Alexander
is!
and Hayabusa.
Look how cute it is!
It's just about them putting distance and about him being, I guess, upset about that. Also in that report, Dr. Green calls Dr. Hayabusa and talks about what Mikhail and Dr. Randall Gemma told her, and also about the tow incident.
Look at the Sparks wiggle.
Dr. Gemma also got what I'm referring to as the Cuddlepuff text. There were a number of text messages that were sent to various individuals from Catherine Cuddlepuff's phone that generally talk about how she's distraught about Oswin Mikhail flirting with other women, and that she broke his heart, and that she's going on vacation for a while. And it's a giant paragraph of text when Miss Cuddlepuff is the sort of person that where you're lucky if you get like 4 or 5 words out of her per text message. So immediately very uncharacteristic, and understandably set off alarm bells in the heads of anyone who has actually
It's
talked
so
with
cute,
Miss
isn't
Cuddlepuff
it? I
over
love
text
it. Hi,
for
Bash, it's
more
good to
than
see
5
you.
seconds.
Thank you for the tier 1 Bash. I appreciate it.
Mr. Alexander, after the call with Dr. Green, Mr. Alexander then calls Dr. Hayabusa again, asking if she knows who Catherine Cuddlepuff is, and says that Cuddlepuff is his patient and that she's infatuated with Mikhail. He mentions that he was supposed to do hiking therapy with her, and that he had received pings from her up north, and that she told him Mikhail lied to him. He mentions that he had therapy sessions with Cora Hartley, who said similar things about Oswin Mikhail. Then when Dr. Hayabusa plainly asked him, "Hey, did you talk to the police about it, dum-dum?" He refused to answer.
Surprise, surprise.
Interesting that Mr. Alexander calls alarmed, asking about Catherine Cuddlepuff and talking about all this stuff. directly after a bunch of strange text messages are sent from Miss
so many song
Cuddlepuff's
requests.
phone. Gee, I wonder what could have caused the coincidence and the timing there.
Well, Winters has
move on.
Winters
Then
has.
we get to report 20835.
You both. Spidey,
this is a report where
Spidey, you
Lola
and Winters have to
Monte
design
is reported
a
missing.
spicy text to one of Skyler's
Officers
partners.
respond to her business at Vinewood Music and Records, and they find her car parked there. They find her phone there, and they also find pink hair, likely belonging to Miss Amante Hart, because those of us with eyes can direct our attention over to the corner there and see Miss Lola Amante Hart.
After the verdict, we'll play whatever first, I don't know, 6 songs you guys want to play, and we'll play those in any order.
It was also report 20836, which was the final thing that occurred on July. What day are we on? We're on July 10th and July 11th. This is July 10th.
There's literally no meeting.
This is when a phone and bank subpoena was put out
Gab's
and
too much on
for
Radio
Lola
68.
Amante Hart to try and locate where she was. This produced several individuals receiving phone not in service messages beginning at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and continuing on till about 6 or 7, I believe, was the latest time that the phone sent out a phone not in service message. And this
at 9 o'clock at
loosely
night.
coordinates or corroborates a text message sent between from Mr. Alexander to Miss Lola Amante Hart that they were going to meet at her workplace
there she
at
is.
1:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Wiggles.
Roughly
Winters, I love this so much.
2 hours and 40 minutes before her phone went out of service. We have a text message from Stephen Alexander. Go into her meeting place. Then we get to July 12th. This is the day that both Catherine Cuddlepuff and
We're an
Lola
hour into the
Amante
verdict,
Hart are
chat.
found. And this is the day that Mr. Alexander was fired as a civilian counselor for the San Andreas Medical Authority because he had been arrested on suspicion of the crimes to which he is standing for today. Lots of stuff happened on July 12th.
How many are we at?
God, there's so much on
3:45.
July 12th. We'll start with report 20891. Deputy Mayor, standing right over there in the incorrect uniform, received a 911 call from Catherine herself, talking about how she was scared and injured, etc., etc. She was found by EMS and police and fell unconscious whilst on the scene. She was found north of Chumash by Great Ocean Highway.
Winters, can you do me a favor, even though you literally
They
just oiled
found
the fuck out of my
bloody
chat?
footprints
Can you
leading
take the
from
song
where she was
requests,
found up
write
the
them down.
road,
Hi,
maybe 3 to 5 minutes to the scene at a small little bridge.
Chat, we
You know,
could
when
have
you're
gone
going
to the
north
PD
on
meeting.
Chumash, when you leave Chumash,
I
and
could
then
have
you're
gone to the
going
PD meeting.
to Zancudo before you get to the big bridge over the Delta, there's a
I
small little
could
bridge
have
because there's
gone
a
to the
drainage
PD
ditch or a
meeting
gully
and back.
that goes down the mountains. That's the bridge we are referring to. Or rather, I am referring to, not we. I'm the only one talking here. God, I've been talking for an hour. Good Lord.
Hold on.
Yeah, anyway, so at the bridge scene, many of the same characteristics of the previous 2 scenes. We have red synthetic hair, we have a high heel footprint, we have cherry blossoms. On this scene, we had some broken zip ties, and there was a bowl of blood with a chopped up mountain lion heart in it. And written on the wall was, surprise, surprise, those who walk the path do so of their own free will. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Sometimes, the best thing to do is walk away.
Jeez. He
Report
repeats this over and
20897
over and
documented Miss Amante Hart's, or not Amante Hart, Cuddlepuff. We're talking about Cuddlepuff. Documented Cuddlepuff's injuries, which consisted of hypertension, a damaged trachea, 13 broken ribs, which as stated at trial is a little over half of the ribs in a human body. Internal bleeding, elevated iron levels, which indicated...
Catherine. You got fucked up.
The medical report says that it indicated poison, but I don't know. I'm not a medical professional, but if there's a big old bowl of blood with a heart in it, it seems to me like that might, give you a lot of iron. I know there's iron in the blood, but what do I know?
Who does? Oh.
How is he still
that's Cascadian's character.
Yeah. I can't hear him.
And then we get to...
There you go. Oh my god.
The external injuries. Her feet were mangled up. Surprise, surprise. She had gashes on her legs. Her knees were bloody. Her nails were ripped out. Surprise, surprise. She had cigarette burn marks on her arms. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, that's actually a good shot.
Gashes on her back. Surprise, surprise. Bruising from the pelvis to the shoulder. She had a torn lip.
Asleep.
Surprise, surprise.
Go play
a broken nose. Surprise, surprise.
She just won't stop.
And bruising on her face. So we're up to...
Can I get a good screenshot of this?
3 victims now that have very similar injuries with minor variations. Well, not minor, I guess, but with some variation between the two. But we're up to 3 victims that have a very consistent pattern of the injuries that are inflicted upon them, which also matches up to the injuries that were inflicted upon Mr. Alexander. I wonder why. Ms. Cuddlepuff, as was testified here in court, was placed in a medically induced coma and was not woken up until July 19th. Also written in this report was a CT scan taken later, which I believe was on July 24th.
Oh my god. Hold on.
Showed
I don't know if you guys
changes
can see Percy.
To her brain. Report 20627. Catherine Cuddlepuff's Emperor Beater was found at Zancuda Barranca Great Chaparral. It was marked stolen. There was pink synthetic hair inside. And this is noteworthy because Catherine Cuddlepuff's Emperor Beater was found basically at the exact place where Catherine Cuddlepuff pinged Mr. Alexander with her phone. It was Zancuda Barranca Great Chaparral. Now, granted, that does cover an area. It's not like it's a specific building or anything. It's like an area of the island. But it is the exact same area to which Ms. Cuddlepuff
I have no
had
idea.
Deliberately and intentionally pinged Mr. Alexander to. Feel like a broken record, but I wonder why.
God damn it, Joy.
Then we get to report 20989. This is the report where Mr. Alexander was brought into custody. Dr. Schilling also states that whilst at his RV, she had asked where he was. He had responded to her that he had a late-night session that lasted all night, and Dr. Schilling noted that Mr. Alexander never does late-night sessions.
Probably can't fall asleep. Yeah, it's kind of where he
Nothing
is.
really notable with that report because there was a separate report generated for the interrogation in report 20912. This is a report in which Mr. Alexander was interrogated. Dr. Hayabusa, or rather, this is not actually the interrogation report. This is Dr. Hayabusa's impressions of the interrogation that was performed by Veronica Wilson. Dr. Hayabusa notes in pertinent part that she recognized the tone that Mr. Alexander was using at the time as the same one from the recording in which he killed Deborah.
Did we get the right number for...
She noted once again that Mr. Alexander was trying to take control of the interrogation. Notes that he had smirked when Veronica mentioned being out in the wilderness without food and water. And also said that his favorite flower was cherry blossoms, which were found at 3 of the scenes in which people were, tortured and or murdered.
That's 14 hours. 14 plus 24.
I wonder why.
I don't think the timer.
What's up? 20928. This is a search warrant for Mr. Alexander's RV. This search was actually not able to be performed until July 25th, and upon location of this RV, nothing notable was inside. Which raises a little bit of a question. If Mr. Alexander was taken into custody and interrogated, how was Mr. Alexander's RV moved?
5 by 60 is 8. So I think it's 145 times 2.5.
How'd it get there? How'd it move?
Plus 24
well, based
30.
on my review of all of the physical evidence
I think you
that
guys
has been
gave
presented to me
too quickly.
across 63 reports and a hard drive containing 10 audio logs alleged to be from Mr. Alexander, the only person that I can find in this entire story that had access to Mr. Alexander's RV, which was shown in her statements in report 20909, was Dr. Schilling. Anyway, then we go to report 20931. This is the report in which Lola Amonte Hart was found by EMS Blake in the hills near Parsons. This is a scene that included a plate fastened to a tree with shackles, a bloody bowl with a mountain lion heart in it, a whole lot of blood, and a clump of pink hair.
What is this?
There it is. There's the scene. Look at that.
I think Catherine Cuddlebuff has pink hair, right?
When first responders found her, she had headphones that were taped to her head and was both blindfolded and gagged. The headphones were playing I guess a poem or something called Boots, Boots, Boots. According to the statement that was given by Miss Hart to first responders, she had mentioned that Mr. Alexander told her that she had betrayed him and that he had to punish her.
Oh, they betrayed him. Wait,
said
what?
if she resisted, that he would hurt her boyfriend.
Sorry, Spidey in 1990.
And then made some weird cringe comment
you guys broke my timer.
She was his daughter and he was going to remake her. She testified in her statement that he punched her, stabbed her in the thigh, had her drink something, gagged, blindfolded, played music. Now, what I note about this is on July 8th, he had mentioned a proposed torture.
I'm trying to
for
figure
Dr.
out the math, and I
Hayabusa,
think we're missing like 8 hours.
about sensory deprivation. And notably, Miss Amonte Hart found only days after talking about how he would torture Dr.
Basically
Hayabusa
2 hours
sensory
behind 25,
deprivation
so it's 23
was found
hours.
with headphones, blaring an uneasy
32
song, gagged,
9.
bound, blindfolded. Seems a little similar.
Times 2.5. 5 by 60.
Anyway, she mentions that she was seeing Mr. Alexander for grief counseling.
We're missing
and that
5
Mr.
hours.
Alexander
5.5 hours,
would
essentially.
make comments, the substance of which is to isolate her from her friends. You know, these people are gonna abandon you. You can't trust these people. Trust me instead. Blah blah blah. Bare bones, basic cult bullshit. She mentions how he told her about Deborah and how she was tragically killed in front of him, and how his family was killed in front of him, and mentions that his sister was named Emily. You know, the same sympathetic bullshit that he's been telling basically everyone. Says something a bit interesting. She says that she met Mr. Alexander through Garen Lupo, who had invited her and Ramona
that Foxy Mo's by emo. It is your emo. It's super cute
with him, and this is corroborated in a later phone subpoena.
Luke Davis, where is that?
So, interesting that I know Garen Lupo is an individual that knows half the fucking city because he goes out of his way to know half the fucking city.
I just casually punched your car, you bitch.
But...
it looks broken. Oh my god, Spidey, why?
I don't know, it is a little bit of a interesting coincidence.
Spidey,
anyway, then we get to report 20933.
Okay, we're supposed to be...
this is the report of Miss Amante Hart's injuries. Which were basically the exact same thing that she testified to on the stand, the exact same thing that she told first responders on scene. She had blunt force trauma to the head and a knife wound to the leg, and there were a bunch of drugs and hallucinogens in her system, specifically the chemical compounds that are found in magic mushrooms. Next, we get to report 20884. This is a... So at this point, I went a little bit out of order because I've been doing all these reports essentially in chronological order, but because the July 12th so much stuff happened, I put some of the miscellaneous subpoenas towards the end of these. So these are not in chronological order.
You have no idea how much this is going to help
compared to or relative to the rest of the reports, but these are subpoenas that were put out there on this day.
But I got like a month.
The first was a phone and bank subpoena for Lana Stewart, which had an expanded date range in order to figure out better information on how this happened. This subpoena uncovered that she talked about a meeting from a Mr. Alex from an unknown number, and also with Garen Lupo, who mentioned that he somehow had a therapist appointment and asked if it was Lana's doing.
Thank you guys
Garen was also the same guy who invited Lola and Ramona to therapy with Mr. Alexander.
Thank you. Okay.
Huh. Then we get to report 20885 and report 20886. These are expanded phone subpoenas for Izzy Abbott's phone records. So, the third subpoena didn't produce any new information. That was the second expansion off the first expansion. The second expansion, though, revealed a lot more than the first Izzy Abbott subpoena, because the first Izzy Abbott subpoena was only for a duration of about 24 hours. The second phone subpoena was for a much longer period of time, and revealed text messages between Izzy Abbott and Mr. Alex about plans, air quotes, starting on April 27th, and in which Mr. Alex tells her to start fasting tomorrow, which relative to that would be April 28th. And then Alex proceeds to manipulate her into going on with fasting whenever the plan is, giving, oh, you know, you're doing so good, oh, this will make you stronger, blah, 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 blah. It should be noticed that the plans text was on 427. He tells her to start fasting on 428. And when did she end up
Guys, show how many cigarettes he's burned through?
Yeah, that was at least April 2 or 3. 30th is when they found her dead at a barn off of Union Road.
See, what's... okay. I'll mute the game really quick, just so that we're clear. If I were to make a guess, Winners is waiting until I do, like, triple time when I have a VOD up to fucking dump things in here.
We get to July 13th, because and here things cool down
because at this point, I'm going to have to put VODs up.
July 13th and onward is basically just a whole fuckload of warrants and other things going out. So on the 13th, that's when the warrant to unlock and search Mr. Alexander's phone goes through. It doesn't appear that really any useful information was gathered from this, considering nothing was really attached to any other reports or anything. So then we skip ahead to July 15th, which is kind of the last, like, big break in the case. And this is when the hard drive
I would never do that
has been mentioned both at trial and by myself a couple times was discovered.
I might need to get a new timer, chat.
This is also when Dr. Hayabusa performs her formal diagnosis to diagnose Mr. Alexander with
What I use
psychopathy.
is this? Unless anyone has a better suggestion.
That diagnostic report was 21274, in which Dr. Hayabusa states that she thinks Mr. Alexander is a grave danger to the general population and will continue to murder and maim people. It also covers report 21226, which is a prison payphone subpoena. Based on, I guess, calls that Miss Veronica received from witnesses and other people involved in the case saying that Mr. Alexander was calling them. This, unfortunately, because this is a public prison payphone, I can't tell who is actually making these calls. All I can really tell about these calls is who the calls are to. And a couple names stick out to me about these calls. There were calls made to Veronica Wilson, calls made to Dr. Schilling, calls made to Dr. Hayabusa, calls made to Ramona Flowers, and also calls made to Brandy Lee. Mr. Alexander, in the phone subpoena that was made for Mr. Alexander, he had extensive conversations with Brandy Lee. Gee, I wonder why he was talking with Brandy Lee. But you know what? I've been talking for almost an hour and a half. Show of hands from the gallery. Who here wants to guess why Mr. Alexander would talk to a very innocent, impressionable person like Brandy Lee?
Tell us why.
Who wants to take a guess? I saw Skyler Sparks' hand first. Skyler, why don't you tell the class why this may have been the case?
A really, really good deal down at like the gas station where she gets buy 2 get 1 free chips. But like the really good chips, like the munchie bags. Oh, okay,
that's possible. Miss Maynard, how about you?
This guy's a sick freak.
It's also good.
Okay. Also very possible. Anything else?
Your Honor, Fish wants to.
Conclusions?
Your Honor, Fish wants to step in.
All right, Fish, what do you got for me?
Can he say that?
Boy. He's so right. He's so raw for that.
Quimbley, can he say that?
Can say that.
Put him to death. Put him to death.
Oh God.
Same.
Exactly.
Same, Fish.
Tell him, Fish.
All right, so moving on. 21233
Chad, can we get a bunch of hype for B Hyper?
Is the search warrant for the hard drive that was found in a Ziploc bag with Mr. Alexander's name on it at a tree near Parsons. I've got a picture where that is too. Look at that. There you go, look at that.
Small piece of Ziploc bag poking out of dirt. I
So,
give
we'll
hype.
get into
That's
the
fair.
contents
That's fair.
of this
Who is
hard
B
drive.
Hyper?
But just in brief, well, we'll get into the contents in more detail, but just in brief, this hard drive contained texts, conversations between Izzy Abbott and an unknown phone number,
Mrs. B,
photographs of both Cuddlepuff and Lola, and 10 audio journals dating between March 20th to July 5th. And also two other very important
It's named Danielle.
key pieces of evidence.
Because
we will discuss later.
Quimbley texted Skylar that a while ago, and I like griefing Danielle.
To report 21283. This is a phone subpoena for the burner phone of the text messages on the hard drive. So to describe the text messages, these are text messages taken from the perspective of the burner phone. Because
19 months.
Izzy
You've almost
Abbott's
been here a year, motherfucker.
name, the IA, is actually noted next to her text. And basically this phone subpoena just confirmed the authenticity of these text messages
I can figure that out really
It
quickly.
showed that, yes, these messages are in fact not doctored. They are text messages sent between Izzy Abbott and the burner phone that the image purports to be, because in those images it also has the phone number
I'm
of the
aware
burner
you
phone,
broke it.
like right on the top there.
How
So-
many subs is it? Okay, it's 433, which we had 68
It
beforehand. I
essentially documents a conversation between Izzy Abbott and Mr. Alex
should be at
from
365.
427 to 429.
update it.
It's the same thing as the Izzy Abbott phone subpoena number 2, more or less, and also the text on the hard drive. So it's a little bit of a duplicative subpoena, but it just further corroborates that, yep, there definitely were text messages sent between Izzy Abbott to a burner phone held by a man identifying himself as Mr. Alex. But this phone subpoena for the burner phone records also produced new information. Well, actually, no. Not necessarily new-ish information, because this was produced in the phone subpoena for Lana Stewart, but it also documented the conversation between Lana Stewart and Mr. Alex from May 1st until May 21st. So,
I meant to put the
essentially what this phone subpoena did, because those of you who are unfamiliar with phone subpoenas and how our system works, if someone's name is not registered, then it will pop up as a question mark in the from or to field. So essentially what this phone subpoena did is it confirmed that the unknown
it's fucking late. You hate
name
yourself.
and number,
It's fucking
not
late,
number,
dog.
but the unknown name from that was in conversations with Izzy Abbott was in fact the same as the person that was in contact with Lana Stewart, or at the absolute minimum, that someone who had access to that burner phone was in contact with both people. Or, fuck it, even a group of people, if there was a group that had access
This
to that
court
phone,
case is
whatever
going
it
on
may be.
8 hours total. That is correct. That is correct, Rainbow.
We're moving on to July 16th.
That is correct.
This report was struck for the case in chief, I believe on grounds of relevance, but it documented a therapy session between
This is the longest case in
new doctor,
in Onyx history right now.
never before seen in this case up until now, and also Mr. Alexander.
What is this? Oh. So we have a
Couple other
chat.
reports
We're going to
that
have to
happened
do
on this
so
day.
much
There
of
was
this.
report 21356,
So much of this.
which is,
Oh, also, Spidey, do you want me to remove
I
Winter's
believe,
sword?
personally,
Because you can do that.
another red herring. To sum it up, it's basically a bunch of weird edgelord texts between Detective Veronica, Senior Officer Morgan, EMS Brooks Reed,
Edgelord
and,
texts.
or I believe,
This man said edgelord
is Brooks Reed a
texts.
doctor now?
Why would
EMS.
You can
EMS.
temporarily.
Still EMS? Okay.
you can
I might be thinking of someone
temporarily
else. So EMS Brooks Reed and also Dr. Schilling.
There
And the
are-
reason why,
there is
although these
Zim-
texts talk about like, oh, who would you choose if you were put in this situation? And like a bunch of other dumb shit. It also makes specific reference to a Winnie who looks nothing like Winnie Wispbloom or any other Winnie that we have in our MDW. And
Do you wanna do
also
that?
a Jerry Sweets, whose name does not turn up anywhere in the MDW. Neither of these people appear to be present citizens of San Andreas. Sounds like pre-bomb shit. Yawn. Moving on. 21344.
My
Correctional
husband
officer...
dying is not a yawn. Joy, I will get contempt for that.
Okay. I will concede
Said that? I'll fuck you up right now in this courtroom. I just heard someone say yawn. I will get contempt for that shit.
All right, all right. I will concede
cut her hair.
that there is some pre-bomb shit that is not yawn, okay?
It wasn't you. It was some dumb bitch in the courtroom who don't have no balls to say nothing.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I can't really do anything.
God.
I love you, cute.
Hey, whoever did that, you should speak up now. Come on.
No balls, man. They just want to yawn.
Yeah,
My
Clarence.
dead
Also,
husband.
Also, I think Winnie is Winona Walker, by the way.
You think Winnie is Winona Walker?
Yeah, she goes by Winnie.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, Joy. Probably Winona Walker.
Okay, hold on a minute.
No, because this person's dead. It's not. Trust me.
Can we get along with this?
Thank you, Jess. Thank you.
I have to satisfy my
Take it back.
curiosity.
Jesus. Winter needs a gold sword? You're not
How
wrong.
the fuck do
is
you
that a
spell
thing?
Winno's name?
Now, Winter's the best mod I know. All my mods are the best mods, and I'm not saying that because
Okay,
I
you know
fucking
what?
love my
Fuck it.
mods.
Not important. I can't figure out how to spell
you,
Winona
Spidey.
Walker's name. Anyway, moving on.
Winona.
She's alive, for fuck's sake.
He
I
said
need another
moving on,
fucking
Clarence. He said moving on.
Thank you so much, Spidey. Seriously. Let me know what you want your role to be in Discord
Okay.
so we can make
So
that.
we were on report
Sleep well when you can.
21344. This was Correctional Officer Blake being called by Counselor Harvey Litt, saying that Mr. Alexander called Lola Montehart. DOC suspected that Mr. Alexander might have had a phone inside the prison. They searched the whole prison and Mr. Alexander's person,
D-gens for the
and
win.
they don't find shit. This is also the first
wouldn't know
of
what a
the
D-gen is,
visitation logs that were created by correctional officers as to who was visiting Mr. Alexander, who was calling him, etc., etc., presumably in response to the alert that Mr. Alexander may have called Miss Montehart.
Nah, it's fine. We're fine, chat. There's
On
no issue.
this, and normally this stuff wouldn't necessarily be relevant, and I would ignore this shit and go talk about something a little more interesting, but in this particular case, it is relevant to the proceedings because the state wants to press 2 charges of witness tampering against Mr.
That's
Alexander.
True. We are trying to do that.
Based on these phone calls
Objection,
that he's alleged
bullshit?
to have made.
I'm not a D-gen. There's no proof I'm a D-gen.
So, what the visitation log
There's
says
no numerical proof, chat.
is Correctional Officer Hartley sees Mr. Alexander enter visitation 4 times throughout the day. One time he explicitly states that he needs to make phone calls. Corrector Dye and York witness 3 unsuccessful calls made. 2 were to unknown recipients, and 1
you're
was
right.
to
Yeah, there's no
Dr. Mercy
proof.
Schilling. She didn't pick up, apparently. And also a Ted Hawk arrived
doesn't
wanting
have
to
receipts.
speak to Mr. Alexander.
If Winters had receipts,
The
I
final
wouldn't be
report for July
no-ballsing her.
16th, 21373. Correctional Officer Dye started talking with Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander talked about how much he loves sunrises and also his... He basically gives the fucking tragic backstory spiel once again. He tells the story of how he was brought into the cult. It's basically the same thing as he told everyone else. In this version, his sister was named Emily, and the men killed his father instead of him killing his father. Honestly, at this point, one of the lingering questions that I have, which is not going to be unanswered, is: was Emily the name of a little girl that he inducted into the cult when he was a child, or is Emily the name of his sister?
5-minute
Because
playtime
he
this
keeps
week. That's
going
correct.
back and forth on that shit.
Someone bring out the clips. Check files, stream pick. Pulls
I
up.
never know the answer.
Okay.
Anyway, July 17th, report
Okay, chat, that's not
21344.
That's not necessary.
This is another visitation log from DOC Officer Dye. He goes with Mr. Alexander, who comments about Katie St. Clair no longer being active on his case. Previous phone subpoenas revealed that he had talked with Miss
Here, I
St.
can
Clair,
check.
and some
I'll
other
even
report, I
check
believe
my
it was one
playtime
of
this
the therapy sessions with Dr. Hayabusa, either session 6 or 7, in which Mr. Alexander talked
How do I check my
about
playtime?
how he had spoken with Katie St. Clair and
Oh, I forgot I put that picture as
blanking
my
on the name of the
5-minute
police officer about forensic psychology and
bring out
offering his
just the clock and
services
time you sent me
therein.
for Sparks. No, well, there's no time. I've already deleted that.
According to Correctional Officer Dye, on this visit, he makes some calls, gets no responses, leaves. Then we get to report 21373 again. On this day, correctional officer Dye talks with Mr. Alexander once again, who tells him about the first and second trial. And at this time, the story of the story of the second trial is the same. The story of the first trial changes again. In this version of events, rather than just being dropped into the middle of the wilderness with a compass and a map, now you get a water jug. How thoughtful. On this story, Robert starved to death, and after he made it back from trial 1, they all celebrated the sacrifice of his good friend Robert. We had mentioned previously he killed with a rock. Likely the correct story for reasons that we'll get to later. Next up, July 18th.
I think I'm going to give each of the attorneys
another visitation log. Correctional Officer Dye, once again, putting in like double and triple duty on monitoring Mr. Alexander. He sees 2 visitors for Mr. Alexander. Charlie, most likely referring to Miss Charlie Evergreen,
I think I'm going to give
and
him
another
10K
employee of the Up and Atom.
Chat, we need a number between 2 and 10K for my attorneys who worked on this.
Of Mr. Alexander riling up Correctional Officer Blake by repeatedly asserting that she hates him and wants to kill him, and by giving extremely graphic depictions of her murdering him, just trying to get a rise out of her.
Can you send me a view, not edit?
You are holding a knife for
6969?
19th. This is the day that Miss Cuddlepuff wakes up from her medically induced coma. This is also the day that Mr. Alexander is evaluated by Dr. Patrick January as to his fitness to stand trial. Cuddlepuff is questioned and examined by the doctors on scene. She mentions that she is afraid of a monster who is a doctor, but doesn't know which doctor. And he also requests, she requests Mr. Alexander to visit her, and repeatedly denies that Mr. Alexander was the one that did all this to Miss Cuddlepuff. Later report will show that she believes that it was Dr. Green.
Yeah, we're gonna do 6969.
And later information will explain exactly why she thinks Dr. Green did this to her. Then we get to report 21602. This was the fitness to stand trial evaluation with Dr. Patrick January. Deemed him fit to stand trial and also formally diagnosed him as a sadistic psychopath and a narcissist. So we now have 2 medical doctors who have diagnosed him with psychopathy of some.
You guys want to see the timeline for this?
Some flavor of psychopath. Last up for July 19th was report 21344. This is another DOC visitation log. Correctional Officer Calhoun talked with Mr. Alexander, who mentions that he has a psych evaluation today and is going to wait in visitation. The evaluation took place in the infirmary while in the presence of his counselors. And then after that evaluation, he went to visitation for about a minute. And that's all the information we have on that. July 20th. Oh god, we still got like 7 more days to go.
Jesus
July
Christ.
20th. Report 21729. Correctional Officer Blake finds a message in cell 20, which is typically used by inmate Scott Cook, stating, Scott, I would like to talk. I am a friend of Charlie, who is once again probably referring to Charlie Evergreen as the only person named Charlie that Mr. Alexander has ever been shown to communicate with, according to all of the...
have worked so fucking hard on this.
Reports, text messages, subpoenas, and other information made available to the court. It all points back to Charlie Evergreen.
9 pages.
Next up, July 21st. July 21st. This is when
We're
Ms.
near the
Lola
end.
Monte Hart has
We're near
her
the end.
psychiatric evaluation with Dr. January. 21787. States that she's unsure what fully happened to her.
20,
unable
21.
to sleep well, has trust issues, especially
21.
with Ramona. Reasonably so. Doesn't want to go back to her business since she was taken from that business. Has PTSD over the event and is mostly mad at herself for not being a better judge character. Which, not sure that's really a fair assessment, but it happens. Report 21788. She states that she has left the mayor's office and that she was called by Mr. Alexander and told about how strong she has become. Report 21751. This is prison phone subpoena number 2. This is the second and final time that the prison phones were subpoenaed to determine what calls were being made to who.
What was the court case?
That Miss Lola Monte Hart
received
received phone calls on 716 and 720 from 2 different phones because there's 4 different payphones at the prison. It's a little bit confusing. Calls are made to Mackenzie Blake, the correctional officer that Mr. Alexander was having a little tiff with, from 3 different phones.
You guys want to see this on your own time?
Calls to Mercy Schilling.
Here, I'll make a copy.
On 722. Calls to correctional officer Cora Hartley, notably one of Mr. Alexander's
I'll link it in chat.
Former patients.
Do they have a spicy
and also
pass?
correctional
Well, I mean,
officer
Skyler doesn't know that,
on
so.
the 20th and the 25th. Calls to
21st.
Veronica Wilson made on the
Anyone with
16th
a
and the
link
20th.
can view.
Calls to Dr. Patrick January on
Here's
the
the
18th and the
timeline.
19th. Calls to and from Charlie Evergreen on the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th.
Winters, I'm going to send this to you. Can you double check that?
And calls to and from Brandy Lee on the 16th. There's only 2 people that I know of who would call Brandy Lee from prison, and that's Hans Gruber and this guy. July 22nd. This is when the Physical Blood Tree book, that is the Journal of Stephen Alexander, was formally placed into evidence under Report 21890. July 23rd, Report 21344, DOC Hartley sits in on a visitation between Mr. Alexander and Charlie Evergreen.
Lady Hope.
They just had
Artemis has a
mostly
spicy
friendly
pass,
chat. Charlie Evergreen tried to give Mr. Alexander food, which was denied.
Commence the doxing
Which is
check.
probably a good call because...
All right,
You
mods,
know,
I'm
that's
gonna
one of
post
those
this
things
in
that, like,
mod
you can
chat.
hide, like,
Can you just let
shanks
me
in,
know
right?
that
Like,
it's,
you give somebody a loaf
view
of
check?
bread or something, and, like, you hollow it out and you
And I'll
stick a
post it
knife
in
in it or
chat.
something. And also Report 21937 is generated, which is the full interrogation videos of the July 12th interrogation of Mr. Alexander that were made available, you know, in report form so that defense counsel can look at the interrogation and see what questions were asked and review it for himself. Although I believe he was present at the interrogation, sometimes it's helpful to, you know, go back and look at all that shit. July 24th. This is the MRI scan.
That's going to be so good. Can't
Lola
wait.
Monte Hart. The only reason why I'm going over this is because this corroborates the testimony that was given by Dr. Patrick January on the stand at trial.
I'm good. All right, chat.
And also still relates to the injuries that she is alleged to have suffered. Well, not alleged to have suffered. She did suffer them.
This is the timeline that Roland sent me. I made a copy specifically in my email.
She recounted the story
This
of
is
her being
all
kidnapped and
this is all
abused by
the
Mr.
information.
Alexander while an MRI was going to check her brain synapses and chemistry. It was discovered that her brain chemistry was altered and abnormal, and that the improper synapse responses were causing a fear circuitry as a trauma response where your
I
brain
need to
shuts
remove
down.
A link really quick.
It's basically exactly what Dr. Patrick January testified to on the stand at trial on the 31st.
Double check any of the links.
On this day...
All the pictures are fine.
There was actually quite a bit of activity at the prison on this day. So, Correctional Officer Hartley saw Mr. Alexander enter visitation twice. Mr. Alexander mentioned that the second call that he made was to Garen Lupo. So it appears that him and Mr. Lupo are still in contact with one another. Correctional Officer Wallen and Correctional Officer Blake witness a call with Dr. Schilling. Nothing much of note is really explained there. Correctional Officer Gibbs witnesses Mr. Alexander make 2 phone calls, one to Dr. Hayabusa and one to Roberta, which I am going to guess, based on the nature of their conversation and my knowledge of the people that Mr. Alexander surrounds himself, probably was Ramona Flowers, not Roberta. But I digress. So we talked with Dr. Hayabusa about the hospital, talks about recent promotions at the hospital, and then immediately launches into asking if they're going to kill him. I can assure you, Mr. Alexander, that if it is decided that you're going to be put to death, we're probably not going to have Dr. Hayabusa behead you like she did the albino Tommy Wiseau dude. We're going to think of something a little better. Also makes talks with Ramona about someone, or Roberta. We'll just say Roberta. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. About someone close to Roberta being at the top of the state, and that they need to keep writing in their happiness journal. So this is another reason why it's probably talking about Ramona, because Ramona is the deputy mayor, and the person at the top of the state to which she's friends with is probably the mayor. You know, just going out a limb. I'm not a detective, but that's probably what's going on.
And Santi.
Holy shit, we're coming up on the 2
He
hour
explains what a happiness journal is, thanks her for the cupcakes.
It is really good. They did a really good job.
DOC Hauser witnesses Mr. Alexander making a call to Deputy Veronica. And this one's actually a little bit spicy. So Mr. Alexander says she got lucky finding a key piece of evidence and asks her what she would do if he gets out. DOC Hauser also logs a phone call between Mr. Alexander and his attorney, which I am omitting because that would be privileged. So I'm not sharing you the details with that, and I quickly diverted my eyes away from it because that's... You know, you can log all kinds of stuff with people. You can log the fact that somebody made a call to their attorney. You can't really log what the attorney and them talked about, because that is... Well, actually you can. It's just not admissible in court if it's privileged.
That's true. Unless they choose to waive it for some reason.
Also, spoiler alert, that key piece of evidence, it's probably the fucking hard drive. 3 more days to go. July 25th. This is when Mr. Alexander's RV is located by Fisher Potts and searched. The vehicle was located by Potts illegally deployed under Olympic Freeway at the homeless camp and towed to Steel Family Impound.
Go Wiggle!
The inventory of that vehicle, though, only produced an ID belonging to Mr. Alexander, some crumpled cups, and a candle. Nothing of note was found in it. Also, visitation log. I think this is the last second to last entry in the visitation log. Correctional Officer Palmer saw the Twinsta post from Fisher Potts looking for Mr. Alexander. Ran into him again at the Up and Atom and mentioned that he was trying to tow his RV. Correctional Officer Fulci witnessed Mr. Alexander making a phone call to Whitlock, his attorney, and Ramona Flowers. Whitlock then visited Mr. Alexander. End of that day. July 27th.
We've made one grave error.
This was struck on irrelevance, but long story short, it's an interview between Nicole Paulson and Mr. Alexander. This report isn't really relevant, but Nicole Paulson, there's some interesting things going on with her. Last but not least, July 30th, the final day, and the final visitation log. Correctional Officer Gibbs sees Charlie Evergreen talk with Mr. Alexander, and he tells her about how she should write in her happy journal. And at this point, we're done. That's all the fucking reports. It only took me 2 fucking hours just to get through the reports. Now, we get to talk about what we can derive from all 63 of those reports. Well, actually, not all 63, 59, because 4 of them were struck at pretrial. First, there's some inconsistencies in the retelling of the trials that Mr. Alexander talks about. The first retelling of Trial 1 is you're left out in the woods, you're told to go a location 100 kilometers away, you have no food or water. Robert gave up on day 5. He, referring to Mr. Alexander, eventually passes out in a field, and then he wakes up because people poured water on him. Then, it was, you get a compass and a map, but no specific location to walk to. Robert gives up on day 8, he kills him, and then later sees a truck full of people that hug him and welcome him with open arms. The third retelling of the trial, you get a compass and a map, told to walk, Robert gives up on day 8. Not only does he kill Robert, but he kills Robert and drinks Robert's blood to slake his thirst, and also eats Robert's heart, and then he finds the people in the truck and they give him a hug. If this version is the correct version, Mr. Alexander is also a self-admitted cannibal. Food for thought. And then in the last retelling of the trials for Trial 1, it's a compass and a water jug. Robert gives up on day 8 because he's starved to death. He runs out of water, then he finds a truck with people on it, and then they hug him and he gets a feast. So the core substance of leave man in woods, make man in woods walk for a long time, find man, have hug, is basically unchanged. And I'm no forensic psychologist like Dr. Hayabusa or general psychologist like Dr. January, but I can't help but notice that this first trial sounds a lot like the first line of Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. They put you in a wretched state by starving you, and then they put you in the woods where you're completely lost, and then they find you in the woods, and then you're saved and you become part of the cult? Huh. Then we get to Trial 2. So all of the retellings of Trial 2, honestly all the retellings of Trial 2, 3, and 4 are mostly consistent, but there are little inconsistencies in them. So for Trial 2, sometimes the celebration with the little cult is after Trial 2, not Trial 1. You have your sin carved in you, and then they celebrate and have a feast. And then sometimes there's no mention of it at all. It's possible maybe they have multiple feasts. Who fucking knows with cults? Trial 3, the only inconsistency is his first retelling that he gave upon waking up was they leave you on the shore and see if you cough up water. And then in later retellings he says, no, actually you get CPR and then see if you survive. Trial 4 is an inconsistency that I mentioned already. At first, when he woke up and told Agent Keller, Trial 4 is more of like a generalized practice of ritual sacrifice of animals to a cherry blossom tree. And then in all subsequent retellings, it became a actual ordeal to go and kill a dangerous animal, sacrifice it to the tree, and eat its heart. And then there's some inconsistencies with Trial 5 as well. First, it was he found a little girl camping in the woods with her family named Emily. The cult went and killed her family, and then they brought her into the cult.
Oh, do you play October Adams?
Again, I've noted this before, but in all future retellings of this, Emily became the name of his dead sister. Again, it's possible they were both named Emily. Or it's possible that he just reuses names. Who knows?
I'm sorry we have so much character conflict. I really like your character. I'm now the character level. You're amazing.
He brought in a homeless person, and that he would deliberately go and target homeless people to bring into the cult. And then in his final retelling of Trial 5, it was that he found a little girl and basically lured her in with promises of food and safety, and then inducted her in the cult. So Trial 5 of how he passed
We have
is
engagement,
always
chat.
changed every time he's told it. Trial 1 has remained mostly, has the substance of it.
We have good engagement.
Has remained the same, but there have been inconsistencies every single time he's told that. What that tells me, again, I'm not a psychologist or
once.
a forensic psychologist, but what that tells me again...
It's not the reason Sparks has conflict.
...is that the story that he tells is meant to fit the person, basically fit the audience, because again, he's trying to gather sympathy so that you are more vulnerable to him and more trustworthy of him. The whole tortured monster shtick is the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah, no matter. No matter.
Now I want to note similarities between the victims. Proud of this one because this is something that the detective may have caught on, but if she didn't actually write it in the big debrief, but this is one I was kind of proud of. So the similarities between all 4 victims. They're all women. They're all, and not only are they all women, but aside from Lana Stewart, who is the outlier on a lot of the similarities between the victims, all of the victims are people with shades
My
of
ADHD
red
thinks you.
hair.
I got you. I got you, Rainbow.
Izzy Abbott and Catherine are both redheads at the time of these incidents. Lola has pink hair. It also should be noted that Lisa, we met on Tinder and was allegedly kidnapped by, has red hair. It also should be mentioned that the reporter that came to talk to him once upon a time also had red hair, and in fact also had red hair and hazel eyes. I'm curious to see if she had a Scottish accent, because I'm curious as to how much she fits the physical description of this supposed Lisa.
Look at this fucking parkour, though.
Also, it should be noted that the other 2 women that he was very close to, Ramona Flowers and Mercy Schilling, have purple hair, which, while it's not exactly a shade of red, it does contain red in it. Also, aside from Lana Stewart, all 3 victims, as far as I can tell, are government employees. Catherine is a correctional officer. Lola worked for the mayor. And actually, Izzy was hired into the government administrative position role, which basically means that she worked like a clerical or administrative function for the government.
That's the next
now,
we should do.
Doesn't mention what kind of job she did. But actually, all 3 of these women worked for the government.
She was my receptionist.
Oh, she was a receptionist. Okay. Oh. Also, many of the other women that Mr. Alexander sort of came in regular contact with were also government employees, oftentimes doctors, oftentimes correctional officers. Seems to have a thing for people in the government. And the reason behind that will actually become fairly apparent when we start talking about the hard drive.
It's not even that dangerous of parkour.
Aside from Lana, again, because not a whole lot of information was disclosed about Lana, all of it were either
this is actually kind of good jazz,
or presently in love and pining after someone. With Izzy, it was Daniel O'Shea. With Catherine, it appears to have been Oswin McHale. And with Lola, it was Jake or Jack. I don't remember which one it is, but I wrote down Jake, so I'm hoping that's correct. Remember that it was someone with a 4-letter J name because it's the person that Mr. Alexander threatened he was going to hurt if Miss Hart said anything at the Vinewood Music and Records. And also the similarities is that the last person to reach out to them before they had disappeared was either Mr. Alexander himself or Mr. Alex from a burner phone whose text messages ended up on that hard drive. The only exception to this one is, once again, Lana Stewart, who was also contacted by Garen Lupo. But the difference is Garen Lupo contacted Miss Stewart to compliment her on her tattoos.
We got a gamer on the
and
screen,
never
chat.
actually asked to meet up with her or anything. So there are several similarities between all of the victims in these cases, except for Lana Stewart. She's kind of she's a bit the odd one out. Also, a lot of similarities between the injuries that were inflicted on all of these people and the injuries that were inflicted upon Mr. Alexander, the trials that he went through, and also, as we'll see when we get to the journal, remarkable similarities between the injuries that many of these victims sustained and the injuries inflicted on Jenny Morrison by Joseph Alexander back in 1985. So those are, in no particular order, malnourishment. Although the medics didn't explicitly list malnourishment for all four victims in text messages in some form or another were told not to eat or not to drink prior to going on trial 1.
Look at this guy go.
Well, I say all four. Actually, I should say all 3, because Lola was not told that, but Lola's situation is actually more akin to how Mr. Alexander originally said Deborah died, about being
we're just over 2 hours, chat. We're just
to the elements for an extended period of time.
We're just over 2 hours. You guys want to make a tier list?
Also similar to how Joseph Alexander punished
we got a couple tier lists we need to make. We need to make
who admitted
3
he
tier
had
lists.
stepped out of line, named Mike, by
what tier list
exposing
should we
him
make,
to the
guys?
elements
I'll pull it
for
up.
5 days. No.
Yeah, the verdict's
water,
been 2
no
hours.
Food, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, the verdict's
so
2 hours.
in kind of at the end of the day, all 4 basically were subjected to some form of malnourishment.
Here I got
Obviously,
this.
Lola's the odd woman out here for trial 1 because she never went on trial 1. Only Izzy, Lana, and Catherine did, and they all had torn up feet. Nobody made it to trial 2, so there's no carvings of any sins on people. And if they didn't make it to trial 2, they obviously didn't make it to trial 3 or trial 4.
All right, chat, we ready?
Now the pain game with whips.
Ready for this?
There's no real indication that there was any pain game going on,
Banana
but
Duck,
it should
it's
be
kind of
noted
crazy.
that
I've
both
played near
Lana
every day
Stewart
on this.
and Catherine Cuddlepuff
I've played near every day on
had
this, but
gashes
yeah.
in their backs
Banana
consistent
Duck.
with whip marks.
All
I
right,
don't think
chat,
the
we're gonna
medics
do a
explicitly stated in
snacks tier
Catherine's
list.
medical report
crackers.
that they were
What we got for
whip-like in
animal
nature,
crackers?
but
I'm stoned. I can't type.
as we'll see when we get to the journal, and as we'll see when we get to the hard drive,
All right, where's the good
having
link?
forcing
that later.
someone to whip another person that they care about is actually fairly common.
Why do you think I'm weekend grape seeder?
And so the whipping
gonna put
may
animal
be some
crackers at C
representation of
tier.
that. Now, where their injuries are a lot more
Oh,
consistent
do you want to go back to? We
are
can do
the
that.
injuries,
We can do that.
how Mr. Alexander
We'll
was
go back to
allegedly
that and then go back
tortured
to
by
elevator
this
music,
Lisa
that's fine.
person. And also how Jenny Morrison was tortured by Joseph Alexander. This included fingernails and toenails being removed.
Good.
This include cigarette burns on the arms. This included
Oh, Maddox does his part.
broken, basically blunt trauma to the face, swollen mouths.
I didn't know about it until it came across
drugs
the
in their
AZ.
system. There are several victims who have.
Farms
There
grass.
isn't really a victim that has all of these markings, aside from Catherine, who basically received the shit end of the stick, it appears, because she has essentially every injury under the sun here. Lana also received a staggering number of these injuries. Really, the only similarity there with Lola is with regarding the drugs in her system. Both Catherine and Lola both had drugs
Too many
in their
smoke.
system. Mr. Alexander had
Drug
heroin
or-
in his system. It's not exactly
Banana duck.
psilocybin is not exactly the same as heroin.
Look at
but
my new wiggle.
look,
Chat unlocked a
it's
wiggle.
drugs. It seems that
It's
the
so
cult basically just
cute.
takes
Look
what
how
they
cute she is.
what they can get.
It's fine. I'm fine with watching
One final
this.
similarity. So Lola was stabbed in the thigh and threatened with a knife.
I'm totally fine with watching this.
Izzy also had a gash in her side with a knife. That's kind of the final similarity there. And then there's a lot of similarities with the scenes where these people were found. So, cherry blossoms. That matches Izzy's scene, Lana's scene, and Catherine's scene. And also the scene at the FIB building. The heel print in the dirt. Again, Izzy, Lana, Catherine. The red synthetic hair.
You
Izzy,
need more
Lana,
wiggles?
Catherine.
That would be
The bowl
that
with
would
the
be
blood and
my
hearts
mod
in it.
Winter.
That does not match Izzy's scene, but does match Lola's scene. The I Once Was Lost.
She also did.
Again, Izzy, Lana, Catherine. Those
Thank
who
you,
walk
Zin,
the
for the
path
tier 1.
do so of their own free will. That was at Lana and Catherine's scenes. But now I'm found. Lana and Catherine's scenes.
It's the Wiggler.
Sometimes the best thing to do is walk away. Also Alana Catherine's scenes. So, needless to say, there's a lot of fucking similarities between not just the injuries that these people sustained, but
There it is.
also
She also
the
did these
scenes
wiggles.
in which these people were injured in.
I think she did Lana's wiggles too.
Lots of similarities that can't really be a coincidence. Like there's really only two options here.
Oh, you
It's
did
the same
Coco's?
fucking person, or it's a copycat. And the problem with the copycat theory at the outset is that in order for a person to have configured these scenes or inflicted these injuries in like these exact ways, they had to have knowledge of the cult and either knowledge of how Mr. Alexander was tortured or knowledge of how
Thank you,
Joseph
Chimera, I appreciate
Alexander tortured Jenny Morrison. And the number of people in the city that have all of that knowledge necessary to recreate any of these scenes as a copycat are exceedingly slim.
The multi B one, yeah. She
that
wanted to
will
do a
come into
multi B one
play
for Sparks, but I think the one
a bit
outfit is
later
too
down the
iconic for her.
road. I need another fucking cigarette.
He's gone through 4 cigarettes, guys. Ooh, chat! Look, the Minecraft guys. Look, the Minecraft's surrounded by ice.
All right, so y'all want to hear about this fucking book now?
Oh, please, dear God. Please, dear God.
Oh my god, the book.
I want to hear about the book. I have a bunch of notes that I took about this fucking book.
I love the book.
We're just watching Minecraft parkour. Sure, man. Let's go.
Garner loves the book. Who wants to hear the book? Who wants to hear about the book?
Me.
Everybody. They deserve to hear it.
2 hours and 11 minutes in. Let's fucking do it. There, Joy.
All right, the book.
Give us the book.
Scanlan, you want to watch Minecraft parkour with me?
A brief note about this book and the way it is structured.
book.
So
All
this
right.
book generally proceeds where Joseph Alexander will reference a person, give his impressions of the person, and then has dated entries of his impressions or interactions with this person up until a point, and then he stops organizing it by person and organizes it chronologically.
I wonder if this
So,
is.
the first thing
Can we
in
not
this
just
book
wrap up, Joey?
is Joseph Alexander
Listen, guys,
talks
it's
about
fine, it's
being
fine,
afraid
it's
of
fine.
a psychologist
We have
by the
37
name
hours.
of Dr. Lipschitz.
We have 37 hours to go. It's fine.
Now, some of us who've been around for a while might remember that Dr. Sylvia Lipschitz
I
was
do miss
actually
Dr.
a
Lipschitz.
psychologist here in the city, and was
I
also a
really liked her.
psychologist back in 1985. Very likely,
It's so
that the
kind of.
Sylvia Lipschitz
It's actually
mentioned
kind
in
of
this
wild
book
about
is
the
the same
number
Sylvia
of
Lipschitz that used
old-
to be
yeah,
here.
Yeah, because Mayhe's still going. That's what we got. Look at the Minecraft parkour.
Joseph mentions
Look how
that he's
pretty it
afraid
is.
of Dr. Lipschitz because right through him. He references
No,
some
ma'am,
phase
it's been
2
2
of a
hours and 12
plan
minutes.
and talks about cultivating a flock. For his dated entries, the first one is on June 16th, 1985. This is his first talk with Dr. Lipschitz. She examines him about how he became a psychologist in such a rural area. Joseph diverted the topic to talking about heroes and villains, then diverted again to talk about Dr. Lipschitz.
Imagine if Bloom's verdict was
the
this
scant
long.
few of us
Yeah, you're not
who
wrong.
have read Dr. Hayabusa's notes about Mr. Alexander here may think this is a little familiar. Moving on, the 26th of June,
To be fair,
1985.
it is
The
Joy,
second
that's
talk
correct.
with Dr. Lipschitz. I think Dr. Lipschitz may have been playing a little bit with this one because apparently she opened up this conversation immediately by talking about sociopaths and psychopaths.
Here's the verdict, then Joy gets shot. No, people
she came
come. Oh God,
to
this does not
that
scratch
line
the
of
itch.
conversation.
That also does not scratch the itch.
Then he made some weird comments about like planting seeds in people's minds.
Also does not scratch the itch.
And then he mentions that he lied and said that his family died in a fire instead of being murdered.
I think there's only a few people who have guns in here,
Because
and Sparks just walked
I
off.
don't know if I explicitly wrote it out in my notes here, but guess how Joseph Alexander was inducted into the cult?
Was it the pain game?
So the cultists, I guess, like broke into his house or something, and then they kidnapped them all and made Joseph's dad pick who his favorite kid was. And his dad picked Joseph's sister. And then the cult killed everyone except the dad. And then Joseph killed his own dad. Gee, where the fuck does that sound similar to?
You guys want to see the room?
Fucking 1985. Anyway, moves on to talk about Jenny Morrison,
Got a
whom
decent
he
amount of
labeled
people.
in his journal as Pride. Jenny Morrison is
There
going to
is
be
a
a very
fuck ton of
important
people
character
here.
here because it seems to be
Can I
somebody
cross?
that Joseph Alexander was kind of obsessed with in a way. It sort of mirrors a bit of the obsession that Mr. Alexander has
It's like
with
Dad
Dr.
reading
Mercy
his story.
Schilling.
Hi, Mojo. It's good to see you. I love.
So,
I,
Jenny
but-
Morrison, he notes that she's a
I
medical
love the
doctor. They're
character.
close friends because I haven't mentioned yet, but Joseph Alexander was a clinical psychologist at the. Well, actually, I did mention this, but it's been 2 fucking hours, so I'm going to mention it again. He was a psychologist at the hospital back in 1985. So Jenny Morrison and him were
Hi.
coworkers with one another. He mentions wanting to convert
doing
Jenny
okay.
Morrison. He mentions cherry blossom trees and how he calls them blood trees and how they're like important or some dumb shit. He talks about the 5 steps and how she needs to be weaker and more dependent on him before he acts. And he mentions taking her to a place to sacrifice animals to this tree. And he tells her about what actually happened to his family, but not about his father. And mentions that his father chose his sister and all that. First dated entry under Jenny Morrison is June 17th, 85. He goes on a hunting trip with Morrison.
all the lava.
This is when he reveals what actually happened to his family, that the cult killed his mother and sister and convinced him to kill his dad, and then told him about the one true path. And then he mentions the great song. He actually refers to it as the great song, but actually it's Amazing Grace because he just says, I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. The cult basically has some kind of religious significance for Amazing Grace,
I'm
and
so used to
granted,
playing
Amazing
Minecraft
Grace is a
with
pretty good
shooters.
song, and there's a lot of very good renditions of it, but I don't know why you would necessarily worship a song. Cult stuff, TM. He proceeds to list off all the things he learned about Morrison
Oh, wow, that
and
looks
from
good, though.
Morrison because he
I'm so used to playing Minecraft with
judiciously
shaders, and I missed
pried
this.
into her personal life and asked probing questions deliberately to figure out how she works and how she ticks. And then he had her sing Amazing Grace which is what Mr. Alexander had Deborah do, another woman that he was close to. And then he proceeded to pry even more traumatic events out of her from her past. I think it was that her little brother drowned, and so she had like a fear of water or something like that. And then mused about how he could use these traumatic events that he learned in order to basically direct her line of thinking into a way that was amenable to him. On July 14th, 85, Joseph writes that he thinks Morrison is ready for the trials. And he drove to Morrison's favorite spot, which is the, if you're familiar with it, it's the small fishing shack next to a little dock that's just south of Zancudo Base. That was Jenny Morrison's favorite spot back in 1985. He told her about the trials and the sin, and then he had her take out her frustrations with
all lawyers
work
and judges need
on
therapy.
trees and rocks,
It gets
basically
rough
by
sometimes
striking
out
them
here.
with her fists, which is based on comments made by Catherine Cuddlepuff about her knuckles being cracked. Sounds really fucking similar to this. Next, August 5th, 85. They talk about religion. They talk about Morrison's new home. They talk about family. He talks about some voices he hears. They discuss the 7 deadly sins. He convinces Morrison to
electrician? Because you're
agree
definitely
that
lighting
her
up my
sin
night.
is pride.
Oh my god.
And then he
tea's-
goes over the trials in more
Some
detail.
tea as well because of the yapping? There's a ton of tea. There's a
Next
ton
entry,
of tea.
following day, the 6th, Morrison tells Joseph that she wants to do the first trial. And so Joseph says, great, don't eat from now until the trial ends.
Do we have anything like
And then the
interesting?
7th,
Like, actually?
he notes that Morrison looks very rough, and so he decides to take pity on her by telling her that she can eat 1 ice cube and 1/4 of a lemon every 4 hours until the trial starts.
1/4 of a lemon.
It appears that Joseph Alexander put Jenny Morrison on the runaway
Yeah,
model
Arkansas still
circa
going.
year 2000 diet. Anyway, next, Joseph talks about a man by the name of Freddie Monk and how he was so proud that Freddie Monk turned his life around
I'm a
from
simple
being a
woman,
drug
I see a
addict
pretty
to
lady,
becoming
I
a
tell
family
pretty lady.
man, and how close he was a friend with him.
True.
And lamented about how Freddie Monk
That's-
died.
That's actually fairly
Apparently
true.
due to a completely unrelated incident to this cult. I guess it's just a past friend of his that he's just so sad died.
Is this
Which,
Joy
you know,
reconditioning us
fair,
for his cult?
understandable. Then he talks about Ruby Montgomery,
I took out the trash, God
who
did
was
it, did
the
the dishes, and
director
we're
of
still
the
here. We're still
Pilbrox
here.
Medical Group, which was the medical authority back in 1985, as far as I can tell.
War and Peace was shorter novel than what's going on.
Ruby had a lot of problems at work. Also mentions the deputy director, Francesca Rooney, had mentioned to him that a former
small
patient
Francesca
of his
reference.
went missing on the 13th of June and then turned up at the lighthouse with busted up feet and really intoxicated. And it was later revealed that this was Dr. Montgomery. So this is sort of just foreshadowing, I guess, the dated entries that come
I
later.
think
He
she's
made
in
Dr.
city.
Montgomery go on the trials. On the 21st of June, he mentions that Dr. Montgomery loves torturing herself and lists out all of the sordid characteristics and personal drama between Dr. Montgomery and other members of the hospital medical group, and talks about how he can use all of this to his advantage to get her into his flock, and giddily goes over all the things that he's going to do to her and all that weird creep shit. Day, the 22nd, he talks with her about trials, religion, the 7 deadly sins, etc., etc. Because Joseph Alexander, I guess, to his credit, appears to have freely
Those are
talked
good
about all of the
winners.
trials
What?
up front with everyone
What do
who
you
he would force
mean?
through them. He wouldn't try to I mean, obviously, he still tried to manipulate them into
Thank you for
doing
the
it,
tier 1.
but to the one singular point that I can find to his credit is he laid out everything to everyone up front.
I'm kind of actually digging this
again,
song.
Barring the whole psychiatric manipulation over a period of, weeks to months that he would use to then compel them to do those trials. But I digress. Next, we skip ahead to July 16th, which is a incident in which Montgomery expresses her frustration about Deputy Director Rooney practicing sedating someone that the hospital staff was really not happy about, and also was not happy that Dr. Montgomery did not punish her. She mentions to him about all the stress that the hospital causes her and how she's thinking about resigning. They meet up at her house, and he has her yell at him, pretending to be people that she doesn't like or that cause her stress to vent. Again, we have the whole prior to the trials, having them go to an isolated area and vent all of their stress out in that isolated area before then proceeding with the trials.
Cherry
Basically giving them a sense of euphoria or
pink
accomplishment in, venting all that stuff and feeling better before leading into the trials. Again, hashtag not a psychologist. Afterwards, they mention that he mentions that he needs to get the mayor, Daniel Marino, to break off things with Dr. Montgomery, because I guess Dr. Montgomery is seeing the mayor of Los Santos. In previous entries, he had sort of mused about how we could potentially use this to manipulate Daniel Marino, because Joseph Alexander really liked manipulating people who were in positions of power and authority. Skipping ahead to August 5th, he talks about how Dr. Montgomery was removed as the pillbox director and left the state. And then he just casually laments about how, oh, boo-hoo, I'll have to find someone else to manipulate. Joseph briefly talks about Brett Madden next and how he needs to be careful around her because this woman, I guess, just walked up to him one day and just stated to his face that he was evil. Good on her, because she was right. He muses about next to Dr. Lipschitz. She is probably the second most likely person to discover what he is and what he's doing.
They can take me where she
entry
wants.
Here is one on August 7th, in which he talks about how her mother became very sick and she had to leave the state. And then, after hearing that, like the sane, rational person he is, decided this was the perfect time to muse about how her husband is still in a coma in the hospital and how he could potentially inflict pain and torture upon her husband in order to coerce her to come back to the state.
Wailing Woods.
Fun guy. This is the part where the entries break on being directed at specific people and become chronological in nature. Here he talks about how he had to go home, referring to back to Canada, because 4 of his children were misbehaving. And he talks specifically about a child in particular named Jessica, and how he was so proud of Jessica because she stabbed her brother to death without even being prompted and completed all the trials easier than others. But mentions that she had strayed along with a child named Joe, one named Rob, and one named Emily. We got Emily back. Look at that.
Gotta keep it thematic.
He talks a lot with a man whom he calls Jacob, that he refers to as the head of his collection.
Winners.
And also casually mentions that Jacob was the one who recruited him, Joseph, into the cult. So, no, the assertion that the cult got all fucked up when Joseph came around was not actually true, because there's a man by the name of Jacob who did the exact same shit to Joseph. And I'm going to go out on a limb and guess there was probably a guy that did the exact same shit to Jacob to get him in the cult.
Hey, winners.
Basically, as punishment for misbehaving, Joseph, kind soul that he is, forced Jessica to blast Rob point blank at close range in the back with a shotgun.
You say kiss you if you're
killing him
wrong. You know, I
instantly.
hear a rumor you're a pretty good kisser. Would you like to go through the
Because
scientific
that wasn't
method to test
enough,
it out?
Joseph Alexander had Jessica shackle Joe and Emily to a tree and had Jessica beat them with a whip on their back for multiple hours. At this point, some other random fucking guy in the crowd just stepped forward named Mark and mentioned, "Oh, yes, I've strayed from the path too." He didn't just shut his fucking mouth, but he basically stepped forward and was like, "Please, sir, please, I want to be whipped too. I've strayed from the path. Give me some of that."
Oh my god, Joy.
Hashtag just cult things. Anyway, Mark is the guy that was then strapped to a pole and exposed to the elements for 5 days with no food or water. The cult apparently sang Amazing Grace around him as they were strapping him up, and then they sang the song again when they took him down.
You should have played that one saxophone song.
Did. Century, August 8th. This is when he says Jenny Morrison begins the trials. He says that she completed trial 1 by collapsing at the fish shack, her favorite spot near Zancudo Base. Then August 11th.
I wish I was insane to post
like
that on Twinsta.
I guess kind of a segue. He talks about how a coworker of his
Got you.
named Artie
Got you right
had been
here.
attacked, was in the ICU, and had its arm severed off. And he had gone to the crime scene to see where it happened, and whilst at the crime scene, I guess Jenny Morrison told him that something happened at his camp. So then he went to his camp and found out that, I guess, someone tried to burn down his cherry blossom trees with gasoline. And so he got really, really pissed off, swore vengeance, took one of the burnt branches of the trees, taped it to a wall somewhere, and then said he, fantasized about, I don't know, killing and eating the guy or some weird shit. I don't fucking know. Anyway, after all this was done, he asked Jenny about the second trial, and she said she would do it later. And that made him really, really mad that she didn't want to do the trial right away.
Hit me with your rhythm
he
stick.
then talked about how he needs to inflict pain on her and calls her his daughter, like a creeper. Much like Miss Hart, or Amante Hart, testified that Mr. Alexander called her his daughter, like a creeper.
Rainbow, that one's a good one.
Not call people daughters unless they're your actual daughter.
Correct.
Is that such a hard ask? I don't know. I'm not going to kink shame anyone. Anyway, August 12th. This is the final entry in the book.
Joy.
So he talks about how he's going to force Jenny to do the second trial. So because he is an actual psychologist and has access to all of the drugs, unlike Mr. Alexander, he goes and gets some DMT, scopolamine, morphine, and then also has to pick up a boombox with Amazing Grace and another tape. So at work, he drugs Jenny's coffee, kidnaps her, basically smuggles her out the back, and then takes her to the maintenance shed for the trains off of Union Road, ties her to a steel pole, and then just begins yoinking out her fucking fingernails.
That one's good, winner.
This apparently excites him so much that he has to take a break and have a little smoke, much like I'm doing now. And then he decides
he failed
fuck
it.
it.
Chad,
And
he
takes
failed
that
at the
cigarette
parkour.
and he starts putting it out on her right arm.
Hard.
And then he tells her that she's going to do the other trials. He injects her with morphine, starts playing Amazing Grace. Then he moves her from the train yard to up in the hills, chains the music to the Boots, Boots, Boots song, gives her a picture of her boyfriend, and then proceeds to start carving the word pride into her.
Does that mean the parkour is working?
And apparently
to pay
she
attention?
was just so
'Cause I didn't know
happy
this.
about this and
Perfect.
was
10 out of
pleading
10.
for him to do more. He says Jake was the one who did this. Or no. Montgomery's boyfriend was Daniel Marino. Her boyfriend is Jake. Sorry.
I have a really cheesy one. I'm not
So he
gonna
says
say
Jake
it,
is the one who did this. Basically, it's the reprogramming shit. He reprogrammed her. Then he gives her a deer heart, has her drink more DMT-laced coffee, changes it back to Amazing Grace, and then he left and went to the hospital to see if anybody had found out that he had kidnapped her from the hospital, and then began patrolling the highway to see if the police or anyone else was going to go and come and get her. And that's where the journal entry ends. This is the book that has been referenced throughout.
Oh, we're doing court pickup lines now.
Those are all of the entries that are in that
Rainbow,
book.
I may not be a judge, and I may not have a gavel.
Paying attention, there are, a few similarities between Joseph Alexander and our defendant, Mr. Alexander. Their family was killed by the cult. They were goaded into killing their own father. They both come from Alberta, Canada. They both compulsively gather information on people. They both manipulate the people around them with that information. They love to perform therapy at areas. Oftentimes that therapy consists of letting people vent and lash out in the open. They both had people perform at least one of the trials
is in fact not
and
a
make
Christian
reference to the
Minecraft
trials
server.
and have knowledge of the trials and how they work.
All right, fine. Whenever you want to do this, I could never object to you because you sustained me
The
as
state
long
is
as you need to.
alleging they both rip out fingernails and put out cigarettes on people. They both use the hearts of animals in some way. I mean, there's bowls of heart, like mountain lion hearts, and 3 of the 4 crime scenes in this case. And he had Jenny Morrison eat the heart of a deer. Use
Actual
of
Minecraft, that's
psychoactive
correct.
drugs, and use of Amazing Grace,
Chat.
and boots.
We're like halfway
There
through
are
the video.
of similarities with the whole chaining people up and leaving them exposed. That's how Deborah was allegedly punished, and was how Mark was punished, and was also how Joseph wanted to punish.
prosecutors?
I forgot. There was one last thing where the guy who poured gasoline on his trees and lit that stuff on fire, he mentioned that what he wanted to do was like leave them exposed to the sun until their skin was cracked and breaking or something to that effect, and then he wanted to like rip out their heart and eat it or some like weird shit. He wanted to glue their eyes open as well so that they go blind, which is precisely what Mr. Alexander said happened to Deborah before he came clean, and
I sure
mentioned
hope it's
that
1 in a
he
million.
dragged
Yeah.
Deborah out of a domicile and shot her in the head at close range with a pistol.
Oh my fucking god.
So then we get to a little bit of a profile for Mr. Alexander. So, why is Mr. Alexander
He
a
finds out
fitting
it's actually a
suspect
loop.
for these crimes?
There we go.
So,
Look at that.
Number 1,
Opa.
Mr. Alexander is one
Opa.
person that has
Opa.
knowledge of this cult and how it tortures people. The way all of the victims were tortured mirrors the way that he was tortured, the way Joseph tortured people, and also the trials. And prior to this investigation, there were only 4 people that had the full picture
Characters,
of how the cult
psychologists.
operated and what they did to people. Those 4 people were Dr. Hayabusa, Dr. Patrick January, Agent Keller, and Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander also, eventually in his sessions with Dr. Hayabusa, he admits to killing Robert on trial 1 and Deborah, even going so far as to have a recording for it. Which is to say, he has killed for the cult in the past. Now, normally we don't allow character evidence in as evidence to say, well, you committed this crime before, therefore you're the one who committed this crime now. But there are exceptions to that, which include motive, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, and identity. Moving on. From numerous medical observations made by Dr. Hayabusa,
Alberta
and in a
L.
small way Dr. January as well.
So I'll pause the music really quick.
All of the medical
Patrick right
professionals
here is
that have
something that
examined
hasn't
Mr. Alexander
happened on
note
stream,
that he gets really
but I'll mention it to
excited
chat.
about talks of manipulating
Patrick
others
January
and
says,
torturing others
just a reminder
and
that
having
FIB has
power
had this book
over
for
others
months.
and
Correct. She is
basically
Keller
everything that he's
purposefully hid
alleged
the
to have
book away
done
from
here
everybody,
today.
and we're looking at pressing government corruption charges.
He
on
also
her.
makes
Once we know we have enough
comments
information, that'll stick.
throughout his
She purposefully
therapy sessions and
let
to other people
the woman who is dead
about
die.
Going back to his
She harbored that
old
information.
ways.
So.
And then,
if we get
last
enough,
but not least, what makes Alexander a candidate here
R.I.P. Keller
is all the shit on the hard drive. First, before we get to the contents of this hard drive,
Jesus Christ,
we have to talk about why the hard drive is authentic. And there's a couple reasons why this hard drive that was found beneath that tree at Parsons on July 15th is authentic, probably beyond a reasonable doubt. Not even probably beyond a reasonable doubt, but authentic beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, you want to play this game,
And it's
Rainbow?
because of the two things that I mentioned before. Remember that
Keller
those
loves
audio
Greco anyway,
recordings
good.
of Deborah singing Amazing Grace and the audio recording of Mr. Alexander dragging...
You want to play this, Rainbow? Because we can play this game.
Was the one who made those audio recordings. He was in the sole possession and control of those two audio recordings. Now, over the course of this investigation, he provided those audio recordings to Dr. Hayabusa. Notably, Dr. Hayabusa in session... what was that? I think session 5 did not actually put the audio recording that she was sent via text in the report. So even after that report was shared with other people, they would not have had access to that audio recording. Now, the audio recording of Deborah was actually included in the report of session number 8 that was then shared with Katie St. Clair and Veronica Wilson. So there are 4 people who have access to that recording. But there's only 2 people that have access to the second recording. And now it's possible that that recording may have been shared around, but as far as the facts and evidence that have been presented to me, I have nothing to conclude that anyone other than Mr. Alexander and Dr. Hayabusa has the recording of Deborah singing Amazing Grace. And both of those 2 recordings were on that hard drive. So that means whoever put all of the stuff on that hard drive necessarily had to have access to both of those recordings that were made by Stephen Alexander, because there is no one else who could have made those recordings. Presuming, of course, that those recordings are, in fact, of Deborah. Next, whoever put the text, because if you remember, there was the text messages between Izzy Abbott and the burner phone that were taken from the perspective of whoever had the burner phone in that hard drive. So whoever had to have whoever put the stuff on the hard drive not only had to have access to those 2 recordings, they also had to have access to the burner phone that was used to contact Izzy and Lana. Izzy Abbott's phone was on her person when she died and when she was placed in the morgue. So on top of the text messages not being viewed from her phone based on the way the text messages were structured, it couldn't have come from her phone anyway. So it's not a situation where someone took Izzy Abbott got the text messages off of her phone and then put them on the hard drive. They came from the burner phone.
Here comes the switch.
Also, we know these text messages are authentic because a phone subpoena of that burner phone produced those text messages as well, meaning those text messages were in fact sent between
we are now
that burner
almost
phone,
on hour 3, Kira.
Lana Stewart, and Izzy Adams.
Is your heart,
So now we're at
is your
2
smile
criteria that have
admissible
to be
in
met
court? Because
for
it makes
who
my
could have put
heart
that stuff
confess.
on that hard drive.
God
Pictures
damn.
of Catherine Cuddlepuff on that hard drive.
I'm gonna think of a response to this. Hold on.
And this is the one thing that I forgot to get. Give me one moment. But you will see that when I pull this stuff out, you'll see what I'm talking about with these pictures here. Where the fuck is the hard drive contents?
I'm thinking, I'm cooking.
21249.
Yeah, you got it. What's that name in the top right?
Son of a bitch. Thank you, Dr. Hayabusa.
How do you set your name?
That's Steven Alexander.
It's just a coincidence, right?
No, it's
Let me
not.
apologize. S. Alexander.
How do you set your name on the fucking camera? Camera?
Oh, is it a coincidence, Joy?
Well, do we know who that
But
is
wait.
in the picture?
Where's that location at? What's that say in the bottom right?
Kudo.
Says
Barack,
5M.
a great chaperone. Well, hold on. Do we know?
Says 5M.
I mean,
Roland.
that's just a person in a photo. How?
Pictures.
Oh.
Well, you know,
Damn.
maybe it was just someone else that was just dressed exactly how Catherine was found and has Catherine's red hair and also was at the place where she pinged
Nice
Mr.
rebuttal.
Alexander to and no. Remember back to that one therapy session, Dr. Hayabusa had mentioned that she had given him a PD camera, which produces, you know, like right here, it says Tyler Hayabusa. You see that? So that means the person who was holding this camera that took all these, you know, wonderful pictures. Oh, that one actually
There we
doesn't
go.
have it on there. Look at that. But that does appear to be Catherine laying there by the beach. Oh yeah,
Damn.
remember that time when she said "ocean so pretty" to
Damn.
Oswin McHale? Is that the ocean?
Is that the ocean, Joy?
Pretty.
Is that the ocean?
Oh, pretty.
Looks like the ocean, Joy.
Yeah, how did this get on that hard drive?
Ooh.
Look at that. That was the picture from earlier.
Oh, how did that get on that hard drive? Hey, is that Catherine over there? Looks like Catherine, doesn't it?
Joy been cooking.
Son of a bit.
Joy been cooking, chat.
And here's something else that's kind
we'll
of
make
funny.
this.
What about
We'll make this a little smaller for you guys.
What about this one? What about this one? Oh, look, it's the it's the Cuddlepuff text.
Oh.
That was sent from Catherine Cuddlepuff's phone. So whoever had access
using me
to
like
this
a
hard drive,
floofing whore.
also had access to Catherine Cuddlepuff's phone, at least at some point, because how else would these texts have gotten here, because if you're familiar with
I thought he
phones
loved
and things,
me. Hold on, what is this?
those-
I haven't seen
those
this. I've looked
texts
through
right
most of the
there were
evidence.
sent by the
I
person
thought he loved me. He's
holding
sleeping with so many women. I cannot
dog.
even count how I feel. I'm going to have a bit of vacation. I'm just gonna hold on. I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna. And yet, DOC got mad at me for charging Oswin with
also the
assault
place where
and
Catherine Cuddlepuff's
battery.
car, the Emperor Beater, was found. The pink synthetic hair in it. The audio recordings, the transcripts of which I will go over immediately after this, are also they sound like Mr. Alexander, and also this hard drive was labeled with Mr. Alexander's name. So, well, these could potentially all be doctored.
I'm only on 30...
This could just all be doctored evidence. AI is pretty good these days. Maybe somebody fed an AI a bunch of audio clips from Mr. Alexander so that it learned his manner and pitch and tone of speaking, and then they had the AI read off a bunch of crazy fucked up stuff and then put it on here. And maybe the photo of Cuddlepuff with S. Alexander in the top right, taken at the exact place where Catherine Cuddlepuff pinged Mr. Alexander 6 times based on the phone subpoena, and also where her Emperor Beater was found. Maybe that was all doctored as well. But what can't be doctored is those 2 audio recordings that were only in the possession of Mr. Alexander and Dr. Hayabusa. So there are only 2 people who could have made this hard drive. Either option A, Stephen Alexander put all of this shit on this hard drive.
We were trying to keep the information from
and
her.
Recorded all of these audio recordings, so on and so forth. Option 2
we were trying to keep the information away from everybody that we thought that she was
is
susceptible.
Dr. Hayabusa
to
deliberately fabricated all of this evidence in an attempt to frame
we're like an
Mr.
hour
Alexander.
into the thing.
Y'all, right now, I ain't got enough time to be doing all that.
These are quite literally the only 2 options for how all of this shit is on this hard drive. Either Dr. Hayabusa, the director of medicine for the state of San Andreas, just decided to pull a cheeky frame job on Mr. Alexander and is skilled with photo manipulation, is skilled with audio doctoring, and a myriad of other things, had access to the burner phone, which, spoiler alert, in one of the journals, Mr. Alexander admits to having that burner phone and talks at length about how he was hiding it and where he was hiding it, and etc., etc. But I digress. The only other option, if we are not willing to believe that Dr. Hayabusa, director of medicine, is attempting to frame Mr. Alexander for the death of Izzy Abbott and the long-term torture
That one's a really good one, Chad.
Lana Stewart and Catherine Cuddlepuff. And I guess the kidnapping of Lola, I'm not even really sure how that one would work, considering Lola literally testified in court that it was Mr. Alexander that came and took her from her place of business and dragged her up into the hills. So I don't even know how that one can really be explained based on the contents of the hard drive. Or Mr. Alexander put all the stuff here.
All right, anyway.
Let's get into what else is on that hard drive. I'm going to go through each of these audio recordings one by one. There are 10 of them, and they are also dated. Also, Jesus fucking Christ, I've been talking for 3 hours.
Chat.
Get another cigarette, Your Honor.
guys need any food?
I'm gonna need another goddamn cigarette.
Do you guys need any food? Scanlan, Joe, Nash, you need any food?
I'm good. I got food on me. I got food. I'm good.
Okay.
Don't eat this food.
Sean, is that you?
I deserve being able to eat food after
I'm
3
gonna
hours of
sneak by
rambling
you.
like a crazy person.
Can I say one thing though while he's eating?
Just gonna...
Because Joy, there's a couple things you got wrong in there. Mercy was not helping this man in any way. Whoever said yawn, go fuck yourself. Next, I don't like that because I don't want anybody in this audience
What about
who's
Sparks?
texting her nasty shit because you're all a bunch of pussies. For doing that.
Just gonna
She did not help
Go
this
get
man.
food. I'll be right
Okay?
back. I'm just gonna. Oh my God, Sprouty, welcome in. Hold on, we gotta turn the Minecraft parkour off for a second, chat. I gotta go get food, which means we have to roleplay. Hello. Oh, look, an Ambo. Hello.
Oh.
Hello. Can I get foods?
Like the menu or dealer's choice?
No, menu, please. If you don't mind.
There you go. Do not have the passion fruit at the moment.
It's okay.
Sorry,
Can I...
the tropical whiskey. We
No,
don't
you're
have the tropical
you're fine. Can I get order the fried plantains and then some Cuban coffee, please? Dear God, we're 3 hours into this.
So Veronica told me that it was supposed to be 1,000 words. Like, I'm sorry, when this is almost taking as long as the case itself, you need to shut the fuck up. Hey, you want to be petty with me?
Yeah, I'm ready to be petty with you. Let's go.
I want to go and get Tammy charged with misuse of the 311 and get that put on as a charge.
We tried with the case already, and they said no.
But here's the thing: is you can see our instance, right?
Yes, yeah, I can. That's why I was looking at her doing the thing.
Oh no,
and...
look at Here, I'm just gonna share this with you so you get a.
Okay.
Because I just went through and
466, by the way.
Get that one more time.
4666. Dr. Q was mad? Yeah, of course she was
I
mad.
just went through and logged every single 311 since July 7th. I'm currently cleaning it up, but
some of these are going.
I know some of them are like, I want it to be set as a precedence, and I know that anything after whenever it was last dismissed, we can't hit her with. But you look at how excessive this is.
It's rough, really. Let me get the report that she. Okay, so there was a.
If you want to, if you want to attach it, you're good too.
On the tray when you're ready. Thank you. So 20464 and 20467 are the two reports we can't use in this because that was already adjudicated on.
Which one?
So it is report 20464 and 20467. We can't use either of those reports.
But I want to basically, I'm not going to use that, but it's more of just to set the precedence of look at how many have come through.
She's just spamming it, yeah.
I also included the 311 responses to her shit as well.
Yeah, we can't use those three, so we put it right here.
Fine. I just like something needs to be set as precedent.
It does.
Because this is very excessive.
Especially for exactly
Step out other way. We can step out other way.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Did you get your stuff?
I did now. Yep. Alright, thank you.
Oh, I have a good one.
Next. You too.
I figured this is something that you may enjoy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go and clean it up and stuff, so I want to get it set as a precedent that misuse of 311 is a thing.
Honestly, you could probably, well, it's not public disturbance. We've been trying to get that with her spamming it, but we've got to figure out a good charge for it, so we can charge her for it. Let's see, public displays. Disturbing the peace, I think is the correct. No person shall fight in public or challenge. No person shall maliciously or willfully disturb peace by loud and unreasonable noise. So that is not necessarily the case. Shipping offenses against persons. Not there. Public order offenses. I mean, we could charge her for disturbing the peace for every instance that she does it, and then hope for the best.
That's not even Chad.
Yeah.
Vandalism.
Oh,
no person
no,
can
I just
destroy
think that
any real or personal
given-
property of another.
So it looks like those two are for the July 7th stuff.
Okay, cool.
Everything else past that is pretty much fair game.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, as long as it's within statute.
And I even like again, we're still filling out and stuff, but
Other man at the door.
I put down at the very bottom if you see that the report number for that.
Yeah, I can see it because it's all coming from her own. Wow, this is insane. Just absolutely insane. The number of times she reaches out to 311.
I mean, I didn't even like that's not even including like so we need EMS or stuff like that. Like
Sure,
I
right,
only
we shouldn't do
included
that. Yeah,
the stream stuff,
which is her only TAM's nonsense. So.
Right, I'm gonna include her profile that shows I think I just fucked.
Do you have a search warrant because you stole my heart? Evidence tampering, witness tampering. We might be able to sue her. We might be able to sue her civilly on it and just get a restraining order from her using 311 because the ruling on the case was to ban people from using 311. So, was for some reason somehow we can block people on phones and systems, which is something that we can't typically do. So. So in and of
Or
itself,
if I want to
a
get a
problem.
charge that way, I don't care if she uses it, but if that means we can go and actually write a warrant and charge her with shit, like that's my whole goal.
I honestly think getting a court order on this might be easiest because then if she posts it again, we can get her violation of a court order kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
So I think that might be the best route. So once you and whomever else is involved in this, we'll just proceed with like an admin action for a restraining order for her, basically not to post anything in 311 without it being an emergency issue. You know, I think that might be the best place or the best path for us to go. We just gotta be a little creative with it.
Yep, I figured that again. This would be one that you would enjoy.
Yeah, I love this kind of shit. I love esoteric, kind of difficult, kind of arguments.
She was like, oh, because I was like, yeah, we're gonna hit you with misuse to 911. She's like, you can't hit me with that because it was 311. I was like, oh, bet, say less. You want to be petty, bitch?
Yeah, we'll be petty. The prosecution can rest at my place tonight. I don't think there'll be much resting.
So
honestly.
I'll go and clean this up, get it.
We
get as
can
much stuff in there as
deliberate,
possible,
and I'll show you exactly what my
fuck
verdict
this.
means to you. Sounds good. Thank you, Lieutenant. I appreciate it.
No, thank you, Sparks. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
No, you.
You.
No, us.
Hey.
I'm gonna go back inside.
Miss Sparks, I don't know if you got my text message.
I took
That
16 hours off, and I received over almost 50 notifications, and then I immediately came to this. So no, I haven't actually checked it. Why? What's up?
I believe that I mentioned to you that I was going to speak with you about some of the going-ons at EMS. Something has come up, and I don't know if you want to know about it or not. So we should probably have a chat.
Okay. If it's that important to you, honey, we can go to my
That
office.
important.
Okay. Let me grab a car. What?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care right now. The court case still going on. I'm on duty as a clerk, so I just,
Do you wanna?
I'm helping any.
Do you wanna wait until
be
the?
around after?
Yes, I will. I will be around for 36 hours and 53 minutes.
I'll meet with you after, sweetheart. I promise.
All right, perfect. I'll be around.
All right.
Oh no, we're charging a bunch of EMS with corruption. We're charging some FIB agent with corruption, and it's not even like LOL. They revealed information. No, there is EMS kidnapping other EMS and torturing them. We have this.
Oh, good, thank you.
Hello.
So, do you mind if I search you real quick?
I'm the district attorney. I guess you can.
Okay, just follow procedure.
No worries.
Thank you.
No worries. All right, chat. We ready for this again?
On her. Also, where he talks about using a burner phone to contact potential members of his flock, and how he plans on pointing the police at Dr. Green. And he also talks about some odd circumstance
We
where
didn't
I guess
miss anything,
Cadet Bear
chat.
really wanted to know who Alexander was friends
basically,
with. And so
he's
he said he
hunting
was
down
friends
people.
with someone named Cassidy. I don't really know
That's it.
exactly who this is referring to, but there it is. Next up, journal number 4, April 30th. This is the day that Izzy Abbott is found dead in a barn off of Union Road.
We're only on April 30th.
He states that he doesn't think that Izzy made it, and he talks about how he hasn't gotten any text from her on his burner that he hides in a dumpster in the outskirts of the city.
What better alibi could you have than
that he was
spending the
sure
night
that
with
he would
me?
die, and he talks about starving her and having her do trial 1. He mentions that when he saw her at the barn, she looked defeated because she probably wanted to see Daniel O'Shea, but saw him instead, which is probably a reasonable reaction to having to march without food or water through someplace for a long-ass time, and then seeing that guy over there instead of your boyfriend. But notably what he says is that this is where he starts his journey of framing Dr. Green.
I volunteer to be there as a character witness.
And he
No,
talks about
no,
using
this
the
is
red
a
wig
one-on-one
and the heel
deposition
print to
between
frame
me and
her, and he
Rainbow.
talks about how Izzy was destined to die and how but
we can't have any
he's
ex parte
so benevolent
communication.
and he wishes that she could survive, and he thanks her for her sacrifice.
Son of a
He goes on a
bitch.
weird rant about how if you find someone from the cult, that they dig their claws in and don't let go. So what you have to do is you have to either basically take them out back and shoot them in the head and throw them in a shallow grave, or you have to run away.
Kill him already.
The reason why the phrase "start his journey of framing Dr. Green" is fairly key is because he literally stated in his previous audio journal that his plan was to pin any murders or deaths that happened during those trials on Dr. Green.
Yep.
And so if he is starting his journey of framing Dr. Green because of Miss Abbott, that would naturally imply that he was the one who killed Abbott, because if she lived, it would be that much harder to frame Dr. Green. And this becomes more true when we get to the entries that talk about Miss Cuddlepuff. Spoiler alert, he also intended Cuddlepuff, or no, Lana. Not Cuddlepuff, Lana. The entry is about Lana.
Yeah, we're just over 3 hours.
He actually also
3
wanted
hours and 6
Lana to
minutes.
die, but then actually changed his mind halfway through.
All right,
and
we're
then
gonna do another
decided
poll, chat.
to allow her to live, according to these audio journals. So at this time,
will there be
he
violence?
appears
Question mark.
to be intent on
Yes.
basically torturing and
No.
murdering people and then framing Dr.
5
Green
minutes.
for it.
5 minute poll up, guys. Will there be violence? Okay.
And that really can't happen unless she dies. So, anyway, moving on to Journal 5, May 11th. This is 10 days
Who the fuck is
prior
this?
to the messages being found at the FIB building, which, by the way, is where Agent Keller works, who is someone who he is actively trying to manipulate. Why all that stuff was found at the FIB building. And in fact, in this journal, it becomes even more obvious as to why some of these things were done the way they were. if you recall, Izzy Abbott only did not have many of the verbal sort of, or not verbal, but like the written statements at the scene.
This is a.
I once was lost,
Did I miss
and
anything
now
on
I'm
the...
found. Those who walk
If
the
only
path
if it's
do so
cool.
of their free will. Sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away, etc., etc. Izzy only had "I once was lost"
Can you give me a snack,
and nothing
Rainbow?
else. On May 11th, this is Izzy Abbott dead, everyone else still alive. He talks about how he's angry about how Keller yelled at him for talking to Tallulah. He mentions Keller asked him about Deborah. He mentions that he cried fake crocodile tears and how his story about Deborah was obviously fake. Basically just trying to get Keller off his case. Talks about how the, quote, normal techniques won't work on Keller. He talks about he texted her and was invited to come to the FIB building. He uses that as an opportunity to dig into Keller's personal life. Keller mentions an investigation and he immediately backpedals, because this is the point where he finds out that his case is still open and that people are still looking into it. Keller also asks him about Abbott and he feigns ignorance. And then he mentions at the end, quote, Keller, sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away. 5 May 11th. Sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away. Hey, wasn't that carved at the crime scene where Lana was found and Catherine was found? Wasn't found at Izzy's scene because Izzy was already dead by this point? Am I correct on that? Someone correct me if I'm wrong here.
You're correct, Justice Joy.
Yeah. Then we get to Journal 6, May 26th. This is the day before the second therapy session with Dr. Hayabusa, and 2 days before Lana
it's not safe for
Stewart
work, we'll
is
just... It's all
finally
just kind
located.
of casual stuff. We're just messing around.
So in this journal, he states that he started the first trial with Lana last Tuesday, which would have been May 21st. Later on in this audio recording, he actually mentions the day himself as the 21st, corroborating this.
There we go.
And he mentions that he's just exhausted trying to keep up with her, implying that when people do these trials, he sits there and watches them like a creeper. Which probably was evident by the photographs taken of Catherine Cuddlepuff that have already been shown, but I digress. He also talks about how he had a conversation with Keller this past Thursday, referring to May 23rd, as a,
for
quote,
the bit and for
distraction
banter always.
about
All right,
forensic
fine, you can go ahead.
psychology. He proposed it as a potential job opportunity. He talks about problems that he has with Dr. Green, and Keller told him to make a complaint about her. So then he says he goes to Dr. Hayabusa, and he talked about how Dr. Green told him she could make gangs kiss her feet or some other things like that. And also talks about how mad he was that he found out Dr. Green was not actually in the ICU and that he was lied to. Enters into a conversation with Dr. Hayabusa, and he talks about how similar his past is with Dr. Hayabusa's. He mentions that he wants to convert her slowly. He says he gave her an ego boost about wanting to learn forensic psychology. And then he mentions that Dr. Hayabusa was so excited at this ego boost that she gave him a job offer to work as a psychologist at the hospital. He then states that he doesn't want to take it yet because he wants to plant more doubt regarding Dr. Green and Izzy and Lana, and mentions that if he does take this job, though, that he'll have Dr. Hayabusa's blessing and the people will see him as a trustworthy person because he's working for the government, obtaining the same position, stature, and role as Joseph Alexander did when he was a psychologist. He then does some weird edgelord shit, after which he thanks in his audio log, not verbally to Keller, but thanks Keller for telling him to talk to someone because now he's got an in at the hospital. He talks about Lana and how he met her on the 21st to prep her for the first trial, and he says that Lana can't survive and that she has to die for this to work. He mentions that her sacrifice will be another nail in the coffin for Dr. Green, and says that he deliberately never gave her an endpoint for her trial. And at some point, he confronts her and sees the fire in her eyes, and so he asks her to get in the car with him and gives her some beef broth with magic mushrooms, and then basically describes the process of him reprogramming her, the whole alternating Amazing Grace and nightmarish stuff and all that shit. He says that whilst reprogramming her, he used Dr. Green as his target. Basically, by target, if you remember the process of reprogramming, part of what you do is when you're on the bad cop part, when you're playing the weird fucked up music and you're inflicting all kinds of pain and torture on people, that's where you show them a picture of something close to them or someone that you want them to go after or be afraid of. So in this case, that picture was of Dr. Green that he used whilst reprogramming Lana Stewart. He also talks about, in graphic detail, about how he burnt her arms with cigarettes and pulled out her fingernails, which is also the exact same thing. Basically, his interaction with Lana Stewart, based on this audio log, is like almost identical to what Joseph Alexander did with Jenny Morrison. Like, they are extremely similar. And then in this recording, guess what he does? He ends this recording with the phrase, "All those who walk the path do so of their own free will." Wasn't that also on the crime scene for Catherine and Lana? Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get to Journal 7, June 4th.
Really hope this man
The day of the third therapy session with Dr. Hayabusa.
Thankfully.
He talks about how him and Dr. Hayabusa are very similar. I don't know if he knows what similar actually means, but sure. He talks about how he doesn't want to take the job at the hospital because he wants it to appear that it was the hospital's idea for him to work there so that he can slip in under the radar and do his fucked up shit. He says he was offered a job again, but he declines the job. He gets Dr. Hayabusa to start telling him about her husband and talks about how he was playing with her by deliberately misstating her husband's name and her husband's occupation and a bunch of other stuff. He says that this is also the session where he brought Ramona flowers too, and he says that he brought Ramona to the session as a way of showing Dr. Hayabusa that he's got good people around him and can be trusted because, you know, Ramona's the deputy mayor, and if the deputy mayor trusts Mr. Alexander, then, you know, Dr. Hayabusa will trust Mr. Alexander, etc., etc.
I saw right through all that shit.
He concocts a plan to drip feed Dr. Hayabusa information about his cult in order to get closer to her and to satisfy her curiosity that she has into him and the cult. And then he muses about how he could get Dr. Hayabusa to go after Dr. Green, but then says, well, I can't force it, I have to do it gradually. And then says that he said way too much in front of Ramona that he didn't mean to, and so he says he needs to talk to Ramona so that she doesn't freak out. Derisively says that she has the memory of a goldfish, so it'll work out. And talks about how he needs to remain in the good graces of both Ramona and Dr. Hayabusa so that he has two pillars of the community to vouch for him so that he can worm his way in and fuck people up. He talks about how he really wants to find someone new to put through his trials and how he wants to hear them scream in an ocean of pain and more edgelord shit.
Oh, wow.
Get to June 11th, Journal 8. This is the day after he was hired as a civilian counselor with Dr. Hayabusa. He talks about how he told Dr. Hayabusa about reprogramming and how now that he's a psych, he needs to get support from the hospital staff in order to deflect from suspicion. And then he talks about Dr. Schilling and how he hasn't had similar feelings about a person ever since Deborah, and waxes poetically about how she sees the monster in him but doesn't consider him as a monster, and says his path gets
Jello,
foggy
that's not
for
that
him
not safe
every
for work, and I
time
realized when Mike
she's
was muted this whole time.
nearby, which, as romantic as it is, he immediately backpedals with his next journal, June 28th, the date of therapy session number 7.
Yeah.
Where he talks about dating Mercy as a cover and giving her the illusion of fixing the monster, and basically talks about how he may have to do to Mercy what he did to Deborah if she continues to cloud his path, which, as a reminder, is dragging them out of their domicile in front of the cult and then shooting them at close range in the back of the head with a pistol while they're, you know, screaming for mercy. Pun not intended. You just now realize that. Anyway, also in this recording, he talks about Daniel O'Shea again and how he's always on guard with everyone and holds people at arm's length, and wonders how he ever got to dating Izzy Abbott in the first place. And then he talked about wanting to get him to react to something by, like, sending him pieces of Izzy Abbott and wanting to hurt and torture Daniel O'Shea's friends in order to see if he could get a rise or a reaction out of him because he thinks Daniel O'Shea is, like, robotic. He talks about going to the game warden about, you know, his forensic psychology stuff and offering him his services there.
Wait, if I'm gonna
he
get
also
paid,
opines about how
paid.
Dr. Hayabusa has become a little more robotic. And this is the part where he mentions how he would torture Dr. Hayabusa with sensory deprivation mixed with pain shocks and all that. The final journal, which is dated July 5th. This is 3 days before the session 8 and 4 days before Catherine Cuddlepuff is reported missing. He talks about how he felt fear for the first time about Dr. Schilling getting in some kind of trouble, and then he says he's glad that it happened because he doesn't want to fall into the same trap that Deborah tried to get him into. He talks about how Lola, I guess, told him that he feels like family to her, and he mentions that he's not going to put her on the path just yet. He starts talking derisively about Catherine Cuddlepuff and how she doesn't listen and that she's a handful and has too much energy, blah, 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 and says that he's going to punish her and start her on the trials. And then how he talks about how he sent his staff to Lieutenant McNamara and talks about how he really wants to manipulate CID so that he can point them at other people beside himself. I have no idea what he means by his staff or why a civilian counselor would have staff, but that apparently happened. That's the end of the journal.
Kill this motherfucker.
Which means, after all of that, which, by the way, I'm not going to be writing this fucking shit in my written verdict. I wrote nearly 10,000 words of notes on this fucking case. I am not doing it again. So if you look at my written verdict and you're like, oh, that doesn't have even half of the information that he had giving the oral verdict, it's because I've been sitting here fucking talking for 3.5 hours and I am not spending another day writing up all this bullshit. So,
cigarette.
I need another fucking cigarette.
Oh no!
They told us to document everything.
Yeah, has this been?
Been 3.5 hours.
These cigarettes.
All right.
About almost half a pack now.
So let's start with witness tampering. The person shall knowingly and maliciously attempt to prevent or dissuade any witness or victim from attending or giving testimony at any trial, proceeding, or inquiry authorized by law. So, merely calling someone on the phone is not enough to tamper with a witness.
Correct.
So the only evidence that I have that calls were even made in the first place is call logs that don't talk anything about the subject matter of the conversations. And also Detective Wilson's secondhand accounts that Mr. Alexander was calling people related to this case. And while I don't doubt for a second that Mr. Alexander was calling people to this case, it's not enough to call people. You have to call people to knowingly and maliciously try to prevent or dissuade any witness or victim from, showing up to trial. And there was an opportunity for that. Lola Amonte Hart was one of the people who was called and was on the stand, but whilst on the stand, she wasn't actually questioned about any of the subject matter of the phone calls that she had with Mr. Alexander. So all I am left with is the fact that Mr. Alexander called people. Unfortunately for the state, that's not enough to substantiate witness tampering. So, Mr. Alexander, I am finding you not guilty of 2 counts of witness tampering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next up, kidnapping. No person shall forcibly or by any other means instilling fear or deceit, steal or take, hold, detain, or arrest any person of the state and transport that individual to another location within or outside the state of San Andreas. So, where we have a little hang up here is that even based on the text conversations, everyone except Lola Amonte Hart appears to have come willingly. Now, we can talk about, the weeks or perhaps months of psychological manipulation beforehand that conditioned them into being susceptible to coming along. But on its face, everyone except Lola came willingly. So what we have to ask ourselves is, did he deceive the other individuals? And here, the answer, I believe, is yes. But it's likely not for the reason most of you are thinking. And it's because, with Lana Stewart, at the time that he took Lana Stewart and put her on the trials, based on his own representations on the hard drive, he intended for her to die. So at the time he was transporting Lana to do her trials, he was being deceitful in that he told Lana that he was putting her on the trials, but in reality, he was trying to kill her. There was deceit in him moving Lana to those trials. Now, it is also true that he changed his mind after the fact, but he changed his mind well after the kidnapping under false pretenses was effectuated.
Okay.
Cuddlepuff, it's also yes. And it's for many of the same reason, because Mr. Alexander, by his own admission on those recordings, didn't intend to just have Cuddlepuff do the trials. He intended to punish her because he was angry with her, and also based on other things at the crime scene, the way she reacted upon waking up, her fear of Dr. Green. It appears that she was also reprogrammed. You know, the whole psychedelics, the whole good cop, bad cop bullshit. It was also not part of the deal, because reprogramming is not part of the trials. The articulation of the 5 trials has been extremely consistent up to this point. And reprogramming is not part of that. Reprogramming is what is done on people who are unwilling to join the cult in order to break down their resistance. So, Cuddlepuff wasn't sent on the trials with the full knowledge of what was happening. She was essentially tricked into doing the trials and then bait and switched into severe physical and psychological torture that was not part of the trials. And then with Lola, I mean, Lola literally testifies herself that he came to her place of business. There's a text message 2.5 hours.
I had 3 beers in this time.
Going
Girl,
dark.
the original
where he
trial
says
was
he's
6.5
coming to meet
hours.
her.
We're now almost. This is almost a 10, 11-hour trial.
That one's pretty self-explanatory.
This is longer than some trials I've had IRL.
Mr. Alexander, I'm finding you guilty of 1 count of kidnapping for Lana Stewart, 1 count of kidnapping for Catherine Cuddlepuff, and 1 count of kidnapping for Lola Amonte Hart.
Was it good?
Next up,
I don't really know about
have
anything
the Mayhem.
from Ignite. I played
Mayhem
about
Major,
an hour of it. And then
a
I
charge
stopped.
that we used to see all the time early on, then didn't see for a long time, and now are seeing it 3 separate times. So, Mayhem Major. No person with the intent to cause cruel or extreme pain and suffering for the purposes of revenge, extortion, persuasion, or for any sadistic purpose shall maim and inflict great bodily injury on another person. Such intent and purposes may include prolonged conduct over the course of 3 or more days, serial conduct on 3 or more occasions against the same person, or wanton conduct against 3 or more persons.
At least you have the memory of a fun time, so that's important.
So, do we have intent to cause cruel or extreme pain and suffering? In the gallery, do we have that?
Absolutely.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Yes, 100%, yes.
Okay, yeah. The answer is yes. This fucking cult literally believes that pain makes you stronger in order to survive the apocalypse. And they routinely go out and deliberately torture people in order to build up their resistance so that they can survive the apocalypse. Alright. Now how about this one? Revenge, extortion, persuasion, or for any sadistic purpose.
Yep.
Seems pretty
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I'd
say so.
Textbook case.
Yeah, in journal entry number 7, he literally waxes poetically about how much he loves inflicting pain. And in his sessions with Dr. Hayabusa, Dr. Hayabusa makes explicit note that he gets excited anytime she talks about, you know, torture or manipulation or things like that. So does he have a sadistic purpose in doing this? Yeah. Also, it bears noting at his fitness to stand trial evaluation, once again, Dr. Patrick January literally diagnosed him with sadistic psychopathy.
Not at me.
Did that? You did that? Next, maim and inflict great bodily injury. Do we have that?
He did that.
100%.
State argues yes.
Indeed.
Yeah, he did that shit, dog.
Okay, so based on my review of the records,
Fuck off, Davis.
Lana Stewart is still in a coma. In addition to Cuddlepuff's brain being all fucked up, she also can't really walk right. And Lola over there is literally in a wheelchair. And also, there's medical testimony from Dr. Hayabusa and Dr. January that was given on the stand at trial here that they will more than likely be permanently impaired in some fashion. Whether it be scarring, whether it be inability to walk normally, whether it be mental in nature. So the last criteria. For Mayhem Major, you additionally need conduct over 3 or more days, serial conduct on 3 or more occasions against the same person, or wanton conduct against 3 or more persons. This one's a little bit more tricky because y'all probably haven't been doing math, but Lana started her trials on May 21st. Found until May 28th, which is 7 days later.
That should be one count of Mayhem Major.
Catherine Cuddlepuff was started on her trials on July 9th, and she was found July 12th. I just realized I wrote May for some dumb reason, but that should be July. Hold on a minute. Here we are, July 9th to July 12th. That's 3 days. Lola was kidnapped on July 10th and was also found July 12th, which is only 2 days. So we have conduct. Well, there's technically an argument to be made that, okay, well, just because they were started on the trials and not found for 3 days, that doesn't mean that Stephen Alexander was actually torturing them for that whole period. But the problem with that argument remains that if you torture someone and then you just leave them out in the middle of nowhere, exposed to the elements for multiple days, you still caused them to have that exposure, which is torturous in its own right, especially given, I mean, we've heard about how Mark was tortured. We've heard about how Deborah was apparently tortured. We've heard about how Lola Amonte Hart was, what he was likely going for with the whole tree thing. So, I'm to say that probably counts. Lana, we've got 7 days. That's more than 3. With Catherine, we have 3 days. That's 3. But what about Lola? We only have 2 days there. So how do we get to Lola? Well, the state argues that, well, Lola was the 3rd victim. So wanton conduct against 3 or more persons fits for Lola. And originally, when I thought about this logically, I thought, I don't know if that argument sticks. Because it does sort of create some problems when you have people with multiple victims. Like, let's say there are 5 victims. So, can you charge someone with like 8 counts of fucking Mayhem Major because you just change the collection of 3 people over and over again? But after a brief conversation with some other members of the judiciary, the issue is, if 2 instances of Mayhem Minor can culminate in a major charge on the 3rd instance of Mayhem Minor, then by transitive property, why would 2 counts of major combined with 1 minor not transform that Mayhem Minor charge into a major charge?
Oh, I see. I kind of like that.
It's the same.
It's the same fucking thing,
basically. Inclined to agree there, because if that's how we're going to be, because that is how we have been treating Mayhem Minor. In fact, that was also the intent of how Mayhem Minor was to be treated, you know, building up to a Mayhem Major. But in this case, for separate and distinct reasons, we have Mayhem Major charges on 2 of the victims, and then we have a 3rd victim, which realistically is Mayhem Minor, but the question is can you escalate it because she's the 3rd victim? And assuming that you count that Lana and Catherine's Mayhem Majors are not counted for any 3 or more victim criteria for any other victims.
Oh, I see what he's doing.
It should feasibly stick.
I actually agree with that. Because the other 2 are just days. And then...
Mr. Alexander. For Lana Stewart. I'm charging you, or I'm finding you guilty. I'm not charging you. I'm not a cop. I'm finding you guilty of 1 count of Mayhem Major. Yes. For Catherine Cuddlepuff, I'm finding you guilty of 1 count of Mayhem Major. And for Lola Amonte Hart, I'm also finding you guilty of 1 count of Mayhem Major. And last, but not least, we get to murder. For Izzy Abbott. So murder says no person shall unlawfully and intentionally kill another human being with malice aforethought, with or without premeditation. Malice aforethought is basically like a deliberate intent to kill, more or less. there's also a version of malice where it's basically doing something that is so... doing something that has the natural and probable consequences of death that actually results in death, evidencing a reckless indifference to human life, etc., etc. But that version of malice we often don't use, specifically because our murder statute vexingly says intentionally kill, and then says malice aforethought, which is actually duplicative. And is not only duplicative, but that second form of malice I was talking about is actually written out of the statute because it says intentionally kill. So this statute's actually very confusing to me as a legal professional, but, you know, it's what we got, so it's what we're going to roll with. Determination as to whether the homicide is classified as murder in the first or second degree shall be made solely by the judiciary of the state of San Andreas should the matter proceed to trial. Honestly speaking, whether it's first or second degree has never really mattered. It's just a label. We don't even have internal metrics for if it's first degree versus second degree. The time and fine is higher or lower or whatever. Generally speaking, we just kind of work on a sliding gradient scale of how bad was this, and if it's really bad, we put more stuff on it. And if it was bad, but maybe only barely so, then we put less time on it. So, as to the murder of Izzy Abbott. So he literally states in journal number 4 that Izzy has to die, talks about how she was destined to die, talks about how he needs to use this to frame Dr. Green, which, yeah, that's a pretty strong intention, or rather, at the very least, a stated intention that you want to kill this person. And then they actually end up dead. There's also the idea that, even if we were to ignore that, he put her on these trials with the intention that she die, so that he could frame Dr. Green. There was some commentary by defense counsel that Izzy, in his closing argument, that Izzy died by stab wound. However, Mr. Alexander has also been shown to use a knife before when he stabbed Lola in the leg. Lola sitting right over there in a wheelchair because of the aforementioned stab to the leg. It's not a far-fetched idea that he just stabbed Izzy because he needed her to die, because he needed to frame Dr. Green. Sure, there's no murder weapon involved, or there was no murder weapon recovered, but whilst the murder weapon is certainly great evidence, not necessarily always required.
Correct. It's not required. It's not
the only
required for a murder.
requirement for a murder is a body. And we have a body, and we know who was in contact with that body just prior to that human being becoming nothing more than a body. We also know what she was subjected to before becoming a body outside the stab wound. So there's also no indication anyone could have possibly found her, because here's the problem that we have. Mr. Alexander, as far as all of the evidence that we have shows, is the only person who even knew Izzy was there. And in fact, based on his journals that he talked about with journal number 4, was likely the person who drove her to that barn in the first place. Which means there are only 2 explanations here. Either some random motherfucker came by, found Izzy there, and then for some insane person reason, stabbed her. Because Mr. Alexander's own video log talks about how he drove her there. So he was the one, self-admitted, that put her there. So there's really only 2 options here. Either he had her do the trials, dropped her off at the barn, got a bunch of stuff to go frame Dr. Green, and then just fucked off with her still alive, and then some random person found an injured woman near some cult shit and said, hey, you know what? I'm just going to stab this random woman, and then did exactly that.
Joy,
Or
she's.
It was just Mr. Alexander that stabbed the guy. Or not the guy, the woman, Izzy. And I don't find the doubt reasonable that some random fucking passerby in a barn outside of town saw an injured woman after Mr. Alexander had left the scene and then just decided, yo, I'm gonna stab that. Oh, Mr. Alexander.
Sorry.
Do you think I'm gonna find you guilty or innocent for the murder of Izzy Abbott?
Innocent, Your Honor.
Meth?
Well, you guessed wrong. I'm finding you guilty.
Oh, nice.
So, as a recap, that is not guilty
That's
to
4
2 counts of
felonies,
witness
chat.
tampering because not enough evidence was demonstrated
4
to show that the
felonies.
intent behind these calls or subject matter of these calls were one that was deliberately intended to try and prevent the witnesses from testifying at trial today. Guilty on 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of mayhem major for the torture and kidnapping that was inflicted upon Miss Lola Montehart. Guilty on 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of mayhem major for the coercion under false pretenses of Catherine Cuddlepuff to do the trials and then subjecting her to reprogramming and all other kinds of torture and other sorts of horrible, terrible things. 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of mayhem major for Lana Stewart for basically doing pretty much the exact same thing that he did to Catherine Cuddlepuff. Those 2 were nearly fucking identical. The only thing that changed was with Catherine Cuddlepuff, he did not intend Catherine Cuddlepuff to die, whereas with Lana, he did it first and then changed his mind later. And last, for the unlawful killing of Izzy Abbott all the way back
I know out
in
of character it's gonna be
April.
delayed sentence because we need to have certain
Finding
people
you
here.
guilty. The murder of Izzy Abbott. So for this trial is kind of fucked in a couple ways because we had it's going to end up being like a 3-phase thing because I've already told the counselors that I intend on doing a sentencing hearing. I don't plan on imposing a sentence at this time. So counselors, just let me know your availability on the docket so that we can get the sentencing hearing scheduled. Essentially what I'm expecting at this sentencing hearing is victim impact statements from any of the victims that wish to come forward. Statements by anybody that wishes to make them on behalf of Mr. Alexander as to why he should not be put to death like the state is requesting. Alternatively, if there are people who feel that he should be put to death or should face life in prison or whatever, that is the time to come forward to the stand and talk about it. That's basically the goal of a sentencing hearing. And then after I hear all of that, I'll go back and deliberate. And then I will give my final sentence.
We just want everyone who wants to make an
as
impact
to
statement
Mr.
here.
Alexander for the crimes that he has committed.
And so because this trial is so fucking big, so...
Now, I could save this for the sentencing hearing, but I feel like given
Sazawal,
that I have just vomited my brain meats for nearly 4 hours now, I may as well just keep going a little bit.
Don't.
Ugh. I have some final thoughts about this cult. And originally, because originally I wasn't
It's
entirely
Galen's
sure
fault. He told him to go
whether
until it hit
Mr.
4
Alexander
hours.
No.
was still part of the cult or whether he had actually broken off and then
He has an hour
decided to
of
use
patrol.
his cult knowledge for evil. To be honest, when I first started on this shit, I took one look at his story about, oh, I was kidnapped by people who hate the cult and then they tortured me. I thought that was bullshit kind of from the very beginning because that's just a really convenient fucking story.
Same.
One thing that I noticed about the cult trials is like this cult and the way it's structured. And again, not a psychologist, but given the stuff learned in Joseph Alexander's journal, and also the things that Mr. Alexander has talked about in his audio recordings and to Dr. Hayabusa in his sessions, it appears to me that the trials that this cult does are, number one, they're not designed to make you stronger. They're designed to make you weaker. They're designed to make you weak, docile, and subservient to the cult and its aims and its ideals. But there's also another purpose to these trials, I think. And that is to weed people out. Like, it's no small secret that Joseph Alexander and Mr. Alexander here today are extremely similar in the way they see things, the way they approach things, the way they conduct their business. And I think that is by design, because I think with regards to the cults chosen, these trials are designed to weed out people who do not have the psychological or physical characteristics of, whether it's Joseph Alexander, whether it's someone who came before Joseph Alexander, whatever it is. It basically, they're trials that are designed to select a father who is
your character
more
got
or
a shout
less
out
a
for like
carbon
20
copy
minutes.
of Joseph, or whoever Joseph is based off even, in order to lead them. If you're familiar with viruses in biology, you know what a virus does is it goes and infects a healthy cell, and then it tells that cell to make copies of itself, and then the cell starts producing copies of the virus rather than other healthy stuff. And then they spread out and start infecting other healthy tissues. And that's basically what this cult is. It's a cult that is designed to capture people, indoctrinate them into the cult way, and then send them on the trials as a selection process to basically mold them into your Joseph Alexanders, your Mr. Alexanders, you know, all that shit. And that's part of the reason why, with Mr. Alexander here, for people who have maybe picked up on this after listening to me talk for 3 hours and like 51 minutes at this point, why I have never once called the defendant Stephen Alexander. I have never once used his first name. I have always referred to him as Mr. Alexander. And the reason why I have done that is because the conclusion that I have come to is that Stephen doesn't exist. There is no Stephen. There is only Alexander. That's it. Because that's what the cult does. That's why everyone takes the name Alexander. Because it is a cult that is designed to replicate people who think the same, who act the same, who behave the same, and pursue the cult's ideas with like religious fervor and never stray from the path. And the people who do stray from the path are culled and weeded out. It is essentially a cult that does nothing more than replicate more Alexanders. Stephen is just a name that Mr. Alexander picked in order to wear as a mask for the rest of society. How he presents himself. The caring, compassionate friend, the father figure, the counselor, etc., etc. There's
Be
never
all
been
of your characters
a Steven.
purposefully stir the
Doesn't
fucking
exist.
pot
There's only
because
ever
you
been
like to see
the
the drama.
Alexander that
Don't you
resides
even.
inside of him, for better or for worse, because the cult inducted him at a young age. Like, that's kind of all there is to it. How far am I off the mark on that one, Mr. Alexander?
No comment, Your Honor.
The mic, I can't hear you.
No comment, Your Honor.
Comment, huh?
Call him a
Well,
pussy,
all
Joy.
right, keep your secrets then.
That's such a good quote. Hey, B knows that quote now. Thanks, M.
Well,
Surgeon.
that's all I got. Can fuck off now. I'm gonna go to bed.
Go for Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the sentence?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, I'm gonna join in transport. Santi, Roland, do you want to join in transport?
Yeah, let me go grab my car.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up to the side in the black vehicle.
What about the software?
Wait, hang on.
5 or 6.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
We have 4.
I'm not verbally abusing anyone. He got verbally upset. So I don't have to leave. Would you agree with that?
Chat, what's the
Miss
perfect
Redhead
song
here?
here?
Like a respectable person. I don't have to.
Hello. Hi. Oh, this one. That's on Sparks' playlist.
Alright, everybody hop in.
Alright, somebody get in front.
Alright, oh.
Roland, what's your state ID?
1571.
Katie, what's your state ID?
10120.
Oh my. I mean, thank you, but thank you.
Santi,
yeah, that's
what's
all
your
I'm
state
gonna say is
ID?
Thank you.
723.
Repeat that one more time.
723.
I'm only hearing 723.
8723. Shit.
There's some levity. But I took a vote with 67 people, and most of them said 69 was a good, funny number for a bonus. So I can't promise a bonus like that all the time, but it's the absolute least I can do in this matter. So
Yeah.
He was her psych, but then it swapped when he got convicted, which I don't think it is mentioned. Smile. Difference is Joseph got like 350 months, and this guy might die. I hope he dies. So now we wait. Look at that absolute walking human piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Radio check.
10-2.
Hi, it's Skyler Sparks. Is this where the transport's happening?
10-4.
Okay. Sparks is more human than that
Looks like
garbage.
Sven's already at the other illusion. Do we have someone volunteering to drive the van?
I've already got a van, so do we have someone else?
I believe that is Blake and Gibbs. When are you guys taking the van, driving, and just doubling up for it?
Okay. Hey, we're just
I'm
trying
worrying
to
that
get
him dying will be a
things
martyr
into the
potential
van.
copycats.
Okay, 10-4. As soon as he's in the van, I'm gonna hop off.
Oh, I really hope there are not that many copycats. I'm anticipating one or two.
Sven, if you follow behind in
I need to pay
in your
attention to
illusion,
where they're going.
when we get to prison access road, or just before, drive ahead. It's way too early. My brain's pulling the
You all
blank.
are gonna clock off and
Yeah, just
take a
pull
couple
ahead,
days off, right?
scout around the prison. Make sure it's clear.
I have a big case coming up next week.
Well, we can
so
get
I'll be
PD
working
forces
this
to
weekend.
scout around. I don't know if you want to rush a tower.
I will be taking a small breather, but I am actually curious as to if you had a chance to review the message I sent you.
No, I took 16 hours off and I had 50-something messages, so no, I haven't reviewed
Yeah,
anything.
that's no worries.
Because I went directly to this. and now
Long
it's
story
4 hours.
short, yeah, real quick, it's real. Our meeting didn't go well yesterday, but then I was contacted by somebody interested in going to our office, so we all sat down and talked to him.
Okay.
I do happen to know this person, so I wanted their opinions. I wanted them to meet this person. I wanted them to do the vibe check, so that way you could have unbiased opinions as well.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about two different things. So I don't care about the leads thing. Who's this other person?
What you're gonna do is you're gonna follow.
Her name is Dolores Severo. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about is all related to Dolores. Because she didn't show up, we ended up having this meeting with all of us involved.
Okay, were you including Dolores on this meeting with leads?
PD's on here.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood what you're saying then. Okay.
DOC, just make sure guns and knives.
No, leads didn't show up. We all then went to go to that bench trial that was happening in Polito at the time.
Which way you guys going out of here?
We got there late, and then while we were there, I got a phone call from Dolores.
The on-ramp to La Puerta,
And what
following
is
around to Olympic,
Dolores'
and then
involvement
El
with the
Palomino freeway.
office?
Alright, 10-4. I'll follow this
Nothing
UC car right
else
here
at
in
this
the
point.
intersection.
She'd basically be a fresh new face. She has no legal knowledge. She's literally coming in blind, so I would be taking her under my wing and showing her how to kind of do everything. But obviously, it's not just going to be me that's going to be utilizing her. She understands that she would be utilized by everybody in the office because we set the expectations that we're needing people who, are looking to learn. And she showed the desire to do so, and if she's willing to do that, I'm willing to give her the recommendation and pass it along to you and let you kind of review and put your final say-so in.
Who was the who else was involved with that interview?
Ready when you are.
Alright, let's go.
St. Clair,
Please, we're-
Sati, and DiBiase.
Okay. Santi, what is your opinion on the matter?
Problem with it at all. I think that she
Yeah,
might
so
do
speed to
well.
90
Sometimes
on
it's
the
better to
freeways
not
and take
have
the on-ramp
any
now.
previous knowledge and to learn specifically from those who have learned through the system.
Okay, Katie, what's your opinion?
You're gonna need to move over so we can take the ramp that goes over.
He is ready to tackle challenges and ready to say what's on her mind if presented with a situation. That and she likes puzzles, so we're good.
Everyone buckled in.
Yeah.
Okay. I trust you guys' judgment on this. Give me a heads up before you want her hired. I'll get her MDW and keys, and I'll get her a ticket, and we'll get started. So.
Well, if it's
continue
okay
straight
with
to
you,
follow me no freeway.
I mean, if you don't want to, or you don't feel like it's necessary, that's fine. But I did set the expectation with her that you might want to meet with her to, talk to her as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so what we'll do then, I really encourage everyone to take tomorrow off. I really, 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 really encourage everyone to take tomorrow off. I understand you might not want to, but you guys have done excellent work in this case. I went through the timeline. The fact that is, this is insane. The amount of work and effort that's put into it, this is one of the longest cases I have seen, and I've been practicing law for a very long time. So I encourage you all to take some time to yourself, if not a day, but two. Santi, if you have a big case coming up this weekend, when is that case this week?
It's the Blondie case. It's on the weekend. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so
I
I'm
think
gonna
you
be
could take a
taking
day
the
or
off-ramp in
two
a
off.
second on
If you want to come
Sonora
back
Way.
Sunday, that's fine. I can't stop you guys. I'm not going to suspend you. I'm not going to force you to go on vacation. You guys have done excellent work. You deserve time to rest. So it's up to you. But that being said, let's bring
I hate
Dolores in
locals.
later this week,
Don't we all?
like midweek.
All right, sounds good to me.
Okay, taking the off-ramp now.
Yeah, no, I'm still. She's aware that. I mean, I told her I wasn't going to be looking to kind of pursue this until after this thing was all
Yeah.
settled. So yeah,
I was waiting.
She's good.
I was waiting for a lot of this to kind of die down. So.
First row will drop down 70.
Well, if
just
anyone
got,
wants to scream
80.
about this sick fuck of a human, now would be the time. And Katie, I'm sorry we kept that information from you a little bit, but just know that
I
you're
put all my best into this, literally my full effort. And I know even with that, there were still notations made to me for things that I need to improve upon, because I did, I focused on making
When
sure
we
to
get to the
prove the
bridge,
main
if
charges,
we get
and I did
lesions going
prove
ahead,
side of the testimony for
just
the wit count.
scout out the area.
Yeah, I got you. I'll do a lap around.
But
if you
I
want to
was
do a lap
very
around, I'll follow
worried
you.
that with some of the things going on and things that were happening, that my best wasn't going to be good enough. And
Turn into
it
the
just-
access road now.
What do you
I'm
guys?
happy to get the.
What are you talking about? He got 4 felony A's. I could
Well,
give two
know,
shits
but I
about
was
the
still
witness
worried
tampering.
I was still worried that those weren't going to happen. That's what I mean. I was really concerned prior to this verdict reading
We're getting lap now.
that even though I showed up and
I'll
did
go the
it
opposite
and
way from
tried,
you.
that I still gave too much room.
Vans, just go straight to the gate.
So I'm glad that
I'm gonna be
wasn't
on
the
the
case.
inside of the
You are
road
being
so we don't crash
so
into each
hard
other.
on yourself,
And I'm on
Roland.
the out.
Beyond what's I think is reasonable, but I understand your concerns.
I appreciate you saying that. I do. Wholeheartedly.
Gonna be clear on the northern side.
Yeah, we'll just keep moving around until
Oh, I
vans
don't
are in,
know.
and then
I am curious as to what kind of ideas they have cooking for the death penalty.
Yeah.
Easy. He meets like
That's
9
not
of the
what's
9
safely.
prongs. It's not that bad, not that big of a deal, really.
Vans are inside.
Yeah, they're good.
And during the verdict reading, he was talking about how he didn't want to do the same thing
Yeah,
as
move
last
all the
time
way
where they
down
had
to
Q
intake.
like guillotine somebody. They wanted to get a little bit more creative with it.
Send in the dogs.
No, let's kill them. All three of us. Fuck it.
Let's send in the
Nope.
dogs.
Oh, he's not being sent?
You can't be
You
involved
can't
in the
put-
execution.
No, she's already a person.
Let, let,
Yeah, we can't
let
feed 'em to the
fish.
dogs.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, but we
let
still
fish
gotta hand
take
'em
care
over.
of them.
No, because then they'll probably just curse him with like whatever bullshit nonsense Fish had. So he's in there. He's I already requested the DOC to be put in solitary and away from the general populace, so you guys don't have to worry about that part.
What was this about
Thanks,
the
Sparks.
elves?
Two people who think
Oh,
they're
I got robbed by
elves
elves.
is basically they did a torture. Far less interesting than what happened today. Basically, two people cosplaying as elves were like, "Lol, we're gonna do a violence." That's it. There's nothing fancy about it.
Gotcha.
All right, taking Stephen out of the van now.
They're taking Steven out of the van now.
Just make sure if you have a firearm.
I did not mean to do that. My my camera is right next to it.
And that reminds me, I gotta get a new one too. Shit.
Can we get a police camera? Be cool.
We can talk to
Camera and
Harold.
keys.
What do you mean keys?
I didn't get a set of keys whenever we redid all the keys for the vehicle yet.
Yeah, I don't have keys either for the vehicles.
They might be in my. It might be in that car. Okay. I know I made sets for all of you guys. I didn't make them for anyone else yet.
Okay, talk to Harold. Got it.
Talk to Harold if you want PD camera or binoculars. You just might have to pay him directly for it. So, Harold got
Yeah,
me
that's
my
fine.
camera. So.
Nice. Yeah, I'll ask him.
Okay, I can do that. I'll go with you.
Mhm.
That way you'll be there and you'll know. Yeah.
I don't mind paying for it. It's not a big deal.
No, I'll pay for it. It's just to make sure.
It's
he
only
knows who I am.
$100, guys. I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah.
Look at him. Look at that sick fuck. Look at him go.
Pull out the binoculars really quick. Lol. Get fucked.
Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked.
Absolutely fucked.
Going for getting fucked. Going for 4 felony A's.
Bitch ass.
Dumb cunt bitch ass.
And there it goes.
Thank you. You guys did excellent work.
Being
Thank you so
escorted
much.
to the cell block and put in a
Yeah.
cell and we lock it for the night.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. We'll keep
So
you
I don't know if
updated about the sentencing hearing. So.
Yep. Alright, all good.
I don't know if I've ever introduced myself, but I'm 88 Rolling Shop, and I just wanted to tell you I cannot thank you guys enough for the level of professionalism that you have shown while dealing with this man.
Yeah, you guys have done a wonderful job.
Yep. We'll do our best for every inmate we have.
Yeah,
Appreciate
please
it.
spread
Did
that.
anybody do the
Please
paperwork
spread
on
that. From the
Mr.
day's office,
Alexander?
we wholly appreciate
Look
everything.
at them stepping up and just thanking everyone. I love my cute little ADAs. They've grown up so fast.
I'm hungry. Y'all hungry?
Yeah, let's go get some
I'll
food.
take you guys back.
Yes, thank you so much for all
I
your
got
help.
my scout.
You said the keys are in the car?
I said I don't
Thank you.
know. I think
Oh.
they're in the car.
Okay.
DOC from the state. Thank you guys. You guys are excellent, absolute models of professionalism. I'm gonna hop off radio. Have a great night. And thank you for all the hard work you ever do.
You as well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Imagine his death is the crucible of the emergency of the cult proper in the city. I really fucking hope not. I'm cool with like a one-time attempt of like them taking women and doing the brainwashing thing. I really don't want to see more of that.
Y'all have a good night. Rest up. I'm going to get rest and food. We'll see you later.
I think it tagged. Just as a heads up to everyone involved, be careful around Brooklyn Baker. She's essentially blacklisted by the office.
Yeah, she's. I never really dealt with her as a police officer much, even early on. She did questionable things.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be transparent with you guys, which I mean, you can tell Jake, I would just try to keep it away from everyone else. It was me, Pike, Humphrey, and Tallulah. It was unanimous to terminate her. Sometime in like 3 days, she was supposed to be terminated immediately. In 3 days, she tried to resign. I made a note on her profile saying that she was terminated, and then she started getting bitchy with me over text messages. I think on her profile now, it's still she's basically calling me delusional in her own government notes. So I informed. I mean, this is all written receipts. It's not like it's difficult to show. And then I told Kate, and I showed Kate all the receipts and text messages that she vented to me about. So she very much wanted on her profile resigned from the district attorney's office and not terminated. It was like within the first week or two of her being in the DA's office as Humphrey's paralegal assistant. I don't remember which attorney it was in the office, but she called them an idiot and she doesn't want to work for our dumb fucking office. That is a direct
I remember
quote.
that. I remember that very well. It was during a trial.
Yeah, she walked out in the middle of trial.
She ran out of it and yelled and complained about the whole office. Yep.
While she was a paralegal / assistant for the office.
Yeah, it was me and Bird.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I mean, with her, she burned the bridge with me when I actually asked her to do the job that she was hired on to do as a liaison to our department, help us kind of learn how they do things. And she was like, "Well, it's scene by scene."
Whoa.
Sorry, headache, distracted.
Ow, it's alright.
You guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine. We're good.
Anyway, what about the liaison?
So one day I'd asked her because she got brought on to liaison, right, for that PV relationship. So I told her I wanted to go and do some ride-alongs with her and kind of see how things work out in the field, and she kind of blew me off. So.
Oh, you mean the thing we're doing now that every cop wants us to fucking do with them because they think it's a great idea? Oh, wow.
Yep, correct.
Crazy.
I think somewhere probably there's a good person in her, and I'm not going to talk about whatever's public with Humphrey and her discussion because our relationship, because I frankly don't care. Your relationship is private with your person. There's a reason, there's good and bad that happens. But I don't know. If you're part of the office and you're allowed to speak against us, I'm never going to stop that. But in the middle of a trial, to just do that and then fight with me over text message or try to fight with me over text message about what was unanimously done by the entire management, including your ex-husband.
Yeah.
I don't know. So at the end of the day, you're still a detective, and if you want to work friendly with our office, you need to be friendly with our office. So.
Yeah.
Anyway. So what are you guys gonna do with your time off?
Relax. Probably sleep a little bit.
It's probably a good idea.
Might do a little gardening. See if I can improve my skills there. Found it therapeutic.
Okay. What about you, Sonny?
I've been working out my vocals and sleeping.
I hope you all rest well, and I hope you get some really good gardening. And what are you gonna plant?
What I've been working on is basil, and just kind of standard herbs.
Okay.
But now I'm wanting to kind of go into more vegetables. I started with tomatoes because they're a little bit more easy, but I also love carrots, and those are proven to be a little difficult to maintain because they're underground.
That is kind of fair. I think for tubers and things like potatoes and things that grow under the ground, I think it's literally just plant it and forget it and hope for the best. But maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I ran that. Rip.
Just basil's so expensive. You know what I mean? Those
Kid, you
herbs
have
are just they charge you
no-
$3 for the smallest amount.
Kid, you have no room to talk about I don't pay attention to traffic laws.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I wholly admit that. I just laugh. I'm like, lol. Oh well.
Yeah. All right, where am I taking you all?
Right here. 'cause I
My
have
vehicle's at the
scout.
back. Yeah. I'm gonna get food and then.
Yeah, I'm
go home.
underneath the hospital.
All right, I have a meeting to get to. I appreciate you all. You stay safe.
Alrighty,
Good
you
shit
have a
again.
good rest of the
Proud of
night.
you all. I'll be around for another 35 hours and 39 minutes. So.
Jesus.
Well, don't do that.
I got to. I
Get some
got paid
rest.
for it. Chat, we're free. We're about to go get some tea. You guys ready for this tea? I think we're gonna take our first break, to be honest. I really want to roleplay with Joe, but I'm tired. I want to get up and stretch. So we're gonna take a short break. Ooh, Kate's been around. Rip. Alright, we're gonna go upstairs and we're gonna take a break. I have been standing in heels for 4-something hours. You are more than welcome to come up. I'm going to go to the restroom.
Alright.
So, I'll, let me unlock it for you.
Alright.
Alright. Try putting in the code 1864. See if that ends up working for you to go up to the office. Does that work? If you're clocked in as a clerk, it should.
I'm not right now, but I can. Just punch
No,
it
no,
on
no,
my
no, no,
phone,
no, no,
really.
no, no, no. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll unlock it for you to go up. Alright. It's 0000 with your ID.
Got it. Punch this in. Alright.
We're gonna lock it. Alright, chat, what do you want to listen to? We got so many gifted subs. Once we're done with this conversation with Honey, 5 hours in, we'll actually go over all the rewards that we've gotten from the subathon. Alright, give me like 5-ish, 10-ish minutes.
That's fine.
Dear God. Oh no, my immersion. Wait, my immersion. Wait. My immersion. Damn, look at that damage that I accidentally did there. Oh well. R.A.P. We'll be back. Hi, chat. Even though there's no food on the floor, my roommate's dog, is insistent on pushing her way through to check everything at all times with 1-ton desire of giving me a fucking break. Okay. How do you know who did it? Look up. Oh, hey, Winter. It's a good wiggle. Miss Beaumont. Just check in with Mr. Irons. I'll meet you by my desk. Type. How's your night been?
Long.
Yeah.
I actually sat through that entire case. I don't know how.
Yeah.
And sad. When I decided to step away from EMS, I was angry and I was hurt, and I was tired of being pretty much the only person who was law-abiding in that frickin' department. And so I went to Highway Patrolman James Gamble, who is pretty much one of the few people in the PD that I can trust. Another is Nash, as well as Joe with the LSSD. And Bloom is another one. So I went to Gamble and I told him what I know, because I got tired of it. And he suggested that we talk to Bloom, because Bloom was another one that I trust. So I went to Del Perro PD and told him everything that I know. That my former now best friend approached me when I returned from a 3-week LOA to tell me that she was pissed off because another EMS ratted her out for doing some type of deal. I don't know if it was a drug deal or what, on duty, while she was on duty. And there was some type of, I don't know the whole story. I gave what I know, and I told them about a report that was covered up, and that pretty much probably half of EMS is corrupt in some way, shape, or form. Mainly drugs. And I'd had enough, because all I was trying to do was follow the straight line and just follow the law.
As you should. I mean, that's what a good civilian does.
Well, I got shit for it. There is some type of report. I know he was taking notes. I haven't seen him since. I know he's been dealing with his own self, so I thought that it was just kind of, let it lie afterwards. The problem is, one of the people that I mentioned in the report now knows that I talked to the cops about them. And I don't know how they know, but they know, and now I am a snitch.
That's not even how a snitch works. Everyone just says snitch, and that's not how a snitch works. You have to be part of a gang. But,
yeah.
People are dumb and stupid.
The other EMS that snitched on my former friend, I don't think it was related, but she later ended up getting kidnapped. And so it's a little scary, but I don't think nothing's gonna happen. But I just wanted to tell you what I know, because I don't know where the hell Bloom is, and I don't think anybody else is looking into the EMS. So I just think that the fact that they hired somebody who was going to be on trial or at least being investigated for government corruption is mind-blowing, and still the judges that were there that day still couldn't believe that was actually happening. But after the court case tomorrow, I'm gonna go home to Mississippi for a couple days because I need to get the hell out of here. I might go visit my grandmama's house in Louisiana. Haven't decided yet. But I wanted you to have all the information, and what you do with it, because I'm just tired of it. I'm starting a new thing with the LSSD. I'm trying to get my bar license. I don't want to be a lawyer. It's going to make me a better clerk.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm working towards my bar license, and I just want to get all the information to people to look into it, because it does need to be looked into, and then I need to step back for a little bit because it's heart-wrenching, and I'm tired of it, and I'm tired of people getting away with shit and being okay with it. And I mean, I know we don't really know each other well, but my daddy was a criminal growing up, and I watched him get away with it and get away with it and get away with it till he finally got busted. And then when I spoke out about it, I was pretty much disowned from my family. And so this is not my first rodeo with that shit. So I know that I don't even know how the hell she found out, but she texted me last night after I called her because she seemed upset about something. So I called her. I was like, just be careful. Meaning, like, you know, don't overwork yourself. And she texted me back, basically, I know what you did.
Can I have a copy of that text message?
I will send it to you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I don't know how she knows, but she knows.
Well,
but she also knew that the first EMS talked to the cops about it.
So I won't tell you what we've been essentially working with, but if I were to take an educated guess, that person who you text was KB Reed.
Christina Brooks Reed, yes, ma'am.
Yep, and I'm guessing that the other EMS that received consequences was Bellamy Blake.
Bellamy Blake, yes, ma'am.
Perfect. I can promise you that there is something that we've already been handling. So I rest assured this has not gone unlooked, at least under my administration. So
good. Other people that you should probably look into is Sargon Untman, Adeline Blake, and Umber Knights. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I just wanted to get all this information out because after the court case tomorrow, I need to go home for a couple days.
Why Sargon?
She told me that he was the one that found out it was Bellamy that snitched on her. I don't know how. She did not tell me how. She just told me that he was the one.
I assume Umber Knights is drugs.
Drugs, yes, ma'am.
And then Adeline Blake.
Drugs, but I don't know if what she just has mentioned stuff before. I don't know if it was like joking, but joking that much is ridiculous.
Yeah, but I've made it publicly known. I've also caught her riding on top of an ambulance numerous times while on duty, just T-posing, riding around doing nothing, which is in and of itself extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
So when you're ready and able, Miss Beaumont, me and CID would like to sit down with you and take information. Obviously, we would seal you as a witness.
Thank you.
I need as much information from you as possible on this, so your full cooperation would be helpful.
I have so much information, ma'am.
You are. I can assure you that this is this is something I was looking into as a deputy district attorney, and now that I have the power to be able to do so, I will be swathing the corruption from within. I don't care. There's a difference between a cadet accidentally talking about a silly, funny house robbery with a bunch of reindeer, people dressed as reindeer, versus someone in EMS taking and selling drugs off the street, doing cocaine, kidnapping, and torturing their fellow EMS just because they're doing cocaine.
Yeah.
There is a difference in those crimes.
I tried to do my best to police it, and I would always approach anybody that would make any kind of comments like that, like, what are you talking about? What did you do? All that stuff. And it never went anywhere. And people just kept doing it. So when I said on the top of LSSD that the main reason I walked away is because I felt bullied and pushed out, and I got tired of cleaning up people's messes. So I thought it was like done, but when she texted me that last night, I was like, yeah, it's not done. So
You could just send me a copy of that text message. Feel free to send it in any manner, shape, or form. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
But we will be looking into it, I promise. As an aside, do you know who Rivington Rivera is?
He was my last interview before I left.
Okay. And are you aware who Raphael Nefarious is?
I do not.
Okay.
He might have been hired after I left. I have been gone like a week or two since.
I really don't want to purge all of EMS and then we have no medics to assist the server, but the fact is, if they're all going to do fucking major crimes, there's nothing I can do about it. Well, rest assured, the district attorney's office and law enforcement are handling it to the best of our capacity. So there was one time that I remember someone telling me that Montag called me the bulldog of the PD. Well, now I'm the bulldog of the state. So
in that text message, she does mention that because I still have my EMS tags when I was talking to LSSD, so we had to contact her to like remove my tags and fire me. She said I mistapped on the MDW, but I was reassured by Nash that she still should not have seen it, so she found out some other way.
Found out what?
That because she said, guess calling me your friend was a lie. Mistapped on the MDW when I was firing you and saw it.
Saw what?
But I was just ignoring it. All she said was saw it, and I haven't done anything else, so I'm just assuming that's what she means. It's mistapped on the MDW when I was firing you and saw it. That makes me kind of come to the conclusion that
it's honestly kind of insane that when people start working for law enforcement or the DA's office, they assume that they're going to immediately start snitching and giving out information. That's usually a sign of a guilty mind, because I can tell you right now, I know things from when I was a defense attorney I haven't used against anyone that I've prosecuted.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. And so if her morals are that weak and she's that terrible of a person, then what are we supposed to do?
Exactly. Like I said, knowing I don't know. I just know that after I was told that she was the one that said something about KB, she was kidnapped. So do I think they're connected? I don't know. But the fact that she reported something to the cops and was kidnapped, and now I've been found out that I reported something to the cops.
She said removed you for it. I guess is she talking about like emergency contacts?
I don't know. I'm just because I didn't remove her from my emergency contacts. And
is she there?
No, it disappeared. Last night, she was on there, and then when I checked because somebody had mentioned something about it, so I checked, and she was gone. So I don't know what, but I guess I'm just covering all bases, because this is out here. So I'm just covering all bases. And if you know what, if she's talking about something else and I'm basically just outing myself as a snitch, so be it. I don't care. I'm tired of hiding about it anyway. I'm tired of dealing with the guilt of dealing with my best friend. So if she didn't know before, she's going to know now. And I really don't care anymore. I really don't. So if it's just, it set me off because that is the only thing. If she was on my emergency contact, she removed my emergency contact then?
I don't know. I can't see it, but the text message said, since you can't remove me yourself, I went ahead and did it for you. I'm assuming that means she edited your own emergency contact, which is a problem in and of itself. Are you able to check?
The problem is, but was just ignoring it is like, okay, that's something else. But I can check right now. Yeah, she removed herself, so that might be what she's talking about, but I don't care because it's only going to be a matter of time before I think she already knows in some way, shape, or form because she said I was ignoring it. So I don't care. I really don't. I had a long conversation with one of my friends and I was like, I've been carrying this for like ever. And then she sent me that text message and I don't know. So
I'm sorry.
It is what it is. I just can't carry this anymore, you know? So
yeah, I know.
Whether she knows or she senses it or she thinks it or whatever, I just can't carry it anymore. So I'm just giving it up, just moving on. And if something happens, something happens.
Well, enjoy your rest. Enjoy your time away. Anything that we can do or that CID can do or that any other law enforcement officer can do, please let me know. And we'll do our best on our side. Of course. Just let me know when you're back in town.
It'll be Tuesday. I'll be back in town. So.
Of course. Okay. Just sign out with Mr. Irons. You should be able to head downstairs and enjoy your rest, Miss Beaumont.
Thank you.
All right, chat. Oh, we already changed. Let's look. Let's do the fun stuff now. Less dramatic. For those who came in, thank you so much for the follows over the last 4 hours or 5 hours. I appreciate it. We've been fucking absolutely going ham for everything involved in that. We have 35 hours left on the subathon. I'm going to touch on what we already got. Let's look at that, shall we? Let me go here. I do like the fun things. It is a fun thing. All right, let me scroll up. Is this the correct one? This is the correct one. So we are at 365 subs. Let me pull that over there. My computer is not having a good time tonight. You're a fun thing? That's true. All right. So we have chat needs to design a tweet. We've earned chat and community game night. That should be really fun. We got the wiggle emote. Can cross that off. We have to design a 1 hour. We have 1 lifer. We have hours of Littleman chaos. We could do that tomorrow or Sunday. We have a permathon. We have a RuneScape cozy stream. That should be really fun for us just chilling. And we have chat designs a date night. You guys burned through this in the first hour and a half. So I think, what was our gifted? I can actually go and filter it really quick. Oh shit, I love RuneScape. Yeah, you can thank M Surgeon for me liking RuneScape. I actually really fucking like RuneScape. It's my current top cozy game. But let me... Where is this? Okay, turn off everything except for subs. Let's see. Oh, it lists them all individually. Love that. 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. Okay, activity feed. Can I just do the one thing, or will it? Hold on. All. So over the last few hours, Cookie, thank you so much for the follow. Oz, Bad Robot, Steel Fusion, thank you for the follow. Wafflin, a Farmer Joe, Chantel, Chimera, Swimmingly Evil, a Landmine, a Thunder, Borowski, a Kestrel, a Sir Richard was 14 hours when we were off stream. So thank you so much for the follows, guys. I appreciate you. And as far as the subs are concerned, Winter out here giving us a tier 1 to Tarks, thank you. Zinth out here giving us a Banana Deck. I actually think I called that one out. Winter gifting 6 community subs. Spidey, I know, is in bed because she said she went to bed. Gave out 12 community subs. Winter gave out 100 community subs. Spidey gave out another 100 community subs. Winter gave out 50 community subs. Spidey gave out 50 community subs. Winter gave out 20 community subs. Spidey gave out 20 community subs. We had Anonymous Gifter give out 1 sub. Winter gave out 5. Anonymous Gifter gave out 5. That's insane. So we can start at the bottom. Winter, do you have a song? Do you have a song choice? Spidey's a jerk for real. Is that fair? Is that a fair thing to say? You both were egging each other on. That's kind of your fault. Wii music? All right. What else we got? How can we get winner to loser sword? Oh, that'd be 25 gifted. But the only other person who did that went to bed and said no. Bum, 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 bum. This is such a good view. Occam's did such a great job at picking the view for the DA's office. I'm not gonna lie. We got 2 tier lists. Actually, we got 3 tier lists, I think, that we need to do at some point. We're not going to do them right now. I think it'll be fun to do it in, like, a chase. Yeah, there was no immediate violence. Oh, speaking of which, choose outcome. No violence. Spidey has to do a special Discord role. Winters, you already have a special Discord role. Waste my points. All right. What was the other song that we had? We had another song that was from somebody. Oh, let me look. Oh, it goes straight into Minecraft. Dance in the Dark by Ara. We can do that. Okay. Do you guys want to design a tweet since we're right here? And we got the wiggle emote. Are pretty fucking damning, so we'll need to go to the road discrediting witnesses, attacking, defaming the wording of the charges. Skylar doesn't know what's on the report. But I went to visit Jeff Tofu, and he was on the report one moment. Love you, Joe. But you've been dying to RP with Wildflower, so you jump on it. Oh, nah, girl, nah. Nah, we already on this shit. We already on this. I know what's on the report out of character because I jumped over the Jeff stream, or sorry, Tofu's stream. At least 4 witnesses said you pointed the gun at the back of someone's head and said you could kill them. Who? Who did I point at? She was 250 feet away. It's because I haven't had Skylar look at the report. I could feasibly see the report if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that. Or rather, Skylar wouldn't do that. Specifically. Okay. I wonder if it'll be a he said, she said, which is a he said, she said is not enough to convict somebody. The brandishing Skylar will admit to, because that's what she does. Currently in my bed, building up the energy. You're fine. Okay, let's see who's on duty. Let's go for a ride along while we work on some paperwork. Booker Gamble has a... Oh, Jeff is on a motor. Oh, there's no cops on duty. There's literally no one. Oh, motor to Jericho's on motor too.
They're also on radio.
Oh, he's watching drug deal.
I just said to Howlin' Husky and the Burger Court we're leaving.
Who's here? Brock Booker.
Lima 21 is breaking off.
Look at the cadets. James Gamble. Jericho. I don't know. Who's the fuck's up here? Ellen Williams. Okay. Clarence Williams. Veronica Wilson.
Lima 10, 76 Mount Zona.
I wish Jeff wasn't on fucking motor and then we can go annoy the shit out of him. What's this? Meadows Brewing. County Coffee Co. Is this Devil Dogs? Heart and Soul. Nope. Stop. Who's this? Adeline Blake.
Jeff, you want to move in on this dude?
Oh, it's just playing my vampire playlist is what it's doing.
Not with the handoff I just saw, no, but... Oh, he's leaving on his bike. Oh, there he goes.
Which way is he heading?
Looked like he was going
New song to add to your playlist? Oh.
Yeah, I'm on Bridge.
I
and have
love
a clear
Lilith.
view of
It's a really good song.
Mirror Park Boulevard. He did not come westbound.
Yeah, he went south, and I didn't see where he went from there. He might be in front of this building.
In front of where?
It's the building on the eastern side, just south of the tavern.
Zin, thank you for the 5 gifted. Sorry, not Darthson. Not Darthson.
Looks like a chopper,
right,
so
you're
probably
right.
a Wolfsbane or a rat bike.
Oh, I have a guy
Tiny
going up
Fellow.
on a motorcycle up the dam. Was he wearing like a hoodie with a white bag?
He had like a
Why is it
white
just playing
hat,
my
and it was
vampire
like
playlist?
one of those rich guy jackets with the really big like collar, where it's all fur. You pulling over that guy, Scanlon?
I mean, if there are no cops around, what we can do is we could just switch to our dispatch.
Yeah, I just pulled him over trying to get him identified or anything like that.
And,
He's wearing a
just
white
dispatch while we do some paperwork because we need to do some paperwork
like
for some
skull
of these
mask.
cases.
Yeah, I'm above you all. I'll be able to see.
I just let him like I just
Oh,
bullshitted him and said I was in the area for a house robbery.
Vehicle is Turbo Max open?
I think
Turbo
he
Max
went
is
back
not
down
open.
towards Mirror Park. I had nothing really legal to pull him over on.
Yeah, for... I did see one handoff, but it was iffy at best. Mostly because the local was on the ground, so.
Hi, Sam. How are you?
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out then, I guess.
I'll just code 3 out of the
466.
area so he maybe starts solid again.
Now the question is, which song do you does not?
So, I mean, are you gonna sit up on the hill and just try to watch?
No, I'm gonna wait until he starts selling and gets comfortable.
Gotcha.
They get comfortable. They
You
make
what? I'm sorry.
mistakes.
Sorry, radio's really loud.
It says someday I will remember everyone stayed at this.
Mine's fairly easy to remember, but I never
Plus, he was
expect
on
anyone
radio,
to
so
actually
I think my
remember it.
position was
I don't think
called
it's
out by
very
somebody.
fair, to be honest.
I asked the same person that stayed at this over the times, and finally I wrote it down in their contact information. Their state ID is 3,000.
Oh, that's actually a really good state ID.
Like, hold on. How do you not remember that? How do you remember people and their names and not their state ID when it's 3,000?
How could you not remember 3,000? Yeah, no, I get it. I do. I do. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Do you understand how many numbers I go through a day? Do you know?
Thank you. Urgent Bryce Miller. What was that? Spring Daffodil.
Also, you're not the only 666 that I ran into. I also ran into 644.
Yeah, I've heard of 6444.
I've run into all sorts of crazy. Some days I'm good for everyone.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Sam. You have a good night, sir. Did I turn off the radio?
Sam fix all the.
That guy out here. We'll just clock into dispatch. We'll dispatch for a little bit. Did we? Yeah, it's literally just playing stuff from my vampire playlist. Funny enough. We're gonna work on case stuff while chilling up here. What is... Radio check.
10-2.
4 Alpha 86 1041. Hey guys.
Hey.
Quiet night, huh?
What?
Is it not? Is it busy?
Yeah, busy enough if you respond to things.
Am I ring on? I do. Okay. We have a couple motions to respond to. Yeah, it looks like I have the ring on. Question mark. Yeah, I do. Okay. Let's see. I have the this exact outfit IRL. Nice. It's a good outfit. It's an immersive outfit. Here. It's an immersive outfit. Alright, so we need to respond to this motion. Okay, we can close out of this, close out of the corrupt stuff, close out of the caps. Oh, we're gonna deal with that later. I need to buy new rings though. Your character has the same shoes. Nice. Okay, so what are they trying to strike in particular? Trying to strike report 13020-17296. I think my song choice... Oh. That's easy. That's easy, hold on. It's so bad. It's an AI song that's on Spotify for some dumb fuck reason. You did this to yourself. What do they want? 13020. One 17296. Okay. Whoa, this not Jesus Christ, synth. Okay, so he wants to strike these two things. I thought the song was something completely different. So what's the basis of their argument? Individuals without valid weapon license have been arrested with pistols registered 3 times. The time frame of the discovery of the first firearm is on 413.
Owner 1,
and
76,
2 found on
1060 Tackle Street.
417. The requirement of 3 or more in a 7-day period run between dates starting a second 6-day period is extended to this threshold on a 10-day period as well. What is he talking about? What is this guy talking about? Like, good for Bird, but he, like, talks in circles. Though the incident on June 5th does not fall within the time frame for significance of weapon tracking, it supports the
23,
evidence.
1060 Tackle.
I think we have like 3 other song requests if you guys
Lima
want to play 'em.
1076 MRPD processing.
Has a unique taste in music. That sure is a thing. That sure is a phrase. Oh, that sure is a phrase. Oh, here's a good one. Gee, Snows. What's up, my dude? How are you? It is going exceptionally well. We have a lot of lovely people. We only got 30 subs next to our next goal. You want to see what we've got so far? Chad still hasn't decided what they want to tweet. We got a community game night coming up. We unlocked a wiggle emote. It's Sparks. It's so cute. We have to have chat design one lifer. We have a few hours of Lumen Chaos. We have a permathon. We have a RuneScape cozy day. We got chat designs a date night. The next one is a Discord movie night, so that should be fun. I'm really excited to see if we can get to 420, because if we get to 420, then I get to drink and just dispatch all night. With those titties, I think I'm falling in love. Ain't much to grab, but never quite minded a thing like that. She said she liked the way they fit into my hands. You rockin' little talk, making Charles drops in the scene like that. I love this song. So the first part, I think he has some merit. You think 650 is dangerous? No, it's not. I'm serious. My roommate, and I
1060 tackle
are
code
trying
4.
to move and be approved for a place in like the very beginning of September before TwitchCon.
76, 1060.
It's not
no
the,
impact.
the goal is not before TwitchCon. It just happens to be before TwitchCon. And so like if I get to the 650, I literally will let you guys pick the fucking tattoo. Think of something for you to tweet. My mind is just blank. We could do that thing where it's like one word after another, and we just do that for like a minute, where you guys only put one word and then spam chat. I think it'd be fun. I think there's some merit to the beginning part. I need to actually look at the specific wording of the charge. I gotta ask, is it chill? The stream Discord's actually fairly inactive. It's mostly just memes and people saying hi and good morning.
Three Sierra 1 to 1 Lincoln 10.
Yeah, go for it, Live Mine. We got a couple picks, no one's really been up there. Yeah. I'm very, very strong on keeping the community rules and my mods follow
22
suit.
my left.
If you break a rule intentionally, you're fucking gone. I've banned role players from my stream and my Discord. Full throttle? Got it. Break this. Is this the correct one? Who's fucking driving? Oh, they're just toga. Alright. Wait, what? Winter. Oh. What is this song? I'm kind of digging this. What is this? I'm really digging this. Alright, so what's the exact wording on the charge? No person shall lease or transfer or distribute firearms on behalf of the government. As a prerequisite for this charge, the sale, lease, or transfer, or distribution of 3 or 4 more firearms in 70 period must be proven, or 6 or more firearms in 60 period. He does a lot of nerdcore. I don't know what nerdcore is. What's nerdcore? 6 or more in a 60-day period. So if we look at the primary report, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's seven weapons. 1, 2. Is this the full list? We're not striking this. Rebuttal to strike mission to strike evidence. The state wholly rebuts the claim for striking evidence as follows. Based on the point raised by defendant Thompson via their counsel. Number 1. Fan-made song for anime characters. Oh, okay. Skyler's tweet today. It's gonna be a real life tweet. I'm not tweeting in character. Oh.
1080, pink and colored, kawaii. Yeah, pink underglow, 1 times occupied, driver, pink hair, all white, northbound, New Empire Way.
That's funny. I'm just leaving it blank. Because there's nothing here.
2 Lima 2176. 2 Lima 21, be advised there are
Kinda digging
3
this.
new warrants placed on some of the house robbers we caught earlier on camera without their masks.
Pull him up. Voices, mirrors,
Positively
need the feeling.
identify
Hate
them.
those.
Spana Mori, Gemma Knight, and Finlay.
Whoa!
They were with another man who we could not identify. Wearing a pink jacket.
Do you have a description outside the pink jacket?
He was wearing like this mummy-looking kind of mask, like a bunch of tape just all over his face.
Okay.
Well, hey, that 60's still happening. Eastbound Dutch left, northbound Jamestown. Crossing
Max
Carson, still
Texter?
northbound Jamestown.
Alright, cool. Can I request a song? Yeah, Zachary, go for it. Let's look at case files.
Left, westbound Innocent. Passing from the Davis.
I forgot where the case files are. There.
Lima 21 attached.
Tory Slaughter and
Secondary, we're
Cruelty, Stand by
continuing
Xander,
westbound
Trial, Flow
Innocence.
Strategy, Finlay,
Can we
Cummins,
get a
Challenge.
channel dispatch?
A from channel 2 and available channel 2.
Currently VCB.
Okay. Maybe not. Now my one, where's the emergency?
Help! There's been a terrible accident. We need EMS.
Where's the accident?
We need EMS.
Where's the accident? Where? Where's the accident?
God.
Sir,
Oh,
where's
God.
the accident?
Oh, fuck.
Sir,
Oh, fuck.
Sir, where's the
Vespucci
accident?
PD, Vespucci PD.
Vespucci PD, there's an accident. Are they conscious?
Oh, God. There's a girl. There's an ash in my face.
Trying to give you calls, but you weren't here, bud.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Yeah.
playing VCB on the main frequency.
Nice. All right, yeah, I'll get EMS right there. No worries.
Do we have a plate of this guy?
Yeah.
EMS from dispatch channel 1.
That it?
Go for EMS.
Okay, we're
Hey,
still
there's a. Can we get a
getting
52 outside of Vespucci PD? A Vern Harrison said that there was someone who wrecked there and they're not conscious.
Oh, God, we're circling back around.
Also, she was hot.
God, we're
So.
going northbound.
76.
Copy that, Mark. Round.
Okay, move.
What's the song? 21 Pilots?
We're going up the northern thing. They took
Risk
a
of feeling
sick
that. What
jump
about what song by 21 Pilots?
out on Clay, now eastbound Vespucci.
What we got? That's a whole ass
God,
band,
Brock,
Zachary.
I wish I had a GoPro. That
That's
shit
a
was
whole ass
amazing.
band.
Was that a sick jump?
Crazy, right? We're eastbound Vespucci.
That's fucking missy.
Yeah. Going through Legion Square, still eastbound. Passing from DMV? Question mark?
The old
Right,
DMV?
southbound. Yeah, center. Left, eastbound Jerry Calla. Right, southbound, Little Bighorn.
Oh, the Risk of feel. Oh.
U-turn.
At the. Oh. Gotcha.
No, westbound Jerry Calla. You're gonna take the sweet Olympic jump.
All right.
Lima 21 did not make the jump.
Is the whole Arcane soundtrack? You
Alright,
can't
we're
do
now
that.
eastbound Olympic Freeway.
I will pick one song and you don't know what it is.
This person's fucking insane. Crossing
Yeah, it's
correct
pretty
lane.
reckless.
Yeah, transitioning down to Poplar. Right, southbound Poplar. They did brake check me earlier. I told them if they do that shit again, I'm gonna shoot them in the back of the head. We're southbound Poplar. Approaching Innocence, right, westbound Innocence.
What did I get tagged in?
All over the place.
Bench trial requests.
Westbound
Do I
Innocence.
have permission to pit if I can get up to him?
Nah, not
Jerry
yet.
Jones, aggravated assault. What is
Circling
this?
through this alley, and we're right southbound through the alley, parallel Innocence, making a left,
Gamble?
swapping
Where are
car.
they? Oh, what?
Gamble? It's this one. God damn.
What?
Swapped into a gray vehicle.
House robbery. Gamble.
Is this
home.
even better than the last vehicle?
It doesn't have a plate.
I'm retiring.
So
I'll
that's
retire
cool.
you for you,
What will this
bitch.
be?
I don't know. Northbound Roy Lowenstein, opposite lanes.
Continuing northbound Roy Lowenstein. Secondary has her comms. Right. Southbound Little Bighorn. They're taking it pretty slow. Right. Westbound
The
Jamestown.
wiggle is so cute, Chad.
Left. Southbound Innocence Boulevard. Continuing eastbound Innocence. We're starting to pick up the speed. We're heading eastbound Innocence, going pretty fast. Still continuing
She really does.
eastbound Sustancia Road, merge onto. Still continuing eastbound Sustancia. Losing visual of ECB.
Continuing.
Is a fast car.
The Seraph, I think. Or, no, Penumbra. This is a Penumbra.
Oh, this is like a Buffalo car.
Yep.
This was their plot, the highway blast us.
Yep. Guess what? We're taking the off-ramp to Palomino. Right, northbound Palomino.
Was this the one song?
Oh, they think they juked me. Stay down there.
10-4.
They know I did this for speed. Ooh, they're blacking out. Still northbound Palomino.
In this Catholic underground city, we are sin.
Honestly, this is just tampering. That's all this was for.
Yeah.
This is a good scene too.
Misdemeanors
Isn't
that
this
give
Echo's
community
scene?
service. Like, I don't...
I just asked people to give
Pretty
me
sure
their
this is
lockpicks
Echo's
sometimes.
scene.
They put it on the ground, and I said, no, you're going to prison.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm VCB. I don't see them.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to catch them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright.
We can impound that other car, though.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny, huh?
Yeah, does Missy own any fines?
Well, then I'd have to make a report.
3-on-1, you got a non-emergency. I'm here to listen.
Oh my god, I tried calling them, but they wouldn't answer me. It's sleepy, and like someone just stole my gun off of me, and I don't know what to do. I'm freaking out.
Hey, where are you? Are you in the
I'm
city?
at the DMV. Yeah, some guy in a red raincoat just came up to me and had a shiv to my throat, and told me, "Give me your gun, or else you fucking die." So I gave it to him, and he fucking ran away.
Yeah,
I don't know what to do.
Hey, just
Dispatch,
sit down, take a
channel 2
breath.
collapse
Take a
UTL.
breath.
Swapped into
Take
a
a
Penumbra
breath.
and
Sleepy,
blasted
stop.
us.
Sleepy, stop. Sleepy.
I'm
Skyler,
sorry.
take a breath with me.
Hi, Skyler.
No. Nope, take a breath with me. Ready?
All for a
Hold it. Hold it. Hold it.
Yeah, which is the life.
Hold it. Hold it. All right, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Now you're gonna be too dizzy to go anywhere. I'll get the cop to you.
Oh my god, I have my head at it. Oh
Yeah,
my god,
I'll
this
get-
is what nicotine does to you.
Yeah, that is true. Yep,
Oh my
I'll
god.
get a cop to you ASAP. Okay.
Oh my god, thank you, Skyler. I appreciate it. Oh my god, bye-bye.
Bye. PD from dispatch.
Send it.
Hey, got a call from Dr. Sleepy Hill. She had a gun robbed off her at DMV. I made her really dizzy over the phone, so she'll stay there, but she's looking to give a report. I can head down.
Lima 21, it's 1023 DMV.
A-firm, thank you. Thank you for calling 311. Your call is very important to us. Thank you for giving us a call. If you could please hold on, an operator will get with you as soon as possible.
For fuck. Please.
Is that the end of the recording? No, you have to
Like,
hit the you have to hit the button.
Please.
No, you have to.
My fucking bitch sister went
I'm sure
over.
it's-
Please, my
no.
fucking sister went
No,
over.
Luke,
Fucking
hit the stop recording button. That way you can turn on the music.
my fucking window to walk.
No,
that
now it's just
fucking
gonna be a really
bitch,
long
that
recording where they just hear the.
My
we can't record this. We have a budget.
My bitch fucking went over to walk about for that fucking horrible fucking sister.
No, if you get rid of the recording, okay, we're just going to start again. All right. All right. Oh, I got speaking of this. Hold on, I got a song for you guys. We're fucking cooking tonight, chat. All right, so 20876.
One Lincoln 10, 76 up to Polito for Ben's trial. 195.
Copy that. Mark you around. Do you guys need me to like backpack you as like support or not?
This is literally an awful bench trial case. It's open and closed.
Just the brandishing and the aggravated assault, etc.
Yeah. He did that, dog.
No, he definitely did the other two. You might get the brandishing pulled off because it kind of rolls into aggravated assault, but you know what? Fuck it, full send it.
Yeah, he caught another assault charge for or battery charge in the cells because he decided to attack the boot while he was putting him in cuffs.
Awesome. All right. Well, guys have fun. You got this. I believe in you.
Fun.
I'm so excited.
Do you want me to come up there and do this? Do you?
Yes.
No.
Gamebell, I need you to tell me over radio you need mommy.
Mommy now.
That's good job.
You think I'm not gonna say mommy? I don't give a fuck.
Alpha 8676.
4 Ranger 33 1041 to that. Hello.
Welcome aboard.
Copy that, marking you 1041 at 0110. Have a great shift.
Ranger 33
John,
from
realize thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Send it.
Be able to assist with the 47 on Chiliad.
A firm, I can head over that direction.
Good morning. Sorry for the bad, sorry so bad. I'll be took a minute for me to get what you know. Gamble, do you guys got food or not?
Negative.
Okay.
Units be advised, be on the lookout. Man, red raincoat, pants, old, sounds Italian, scraggly beard. Held up sleepy outside the DMV with a knife to steal their gun.
Was he in a green trench coat?
I believe it was red, right, Brock?
A firm, she said it was a red raincoat. Unkempt beard, sounds Italian. Hook for a hand. Old.
Jeff from Sparks.
Send it.
I see the most recent 311. That seems like it's towards you. Yeah, I thought it was. I was man bun IDing you, so.
I think that's going to be the most recent person that ran for me that swapped cars in the middle of the chase.
Can we multitask though, chat? Can I go like 60?
Lima 2176, latest 1037 Rockford Hills. It's the one off Cougar. Affirm. It's code 4. Affirm.
Radio check.
N2.
Dispatch Lima 60 1041 operating under 5 Sam 69.
Copy that. Marking the things that you said when you said them at the time that you said them.
Thank you.
District Attorney Sparks, how can I help you?
Repatriate 88.
Ew. Ew.
Call me back when you can answer that more appropriately, Jefferson.
That's how you answer?
Bringo Burr? Bring Dugo Burr. Hi, baby.
That's all right.
Go fuck yourself.
That's worse.
Go fuck yourself.
Hey, would that constitute misuse of a 911? You think?
Was it actually 911?
No, it was 311.
No.
Damn it.
I would put that in record for whatever you're doing for possible criminal threats, though. Like at some point,
be.
if they act on it, then yes, I would say that's a criminal threat.
Yeah. I should go back and tow their car just to be petty.
You won't do it. You won't do it, pussy.
No, because I don't want to do another report. Because I've done so much
That's
paperwork already tonight.
That's fair. I'm not even actually filing a real motion. Ever since becoming DA, I've got kind of lazy with my motions. Bird filed like this 6-paragraph motion, and I just put, we rebut this for number one reason. He's wrong, and this is why we're right. I'm not even like putting it in fancy lawyer language.
Repolito 88.
Yeah, I feel you. All right. Thank you, Sparks.
Yeah, I got you. No problem, Jeff. You have a safe one.
All right.
10-8 right now.
All right, Mama.
Bye.
Affirmative. Do you want to 76 over to the farms across from the
Lido Poorhouse
gas station on Great Ocean Highway?
Pam Lamb,
Assist me with
Lido,
two new friends that I've made out here.
That is not a real parking spot. That is also not
Mike out.
a real parking spot. What is going on? What is going on with these parking spots? Not that one. I'm not even intoxicated. We're getting ready for the non-existent, like, is there a door back there? This is the other car I need to fucking deal with. If this is a Parker trial, I'm gonna do a big skip on this. Why is this door unlocked? I'm unlocking this. Oh, is this the side door? Oh yeah, look at that. This is the side door. Huh. What judge took this?
Joy did.
Wait, really? Oh, this is probably a palate cleanser for his ass.
Or no, Pond, fucking Parker.
Oh, cool. I'm just gonna sit back here and
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit back here and backpack you.
Hold on.
Yeah, well, yeah, well.
Damn.
It'd be that way sometimes.
Do
you ask for a lawyer?
He said he's gonna rep himself, and we couldn't find an attorney.
All right. Crazy Bazzy, welcome in. Appreciate you. This is Gamble Holmes something something. Who did he? How did he? Okay, so the assault and battery is just punching cops in cell.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he hit somebody with a bat in cells or just his fists?
He hit me with a bat at the up and at him.
Okay, so that's where the
Yes.
yeah, that's where the aggravated assault comes in. Failure to pay fine citation, obviously. We're working in a situation two homeless individuals being trespassed. Gamble confront ginger. Okay, yeah, you guys are pretty good at this. You don't need my help on this. I think you'll do fine, but I'll be here as backup support anyway because I'm gonna be on duty for another 34 hours, so it's fine. Yeah, we can do one more song.
That's a lot of hours.
Yeah, yeah, it's only going up. It's only going. It's glass, animals, creatures in heaven.
One of the two. Oh, look at this courtroom. Look at that. That's a big picture of Nora.
That is a big picture of Nora and Devereaux and Tiberius for some dumb reason, and then Lambda, obviously.
Yeah.
I just casually punched your car. Azamatsu, thank you so much for the 5. Holy shit! What?
I like this courtroom. It's a nice.
Oh, hi, you are
courtroom.
super fucking like I can bear the acoustics in here.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
I'm
good.
Sorry. I'm tired.
Mike, are you super
Why the
fucking
fuck
right
are
now?
you awake?
Pike just had to listen to my verdict on Stephen Alexander that was 4 hours long, and then he said that he was beaten, gonna go to bed, and then we went up to Polito, and then he ended up meeting us here anyway.
I was like, I was already here, and then they all showed up for a bench trial, and now I'm like,
You did
I
this
gotta
to
go
yourself.
bed.
I have no sympathy.
No, 100%. I don't expect sympathy, but I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm gonna smoke in this courtroom.
Yeah.
After doing an 11-hour trial, Gavin, I assume that you should be allowed to do that.
I mean, it wasn't an 11-hour trial.
It was a 6-hour trial with a 4.5-hour
Hey,
verdict.
y'all want to come to the Diddy party tonight?
The who's a what?
You
Y'all
guys,
wanna come
you
to
guys
the
know if you're
Diddy
testifying,
party?
you don't have to
Diddy party. What the
fancy
hell's
up your
that?
statement, right?
What's the Diddy party?
Yeah, no, it's his habit. I'm just knocking it out really fast.
What is that? What's a Diddy party?
Diddy party.
Yeah, Diddy party. What is
the
that?
Diddy party.
Those are really good images.
The Diddy party. What do you do?
I like the
It's a
Photoshop
Diddy
they did
party.
on them to make it look like it's a painting.
Y'all want to come to the Diddy party tonight?
Oh.
The one of Archie is fucking terrifying.
Julian at 21-10-7 for a few mics.
Nora's is really good. I
Grabbing
like
any bite
Nora's.
to eat.
Party on the
What?
calendar.
No.
Copy that. Mark, you can get some snackies
Surprise
at
party. Diddy
0237.
party.
A surprise Diddy party, huh?
Yeah.
So what's the difference between a
Dispatch,
normal
Lima
Diddy party and a
1610-8.
surprise Diddy party?
Copy
No,
that. Lima
it's just a
16,
Diddy
March
party.
New
It's a
10
surprise.
8 at
Not on the
0240.
calendar.
Welcome back.
Oh.
You can't invite any girls though. That's weird.
Can't invite girls?
No.
No girls allowed, huh?
Court. Oh, you found a
No
bug.
girls, the Diddy party.
You found a
Yeah, no
bug.
girls.
Is there a guy that likes
weird.
sanitation people?
What? Yeah, you talking about sanitation? What is that? What is sanitation, Your Honor?
What is sanitation?
Yeah. Something he knows very little
City
about.
Hall.
Ain't that right, Mr. Jones? You stinky nerd. What you say to me? That you smell bad. Yeah, I'm about to come over there and beat your ass again. Remember that? I'm while you cuffed to that desk, Your Honor. Yeah, just take a step over, I dare you. You make one step over here, I'm gonna beat your ass. Believe that.
Gamble, 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 gamble.
It's a good thing he's cuffed to the desk.
This is entrapment, Your Honor.
No, it's not.
This is entrapment.
You spell entrapment.
Control of your.
Can I spell
Sorry,
entrapment?
sorry,
Yes,
Your
I
Honor.
can.
Your Honor, we're ready.
Nah.
You shared the report to the defendant.
No, they have not.
Just raise it to a bench trial. You'll be fine.
That. It's late.
Entrapment more like.
Oh,
a
I'm just
stopple
backpacking
like
them, Your
cat
Honor.
and
It's
shit.
nothing to do with you.
They're suppressing information, Your Honor.
Is set as a bench trial.
Mr. Jones, do you need any time to review the report?
Did he get a new mic?
Yes.
I'm smoking in this courtroom now.
I might take a little while. I don't really know how to read.
Territories by smoking.
Do you understand your rights?
No, it just has
They
so.
weren't read to me.
They were read to you. You just kept interrupting him while he was reading
No,
your
I don't
right.
remember. I don't remember my rights being read to me.
Oh, good thing I was there to witness
To
it.
get to a bench trial, so you must understand some of your rights.
Nope. I just asked for a bench trial because my attorney told me to say this.
Did you or did you not have an attorney?
He's
No, they
claiming
wouldn't let him in the cells.
he's been claiming his homeless friend was an attorney in hobo court.
You can't say that word.
Sorry, residential challenge court. My bad.
Thank you.
John Penn was a homeless guy for a long time. That actually kind of tracks.
Smoke after today. So, since today is the
But
only day
Mr. Penn, was that your attorney?
No.
that means if I want to keep smoking,
Oh.
I can't go to bed yet. So then I say,
The individual who's claiming to be his attorney, Your Honor, was not a bar certified attorney.
And I'm going to assume that they're also not a paralegal.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to bed for real this time. Good night, everybody.
Now I was just playing bangers.
EMS from PD.
Send it.
Let me know
We got
when you're
two
ready,
very
Mr.
intoxicated
Jones.
women up at
I'm
the
still
Toledo
waiting
gas
on
station off
witnesses as
Great
well.
Ocean. If you come up this way,
They ain't here yet.
What
can't stop
witnesses?
falling over. I cut themselves. Not they're just
One
stumbling
was at the
everywhere.
scene.
We get you up there.
Hey, friend, we'll go to unit that way.
I don't know what the other one is. But I believe he coming. We wait 5 minutes, a short recess.
I will give you 5 minutes for a witness to appear. What is this witness's
Wait a
name?
minute. How's he even going to know where we are? I'm
Raymond
curious.
Green.
How's Mr. Green going to know we're in Toledo?
I don't know. He might 311.
Echo 15 1076 Toledo gas station off Great Ocean
He
Highway.
might just random. Okay.
For the 2 1056.
What's his name? Raymond Green.
Yeah.
Lima 21
There is no contact information for Mr. Green on the MVW, so I cannot inform him anyway.
We'll see he show up.
I will entertain this 5 minutes, just because.
He told me to say
After
bench
that.
trial. He said he coming. I don't know if he coming here or not.
Oh, that's right. Chat, look.
Like a sponge. So.
I think Brat may be one of my favorite albums this year.
this was gonna be one where.
Look, we replaced or rather, Devs replaced the seal for Blaine County with our custom seal that was done by Honey Beaumont's player.
I thought Bauer was coming.
It's so pretty. You can actually see like, I don't know. It looks really good.
Do you have all the witnesses that you need, State?
Look at. Are you coming up here?
Why is this door locked?
Is the door locked?
All right, 2 minutes.
It was-
Fantastic.
It
All
was
right, see you
locked
again.
when I walked
Nah.
through it, Your Honor.
And,
No.
other witness will be
Yeah.
here in
I can get
hopefully
him
2
unlocked.
minutes. He's the
I
oldest
can
in
unlock. I'm
the
just being
room.
lazy.
Oh.
Just gonna keep being lazy.
That'll fall in the.
Now you made me roll pull the way
Yeah.
of me.
I don't want to switch jobs.
Understood.
Blah. Blah.
God damn it. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let me get unlocked. Let me.
Yeah. Blah. We'll open.
Right.
Yay!
Okay. Okay.
I got it.
God damn it. Also, chat, I haven't shown you guys this yet.
Echo 15, 10, 23.
I don't know if you've seen this. But look how amazing this is. It's literally just the whole fucking thing. It was submitted a while ago. Hi, Impact. Welcome in. It's so nice. I'm legally blind and I can't I can't read any of that. Oh, it's all the attorneys, the paralegals that were registered recently, all of the judges, and then the district attorney's office. And so we have Skyler's name up there. It's so nice. And then these are all the attorneys. They stack a little bit different. Samantha? Yeah, Samantha Sanders is up here. For now.
To Lima 2176, latest 1037 at the airport.
Copy that. Marking you en route. Tegan Lafferty, Thomas Muller, Tyson Sullivan.
Ranger 33, show me Clear Mountain Rescue 76 Hayes for vehicle maintenance.
Copy that. Marking you en route. It's so nice. Like, genuinely.
Lima 96, 1041.
Other 176
What'd she
does
say?
the same thing at the airport.
I'm not responding to yours, Jeff.
Okay, well that's rude.
Oh, sorry. Did you want me to do that?
You don't want
10-3.
The fact that I want to be
Holy shit, to Lima 21, there's a vehicle.
What do you mean you want to be mad at me for?
Very
What
fast
did I
away
do
from
wrong?
the airport, attempting to catch up, heading northbound on the
I am perfection personified.
On-ramp.
Thank you very much.
That's for damn not wrong. I'm not true.
Davis one?
on the
Everybody-
Tokyo
Exactly,
Park
not
area.
wrong. Thank you, Skylar.
The lightning's gonna strike him for lying.
Currently
See if it's
You
gonna
VCV.
can't
happen.
fucking come in here and let me bully you. I love the Blaine
Like a
County
silver
has a
color
formal
two
courthouse.
door.
It's
Wasn't
super
really able to
nice.
get a good look before it
I'm
just
moving. I'm
bolted
moving. I'm
past me
behaving.
at
I'm
like
moving.
110 miles an hour.
I have a newspaper.
Did not come this way.
Please.
Welcome
Oh,
in,
no, even better.
Lachlan.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, this is the perfect opportunity for you to give your own contempt.
Doesn't appear to have a registered plate either.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be fine. He's
You want
not
me to
moving.
hold him for you? You want me to hold him for you, Parker? I'll do that.
Could have been.
Take everybody out with this newspaper. Test me.
Do it, pussy. You won't.
Skylar, don't you do it.
You said test you.
Don't you do it.
I'm gonna move.
Alright, I'm probably gonna miss, but let's go for it.
Go to bed, you
I'm
silly
sure you'll
goose.
do
But
fine.
welcome in. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you.
Yep, I missed.
He's still ducked. That's
Can
crazy.
you say something, sir?
Wow.
That's a shame.
You really is.
You
Just ate
still
my last
flinched, so
snack.
I don't want to hear it.
There any
Don't
food
do it.
trucks?
And
Don't
unfortunately,
do
drank
Happens
the
if I
last
throw
one
it.
as well. Wow, I just had a nice cold.
Oh, you want to find out?
I mean,
Oh,
that's why I'm
bounce this
asking
cup off
first.
your
Why
You
does he
know.
sound like
Go ahead.
super
Go
extra
ahead.
high
Has
definition?
anyone got any food?
I mean,
for
I would
Mr.
like to
Jones
know
here?
what's going to happen to me if I throw it.
The contempt gets worse.
Okay, how so?
I haven't decided what the contempt is.
Well, that's
a
I mean,
good
that's no
answer.
fun.
What do you mean it's not any
You
fun?
le-
You're
you
gambling.
know what?
Your last
You-
name
you-
is literally gamble.
Listen, you let me know what my quote unquote contempt is going to. Wow.
Ow.
Did he just mock the contempt? I think he mocked the contempt.
I did.
Point.
Damn.
It's okay. I'm not even sure they're a real department anyway.
You got a cup.
I just bounced a cup off Parker Huang's forehead.
You really did.
Yep.
Gavin, why
You
are
got
you
cut.
awake?
I'm awake because if I go to bed, then I can't smoke anymore.
That is a very depressing. Ow!
You're that close and you
Motherfucker, we're the
missed?
same rank. Okay.
I literally
didn't
just
miss.
dropped the book.
Oh, it
on
went
the
over
desk.
my head. Okay, that's all I saw.
Careful.
Listen, this is not setting a good example.
I'm the
I already
fucking
had to
district
yell at this
attorney.
homeless man for yelling, for
I will
throwing
take
fucking
that
trash and up and
cup
at him.
with dignity and grace, as befitting of my station.
She should be charged with
within
littering.
the state of San Andreas.
He's right. I'll
Hey,
pick it up. I'll pick
hey,
it up.
Boot,
He's
you want to
right.
give Judge Joy and District Attorney Skyler Sparks tickets for littering?
This is my fucking courtroom.
I'll still
I
give you
just
a
picked
ticket.
up my own
Can I have
damn
that?
cup.
Check.
I picked it
Can I
up.
have that cup?
10-2. 10-2. 10-4, 5 Robert 13,
I have 15
1041.
minutes, so
You can throw a cup in the courtroom if he wants to. It's literally a courtroom.
1
It's
Lima
not
8. You copy?
Oh. You can just go pick it up.
Jay
This is our place of employment.
Jay
Oh,
Garrison.
That went really,
you
really
copy?
far.
Yeah, it's fine. It's probably fine.
He ain't copying, Chief.
We're just okay.
Negative.
All right, listen, we don't. You know what? We won't cite people for littering anymore since it's a
Dominic,
courtroom.
He's not on Radio 1, so.
Yes, if members of the judiciary want to throw a cup inside a courtroom, it's highly unlikely that
DOJ
they would be
DJ Hours
considered littering.
runs tonight. It
Seeing
seems.
as we
Seems
can
so.
go just go pick it up.
Sounds like
Seems
corruption to
so.
me.
Listen,
It's
I'm
not
not
corruption.
looking
I'm
for
the
any
expert on it.
contempt of court thingies today. So
You know, Miss
It ain't you,
Sparks,
Boot, getting
going
a contempt
around
of court. You ain't gonna
saying
worry
that
about
you're
it.
an expert on
Yeah, it doesn't think he's
corruption
on
is
radio at all,
probably going to give people the wrong message.
Dude, I
Okay.
just had that conversation on Ranger Freak.
That's not my
I'm
problem.
happy
If
we
they're
get-
not
can we get
willing
the
to
show
talk to
started?
me
Yeah,
about the things that I
I'm
say and they
saying.
make
It's been 2
assumptions, I don't
minutes,
really
so-
care.
Fair point.
I'm
I mean,
gonna
like,
say
if,
this
if
on
they're gonna
Main Freak.
people already rumor
Ruiz,
monger
if you
about
don't have
me.
his phone number,
Also, this room's a
use
safe
your
space. Who's gonna be like, oh my gosh, she said she's the
You're a
the expert on
Clarence, I was
corrupt-"
asking
mean, like,
you if
does
you
the-
had his
does
number,
it, does,
it
it,
would
does,
be
does one of
easier
my
at
ADAs
that
being
point.
expert
Alright, so
on
let's get
murder
this
make them a
started.
murderer?
Why are
Ready?
you so
Hold on,
We're,
just trying to
we're
stop the
ready,
court
Your
case.
Honor. We're ready.
Oh my god.
We are ready for you, Your Honor.
Fucking
So is
nerds.
he representing himself then?
Yeah.
Alright, sweetheart. Would it be
That's a goddamn wolf. What the fuck?
Huh?
That was a fucking wolf howl.
Alright.
Oh my god, thank you so much. Faithful, we reached 4,200 followers. Holy shit. You all, chat, you heard that, right? Chat, you heard the wolf howl, right? Like, I'm not crazy?
Hey, is the regular DMV building open?
Hey, firm.
Hey, firm. Thank you.
I fucking heard it. I swear to God, Tiberius, stop leaving your goddamn stupid fucking chicken bones.
Tulima 21 attempting to catch up to a gray in color, looks like a penumbra, heading southeast Carson Avenue. They're going very fast.
I imagine it was just ambient noise.
Hey, where's the hospital? I heard there's a hospital here now.
I don't know.
Tulima 21,
We'll
I
find it.
read to inform you.
Yeah, I wanted to
am
find
Alright,
it.
let's go find it.
I want to find where the hospital is.
It's okay, bud.
10-9. It's definitely ambulant.
VCP.
You definitely know. Oh, okay.
So apparently Dr. Schilling is really pissed off at me now.
Oh, but for what
Tulima
reason?
21, 6 latest 1060
Because
in
I
Rockford.
had... It wasn't really made clear in all the reports that I
4 Alpha
read
86 and 7.
that apparently Dr. Schilling was in on trying to finesse Mr. Alexander,
Yeah.
like, from the very beginning, like she
Yeah.
was never interested in him in the
think it's
first
this
place,
way.
and apparently they like Dr. Hayabusa,
Mm-hmm.
Schilling had concocted this plan with police to
Okay.
have Mercy like string him along and like some other shit.
Motor 176,
But that wasn't
1060,
really
please.
like was mentioned in one of the psych sessions.
Yeah.
That she had like faked a reaction.
Sure.
In order to get Alexander to like do something, but there was never anything in there that was like that like detailed that, oh yeah, this is all part of like a police like strategy to do this stuff, right?
Right.
So I made some comments during my verdict, like when I was telling her about one of the sessions in which he's talking about how Mercy Schilling like really came on to him and was like tracing her fingers like along her scars and
Yeah, that.
saying-
The thing is, I can actually see that fucking happening. Like, I know they may have been like upset. I don't think you were far along from that. And that's
No,
just
I had
information
made
I fucking know. So.
Yeah, so I talked about that, and then
It's
I had
over
made a
here.
comment that, you know, Dr. Mercy Schilling has a type. Because she had kind of mentioned as such, like, at
We're on
another
23.
point in time.
What you doing?
We're looking at the new hospital.
123 Rockford 1060.
All right. Making sure y'all are all good.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm on. Well, one of the reasons
1060
why I'm on
Rockford
dispatch.
code 4
Hey, Joe, you still got a
2176,
voice?
latest 1031s.
You can still talk?
Yeah.
Lima
I can
66
still
I've
say
driven
words.
violent recently. Yeah, it's just the character.
I'm amazed. You were talking for a very long time in court today.
Yep, I was talking for almost 4 hours. 3 hours and 53 minutes.
That's insane.
Kudos to you, sir. Kudos to you.
Yep.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, right?
Well, no, but I guess it helps.
All right, stay safe. Bye.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyway, I would agree. I think she has a type, but I mean, like, if she's gonna get mad, if you call her out for her type, you call her out for her type. I'm sorry.
Well, I did that, and then I had made a second comment about how, you know, Stephen Alexander's RV was unable to be located and was, like,
Oh,
moved.
ma'am, this
like,
Attorney Sparks just gonna look around, okay? Let me check in. Supreme Justice Gavin Joy, yep.
Lima 60 rolling into Grove now.
2 Lima 21, half a mic out.
Lima
Bravo
60 23.
I swear to
we got
God,
a
I would make
Stratum
fucking
and
bionic
a
role play.
box truck out
He
front.
replacing. Anyway, what's up?
I'm gonna go around the back in case
Yeah,
you run
I had
out.
made
have
another
suspect in the
comment
front.
about,
There's two people in
Cute.
blue denim
Yeah,
and
it's
a
a
man
nice-
in a
it's a nice
pink
little-
shirt.
nice little waiting
Oh,
room.
this is,
Yeah. But yeah,
these are the
so
same
when we were
suspects
talking
from the
about
last
Stephen
third one, I
Alexander
believe.
and the RV,
Mhm.
like the police had located his RV and applied for a search warrant. But by the time the warrant had been approved, the RV had been moved. But Alexander was already in police custody, so there's a question of who moved his RV. Well, based on all the reports, Dr. Schilling was the only other person that had ever even like been to his RV and had access to it. So I'd made it. So I had posed that as, you know, a question. Like, okay, there's only one other person who had access to his RV and who potentially could have like moved it because he was in custody.
really-
By the
they
way,
really
somebody
did.
keeps going in and out of the house.
And so I, combination of that
21's gonna
plus,
go
you
back.
know, the, I guess,
These
fake
rooms are
relationship
cute.
that they didn't really make too
I
much
love clutter.
mention about being
Not to
fake,
interrupt.
but
Not
I
to interrupt.
digress.
Gavin Joy.
Got
but
some
this
people thinking that
all of
Schilling
this
was in on
makes
it
it look
and was
living.
like
I
on
love clutter.
Alexander's
So
side, and so I
much.
guess a bunch of people started texting her like really shitty things, and then that pissed off
I
Hayabusa,
can hear because the
and she
hotel
made a
room, since I
comment
had
about
a
it
travel
like
doctor's appointment,
wh-
my sleep-
during a break
Lyric!
in my verdict, which was
Yeah.
understandable considering she's got the full
Oh,
picture and all that.
bedroom. This is really fucking nice.
Yeah, it actually looks. This looks like an actual hospital.
Yes.
Like
Yes, it does.
all of the other hospitals that we go into, like they don't really look like
It's
hospitals. They
extremely
don't-
modern, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have the same like layout. Like this looks like an actual
who's
fucking
primary
hospital.
Yes.
That like, yeah.
Yeah, as it
You.
should. It's an old hospital. It's in Polito.
Y'all were here
Hello.
first.
I like it.
Hello.
Supreme
drunk.
Justice Gavin Joy.
Yep, we're taking a look around the new
Oh,
hospital.
Mr. Nightingale. We signed into the front desk. No
Justice.
worries.
Invent the drinking laws. I'm drunk and I'm 20.
Okay, well, we
can
don't
we
have
try
any
and
drinking
get
laws,
the woman
so that's
carrying
legal
the
for now.
bonsai tree and the pink man into cuffs, and I'm
Oh,
gonna try
these
and
have
get the
access to
woman
the-
going in
Which
and
makes
out of the
sense.
house
It
with
makes
cuffs.
perfect sense.
Oh god, there's gonna be so many fucking people like breaking into the hospital just to use those.
I really hope not, because they're
God,
medical
he's gonna-
computers.
We've got runners.
Yeah, well,
Look
you know,
at that
people.
new wiggle. Everybody. Ooh. Operating room. Oh, this makes
OR.
perfect sense. Everything in here makes sense. Because it's an
Showing
operating
the
room. Why would I say
21
otherwise?
1080 northbound Broge Avenue. It's a.
Do you want me to?
I mean, everything
Lyric
in here
LD
makes
unit
sense.
occupied 2 times.
I mean, except I don't know
right
about the
through
artwork
the alley,
here.
behind
I don't know about that stuff. That's like shit you
Covenant
find in
right,
like a dentist
southbound Roy Lowenstein,
office.
right, westbound
Well,
Covenant.
we were complaining about dentists the other day. So.
Traffic's light, weather's clear, left,
Yeah.
southbound Grove,
Electricity.
left,
And a woman
east,
running.
That is not
Grove
it.
Street,
Yeah, nope, nope, nope.
U-turn,
Nope, this is the OR.
Put him in a
Just
room.
gonna wait for all these people just to.
heading westbound Grove Street.
Come in here. Come into room 3.
Driving on sidewalk, oh, they're getting in front of me.
Look, okay, fine.
You
I'll get out of the
turning.
room. Gosh.
No, I'm so sorry.
I'll get. I'll just.
They're
I'll
currently,
get out of
stopped
the
on
room and
Grove
get out of
Street.
your
One's
way
running out
then.
back
I
to the
damn
car.
it, Taylor.
Oh, thank you.
More pretty flowers were
How you doing?
Oh, I haven't taken a look in the X-ray room.
How are you?
Oh, okay.
Careful,
How are you?
Rock.
I'm alright.
We're not hitting them yet.
Just trying to help.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to pit them.
We got
Be
one more
careful.
room over here, Gavin.
Yeah, we
Alright,
do.
they're heading westbound Grove, right,
Ooh, this
northbound
thing.
Grove.
Oh, it's like a supply closet.
Motor one
Yeah.
secondary.
Oh, it's a lot more than a surprise
So you
closet.
stay back
Okay,
and
so you got
document the vehicle.
access to that
We
desk.
stopped on
You
the side
got.
of the road.
Oh, look at this.
This makes sense. Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
I like this. This is a nice office. I like this office.
It really is. It really is. It's very cluttered, which makes sense. I guess someone's already started.
I
using
don't
it.
like the masks
Continuing.
on the wall. That
Coming
doesn't
up
make any
Carson.
sense. But
What do
everything
you
else,
mean?
I like it.
Eastbound Carson.
Yeah, these two random
Okay,
fucking
southbound
masks right
Royal.
here.
Gavin, you tell me you haven't had a doctor that's been working for 20 years and an
Heading towards
attorney
Dutch
that's been working
London.
for 40 years and not have random shit in their office
Right,
because they went on
westbound Dutch
vacation. It
London.
was like me and my wife really enjoyed the like the
Approaching
Picanos
Autopia.
and we picked up something and now that reminds
You know,
me.
honestly,
Passing.
no. Actually, no.
Oh, westbound.
Yeah.
I did a supervising attorney one time that was part of a huge firm. We had 3 buildings downtown Atlanta.
Holding
Sorry, three floors in a huge building downtown Atlanta. And he had the
left,
weirdest fucking
northbound
shit in his
Alta.
office. It was
Yeah,
like
see, I've always worked at mid-sized firms.
Mhm.
I've never worked at like large or big law firms. I've always worked at like either very
Railroad
large
tracks go
small
Alta
firms
northbound,
or
getting
like
on Alta
mid-sized
northbound.
firms because I found that's where you get the nice mix of
Approaching Vespucci.
there's enough cases coming in and out to where you can
tried to
make
fake
a
it.
steady amount of income and don't really have to worry about shit. But also, like, it's possible to actually know everyone in the office and to have like some kind of like interpersonal relationship with the people in the office. So I've always kind of strived for like going for that shit.
makes sense because that way you can actually know your colleagues and if you need any co-counsel or assistant counsel or in something. There was
Yeah.
a that because I was interning. It was my second. It was my 2L and CCT.
Sidewalk left, southbound.
Oops, sorry, sir.
Alta.
I'll see how you're here.
Oh.
Sorry about
That's
that.
TD's building.
Okay. That
Any
makes sense.
additionals in that or no?
There's a break room.
We can use another 4-wheel.
Oh, these look at these cute little.
I'm coming from Toledo, so if nobody else can, I
Dr.
can.
January, Dr. Mari, Dr. Ghost,
Right, northbound
Addie, and
Peaceful.
Dr. Miranda.
Crossing over Las
Dr.
Lagunas.
Ghost.
Chat, this is really nice.
Sidewalk.
It is I, Dr. Ghost, here to spook you and frighten the germs out of your body.
One thing that's we're just documenting the vehicle that we could
okay.
attach back to the chase.
God,
Basic.
these cabinets are so fucking awful, and I love them.
Last seen westbound.
This
Boulevard,
fucking
they're just taking a
color.
side right past the golf course.
I like the like sea blue green color. What do you mean?
This is like the worst fucking color I have ever seen in my life for a kitchen, but I love it.
This is
Like
the color.
like this screams like authentic kitchen.
Correct. What they did probably because one, it's Polito. Two, they probably found this at like U-Tool or something, and it was a discounted paint because someone didn't like the color.
I have access to their fridge.
Yes, because it's a fridge.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like the fridge in the DMV, only certain people can get into it. It's got a lock on it. This one.
Oh my God, Occams!
Yeah, it didn't used to, but then they added one.
Occams, welcome in. Hi guys. If you could tell, hold on, Gavin. If you could tell Ray anything right now, what would you tell him?
Ray?
Yeah.
Ray who?
Montag.
Oh, Ray Montag. If I could tell Ray Montag anything, what would I tell him?
Yeah. Welcome in, Raiders.
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
That makes sense. Wait, can it not? I thought it like burned really hot. Can it not like melt steel?
Well, so I don't know. I don't 100% know about that. The flaw in that that logic though is like just because it can't melt the beam, that's turning the beam into liquid, right? That's turning metal from like solid to liquid.
How was everything?
But heat still makes things soft and more malleable. So even if you like heat up a steel beam, even if the beam doesn't fucking melt, it still becomes less able to support the structure that it is holding up because it's soft and more easily like able to buckle and like all that shit. That's the part that like all the fucking like weirdo 9/11 conspiracy theorists are missing.
What's the most believable conspiracy theory to you? Because I got
the most believable conspiracy theory.
We got another warrant to evade. Yeah, it's fucking 20 days. Good luck, kids. Yeah, what's like a conspiracy theory that you like almost believed? Because I got like 2 of them.
I don't really believe any of them, to be honest.
No.
But then again, I also don't go out of my way to like learn about conspiracy theories.
Like
I don't know what believable conspiracy theory do you have, huh?
I'm pretty like hard set on like the Eye of Providence. You know how like on most like U.S. money they have like the weird Eye of Providence thing on the the Eye of God, like the big triangle thing. I feel like there's definitely like a deeper meaning into that, but like not just a like we're the Masons or we're part of the Masons and we're just leaning into it and blah blah blah. There's definitely they added it on there to be like, we know things.
So you think that way back in the day, some weirdo was like, "I'm gonna put this on our currency as like an inside joke."
Yeah. I don't think it's as malicious as people think it is, and I don't think it has like a good meaning where it's like, oh, we're so, we're having God watch over the country and blah blah blah. I think it's just some guy doing a 1776 meme.
I mean, people do that now, so why wouldn't they do that back then?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't some guy just be like, you know what? I can do this. And it'll be funny, so I'm going to do it.
Yeah, that and the Gleitzwitz incident, that one also, I think, I wish we had more information from that, but you can blame the Gleitzwitz incident.
I might know what that is, but I don't recognize that name.
So that was part of like that was essentially like digging into the World War II quote unquote lore. It was a casus belli that Hitler claimed to start invading Poland. Basically, they were a bunch of incidents.
Sorry, did you just say World War II lore?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else do you want me to say?
I don't know. I mean, I guess lore isn't an inappropriate word, but like usually when people are talking about lore, they're talking about the lore of like the Stephen King universe or the lore of like Tolkien. They're not talking about like, yeah, so here's the lore behind the Armenian genocide, or hey, here's the lore behind the rise of communism in China.
Would you rather me say World War II canon?
Okay, so is there a World War II cinematic universe out there somewhere?
Yeah, it was all on History Channel before it became about aliens.
You know, God, that reminds me. I legitimately miss that like old school History Channel. Old school
Me
History
too.
Channel was pretty dope. I like that shit.
I used to like watching it and like picking apart was like what was actually true, what was fake, and all that kind of shit. It was so good.
Yeah, and now it's just like,
Chad,
but what if aliens built the Mayan temples? And then they have that like weird guy with like the blown out hair who's like, yeah, man, I was like rolling a blunt with psilocybin and I smoked that shit, and yeah, man, yeah, man, those aliens, man, they just like.
what if
They just built those
Yeah.
temples, man. And then
What
you're
if
like,
they-
what? How in the fuck are you like a credible expert in like Mayan history? Like, what the actual fuck? Who are you? Are you just like some guy that like outside the studio was like sleeping in a dumpster, and they're like, hey, guess what? You know, put on this suit. We'll pay you $50. Just put this on and just start rambling about like fucking temples and aliens. And he's like, okay, man.
But okay, so that begs the question. So like, why are there so many civilizations that built the same fucking shapes of pyramids at the same basic time? Why was it all built? Was it like society just like got really high one day and everyone just agreed to build fucking pyramids around the same era?
No, the reason why everybody decided to build pyramids and stuff is because at that level of technology, if you wanted to build like a stable stone structure, that's what you did. They didn't know how about like flying buttressing or like any of that stuff. So you had to build a stone structure that slanted basically inwards because otherwise
Okay.
it would fall over.
So all of humanity basically shares one brains. Actually, that makes sense.
I mean,
that makes sense.
we are all the same species, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that we all think of things like basic engineering or structural planning the same way.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, especially with the tools that we're supposed to have. So,
yep,
that makes sense. Anyway, so it was like a couple dozen incidents. I think it was like 24, 26 incidents or something that basically Hitler was like, we're going to invade Poland on a casus belli so that we actually don't do any war crimes before they did a ton of war crimes. And so that's why they claimed those incidences were the reason why they would invade, to like take over and strike back. But like, one of those incidences was like a car wreck and just some guy was yelling. And so there's a conspiracy theory that basically puts it as a false flag attack. And so what we had to do was like, you know, when we went through all those records and stuff, when we had to like actually try to find stuff, but it's not like actually 100% confirmed.
So there's a conspiracy theory that one of the like bullshit reasons for Hitler invading places was there was a car accident and a man was yelling about it. But now, in addition to that dumb, silly shit, now there is a conspiracy theory that actually it was the Nazis that orchestrated this car wreck to then
No.
use as a justification
no.
to invade Poland.
No, so do you know what a casus belli is?
Yeah, isn't that just like a reason for entering war or some shit?
Yeah, so basically, a casus belli is basically what happened when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor. It's an attack that provokes someone, and it gives us a legal reason generally with how the it gives us a generally good quote unquote reason to invade or strike back at the country.
I don't think there's any law involved in there. You can just if you want to go to another country and kill people, you can kind of just do that. It's just if you do that for no reason, people look at you sideways and are like, maybe you shouldn't do that.
Correct. I'm not talking like because international law is all weird and shit anyway. But no, it basically was just yes, some of them were staged, some of them weren't. So. And so there's no proof of that because obviously they covered it up.
Generally the sum scope of the reasons for going to war. Some of them were staged, some of them were not. That's the conspiracy. And that
which was primarily led. Yeah, correct.
I mean, it's not the first time somebody has like orchestrated something to happen and then went, oh, that thing happened. All right, we're gonna go and kill all these people now, and then they just did that shit.
No, but that's why I said like a believable conspiracy theory, right? Like it's like we don't have any proof of it, but it seems to be what is correct because of what came out of the Nuremberg trials and stuff like that. So, I know too much about World War II for someone my age, probably.
Why do you know so much about World War II?
My dad was really interested in it, and so I used to watch it when I was a kid on stuff like that. And then I always wanted to minor in history, but I never did. So.
I was going to become a geologist and
Wait, really?
study rocks.
That's cool.
And then
as
I
hell.
became
What?
an attorney instead.
Why would you do that?
Why would I become an attorney instead of studying rocks?
Yeah, one of those professions is interesting and gives you a long life. The other one's being an attorney.
Well, being an attorney does make a lot of money. And studying rocks generally doesn't unless you get into the oil industry. Because the oil industry pays lots of money for people who know things about rocks to find oil.
Yeah.
But nah, the problem why I dropped geology is I took all of the actual geology classes and I was like, wow, this is great. And then I started thinking, I looked at like what I needed to do in order to get a major in geology. And they were like, guess what you get to do now? Chemistry.
Ooh,
and I was
didn't like chemistry.
And I was just like, chemistry was actually my least favorite science. Like back in high school, I took physics, and I actually liked physics, even though it was a little bit math heavy.
Physics,
and I liked biology, and I liked earth science, and I liked all those other things. But chemistry, I don't know what it was. Chemistry just didn't click with me. I just didn't like it because it's all stuff about like, here's how to name all of these atoms, and here's how you do all of these compounds in order to make the things, and here's all the various reactions that happen. And there's endothermic and exothermic, and then also here's how you measure molar weights. And I was like, okay, fuck all this shit. This is dumb. This is just a bunch of people making a bunch of arbitrary names about dumb bullshit.
Yeah, that's most of science, Gavin. that's. I think about all the names for bones. They just were like, we're gonna name this bone the femur. We're gonna name this the.
Yeah, but like in biology and physics and like all those other kinds of sciences, like it makes sense. In chemistry and stuff, like all that shit's just completely like. It just doesn't make sense. Like, fuck all that shit. I don't want to do that. And in order to get further into geology, in order to like steep myself into the geologic cult and all that stuff, they were like, oh, well, you know, in order to get like, I did all of my initiate phase into geology, and I flew with flying colors through that shit, and then they were like, oh, but in order to induct yourself deeper into the cult of the rock, You
Not gonna lie,
gotta
physics is
gotta
fun as fuck.
learn
Why do you like
chemistry
why do
and
you like
like
physics?
I had to take like 5 fucking chemistry classes, and I was like, okay, do I really want to take 5 chemistry classes? No, I don't want to take 5 fucking chemistry classes. I want to take more classes about rocks. I came here to learn about rocks. And you're not letting me learn about rocks. So I said, all right, well, you can kick rocks. I'm going to go do something else.
So what did you do for your undergrad? What's your undergraduate?
It's called Human Communication Studies, which is
so like sociology.
Which is a silly way of saying that I took a bunch of like speech and
I love
debate
that.
classes.
Oh, okay, so it's like unique from your alma mater kind of thing. Okay.
Not really. I think the closest analog would be like sociology or anthropology or something like that. I took a lot of classes like that, just classes about like human behavior and what people do and how people communicate with one another, and then a whole bunch of speech and debate because I was good at that. And those classes were kind of interesting because, like, growing up, I love fucking with people. I loved fucking with people back then, and I love fucking with people now because it's funny. And so learning about human behavior just kind of clicked with me because, like, that's what I would do normally is I would, like, just, like, do random shit, or I would, like, mess with people to see how they would react.
It's called social engineering, Joy.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing that ever since I got here.
Yeah.
And no one knows except you now.
I think it's just the nature of like moving around in politics and in our career, etc. I really, really like social engineering and interrogations. It makes me happy.
I'm gonna let you in on a secret.
What's the secret?
Actually, I think I may have let you in on the secret, but I'm not 100% sure. But the secret I'm gonna let you in on. Huh?
Is it the witchcraft thing?
Oh, yeah. How about how I did that on purpose just to see what people would do and also to get people to start doing witchy shit, and then predictably, like clockwork, everyone suddenly cared about witches and witching and general witchery and things like that.
Which barely existed beforehand, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's outlawed! I have to be and I have to be the antithesis of whatever is outlawed." Blah blah blah.
Yep. We're planning on, because we're trying to give the Marine people something to do and spinning that up, and now that we've got Polito kind of built out a little bit,
Yeah.
what the plan is we're gonna let the witch thing run for a bit longer, probably like a couple more weeks, and then that's when we're gonna outlaw like being a pirate or something.
Ooh, okay.
We're gonna shift gears to piracy.
Ooh, what about sirens? Have you thought about sirens?
Well, see, that's the thing. The reason why the witchcraft thing worked well is because there already was like a small-ish community of people that were already kind of doing it, you know, on the low. So
hold on, I have to.
And also, it's one of those things where it's like absurd enough where people can kind of just sort of play around with it and everything.
Yeah.
So like if you're gonna try to socially engineer by just like making something illegal spontaneously for no reason, you gotta pick something that people are already like a little bit invested in, but just not really doing like too terribly much of. Which is why we're thinking of doing piracy next, because there are like, I mean, there's a handful of motherfuckers running around, you know, that are like pirates or, you know, thinking they're pirates or things like that.
Yeah, it's like Captain Keelhaul or something, yeah.
Yeah. So like if we make piracy illegal, like Captain Keelhaul will start yelling about it, and then other people will like rush to Captain Keelhaul's defense, and then we'll have a bunch of people doing pirate stuff. And then when people are doing pirate stuff, then the Marine unit can go in and they can start messing with the pirates, and then it becomes like a whole thing, right?
Ooh, that means we'll probably see less eye patch cops too. Dear God, thank you. Also,
maybe.
Thank you for saying stop adopting random people. Don't call people your daughter unless they're your daughter.
Yeah, I have always kind of held that opinion that like adult adoption in general has always kind of weirded me out, but I don't really say much about it because I
Yeah.
know, some people, that's some people that's what they want to do, and I'm
Sure,
not going to
yeah, no,
pass
I get it.
judgment or anything, but it does get a little weird sometimes. Although I am being a slight bit of a hypocrite in a way because I decided that I was going to try it and see how I felt about it.
Like it's like weed, like you're just casually trying adult adoption. Who did you adopt, Kevin?
Ghost Pepper.
Where has she been? Is she okay? She owes like $20,000.
I don't know. I haven't seen her in a while, but yeah, so she was like, "Hey, you want to be my dad?" And I was like, "Why?" And then she said like, "I don't know," and then like some other thing, and then she
Yeah.
mentioned that she had a dad, and it was Joe Cruel,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, "Joe Cruel is your dad, the crime guy?" And he was like,
Yeah, the
and she
crime
was like,
guy,
"Yeah,
too.
well, I want a legal dad, and I want an illegal dad." And I was like, "You know what? Normally, I think this is cringe as fuck, but you know what? Don't knock it until you try it. So, sure, you can be my probationary daughter."
Probation daughter. Proby daughter.
So now Ghost Pepper is my probationary daughter, and she calls me dad sometimes, and it still feels a little weird. And a couple times I called her daughter, and I also felt icky just saying
Mhm.
it. So I don't know how long that's gonna last.
So I will say this. I think in rare circumstances, I think adult adoption is necessary. But it's different if you're like adopting a 40-year-old. Like I feel like if it's like 25 and under, like say for example you get married to somebody and they have a kid, and you end up clicking it really well with the kid, and the kid's like 17 or 16 or something, and then you date the person and they have a kid, and then you get married and they're like 20ish or something, and eventually you adopt them. I think that's okay. It's not going to happen that much in San Andreas because there's no really any kids here. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So I think in that circumstance it's fine. But if I'm like 30 and I'm adopting someone who's 28, I don't know. I tend to agree.
That's one thing that I've always thought that was also a little weird when it's like a 30-year-old adopting like like someone who's like around their age, because like aren't you just friends? Like that's what friends are. Like when a 30-year-old likes hanging out with a 28-year-old,
no
and they go and like they do shit and whatnot, like that's just being friends.
Yeah.
Like you're friends.
Correct.
Like at least in my case, at least I guess on that front, like at least I'm not going where like I'm fucking 52, and Ghost Pepper is like 20 something. I don't fucking remember.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't fucking ask people their ages.
That's probably for the best. Just keep thinking I'm in my 20s. That saves us a lot of time.
Why would you not be in your 20s?
Because I'm in my 30s, and that means I don't have to correct you.
Oh, well. I guess? Sure. How old are you anyway?
30.
Exactly on the dot?
No, 30 in like 5 months, I guess.
So you're 29.
No, no, I'm 30. I turned 30 on April 18th.
You turned 30 on April. Oh, so you just turned 30.
Yeah, I'm like 30. If I'm
well,
doing...
everyone says that 30 is the new 20.
I would never go back to my early 20s. I would rather die.
Well, yeah, that's why everyone says 30 is the new 20, because nobody likes their 20s anymore.
No, it's miserable.
Yeah.
And you just get bullied, but by adults, and then you can't do anything because then it's a crime.
Well, also, like, everyone's 20s these days are where like you're working shit fucking jobs that you hate and working with shit fucking people that you hate, and it's not until like your 30s that like you get a job that like might actually be worth a fuck.
Yep.
And then like in your 30s is when like you actually like start making, you know, money, and you actually have disposable income, and you can be kind of sort of financially dependent depending on where you actually live. And
Yep.
you know, like 30s is like where 30s is where it's at.
Oh, I would agree. I would fully agree. I would not go back to my early 20s for any reason that at all, unless I absolutely 100% had to. I said I would rather die, but I would rather have all my teeth pulled out. I hated my early 20s. It was miserable.
You'd rather have Joseph Alexander rip your fingernails out one by
Fuck
one in
right
a
off.
shed?
That's not even the worst shit. Like the stuff that he did was like not even the worst shit that I've seen in court. It was just really bad. It was the worst stuff I think we've seen in San Andreas, but dear God.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're
181, Zachary.
if you're familiar with the criminal courts in the United States, the brutality and sheer disregard for the sanctity of human life that happens in many actual American courtrooms, the stuff that
You guys
happens
wanna log
here,
out in, like,
even the worst of the
30
worst,
minutes to
does
an
not
hour? You
hold
guys
a
wanna watch, like,
fucking
JCS with
candle
me while
to
I
that.
eat? Yeah.
Which is why, like, when I was reading the verdict and everything, I was trying to give it like the gravity that it deserves.
Yeah.
But also I couldn't help but continue like
Oh, making fun of the
poking
weird cult
fun
shit?
at it.
Yeah.
Because like this is fairly like this is like I don't know. It feels like something that like would be written out in like a Hollywood movie script.
I mean, there's a reason sometimes Hollywood gets stuff right. I mean, like, at the end of the day, you have to... What was the fucking Kool-Aid cult thing? I can't remember.
The Branch Davidians?
I think so. Have you ever heard that audio recording?
No.
So there's
I know there is one, but I've never bothered seeking it out.
I don't recommend it at all. I really,
yeah, I know.
really don't recommend it.
It's gonna be really fucked up.
Yeah, and I can't even talk about it.
Actually, wait, no. The Kool-Aid people weren't the Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians were the Waco people.
Yeah. Those aren't. Anyway, yeah, no. Anyway, yeah, no, but I mean that shit was still real. Like most of the adults still knew that shit was happening.
Happened.
Yes, I mean this also actually happened, and that's what I mean. Is like shit mirrors everywhere in the world, and so like, the man's fucked up. Like, I'm not trying to like ruin your the sentencing. I'm not gonna be involved in it, but it's fucked up.
So,
Buy Wisteria.
I need to talk with the detectives about that because I remember I had briefly made reference to that reporter who talked with Stephen Alexander.
You briefly did, yeah.
And I only briefly mentioned it because that report was struck.
Right, yeah. Did you actually
So
read it?
I struck it because when I was reading it at the time, it wasn't relevant. But now that I've gone through and immersed myself in the Mr. Alexander cinematic universe,
fuck right off.
I realized actually that report is really relevant, and also that reporter probably needs to be on a list. And the reason why she needs to be on a list, tell me if this sounds familiar.
I'm listening.
That reporter, apparently her sister was killed by the cult up in Canada.
Yeah.
She's from Edmonton, which is where Mr. Alexander apparently fled to and apparently was kidnapped from, although we know that's all bullshit, but we know that Edmonton is the nearest city to wherever their weird like little cult hangout place is. She has red hair and hazel eyes and strong facial features, which matches the description that Mr. Alexander gave of Lisa, the person who is alleged to have tortured him after he was drugged at the coffee shop, which is we also know is a false story, but because based on his journal entry number 1, he thanks 3 people And those 3 people are probably the people who tortured him and brought him to Los Santos. Like he was a willing person, not an unwilling person in
Right,
that
yeah.
whole story. But
Yeah.
nonetheless, the easiest lie to tell is one that's mostly true. So his description of this person, I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually fairly accurate, and he was just describing one of his cohorts. This woman is also from Edmonton. One of the DOC members noted that she seemed to have like a little bit of hostility towards Mr. Alexander. I don't know if she's got a Scottish accent, but if she does, this woman likely is another person from the cult.
Who is this? What was her name? She was with DOC. So what was her name?
No, she's not a DOC member. She's a reporter that came over from Canada, but her name was Paulson was her last name, and her first name started with an N. I don't remember if it's Natalie or something, but her Nicole Paulson.
Red hair, brown eyes, dark features.
Hazel.
Yep. 14325. She got her driver's license for the first time 8 days ago.
Yeah, Nicole Paulson just flew into town, claims that she was just taking pictures at the prison and then saw Stephen Alexander. Like, she claims that she just so happened to see him and then wanted an interview with him after finding out who he was. So this woman who seems to match a description to this Lisa person that Mr. Alexander gave, who has ties to the cult in that her sister, I guess she alleges, was killed by them.
It's probably her. If she's
just
saying that they're killed by her, she probably survived, if I were to guess.
Yeah, just so happens to learn that Stephen Alexander is here in Los Santos and then comes here and then performs an interview with him at with the DOC. Like, this woman is suspicious as fuck. Like, this woman needs to be on a watch list. I don't know if maybe she'll fuck off or like what's going on, but it's also possible that everything that she's saying about that is true and she actually is someone, in which case she may be trying to kill Stephen Alexander as revenge for her sister, maybe.
Yeah, but there's so many lies and there's so many threads that are poorly... I mean...
It's just too much of a coincidence.
Correct.
I tend to not believe in coincidences, so the fact that she shows up... I think this interview was on the 27th as well. Let me check my notes since I've got the MBW
it was
up.
6 days ago, according to the history on her profile. Rather, that's when Castle notated it.
Yeah, July 27th. Nicole Paulson interviews Mr. Alexander for a news agency. So, DOC Blake got a call from her friend Garen Lupo, who was showing Paulson around. And who had mentioned that she wanted to interview Mr. Alexander. They find out very quickly that Paulson's sister was an alleged victim of the cult in Canada. The red hair and hazel eyes match the description that he gave of Lisa. No real mention of whether she's got a Scottish accent or not, but Paulson is a last name that could be from there. I need to talk with the DOC to see if she actually had the accent or not. She was also from Edmonton. She says that she loves hiking and just happened to run into Mr. Alexander while taking photos of the prison. If she's from the cult, then she would absolutely have knowledge that Mr. Alexander was dumped here back in March 15th.
Right.
The DOC noted that she did demonstrate a small degree of hostility to Mr. Alexander during his interview. And then in the interview itself, he talked about his family. He gave the story of Joseph and the trials. And then I think I forget at what point it was, but eventually they cut off the interview after like an hour and a half and we're like, okay, fuck off now. And then she hasn't turned up since. I'm wondering now that he has been formally adjudicated as guilty, if she is potentially going to show up again, because I am very interested in this strange woman who appears to have come out of nowhere, but seems to have made a beeline directly to Mr. Alexander.
Fairly. Yeah, she did a little loop-de-loop and then went directly to where she needed to go. So... I don't know. A little concerned for a couple different reasons. And one of the things is that we actually took Katie off the case originally. She was going to be one of the primary prosecutors.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so we took her off the case because, one, she's exceptionally gullible, and Hans Gruber has affected her pretty heavily, and she kind of just listens that way. Two, when we spoke to Veronica, we had concerns that she might be targeted because she fit a similar profile to what Alexander was attempting. Also, Alexander attempted to contact her, and she did contact him afterwards, and they had conversations.
Yeah, I know that. I saw the prison phone stuff. Also, remember I was going over the profile of the people that he targets, and they're all basically like redheaded women in the government.
Yep.
With significant others.
Yep. That would be Katie, and that's I told her that after the trial, I'm like, we took you off of this because of that. And she goes, I see that now. I'm like, yes, we're gonna protect you. Like, not only were you close to one of the victims and you were housing one of the victims, so we can prevent a malicious prosecution suit, but two, you were being targeted. And so we had cops like slightly trailing her, and she was communicating with people and all this kind of stuff. And so I finally got to tell her that today. So
I was originally going to ask Mr. Alexander what he thought my verdict was going to be before I gave it, but I decided not to do that.
I am surprised he wouldn't be like guilty of all charges, blah blah blah, whatever, blah blah blah.
So. Yeah, I mean, look, I've been doing this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a lot of people like him in my courtroom. Perhaps, like at this point, probably somewhere around 100.
Right.
And I'll probably have 100 more Mr. Alexanders in my courtroom by the time I retire or die. Unless if I die sooner rather than later. But, like, remember how I said I love fucking with people?
Yeah.
People like that are the ones that I love fucking with the most.
Why?
Because people like that think they are far smarter and far more suave than they actually are.
Well, that's what makes narcissists really interesting, is that they think that they're perfect, or they think that, they can't help themselves sometimes, but they think that they
right,
are...
and that's why they're fun to fuck with, because they're really, really easy to rile up.
Narcissists and other control freaks and things like that. It's just like, you take a little bit of the changes in their life and you make a slight adjustment, you can see how fucked they get. So I don't really like doing
I was gonna fuck with him a little more, and then I decided, well, I don't want like Whitlock to come back and be like, this judge was biased as hell. He was, fucking with my client from the very beginning. And although I know like Luke Davis and a couple other people think that Whitlock actually like intentionally threw that case because he just let Roland like lead the hell out of the witnesses and give like fuckloads of narrative without really objecting at all.
I disagree. I think Whitlock did what he needed to do on that. When it comes to dense cases like this, I think it's important for the victims to get their narrative out, and he could just break that and cross anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, is he didn't really talk too much on Cross, but like I think Whitlock, like what his strategy was, like I think Whitlock going into it, like looking at the sheer amount of evidence that all of it had been well documented. I think Whitlock pretty much figured that this one was a wash, and basically just kind of did his best to point out the like inconsistencies. I think the only mistake that Whitlock made is the clincher of this whole fucking thing was that hard drive. So if I were in Whitlock's position, I would have done everything that I possibly could to get that hard drive like excluded or removed, or at least to undermine it as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing that he didn't really do.
I mean,
the state also really should have done a better job of like building up that hard drive and talking about how like that hard drive was authenticated. Basically, all the stuff that I talked about for why it was authentic. Like that's what I expected that pretty much that whole fucking trial to be about, is like two sides fighting over that hard drive, because that hard drive was basically the make or break for the entire case.
Right. You know, I wonder if it's one of those things that, because we don't deal with chain of custody or are authenticating documents that often, I wonder if they just kind of assume that it would be brought in as authentic, like a fully authentic with no question in the chain of custody in that manner. I'll have to talk to my people about it next week, because I would agree, but I just kind of let them do what they needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, it worked because it was me, and I am a little fucking nerd, and when I see crunchy, dense stuff like this, I fall into detective mode, and then compulsively like make notes on every single little thing in there, and then connect the dots and come to my own conclusion, like based on all of that. Like, I love doing that shit.
Yeah.
But we got judges that if you don't tell them something, they ain't looking through all that shit. They ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
So if this had been a different judge on this case, they may have skipped over a lot of that shit and been like,
oh,
well,
lost the follower. Thank you
sorry.
so much.
Yeah, you
Appreciate
just found a
that,
fucking
Deb.
hard drive that had Stephen Alexander's name
We're at
on it, just in
4200
the middle of
again.
nowhere. You didn't even unredact the report, so we don't know who actually found that hard drive. How do we know that it wasn't just fucking planted somewhere? Like, and it's just so
Retro?
convenient that this
What's
hard
up, girly
drive
pop?
has audio logs allegedly from Mr. Alexander.
Yeah.
Who knows when they were actually made? These dates could just be,
Yeah, it's
lies.
4201. Thank you. They could. I'm starving. I want to get something to eat. But you want to join me? You want to get some food? I don't know how long you're going to be around, so.
Probably gonna be passing out fairly soon, but I think I'll stick around for a bit longer, because I just got a new wave of text messages that I probably have to answer. But yeah,
Yeah, me
long story
too.
short, after that verdict, because I threw some shade on Dr. Mercy Schilling. I think she now hates me, because when Parker called her about it, she apparently was yelling about the DOJ, which is kind of the dog.
Yes, DOJ bad.
I mean, that's the fucking dog whistle for this city. Like, whenever like a single person in a department does something that people don't like, no one's ever like, yeah, that person did something stupid and I don't like it. They're always like, yes, every single police officer is bad. Every single prosecutor is bad. Every single judge is bad. Every single defense attorney is bad. Every single cop is bad. It's like, why? Like, why? Can we not? Why?
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of the things. It's an idiom that I hate. It's one of my least favorite idioms, which is one rotten apple spoils the bunch. I hate that so much, because you could just get rid of the rotten apple, or cut out the rot out of the apple. Like, one person should not ruin it for everybody, but a lot of people consider that for some reason. And there's a lot of people that expect perfection.
I don't know if it was just like the immediate reaction and like it'll all be like water under the bridge tomorrow or what, but apparently there were some people saying some pretty shitty things to her, because Stephen Alexander is not a person that is liked by basically anyone at this point, and so the mere thought that she may have been into him or may have been assisting him in any capacity whatsoever. Apparently, just drove people ballistic.
Well, they shouldn't have just immediately assumed that's true too, and that's the one thing that really bothers me with like, and one of the things I appreciate. I have my own problems with the Department of Justice, but it's only basically the lack of communication. But like one of the things I appreciate that the Bar Association does, which is ask and get, like dig into things and just be like, is this legitimate? Is this not? They're still in there. They are still in court for some reason.
Those were some of the most minor charges I've ever seen. How are they still in? Well, okay, I think I know how they're still in there. Miss Beaumont is actually presiding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Parker put Miss Beaumont in charge and was like, let me see how you do, because Miss Beaumont really wants her bar license.
Yeah, she does. I will say this, too. I like Parker, but it pisses me off that I have to bring up the idea of conspiracy as part of the reason for charges. I wish he would just... It's not accomplice, it's not accessory, and if we don't mention that we're using this on the conspiracy idea, then he just throws it out.
No.
And it bothers
me. Conspiracy is one of those things, even though I think I have it listed first in that statute.
Yeah, it is.
Because, like, 99.9 of all things are accomplice or accessory. Like, I think people just honestly, like, forget that conspiracy is a thing.
Yeah, but instead of, like, standing his ground and being like, oh, wait, I forgot about conspiracy, he just throws it out.
Well, you know, some people are a lot more self-conscious about that stuff when they make a mistake and are like, oh, fuck, and sometimes try and like cover it up, weasel out of it, whatever it is. I've been in this long enough to where if I make a mistake, I just be like, oh yeah, whoops, my bad, dumb brain, anyway, and then just continue on.
Yeah, I wish more people were honest, because I do the same thing. I'll own up to the same fucking mistake I have. Anyway, I want to see what's going on with this. Also, I'm super hungry. Do you want food?
Weren't you gonna get food?
Swinging a baseball bat and trying to hit
a
home
run. Yeah, but I'm wondering why
run.
it's taking so fucking long.
Oh, there's a lot more people here now. What the fuck? Where'd all these people come from?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Objection.
It's not confirmed that I swung that bad, so why are they acting like I swung that bad?
Yes, Your Honor. You're going to have to help me out with the legal terminology, Your Honor. It's not a confirmed fact. It's an alleged fact. They can't say that he swung it. It's still alleged. It's not a statement of fact, Your Honor. We are contesting that it happened.
Andre!
Wildflower's a good egg.
Welcome in.
Wildflower is a good egg.
I'll be back. Welcome in. Did she lock this door? She did not lock the side door. I think this is my car too. Welcome in. How was your stream?
Oh, would you look at that?
Why'd you just leave?
I said I'm getting food, silly goose. Come on.
You literally asked me, hey, you want to go get food? And I said, sure, why not? And then you just like left.
I thought you heard me. Sorry.
What's up with that?
I'm hungry. Motherfucker. Most of listen enjoyable. I swear to God. Gavin, I have scissors in this backseat. I will cut your tie off.
You'll cut. My tie is already like halfway slipping off my fucking neck.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Sewing scissors, really?
I know how to sew.
Derivative.
What do you mean derivative? Excuse me? It's one of the few things my mother taught me when I was very young. Ooh, food truck. Illegal U-turn. Motherfucker telling me this shit's derivative. You know what's great? You know what's great? Not having to buy new clothes. I just repair my clothes. That's it.
I mean, that is pretty good.
Go for it.
Didn't they
No,
destroy a bunch of fields over here to
we
put
live
up an
at
RV
21
park and
1080
everyone was
East
yelling
Valley
about it?
Allegedly,
Road. We're
yeah.
heading onto the
She doesn't have
salt
any like
flats.
real
It's
proof
a
or
big
anything.
box truck
Well, I
park.
also
We found it
don't
one
see an
time,
RV
probably
park.
full of
No, it's
furniture. We
across.
think
It's
some
across the
carrying
way.
furniture out of
Hi,
31.
Hunter.
Oh.
Welcome in. Appreciate you.
13,
I don't understand why everyone hates
If they
Skylar.
are, then
But it's
they
fine, I
didn't
don't care.
replace the field with an RV park because the RV park's over there, and that
Yeah.
wasn't a field
Why, but
before.
that's the thing is like you're not part of the case. I could tell you what I know if you want to know.
Or was that a field over there? I don't think it was.
I don't know, man. Like it's a field now.
Continuing westbound through the salt
It's an RV
flats,
park
into the
now.
middle, there's a stage here.
Here's just
God, I don't remember if there was a small little field there or not.
The phone
but
call the
even
other
if it
night when
does,
she
it doesn't
answered
matter
with a
'cause we
southern
got these
accent
big
tripped me the
fields
fuck
over
out.
here.
Continuing southbound through the salt flats, stratum.
You mean when she would answer like this, and when you went through and started talking from a real southern area in Savannah?
Almost loving it.
Yeah, I don't know. Gavin. See my field.
What am I, a Pokemon now?
Where I grow all of my fucks. Notice how it is barren, for I have no fucks to give.
Yep.
Skylar is cool as fuck. I was like, huh, who is this? That's when she's like super retro. Anyway, I'm starving. I'm gonna get mine.
Yeah, you keep getting sidetracked.
Yeah, it's called ADHD.
Actually, it feels pretty compressed.
You just can't stop making bits.
Marina Drive.
You see something and you're like, damn, I could make a bit out of that, and then you do the bit.
I can't not make a bit, dog.
And then you don't eat.
I gotta make a bit.
We're continuing
You gotta make the
What's
bit
up,
instead of eating.
Just as joy.
Wait, is that Smith? Is that you, Deputy Smith?
Yes, that's me.
God, I've never seen you outside of uniform before.
See, I told you.
Are you two in line?
No.
No,
We
no,
already
we were
got
just
our
chatting
food.
about.
Okay.
We,
Continuing southbound
I
right
just
by
don't
the RV
want to
park.
skip you. Please continue. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Do you have a...
yeah, I'm
Maisie, is
currently
that
on line
you?
duty, so.
It is me. Hi.
Hi. Do you have a menu?
Yeah.
You get like shot in the head or something?
Oh no.
Oh look, she has the Gemma hair. I will say I adore Skylar Alec character. Yeah, yeah, she's a good antagonist for a lot of people.
I would like an illusion on this rather than me.
Can I
Well,
get
I'll help you get
some
better
apple
soon.
juice and apple pie?
I'm
Release a
already
slice of apple pie.
feeling
Thank you.
fantastic.
One of
compared
each?
to before I
One slice of apple
Oh,
pie
that's
and
good.
one apple juice.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
please.
feeling
Ranger car
revitalized.
at best, Stratum
Just,
gets behind him
I'm
again.
gonna
10-4.
give myself
Is that
a
the?
mission a little bit
Is this
for
is this the
day.
field that you're alleging that got all the trees and stuff taken down?
Freeway.
I mean,
I'm not trying to ask you questions about the case. I've just never seen it. So
It's still there.
yeah, the field that's flat.
I am trying to not ask you questions without your attorney. I'm not asking
Okay.
questions on capacity, so I'm trying to keep it vague so it's not like.
Sure. The
taking the
alleged
off-ramp
field in
Uh-huh.
front there
towards
that
68.
would be looking flat allegedly had trees in it before. Yes.
But
Continuing
it
back
did.
onto Sonora
Okay.
Freeway,
I'll just look it up.
southbound.
That is really fucking flat. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Watch out, that's jumps right at the ramp.
I love hate. I love the love hate thing with it. I can't tell you why. Just know I know it, guys. I cannot tell.
Southbound
Okay.
Sonora Freeway.
Let me show you what I can see. Incidents, bench trials, civilian, CID, intelligence, VPD, AGD direct, command reports, supervisor reports, senior lead reports, bolos, notice plays, case files, sealed subpoenas, regular subpoenas, evaluation reports, SAMA bulletin board, bunch of bulletin boards, FIB things, report, export history. I can see the history of profiles. Skylar's a government leader. So, like, she has her opinions for, like, you know, a reason, unfortunately. What if it's a giant wheat field?
Like it looks like somebody like
Four
came
triple
through
six,
with like
Miss
a
McPherson.
compactor
And just kind
like
of leveled the
compacted it all
fuck
down.
out of it, yeah.
I mean, there's like text on this, but this photo.
How come Skylar is a PD
was
radio?
free.
It's one of the things that,
That was the
well,
same
one she's
field.
clocked in his dispatch. So there's two
Backing
reasons.
up into my vehicle.
Oh,
It was
this
very
is cute as hell. What the hell?
It was very
Burrito.
pretty.
From the Polito Fruit Festival.
Oh, if you think that one's cute, did you see the one I
talking
posted
October, not
in
speaking
the
on
city
Skylar's
chat
side?
today?
Oh, I love
Hey,
that
keep it
one.
on that
Oh,
like
gotcha.
postcard
Yeah.
one, the other, the new postcard. Yeah, I like making these. Somebody asked me about making some for Grapeseed too now.
Adam's coming up.
Oh god, I just realized.
So part
with,
of
with all the Politos for the gays sort of thing,
They're
I'm just
swapping
waiting
rights,
for
yeah,
someone to make one of these poster cards that says something like Polito, a land of
They swap
fruits
into
and
it, so
nuts.
open for bids.
Well, I mean, I did the
I
Polito
love
Fruit
you.
Festival
Never
during
change, Gavin.
during
We're gonna
Pride
stick on the
Month,
stratum.
so
That's clearly their
only a
So
few
part
people
of the thing that
figure
Greco had,
that
which
out,
was
so.
he was on dispatch a lot,
driving.
and
Did you
so
eat your
they're
food,
Skylar
Yeah,
was
I
you
just
didn't charge me yet,
realized
Mr.
that the
McPherson.
I
the
know I
fruit
didn't.
jokes
Are you okay?
actually just write
What's wrong?
themselves now
Do you?
about Polito.
Secondary, still
Yeah,
southbound
oh,
on
okay.
the freeway approaching water treatment.
She says not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
4666 is my state ID.
I remember.
Okay.
State ID is 4666.
Yeah, I chose it myself.
But rocks in front of it.
What do you mean you chose it yourself?
I love saying that because people believe me. I'm a fucker, Gavin. What do you want from me?
Stopped in front of water treatment.
Also, do you want food?
Do I want food?
Yeah.
Yeah,
really
fuck
good
it. I'll
job
have
of
some
just
food.
Holding them here. If we could have another illusion.
See the menu?
What was I saying? Oh, so she's actually
sure.
dispatched, but one of the compromises currently
I remember you have like fruit
is when I'm
pies
doing.
and things,
You gotta go
but I
pop
don't
in.
remember anything beyond that.
One of the compromises I have, I changed the state ID and then we slightly refund some of the pay.
Wait until my fall menu comes out.
Good old
have to go
great
Because
American apple
I'm
pie. You know, the
basically
best
waiting
kind of
for
pie
devs
that
to
I've ever
change the
had
district
was
attorney thing so I could be
boysenberry
on radio
pie.
all
Oh
the
my
time.
god, I love boysenberry
It's
pie.
too useful to be on
Blackberry
radio
as well.
and
Very
then call
similar.
and coordinate.
Yeah, blackberries and boysenberry, like
prosecutors
jam,
and then be on
pie,
scene
that kind of stuff. Like
coordinating
those are
information with
really good.
prosecutors and doing
I
transport
don't know why.
with other prosecutors and giving that information.
I don't know why I like them so much.
Because I
God,
have
do I just
like
like them.
out of character, I
Yeah, can I
have
just
had
get like
cops and
one
dispatchers and
apple
things like
juice
that.
and
so
one apple
as part of
pie?
Skylar's
You sure
backstory
can.
is that she went through police academy when she was younger.
Minute take.
Unless you deal with the supernatural bit, but in the not
Right,
supernatural
Baker's
bit, the
treating me
realistic
like a
bit,
5-year-old.
she was in police academy before she went to college, and so she's
Hey,
proven
listen to this.
to
I am so
everyone
proud
that
of
she
you.
can-
That was a lot, and you
Wait.
did so well.
Who sent that to you?
Baker.
Oh,
Officer
that's nice.
Baker?
Other Ranger vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice, but also I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is like something that you say to like a 7-year-old after they do their piano
195.
recital.
Stratum's rolling. Going background.
I love you. God damn it, that's so funny. You did.
I mean, am
so...
I wrong?
No, you're right. You did so well. I'm proud of you. Every step of the way, what you worked for shows.
Right, or now northbound Sonora Road.
Yeah, that's what you do to like psych up a elementary school kid.
I haven't seen much of the supernatural scene to Skylar Vampire stuff.
Mostly just chasing it out of the area.
Yeah.
It's turning into.
Okay, pulled up into the point that we're right behind you.
Devs made me
Thank
a
you so
vial
much.
of blood.
Of course.
And then
Hi,
also,
Jeff, and they passed me.
Wait, did you not?
let me just.
You didn't
Not
charge
yet.
me.
No.
Northbound Sonora
I have a
Road.
custom
you-
head.
Do you want money? I can give you money.
You can just charge me if you really want to,
It's
Maisie. I don't
really
mind.
21. Someone just jumped into the box truck and is driving it
Okay.
southbound.
Or you're gonna
Wisconsin
pay for my
freeway.
food? Are we on a date or something?
Dear, I'm a lesbian and have 2.5 partners. Dear God, no.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm confused.
Wait, 2.5
2.5.
partners? Yeah, wait a minute. I need
Continuing
explanation.
northbound Sonora Road. Speeds are
I'm
500.
not gonna explain. I think it's funnier.
Okay.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, okay, valid.
I think it's funnier that way.
Making a
Pop
left
off,
west on
Queen.
Bay Tree Canyon.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I got really lucky. I brought it up. I brought it up to admins, and there's very specific
away.
rules.
And how many are in the box truck?
There's
One on the
very
stratum,
specific
get a unit
rules,
There
and
we
it
go.
all has to be bound by the Scooby-Doo
You know,
rule, where
it'd
if no one wants to
It'd be
engage,
nice if I just
Westbound
didn't,
everything I do is bound
the
in
vapors
reality.
didn't come over me, and I just have to hand things to people.
Yeah.
That's not what you know what the vapors are, right?
Yeah, it's when you pass out.
Nope.
So the box truck was southbound, Brock.
Hmm.
Huh?
No, we used to say it like way back in the day. Women used to say it when they would have to fart, and so they would say they had the vapors, and so they'd step away and
Stratum's gonna be southbound
just fan
Bay Tree
themselves so that there was some sort of smell that wasn't coming anywhere.
Canyon. We're heading back.
It's a
towards the
lost
city,
thing in
still
language that no one
southbound Bay Tree
remembers.
Canyon, passing the bowl.
Wait, so they would say that to rip ass?
Yes, yes, they would.
Anytime some like Southern belle back in like the 1880s, whatever, would be like,
Making a
"Oh
left
my,
eastbound.
I'm getting a
North
case of the
Conquer Avenue."
vipers." They're actually just ripping ass.
So I mean, yeah, they do
I don't
that
think
as
anybody
well,
sounded
but
like that in the 1980s.
I mean,
think that's
quite,
a little bit earlier than that.
sometimes it would be for fainting or whatever, but let me tell you, there's a lot of women that used to use it basically just to kind of cover themselves.
Yeah, okay, Colonel Sanders, calm down.
I was born and raised in Kennesaw, Georgia, Gavin Joy, and you're not going to take my heritage away from me.
Continuing southbound Fenwell Place.
Do you need me to call you? Do you need me to call
Nah,
EMS?
I'm good.
Are you
I'm
sure
good.
you have fallen over
I'm
4 times?
Very
5
good.
times.
Listen,
you-
that
I
that
think you need to
whiskey,
chill more tonight.
that
Southbound
whiskey
Alta.
was very strong. Okay.
Right.
She's
You're not in
communing
pub-
with the earth.
You're not really in public. Okay.
Radio check.
This is my property.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's not really
Yeah.
in public. It's
Look,
it's
she's
open
just communing
invite.
with the earth. People commune with the earth in different
Yeah,
ways.
Okay.
Some
meditating.
people meditate under a waterfall. Some people, you know, they find a quiet place under a tree. And
Robert
some
13's code
people
6, go
get
postal.
really, really drunk and fall over themselves into the mud.
Yeah.
Okay, face planting and eating dirt is not. Okay, I guess it's not my place.
You're
to kink
talking
shame.
to a farmer.
Okay, but you don't just take a bunch of soil and go blah 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 as
I
you
mean,
eat
you
it.
should have seen me farming earlier while also drinking. Actually, so when I was a child, we,
Uh-huh.
in, like, university,
Oh, God.
we had a club that was, like, an agricultural-based club.
Mm-hmm.
And we had an event that was called soil judging, which is...
Oh.
It's an event where basically you are assessing the quality of soil in certain areas, and there's several things you look for because
EMS
different
from
soil
PD.
can impact overall growth.
Send
You
it.
look for the
We need a
sandiness in soil
52
because sandiness means that
southbound
more
Los
water will
Santos
rush through it at a
Freeway.
quicker
Mhm.
rate. You look for like loam content and things, and
Okay.
one of the main contents is you check for silt. And the easiest way to check for silt is by taking a small amount and putting it in your mouth and rubbing it against your teeth.
Oh, actually, I remember that now that you mentioned it. Like, I literally forgot that was the thing until you just mentioned it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
So,
yeah.
Yeah, in university, I ate dirt.
Okay, but that's you were actually doing it for not just a lol dirt kind of
Sure.
thing.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it here as well. I mean,
Makes sense.
When I was picking my fields, when I was originally
Mhm.
living in Grapeseed and
Mm-hmm.
tired of someone salting my fields all the time, I was like, well, where am I gonna go? And when I came up here, I found this area and really fell in love with it.
I affirm. One
It is a really nice area, yeah.
Was it a grain color I affirm. Beat the shit. 2 occupants.
And maybe someday we can get that red barn to actually be open and make it like kind of a community area. It'd be kind of cool.
I wish you the best of luck in your
Yeah.
endeavors.
Yeah, maybe one day we can do something with whatever the fuck that is.
With what?
The flat.
The flat? Yeah.
The flats.
Yeah.
It's flatter than the fucking salt flats.
I would like them. Yeah, it would be nice to have trees back in my hives.
The bees.
Where were the hives?
Yeah. At the end of this field, there was 3 in the end of that field and 3 at the end of this field over here to the right.
There she
And
goes again.
those irrigation pipes were welded shut at the same time. So that field has not had any water for like 2 weeks probably since it rained. Yeah.
All right. Ooh, this could be a good one.
Ooh, what
Okay,
is it?
so what does a 2-year-old, a farmer, and a girl with a really trashy boyfriend all have in common?
They like to take out the trash.
No, they put dirt in their mouth.
Oh my god.
God damn.
Nice. Ugh.
I was trying to think of like a specific person that I know that has a really trashy boyfriend, but I wasn't thinking of it, so I just went with the generic.
I can think
Yeah,
of a
just
couple.
think of anybody living in the south side.
That's not true. There's some really nice people on the south side. I think.
Yeah, how dare you talk ill of our neighbors?
All right, y'all are living in the sense of.
Well,
Actually,
not
mostly,
well. Okay, it's not y'all. It's Ray Montag and I guess Lisa Van Dorst, maybe.
Yeah. Well, she
kind of.
I mean, I'm mainly thinking of the families anyway.
There's a lot of
Oh,
good
you don't
people
like
in the
families?
families.
There's been like 3 different groups of families since I've been alive here that like I'm having trouble keeping track of that shit.
I mean,
that's
it's
fair.
been we're on like the 7th generation of the ballers, so.
That's because I nuked 4 of them.
Well, some of those generations nuked themselves.
That's true. I just kind of. Yeah.
They just haven't been the same since what's his face died.
Who?
Slim?
Slim, yeah.
Rest in piss.
Good old Glenn Armstrong. You know, that's part of the reason why Montag decided to open up Hood Court down on the cul-de-sac, because he was like, you know, Slim, he was the hood lawyer, and so we got to hold down the block for him, you know, now that he's dead. 'Cause he was the hood
That's
lawyer.
A very kind thing to do for a terrorist.
More like a hood Karen.
Yeah.
He didn't know the law all that well. He just repeated himself a lot.
No, he
high
has
volume,
the.
and it scared cadets off.
He had the Luke Davis issue, which was his original argument is actually fairly good, and then when he was asked to elaborate, he basically just shoved his entire foot in mouth and swallowed. And like he couldn't articulate what his argument was going to be.
I hate that guy.
Luke Davis?
Yeah.
He's very smarmy and interrupts people and says 10-4 and A firm on the stand.
Yeah, I made fun of him for that.
I will always make fun of him for that.
I mean, I also say a firm on the stand.
I told him I wish he was still stuck in the tube.
What tube, Gavin?
I was taught to respond with either affirmative or negative on the stand.
Okay, that's different, but he's doing it as if he's a dispatcher or something.
Well, he used to be.
Yeah. Never again. Eventually,
Didn't he get fired from dispatch like 3 times or something?
No. As far as I'm aware, what's public is that he was fired once.
What's public?
I only speak publicly about what's public.
I mean, I know at least some measure of the tea, but I will also refrain.
Yeah, no, I just remember someone saying that he had been fired from dispatch like 2 or 3 times, and then he went and got a job as a lawyer.
Yep.
And then Joe Ferraro was like, you shouldn't hire that guy as a lawyer. And then that just made me assured that I had made the correct decision in hiring him as a lawyer.
Oh, because he was fighting against the cops?
And then he also became EMS. And apparently he's now like a full-on EMS now, which
Oh, good for him.
I don't know if he still wants to do lawyer shit if he's like full EMS, but whatever.
I mean, I do full dispatch shit.
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
but that's
Luke?
like different. Like
Yeah, we're talking
dispatch
about
is
Luke.
like a hobby for you.
Dispatch is I turn brain off, listen to radio hobby for me.
Yeah, dispatch is like a hobby, and also like you tend to dispatch around these times when like
Reptilian?
there's never any fucking bench trials that come in.
I also took it because, when I went through police academy, this was like what is equivalent of auxiliary hours, and it's just kind of fun for me to do. Oh, he has a wife. I forgot about that. He got married this year.
Someone married Luke Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah, Viv. I'm trying to
Vivian
fuck her.
Staley.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's actually feeling nice.
She's really
Does
hot.
Luke Davis have like rich parents or something?
I have no.
He always
I have
seems
no
to get
idea
hit
what
by
she's doing with him.
stationary vehicles.
Maisie Staley Davis. The fact that he didn't take Staley is a crime against humanity.
What, you think Luke Staley is better than Luke Davis?
But she took part of his name.
Yes.
He didn't.
Oh, yeah, that's because he's probably a fucking cheapskate and didn't want to. He didn't want to pay the fucking money in order to get his name changed. What a fucking gooba.
That
Daisy, are you sure you don't need
I
a
am good.
Okay. I'm just,
God, that is so on brand for Luke Davis.
Maisie, can you just sit down? I'll give you my chair. Here you go.
Here, I'll sit down.
I just have it because I'm not supposed to move around. I can
Yeah, you
stand.
can. You're good. I have. Well, no, I don't have one of those. You're good.
What is
Sit
this? Gavin, look at his first fucking note, his public note on his profile. 8552. This is state ID.
What?
Attempting to
How
get
he was attempting to be
trespassed
trespassed
from the
from
DMV.
buildings to try and get a
Yeah.
lawsuit.
This fucking this shit.
I mean, yeah, it's fucking stupid, but there's lots of people in lots of places that do precisely that.
That just get trespassed from buildings and then. Alright.
Yeah, I mean, people fish for lawsuits all the fucking time. Back in the day, there was this fucking weirdo. I knew a woman who worked at a gun range, and she told me a story about this guy that would they had like a women's like gun club there called Better Half. And he would always try to go to the women's gun club meetings. And they'd always, tell him he couldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he sued the gun store for discrimination because they wouldn't let him into the women's gun club as a man.
Did they win?
No. But it was a waste of money.
Yeah. I don't understand. Just join a different gun club, my dude. Like, it's not that hard.
Well, some people, they just go around and they fish for lawsuits, and then they see if you'll pay them a settlement to just fuck off.
Yeah.
Ooh, speaking of paying settlements to fuck off, Sparks, have I ever shown you my settlement with Mowbray?
No, what are you talking about? I don't really pay attention to civil stuff anymore. I took
Oh,
18. I took 16 hours off and had 58 notifications on my phone.
Oh my god. It's a long ass time ago.
What is this? $1,000. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I love the last line, which says that he can't take any civil action against me.
It's not going to be fully binding. He can still sue you for other actions. I understand what you're trying to go through, but I'm going to let you know right now it's not going to be upheld anywhere because the intention of the contract is for that action.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't mention which action it is for.
Okay, well, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm not going to. All right, you know what, buddy? Good for you.
Give the man his win.
No, I don't like men winning.
What do you mean? You don't like me winning?
What?
What do you mean?
I don't know. What? Anyway, you're doing great,
First
buddy.
of all-
Proud of you.
First of all, it's me defeating an old man. Down with the boomers.
But he's old.
Do any of you know who that gay for pay dude is?
No.
What?
Ooh.
What?
There's a guy on
Twitsta,
Twinsta
yeah.
named Gay for Pay, and his like @tag or whatever the fuck it's called is old gay. So I'm assuming that there's an old gay man. He says like very spicy catty things on Twinsta.
You know what? Good for him. Just living his best life.
Oh yeah, look at that. Good for him.
Dispatch, Lima 60, 10-8.
Jeff from Sparks.
Yeah, send it.
Hey, did you change your Twinsta name to Old Gay?
Also, he really wants to fuck the sanitation workers. And no one knows why.
Is that your alt profile?
No.
Okay. It's not Jeff Jefferson, so my prospects are out.
No, why would that can't be Jeff Jefferson. Jeff Jefferson is into single dads.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, he's got a...
This gay for pay guy, he's into sanitation workers. Jeff Jefferson is into single dads.
He worked for still
Yeah,
job market.
Jeff has a very specific demographic.
Nothing has changed. Oh, this guy's only been this guy's been posting on Twinsta for like 2 days. This is new.
I mean, it sounds like gay for pay is also into a very specific demographic if it's just sanitation workers.
What's your 20?
Yeah, he's just into them sanitation workers.
This is a man who's
76.
This is a man who goes to a very masculine convention center and then pops open his app and then gets laid every night.
You know, I think
Good for
Jeff
him.
Jefferson has been. I think the last couple times I've talked to him, I think he's hitting on me.
Well, do you have
I could
any
see it.
children?
Yeah, I can see that.
You have kids?
I don't have any children, but many people have told me that I radiate dad vibes or something.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, a little bit.
I think Jeff Jefferson is just picking
Sparks
up on
is
that.
so pretty.
and is
Wow.
like,
I don't know
"All
how
right."
I made her so hot.
I think we've got a.
I really don't. I played around with
I'm
one of the
not sure
basic
if-
models and I changed a few
Might have
things.
just passed by.
I don't know.
Somehow
I don't
she's
know
super
if not
pretty.
having
Westbound
kids is a
Eclipse
disqualifying
Boulevard,
factor if you
left.
still have dad
I don't know
energy.
what road that is. Stand by.
I think it's just more
Are you able
the.
to get a read
I
on
feel
it?
like it's more the dad
Not able to
energy
get a
and
read
less
on it
the
this time. I'll
actually
just have
having a
cruise wait
child.
for the tow.
Because if it's
Gonna be
actually
BCT.
having a child,
Code 6 eastbound.
I don't know.
Spanish
I
Avenue.
have questions about that one.
Chat, I'm getting EP.
Well,
The
I
Grand
mean,
Village
he
figure out how to
asked me
be-
once if I had any
Male
kids.
They are
said,
still
"Fuck
in
you,
trial.
pigs," as he passed by. Didn't get a
You know,
look
he,
on
he
anybody else
came
in the
across a
car.
little bit flirty,
Just
and then I
random
told
beat
him
up.
that I got snipped at 21, and he just immediately shut everything down.
What the fuck? Wait, what?
Oh, well.
You still have eyes on it, Butter? or no?
Guess I'll have to find his
EP girl, I am EP.
single dad elsewhere.
I might take a short nap.
I got it. I got it here.
I don't know why I'm.
Actually, come to think of it, if he's looking for single divorced dads or whatever, shouldn't he go to a country music festival?
Going back to Gem at night. It's the right vehicle.
Ooh. Or a mechanics festival or mechanics
Plate
convention.
should be flagged, by the way, from earlier.
Yeah, but it's the right one. We're gonna be southbound Palomino Avenue.
Huh.
We got 3 units on it.
Oh, there was a mechanic that actually
channel
told me that
two
Jeff was hitting on him.
Yep,
Hey, firm, channel 2 when available. Channel 2.
Thank you, dispatch.
Sorry, Sparks, forgot you're on duty.
Go fuck yourself, Jeff.
Yeah, he was out immediately when he found out that I didn't have any kids. Didn't want any, and
Why not just sleep and come back tomorrow?
Yeah.
Primary eastbound.
Ready to check.
Oh, fuck. You think maybe that's
Sir,
why Jeff
left
Jefferson is
northbound
after me?
Adam
Because he knows that I have a probationary daughter.
20 secondary.
oh shit, yeah, that might be it.
Oh, that's probably a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Oh, fuck.
Huh.
Swerving in and out.
Does that even
slowing right
count, though?
eastbound San
I mean,
Andreas.
she's probationary.
Right
think it
southbound
counts.
For-
North
I-
Tower.
Kind of a kid.
Yeah,
You-
probably for Jeff anyway.
Elaborate on what a probationary daughter is.
So you know how there's people who love adopting everyone and they really love
I need to
that
figure out how to
adult
do the VOD
adoption
thing,
shit.
chat.
Yeah, the shillings.
Pushing Calais.
So I've always been of the mindset that
Traffic moderate weather is beautiful.
that's
Right
not
northbound
for
Calais.
me for a myriad of reasons.
Plaza here.
But then I was
Coming
talking
on,
with Ghost
Ginger
Pepper,
Street.
and she just asked
Took
me
a
out of the
left
blue
south
one
on
day,
Palomino.
if I'll be her dad, and I was
Continuing
like,
south on
first off,
Palomino,
what
approaching
do you
Goma.
mean by that? Second off,
Crossing
why?
Energy Court.
And then she
Slowing
mentioned
right
that her
northbound Bay City
dad, she's got Joe Cruel as a crime dad,
City northbound
but she
Bay City
wants
Avenue.
a law dad.
Approaching the Bay City Bank.
And I do enjoy
Slowing
hanging out with Ghost
right
Pepper. She's a
eastbound
fun
San
individual,
Andreas, left,
and so I
westbound
kind of
the
looked at it.
alleyway.
I was like, okay, you know what?
Coming up behind the Bay City
I'll
Bank.
try it, and I'll see where it
Headed
goes.
towards Red Desert.
And if it's makes me feel icky and creepy, then, you know,
Left into
gonna
the
break
alleyway
off.
coming out towards Boulevard.
And
You
so
know
I
what?
made her.
I applaud you for immediately clarifying whether she was asking about being a dad or a daddy.
Left eastbound, Red Desert.
Yeah,
I hate that kink. I hate that kink so much. Good for people who like
I
it.
had
I
to
hate
make
that
sure
kink.
on that one because you can never be too sure. So yeah, that's how she became my probationary daughter.
Approaching Decker.
Yeah, the easiest way to get me to walk away is to calm me down. I'm not into that.
Eastbound way, right, southbound Portola. Left eastbound Decker. Approaching Mount Zona.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently that's like a common thing, but I don't know.
Approaching Las Lagunas.
It's weird.
I feel like it's also an internet thing. Like some people feel like it's a common thing and feel like they have to be into it or something.
Yeah, I don't.
I feel
know
like
if
the
that's
internet
true
makes it
about
appear
being-
more common than it is.
Yeah, I don't think that's really common. What's common is choking. Like 2/3 of everyone, you know, has a thing for choking. But like,
And another right eastbound
I feel like that's
Daddy
also
shit.
something that's been spread by the internet.
Yeah.
Right southbound Strawberry Avenue.
Someone tries choking me, I'm throwing hands.
We're approaching San Andreas.
Yeah.
Crossing San Andreas.
I mean, that's the weird thing about that kind of stuff. I mean, if we're going to dive in that conversation, like the pain receptors and like general feelings of what feels like some people like certain textures on their clothing and stuff like that. So the feeling of like joy or pleasure, not necessarily sexual, but also the joy, like the feeling of pain, typically goes to the same parts of the brain, and so sometimes those wires can get crossed.
well, also that's the thing. It's not. It has nothing to do with the pain at all. Like, if you're choking someone the correct way, there's no pain. Lots of people think that choking means like, I'm going to crush your trachea, smile, and it's like that's not how that works. Like literally, it's not really. It's not even really choking. It's just cutting off blood flow to the brain temporarily, so you get woozy and loopy and horny.
Yeah, and also, you know, adrenaline kicks in because you gotta
Yeah.
survive. So
Like that's all it is. Apparently, a lot of people are into that. Like a lot of people, even if they don't necessarily know it yet. Which I guess kind of makes sense because it's sort of like a baseline biological response. So like it should be fairly consistent among humans.
You okay,
Hey
buddy?
guys,
Oh, fuck.
I'm great.
Did you just drive here?
Nope. Honey gave me a
no,
ride.
you got dropped off.
Wait, Honey gave you a ride.
Continuing westbound of the tunnel.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
All right.
What's the verdict?
Taking the left tunnel, continuing westbound.
What's the verdict? I think it was guilty with time served, though.
10:15.
I hate time served.
I mean, I don't know.
That's why I always leave it up to the officer, because lots of officers are just like, fuck it. But then some officers are like, no, I want you to go to prison. And it's like, well, you know what? That's your thing.
Yeah, my line on that is whether they committed any violent felonies against officers.
There at the South Rockford exit. Pretty sure one of them got out.
Joy has a lot about choking.
Oh hell.
Hi, Parker.
Like if it's just misdemeanors, I will happily
Mr. Huang,
let them walk.
so wonderful for you to join us.
How are you still capable of functioning right now?
Hey everybody, we had an objection in our
Chillin', chillin'.
Yeah.
That guy
Crossing
drunk
the little
as fuck.
soul.
Yeah,
True story. The judge allowed it.
Passing the little soul station, continuing
Who's the
eastbound
judge?
towards Alta. Judge
Honey Beaumont.
What was the objection? I'm sorry.
She was a judge for this. Alright, they're exiting the tunnel now, continuing southbound. on
What was the
tunnel
10-9 objection?
on the Alta track, sir. Jumping down towards Adam Duncan Boulevard.
You know, FAAT, fat.
Yeah, I've objected to cringe, and I've objected to Luke Davis as the main objection. I can't say anything.
I've literally said objection, nobody gives a shit, and it was approved. So I mean, I can't say anything here.
There should be.
Has anyone ever used objection opposing counsel
You
as
just
a
want to kill
dickhead?
the flatlands with bees?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes,
so
I have.
disappointed with
Almost.
Why are you so
I
disappointed
believe
in
that,
me?
Sparks.
Listen,
At
I was
least
going
I'm
to use
responsible
objection.
drunk
They
and don't
smell
go
bad, but they were really focused on the fact that I was discriminating against them because they stunk and they were homeless, so I didn't bother with
And
it.
you were being responsible, and then you wandered.
My more
into the
tame
courtroom.
one was
I
I
didn't
had an
wander
objection.
into the
Nobody
courtroom.
wants
I
to
You know,
get
rather
here.
than
purpose.
trees, it might be nice
The
to have
judge
like
said
berry
sustain.
bushes,
That's true.
and
I
then
don't
you
want
put like the
to be here.
Damn, I
beehives like
should have used that. Then
Yeah,
I
I did
in the
put
berry
in a,
bushes.
2 hours
I
ago.
did put in a proposal for like
Oh,
strawberry plants as well, or other berry plants to be brought in with Farmer
Oh,
Butch.
Yeah, you could do like
Strawberries,
hedges.
blueberries.
You can do like
well,
rows of hedges of like
strawberries
berry
don't
Objection
bushes.
really-
cringe goes so
yeah,
hard. Yeah.
Strawberries grow on vines.
I love objection
so
cringe.
it's a
I
little
love
different.
objection who
But
asked.
yeah,
Yeah, but I
blueberry
mean,
bushes would
I love
work.
objection
Yeah.
no.
You could still like set up like, I mean, you could even set up like a chain link, a chain link fence for the
On
vines
up.
to grow on.
You could set up this similar stuff you use for grape
Exactly.
production. Mhm.
Yeah,
Do you need some help standing?
I'm good.
Sure.
Yes. This is not the first time
This
I've been
man
drunk.
needs help, just generally.
He
He needs
some
help.
I'm okay.
Objection
Get him
dumb
some
question
milk.
is also a good one. Yeah, as
I
long as
don't
it's
need
like
milk.
as long as
Okay,
the
ice cream.
trial
I got
has
strong
that
bones.
like general theme.
Yeah.
How strong are your bones on a scale of 1 to 10?
Never broke one.
76 to Hayes for vehicle
Wanna
repairs.
test
Other
that
than
theory?
the time where I got shot in the head, but that's different.
Okay, you didn't
Okay,
break
so
a
you've
bone.
never broken a bone except for the time that you broke a bone.
That's different.
Well, technically, he didn't break the bone.
Yeah, someone
That was
broke it
different
for
on his
him.
behalf.
Yeah.
God, I wish someone would break me.
Same.
Okay.
Oh, it's
That's
been
okay.
it's almost been 3 weeks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll stay
I'm
quiet.
trying with this EMS lady.
Maisie, you also have like 83 partners.
I have 9, thank you.
My God.
You know what,
Try-
Mother Broke? If you were
Trying to
at the
round it
trial-
out. Who, me?
Yeah, I gotta get the
and-
even
and
10.
and listen to the objection fact.
Okay,
Objection
God.
fat.
question.
We already heard about that,
Question,
but-
and I hope this is not an insensitive question, but how the fuck do you deal with the relationship drama of 9 people? I have enough trouble dealing with relationship drama from 1 person.
Dispatch all channel 2 collapse.
Just gotta find the
Uh,
right people.
Yeah, I gotta find the right people, and
Copy
there's
that,
reasons
Marking
I get
Chance,
drunk.
Collapse, Washington 7.
Actually,
Okay. Okay, so the answer is just alcohol. You deal with it with alcohol.
Yeah, I also smoke a lot too, so yeah.
actually, question I'm more interested in: where the fuck do you find the time?
Yeah, I mean, time commitments to other things have been a problem in the past.
It's a rotational period, you know. It just
This is also true. There's been a couple of these partners have been gone for a few weeks.
All right.
So.
1042. Take it easy, folks.
You just roll each other out on timeshares.
Thank you, people.
yeah, it's like sister wives shit, just the other way around.
176, MRPD 195.
See, I have I have 2.5 partners, and mine are basically it just depends. I just communicate with them, but it's easier to communicate between 2.5 people than it is 9.
I feel like I'm being judged.
I'm not judging you.
I
Do you
don't
have a
like this,
group chat
and this
with
is
them
my
all,
property.
Maisie?
Well, it depends. I have a group chat with
Why'd she
3
just
of
go
them
super fucking
in one
aggro all of a sudden?
polycule, and then I have a group chat with another 3 in a different group chat, and then I have 2 of them are monogamous, so those 2 are individual.
Alright.
All right.
And then this EMS lady I'm talking to is, I think she's married, but we'll see.
Yeah, that'll.
Hey.
Every polycule is going to be different. Communication styles are going to be different. At the end of the day, as long as no one's cheating and everyone's happy, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I already run out of time trying to talk to like 1 person, so.
Well, from my perspective, I've been polyamorous for a very, very long time. Every one of my partners fills a different need. It's like friends, you have drinking buddy, you have a hunting buddy, you have a couple work friends, etc., stuff like that. So it's like Skylar fills a different need than Heather does for me.
Yep.
What if the Cules go to war with one another?
Oh my God.
That might happen.
What
Oh,
if what
no.
if what if like this turns into like a Helen of Troy moment?
Oh my god. It'll tear
Well, then you
Polito
get,
apart.
Then you get nuclear fission. Power the entire state with the clashing, the energy from the clash.
Oh my god.
Dispatch, Highway 34 is going to be 1042. You guys have a good
Considering
night.
y'all got all this relationship
day.
stuff figured out,
Thank
y'all
you,
should give some
Savage, for
relationship advice to
Nope.
half the people in the LSSD.
Oh, easy.
need
Just
it.
fucking talk to people, be honest, and stop lying. Easy.
Honestly,
God.
yeah. That's
Actually,
true.
I can probably be shorter than that. Fucking
I
communicate.
think I managed that well.
Wait, do people in the LSSD not know how to date?
Yes.
Oh no.
Actually, they don't know
Oh.
how to communicate.
Oh, wait,
and,
wait.
Not knowing how to
That's a
date
human
is
issue.
a side effect of that.
Yeah.
First thing for dating, don't date within your department/job.
Don't shit where you eat.
Well,
No,
I
no,
Nope.
no,
Nope.
no, no,
No.
no, no, no. Don't do it. Just don't fucking do it.
I mean,
All right,
Nash
Bauer,
and
that's gonna be
Farrar
your
are
fucking
dating.
fault. Yeah,
Just don't
yeah.
do it.
It's going
It
well.
might seem
Would
like
you
a
leave
good
me
idea
alone?
at first. It might
not
seem like it's
bully.
worth it, but I'll be honest, it's not gonna be worth it.
Wait,
I'm
Bauer,
waiting
who's
for
the
the
Done
dating?
that plenty of times. Not worth it. That's why I date doctors.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of police officers that like date people in their department. Like I'm
date
just
people that are,
mentally
like,
going through the list of all the
tangentially,
cops that I know that are married or have like long-term like boyfriends and girlfriends, and I'm thinking about it, and cops mostly just date other cops.
Because they're always on duty.
We deal with.
True.
Yeah, it's almost like, we interact with a lot of cops.
Just
Yeah.
interact with different people.
Yeah,
have to
or
go
go
home
up
and
or go off
explain-
duty.
I have to explain to a normal civilian a police life. Like
Thank
they,
you
they're
so
just not gonna be able
much.
to comprehend.
I
Yeah.
think you are not
I
giving them
appreciate
the
that.
benefit of the doubt in that case.
What you think a normal person can't comprehend that you just drive around and shoot people that need to be shot at?
Deal with scumbag
Drive fast,
morons
shoot
all
gun.
day, and they just say like, "Well, why don't you just try to do your job better?"
Who are you talking
Okay,
to? Why don't you expand your social circles? I was dating Heather before I was even a prosecutor.
And also, I could say that exact same line that you just said doing state security, and people get it. So, people deal with scumbags all the fucking time. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I deal with
how,
scumbags all the time in my courtroom.
Yeah, you'd be.
You are correct.
Deal with them on the operating table.
Yeah, you'd be surprised
Yeah.
how easily people are able to understand that. Hey, I deal with scumbags for a living. Oh,
Yeah,
shit, you do
basically
too?
everyone in
Wow,
the government deals with
First time
scumbags for a
judgment now in
living.
bed,
The
but it's
Department
damn
of
fun,
Corrections,
even though I potato
scumbag.
Yeah,
The
fuck
DOJ,
All the people in the
scumbags.
government
The important
are
thing
also
is you took
scumbags.
an extra step, so you're
Doctors,
fine.
scumbags.
Yeah,
EMS,
this is your reminder to change your
scumbags.
plot so
Everybody in the government has a job where they deal with, like, either other people in the government, scumbags, or the rare, like, normal citizen.
Do those exist?
They're becoming more rare because they keep either deciding to go government or go criminal.
PD from dispatch, be advised, 71's at up and Adam.
I'm good. I've come for some food.
Okay. Can I get you?
Do you not like the Up and Atom?
Anything.
What about
but
the Up
I'll
and
pay
Atom?
this time because I need to get some.
You know,
stone
speaking of
food.
the Up and Atom, I gotta give props
How
to
many
Tammy
of
Maynard because for my entire 4-hour
I guess
verdict
4.
that I gave today, Tammy Maynard
two
was
for me.
over there
Stone.
sitting on the pew with both
Oh,
of her
yeah,
middle
so, yeah,
fingers
2 and
up
2.
at Alexander for the
was.
entire 4 hours.
She was.
That's some dedication.
Is that verdict on the docket yet?
I also had no idea that Tammy Maynard hated Stephen Alexander so much. I don't know why.
I didn't either.
It's pretty fucking easy to do that. 911, where's your emergency?
Someone got shot at the Up and Atom, and also someone got kidnapped at the same time.
Ooh, who got kidnapped?
Veronica Horningstone.
Morningstone, you said?
Horningstone.
PD from Dispatch, be advised that 71 at Up and Adam was also kidnapping. Someone kidnapped Veronica Horningstone. Do you know the point of contact is Joanne Ryder at Up and Adam. Okay, we have units headed your way.
Okay.
Good luck, Miss Ryder.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Bye bye.
Sleep well, Joe. I love you. Bye.
If you don't know
I'm a
what
likable
he's
guy.
done,
True.
you would never suspect
Oh, wait,
it
yep.
on
There
the
you go, love.
surface. Like literally,
No worries.
the other day
Yeah,
on the
I'm
way
doing
to the
alright.
trial, he was cracking dad jokes.
Stone's
with
just
Jay.
he's taking a statement right now,
was?
and he wanted me to get him food. So
Steven.
Yeah, narcissists usually do whatever they can to
Isn't
make
it-
themselves likable by everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
I mean,
literally like
normal guy. Take a listen to my dad jokes.
I'm just a little guy.
no.
yeah, I'm not gonna
narcissism.
lie. Before I knew about this serial killer shit, I liked him. He spoke to me for a while about psychology shit.
The more I learn about every civilian in the state of San Andreas, the more I just become secular and hide in my office for the rest of my life.
Fair.
That's fair.
Well,
You understand.
I mean, it's because unfortunately with the way things are right now, like the system is basically set up to, when you're fresh off the boat, it's set up to basically either force you into a government job or force you into the criminal life. And there's not really
Yeah.
anything that's like, hey, don't do either of those things, because you don't do either of those things, then you get to do these other things. Like there's nothing you can do as just an ordinary average citizen that you couldn't also do being employed with a government job or being a criminal. So like
Yeah.
everyone does both.
Normally, that government job is that safety paycheck that you can
Thank you,
always fall
Visa.
back on when, you know, like, sure, you open up businesses and stuff, and you can do that, but the government job's always that safety paycheck you can always fall back on.
Yeah, like basically every fucking business owner is either a criminal on the side or has a government job that they work as well. Case in point, you.
Yes,
Case in
exactly.
point, the woman behind me.
What are you talking about?
In fact, I had an employee have they had my food truck open at the court case while I was working security there.
Wait, what about your what?
Me?
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood. Can you repeat it?
Oh no, there was
back up in
one of
a
my
bit. I need
employees
to go
opened
get
up my
There's
food
plenty
truck
of
at the
there's
court
plenty of
case
normal
while I
stuff.
was
I got
working
whitelisted perfectly
security
fine
there,
without
so,
being
like,
without having a gimmick. Huh?
Oh, look at you, double dipping.
I mean, it's double dipping, but it's not actually double dipping because I paid him $4 grand.
Dispatch 5 Robert 13, be 10
Oh.
7 Mission Row PD.
He made a lot of money.
Copy that,
pretty
Marquis
good.
7.
Then again, there were also a lot of fucking people at that verdict reading. I didn't
There were.
expect
Whole
there to be
night,
that
actually.
many fucking people.
Yeah.
Like that turned into like a whole ass fucking event.
What was the verdict anyway? I haven't.
Guilty on everything except witness tampering, because they didn't have enough evidence to substantiate witness tampering. All they had evidence for was that, yeah, there were calls made from the prison payphones to these people.
Yeah.
And that's not enough for witness tampering.
All right, so we're killing it. Right?
So according to everyone
So
else,
like
Adam,
mayhem
Sentencing
major
still happened.
×3 and murder were all guilty. Well, we're having a sentencing hearing, which I'm going to be scheduling probably. I'm going to get the counselors' availabilities,
There's a lot
and
of
then
civs on both
probably
servers.
pick a day tomorrow.
Less now with
for when
less now
the
on
sentencing
Novix, just 'cause
hearing
of
will
how
be,
grindy everything is,
and that's
but
where the
they still have
victims
stories.
and everybody else who hates him can come up and say their
There are a
piece
fuck
about
ton of
why they
normal,
hate him and why he
non-criminal
deserves
civs
death
in
or
3.0.
shouldn't be put to death or should get life in prison or whatever it is. It also gives the opportunity for his friends, if he has any, to come up and say their piece and whatnot. And then I will come to a decision on how he is sentenced.
Can't wait for somebody to go up and be like, he's just a misunderstood little guy.
Some people
Do
believe
you
that.
think the cult's gonna show up to
He's just
support
a
him?
little guy. Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not, but they might. You never know.
Who knows?
Imagine that, like 15 cultists pack into my courtroom, and they're like,
I'll be honest.
you should let Stephen Alexander go because he's an upstanding person.
Yeah, at this point, I'm fully expecting that to also be like a 3-hour thing. So.
Yeah, but see, here's the difference. The verdict that I had to give today was a 4-hour ordeal where I did nothing but talk for 4 hours contiguously at a time. The sentencing hearing, I get to just sit back and call people to the stand, and then they get to yell and do all that shit. And then I get to just be like, oh, thank you for your testimony. All right, next person. And that's it. That's all I gotta do. I ain't gotta do any of this other bullshit.
That'll be nice.
I'm gonna meditate over here for a minute.
That Timmy. That's Timmy over there. Hi, Timmy.
Timmy. Oh, Timmy. Hey, Timmy.
Wanker 20 from Robert 13 Direct.
I really like sentencing hearings. I think it allows everyone to get their voice and everything out.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah. On the bigger court cases, I always like to do them because they're fun. Also means I don't have to do as much work.
to respond.
Break
Also
real quick.
another
EMS, you got a
transport.
victim here in the ER that is unconscious.
Yeah, you get to do
Yeah.
another transport. Look at that.
Actually, transports are a lot of fun.
Actually, yeah, honestly, the transport's not the bad part. The transports have actually
ones
been
that
like
I've done.
super smooth, easy. Like, honestly, that's been. I don't want to like toot our own horn or anything, but that's just
Chad,
been
sit
like
down.
going super clean.
Well, yeah,
just the
because you've never had a
security-
fucking transport for like a bigwig gang member where his gang member friends go and actually try and attack the transport. Like, I don't think anyone has done that yet.
That is true.
Yeah, nobody's done that yet.
What are you doing?
Granted, there are the thought processes in place for literally anyone that we do transport where something like that is kept in mind, regardless of what their actual external ties may be.
I just like driving down the highway with a lot of vehicles and a lot of lights. Kind of makes me happy.
I'll be honest, on the way back from that the initial trial, the blips on the GPS were crazy. Because that's when we had a shit ton of DOC as well as a lot of cops helping for the transport back.
Oh,
to
there were a
prison as well.
ton.
It was so many.
It's past midnight. Don't snitch.
What? Sorry, I zoned out. What?
Past midnight. Don't snitch.
What does that mean?
Past midnight, Twinsta. After dark, Twinsta. Are they horny posting again?
Possibly one.
Ow.
Gavin, what are you talking about?
I wasn't supposed to smoke after
Oh, I'm not going to
the
tell
verdict
you. I'm
day.
not going to tell you.
It's past midnight, so it's technically a new day. But I'm smoking anyway.
Brock, we should
Don't
get down
snitch.
there.
Because I haven't slept yet.
No.
Well, then don't go down there. I need to go down there.
What's going on?
What are you going down where?
Meetings outside of shift one. Shift one are the only good meetings.
That's not true at all.
It is.
Honestly,
is there
shift one has meetings on
Shift
lock.
3 meeting?
I
Oh
could.
god, am I actually awake for the shift 3 meeting?
Yeah, do you want to go?
Shift
Christ.
two meetings are.
What are you talking about? They're like 20 minutes. Fuck right off.
Oh, this is what shift two meetings are. It's like, welcome everybody to this week's yawn. Let's talk about do your job.
Yes.
All right, great.
They're very important.
If I change, can I go to the shift 3 meeting without clocking on?
I'm not. You are not part of my office. You're not part of my jurisdiction.
I mean,
Most
yeah, I
shift two
mean,
meetings are. It's like that feeling of like this
No,
meeting
I'm
could have
always
been an
emergency.
email.
Do you know where the Palomino truck stop is, motherfucker? Palomino Freeway?
Yes, sir. I do.
All right. east of there on the beach, they're a dumbass motherfucker who thought they could fuck with the residentially challenged. Good luck.
PD from dispatch, be advised. I just got a call from someone from the unknown number saying there was they basically beat up somebody on the Palomino beach next to the truck stop.
Where the gunshot was?
Sometimes we'll just get on radio and say, hey, we're having a radio meeting.
A-firm.
Sorry.
Live my life in peace here.
Sorry, Ace. Sorry.
Gotta go to Mission Row then.
You want to go to Mission Row? You want me to drop you off?
I'm gonna show my face there.
Sure, fuck it. I need to get back to the city somehow anyway.
Where do you want me to drop you off?
Well, that's fine. They are.
No, I was just gonna go to the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Figured. Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
I have a feeling I might, I think the victim's on Twinster.
The guy who called was from the most recent number, started talking about residentially challenged. May have been the,
Yeah, that's 100% him then, because the Twinster post is also saying something about the residentially challenged uprising and Up and Adam will suffer, so...
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure it was the guy that was just at the bench trial for like 3 hours.
I have an updated location
Ooh,
of
that cop
the kidnapped
behind you.
victim. They are
Can't
being tracked.
speed.
Oh, actually, I
Currently
don't
at
typically
the
speed.
corner of San Andreas and Bay City.
Yeah, Parker was actually driving like 100 on the way up here. And then he was
One is 76.
telling me that apparently I'm a good driver because, like, I don't really ever step on the gas. But also, I don't step on the gas because I generally also don't really speed.
I'm coming from the county, but I'll work my way down to you.
Like, I drive, what the fuck's that car called? I drive that little car, the Brisket, specifically because that fucking thing tops out at like 90. Like, it's impossible to break traffic laws in it because it's so goddamn slow.
Yeah.
That might be Hauser.
Is that Hauser?
It might be Hauser, it might be Smith.
Alright. I was trying to keep up with the illusion, but ain't no fucking way I'm actually gonna be able to keep up with the illusion.
Yeah, it's because I don't know, the manufacturer of these fucking cars came in and like took a crowbar at all of the engines and now they fucking suck. I remember this Oracle used to have better acceleration than the Scout did. It had better handling than the Scout did, and its top speed on the freeway, like on a flat, was like 114 miles an hour.
Yeah, so when it was the Flywheels boys, it was like the guys, it was like Connor O'Leary and a couple other people. I had them try this out, and it was going down like the Sandy airstrip at like 108. It was super nice, but we had to get a couple parts recalled, which I think was the problem. So.
Yeah, and now they suck. I mean, they don't suck. They're still, you know, nice looking cars, and they still handle pretty well,
they're
but like
different.
they're not nearly as good as they used to be.
Have you seen
Ironically, because they haven't changed the Scout at all, the Scout is actually like probably the fastest car we have.
It's so we have 3 Scouts in the DA's office. I love the Scouts so much. Thank you so
Yeah,
much
they're
for the follow,
basically
Ethan.
an Illusion with better handling and a slightly lower top speed.
Correct. I'm gonna put this person on speakerphone, and I can't. Please don't say anything. Hey, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, I have a question. Do you think that the new car dealership in Toledo kind of looks like a Home Depot?
I mean, kind of. Is
Yeah.
that what you called? Was that what you called me?
I'm in jail and there's no DOC. I'm very
Okay.
bored. And all I can
You've
call
been-
are the
you've been
people in
taunting
the
me
app
on
and it's...
Twinsta, and so you're asking
Taunting?
that- You've been actively insulting my office and taunting me on Twinsta. And
I mean, I was insulting Greco before, and now you're the new Greco, so you kind of took that. I wish it was still Greco, so it wouldn't have to be you, but unfortunately, it's you.
okay.
I have not made any jokes about wanting to shoot the AG since you became the AG, though. Because I don't want to shoot you, because you're very nice.
Right, but you're just saying you can sit there and say the DA's office handed the thing, and you guys are completely removing my contribution, Heather's contribution to Polito, and all that kind of stuff, so you want to have a casual conversation after that.
Huh? What do you mean Heather's contribution? I've literally met her like twice.
It's because you guys don't necessarily meet each other, and we've been working on this since December. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Well, like, I mean, you've been working on it since December, maybe, but no one cared enough to live there. What, were you, like, waiting for the construction?
Some of it partially, yeah.
Oh. You should have just, like, started doing shit like I did. Or like everyone else did.
Sure, right, of course, right. Just start doing stuff. That's what we were doing. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, then you kind of just stopped doing stuff and Gemma took over, and then when Gemma quit the AGA, you dissolved the AGA, cause, I don't know. I'm sad to see you give up on it, though. It is good.
Yeah, but instead, I'm just gonna be trashed on Twinsta and all the good things that I do for people and are completely ignored, and no one asks questions about things and just start making presumptions, so... All of this stuff happens,
No one
and then you call me to have a casual conversation and expect me to have a casual conversation with you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not at work right now. I mean, I guess I am kind of at work right now. No, not really.
4 Whiskey 2076 at 10:40.
You're at work right? Oh yeah, you're clocked in as a dispatcher. You are kind of at work right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Why?
They can go fuck themselves.
Well, that was awkward.
Yeah, they used to be part of my sorority, and now they're just pushing fucking crime stuff. So.
The last of the ordinary citizens in Toledo are dividing into criminal and government worker. It was only a matter of time. What the fuck?
Sorry, I'm just telling them to put food in their mouths.
Okay.
Got him. Justice Joy.
I've actually never seen.
Where's the meeting happening at MRPD?
It's very nice.
MRPD.
Okay, let me repeat what I said. Where's the meeting happening at MRPD?
No, it's gonna be at Mission Row PD. I'm kidding, I love you. On the roof, apparently, I believe is what the call said.
Yeah, I don't know the functionality of
I can
that.
give you a tour. I can give you a tour after if you want, Gavin. I don't mind. Did I just come in time for drama?
Alright,
Yeah.
sure. Oh, this is that. This has.
Yeah, oh
this
yeah,
has
no,
some
actually,
levels
come
to it.
here. We're gonna go up to the roof. We're gonna get the elevator. We're supposed to leave these doors open, by the way. I don't know if anyone knew
These
Hopkins.
doors?
Said, yeah, because this is information.
ones?
Yeah, so we're supposed to leave this door open and that door open because that's like the press room, and then everything else stays locked. At least that's what happened
okay.
when Hopkins gave me the tour. So.
I guess the information desk makes
Hmm.
sense to like have people be able to access the information desk.
Correct, in the press room and stuff like that. So.
All right. So what's this about an elevator?
Come here.
Yep.
That sounds like a.
Yeah, but it's all good in character drama. It's all really nice. So.
Oh, good. Thanks, Joe cut it. Nice.
Oh, this is what the meeting is.
So
Hey,
when
Matt.
you get up there, let me know who that.
Are we just
victim
are we
is.
gathering down here?
Well, no,
Where-
it's gonna be in that
Sorry,
room,
just
but
could you
we're
turn that
waiting for Ace
When
to get
you
up
get
the
over
stairs.
to that
Yeah.
47, let me know who that is.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's the same one
Joy,
with
come
the
here.
Twinster photos, the up and down worker.
Elevator, elevator,
I know.
elevator, elevator.
Elevator.
No!
Same person I'm
No,
looking
there
for
was
then.
elevator music. Now there's not elevator music.
I'm gonna circle back
Damn
to
it.
Zona and talk to the people that are there.
I don't know who turned off the elevator music, but that makes me grumpy.
Probably the
I've never been
FIB.
able to hear it. I feel bad. I feel sad.
It was
It's probably the FIB. The FIB has music in their elevators, and I think they probably just like compulsively go around and shut the music off of everybody else's elevators so that they can be the only ones that have elevator music in their building.
No,
Yeah,
no,
good
I can use
point,
my
good
legs.
point.
I'm just not supposed to move with messages.
Which song was it?
Oh, it was like Harold said it was like 70 something hours of DMCA free elevator music. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah, I wasn't able to be around.
I know the one
EMS
in
from PD.
one of the FIB buildings, the one that goes like.
Unit 52 is the latest 1047 on the Palmetto Freeway down the beach hill.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Gunshot victim.
My favorite is
It's like
bum 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 bum.
She's very critical. Trying our best to keep her alive and
That's my favorite one. Bum, bum, dum, ba, 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 ba,
1020,
ba,
1047.
ba, 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 da, ba,
Palomino
da, ba,
Highlands,
ba,
it's
ba,
in
ba,
between
ba,
Humane
ba,
Labs
ba,
and Catfish
ba,
View.
ba, ba, da, ba, 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 da, ba, da, ba, 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 da,
Sparks, you're
ba,
now
ba,
on no
ba,
sugar in your
ba.
coffee,
That
please.
elevator music song. I like that one.
Maybe you should move to MRPD and we can change its sign to anime.
Clarence, how are you still awake?
Don't look at me like that. You didn't text me back, motherfucker.
I didn't
You're
text
quite
anyone back
distracted.
because I got text messages from like 30 fucking people, and I said, you
Oh,
know
yeah, I
what?
was
I'm
just
not dealing with that right now. And then I went outside, had a cigarette, played with a dog.
No, you had like 18 cigarettes during that. How are you still talking?
Okay, but I had another cigarette when I went outside. So I had like 18 in the building, and then I had one outside the building.
Yeah, you see what I'm
And then
doing?
I went to the Polito courthouse, the new one, because it's cool and it's great. And then I smoked in there too.
Yapping?
Look, this motherfucker
I say that
wanted
with
to make
Candace.
fun of
I
me
want
for
you
smoking.
to know, okay?
So
I say that with Candace.
Did you cut your hair?
Don't cut my hair.
I love it. It
Yeah,
looks
she
so
cut her hair.
nice.
Wait, Joe did that?
Thanks. Yeah, Joe did it.
I had
Let
no
me cut
idea
his
Joe
hair.
had any sense of style. Wow.
I did have to clean up some of the ends.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, he
But
did
he
his
also
best.
had to clean up some of my haircut for him, so.
That's fair.
12-point turn.
4 off 86.
Sorry, I
10,
said
7.
that to you, Joy. I feel bad. But I kind of
What?
feel like I had to after earlier.
Well, no, it's fine.
How'd you even breathe for 4 hours?
I don't know. I guess I'm just good at talking.
That's true. That's
What I found.
that's
That
very
boy
true.
can talk real good.
I'm gonna say this, Joy, and this is said with a lot of love, okay? No one holds a candle to you. I used to say that Cole was the #1 yapper in the city, but I think he's second place. Look, it was very important information. Very well
I'm gonna
said.
get
You went
changed,
over
I'll be
everything, and if people didn't know about the case, they definitely did after.
Yeah, that's kind of why I did that, because I figured there'd be a lot of motherfuckers there that, like, weren't there for trial, that wanted to know. There was also...
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
seriousness, you did a
I think
really
we
good
should.
job.
I don't even remember which room is which.
Well, I guess you can go tell Cole that unless he beats the record of 3 hours,
no, I want to put
53
the two
minutes.
of you in a room together and give you guys a subject.
That's gonna be a world-breaking thing where we either
Mhm.
have infinite energy or there's gonna be a black hole that destroys everything. Hydrate. I actually.
All I'm saying is
Oh,
that
you
I'm
down
gonna
for
beat
that?
my record.
You down for that, Joy? I just put the two of you in a room together.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
The one over
I
there.
think
Joy doesn't have to say a word until Cole gets to the 3 hour and 53
That one over
minute
there is a
point.
conference room.
Over there is the actual meeting.
Yeah, I was about to say there is a meeting room that doesn't have stairs.
Just tell him,
Just
let's
over
see you
there.
get there, and then I'll consider you a contender.
Yeah, that one's nicer.
Yeah, I guess I could pull
Door.
that.
I didn't realize you were around. Come here.
Yeah.
That's a conference room though. That's for like.
It doesn't matter.
Press. No, my OCD, please.
Oh my god. Well, that's a briefing room. The meeting room is upstairs, and that's only like a round table.
Leon, come here.
Well, we're pretty much getting brief more than meeting. They meeting.
I'll show you brief.
What?
Can she say that?
I think she can actually.
Oh my god.
What
Did
is
you see
Levi
a
gonna
no
do?
Smoking sign anywhere in the building? I didn't see one.
What? No, you're supposed to fight back. What do you mean? What?
I'm doing it. I'm putting another one.
I'm taking your I'm taking your cigarettes away from you.
Don't snitch.
My whole job is snitching, Joy.
Literally in a police department, he says don't snitch.
No, your job is to uphold justice for the citizens of San Andreas. And right now,
That's true.
Remember where it is.
right now, public policy favors allowing me to smoke.
Only problem is Ace can't get up.
God damn it. Alright, fine.
I can, I'm
Sounds like an
handicapable.
ace problem.
He can get up. No, he can walk. He can walk.
Yeah, guys, come on. He's able to do it. Give him a handy clap for that one.
Fuck off, Clarence.
Sorry, I'm due for at least one pun a day. Come on now.
Yeah,
it has
but they
been
have to
over
be
30
good
hours.
puns.
Fuck it.
Clarence, you've been getting handicapped your whole life.
It is a classroom.
Guys, I will actually make sure you. Never mind, we're in the room now.
I'm gonna let you lead this one, Leon, because we're not normally here on Saturdays. Hello, everybody.
Yeah,
Welcome
there's
to
no
the
sitting
Shift
here.
3 meeting. Is everybody here? I think there's a couple people on calls. And we'll wait for them when they get here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Shift 3 meeting. Me, Leon Jericho. And hey, guys, it's been a really good shift so far in terms of the backup. In terms of we're getting a lot of training out there with the cadets. Shout out to all the cadets. You know, when you're out there, you're officers, not cadets. But it's been really nice. It's been really nice. Does anybody have anything?
I have a ton of stuff, but I'll wait for I'll wait for the PD.
Okay.
Possessions.
Highway Patrol, you got something?
No, got nothing.
Highway Patrol. What about the Rangers?
I thought we were gonna have pizza.
Okay, no pizza
that's
today.
Thursdays.
Yeah, no pizza today.
Fuck.
Yeah, there's Yellow Jack outside though.
It's Thursday somewhere.
That's
Yeah,
I guess I have
Thursdays and
one
our
quick
pizza
thing.
parties just to spite Evelyn. Yeah,
What
yeah.
the fuck?
It's true.
Denied.
Yeah, pizza's every day. That'd be great.
Yeah, she can't escape it, especially when Little Taste of Mexico is here. They have Mexican pizza. Level 1 at the back.
I guess I have one quick thing, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be
How is
partially indiscreet, and
Java-
I'm not standing up because I already sat down.
How is Java awake?
Everyone say hello to Lieutenant Nash, everybody. Hello.
Let's go now.
Top
of the morning, Nash.
This is gonna be something sad. I'm sorry. For the FTOs, I did put something in FTO chat. We have one particular cadet that is gonna take priority over everyone. Unlikely that they're going to go into shift 3. But if they do, I do need them to be prioritized due to them trying a good amount and only being taken out twice. So other cadets that are in here, if they do get pulled before you, it is not anything against you guys. It is just more of I can't have someone just waiting around who has been hired for like 3 months.
I
and
wonder
had
which
2
cadet that
sessions.
is.
Again, doubt that they're gonna actually try during shift 3, but just in case, like, don't take offense to it, okay?
Alrighty.
That's it. I know. Again, I don't want to be the mean person. It's just more if I can't have people forgotten about in the program. And shift 3, you guys do amazing. Again, unlikely, but just in case, just pay attention.
Yeah, cadets. Woo.
Well, we take care of the cadets across all shifts. Right,
Yeah, I know you guys do. You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
So I appreciate all of you guys for everything you do. That's it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Jeff,
yeah.
do you have anything for motor and or DPPD?
Yeah.
Take it away.
So some of you may know the current structure of motor unit. If you don't, you'll find out right now. Is myself as shift 3 supervisor, Lieutenant Nixon as the shift 2 supervisor, and Ron Paxton as the shift 1 and lead of the unit. However, that is no longer the case. I am now taking command of the motor unit, and I am the new motor lead.
Yeah, let's
Hell
go.
yeah.
Jeff.
Hell
yeah.
Hell yeah, Jeff.
Good
So that
job,
is-
Jeff.
That is my main announcement. And along with that, there are 2 other things. First off, I understand that people that are probationary motor and interested, things have kind of sucked as far as the getting brought in. That is changing. I'm trying to change that as much as I can. It is difficult, but we are trying to make that happen. And with that comes the change of how we are operating the training program. And it will be a more clear cut of your progression through it and kind of how close you are to certed rather than just a where am I? You're fine. So that will be changing, so you'll have better updates on where you are. And with that included, I would also like everyone to congratulate Corporal Leon Jericho, or Senior Lead Deputy, whatever rank it is. Corporal. And I had it right the first time. On being our Shift 3 motor unit trainer.
Hell
yeah.
Congratulations. Let's go, Jericho.
Congratulations.
That's it for motor unit. Yeah, that's all. If you have any problems or interests or anything, you can bring it to me if it's extremely awful. If not, take it to Jericho and he can talk to me.
Oh yeah.
I experienced PTSD when you started talking about trading.
That's crazy.
Send it. All right. Anything from the county?
Meetings
Bush?
are nice. Skylar's very
Power.
boring at meetings, but I love meetings.
Yes, you do. You have something, right?
Okay, there's too much talking going on the radio.
Yeah, Matt, you should do your thing at some point soon.
LSPD.
No, Leon, you should do your thing when everyone finishes.
Okay.
We have Donovan who has something.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
I was tasked with identifying the best ice
Get up
cream
here.
flavor.
Front of the room.
Oh God.
Go
We
to the
don't
front
have
of
a
the room.
podium in this room.
Podium,
but front
not
of the
podium.
room.
Oh God.
Oh.
Everybody say hello, Donovan.
Hello,
Donovan.
Donovan.
Hi, Donovan.
It was like
Top
an
of the morning.
AA meeting.
Donovan,
Jesus
don't
Christ.
disappoint me.
So, I was tasked with identifying the best ice cream flavor and why it's the best ice cream flavor.
I love making
So I
cadets do
completed
bits.
said task. I had a whole whopping 9 minutes to figure this out. And the answer to it is Rocky Road. So, although that may be my own...
Respect.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
Yo, that's some good shit.
what happened to
I
the
like
whole
this
there's no such
answer.
thing as wrong answers?
There's definitely a wrong
Oh, there's
no,
no
there
such
is.
thing as wrong answers unless it's a stupid question.
No, there's a wrong answer to ice cream.
Shut up, Booer.
Yeah.
Orange pineapple swirl sherbet.
expert in the
It's
field.
amazing.
Oh yeah,
You've
Jeff
had that
knows
too?
actually,
Yeah,
dude.
that
Jeff
shit
knows,
slaps.
dude.
Oh,
That sounds amazing.
that's
Dude,
delicious.
that shit is delicious.
But
All right.
why is your
So-
ice cream that good?
So, the reason that I personally
Fucking-
believe it is the GOAT is one, it's chocolate.
First, get fucking
Right,
Natasha
rich
Carlson
chocolate is a
over here,
base,
like,
but not just your basic
keeping
chocolate.
people on task.
You've got marshmallow fluff and savory almonds in it. It's a perfect combination, really, of sweet and savory. And not only that, but
Oh, we can.
to
We
me,
can-
it
we
brings
can have
back
a big part
memories
of the meeting if
to
you
more
want.
simple times.
Because it's
when
not,
I was
it's not
younger,
that
all I
we're
wanted to do was
DA,
grow
it's
up
that,
and be an adult. And well, now,
But we're
now
also-
I've got
we're
bills
also-
to pay.
like, Skylar's ahead of the
where all
game.
my check basically goes to the government
So
anyway,
if
right?
she wants to say something, she can jump in.
More simpler times.
Okay. And with this, I do actually have something that I need to bring up.
Solo cadet.
Hey,
Oh?
great take on the ice cream. All right, good shit.
Yeah, great take.
I don't agree
Yeah,
with it.
Donovan,
like that.
Nice job.
go a little bit forward.
Yep.
Go in the middle between the two tables. And look at me. Now look behind you again. I want you to describe with one word, what are you seeing out there?
Family.
Oh,
Okay,
cringe.
turn around again.
Cringe.
Look at us.
Cringe. Your job is not family.
It is great. It's your family. You are never alone. No one is alone. Doesn't matter what phase they're in, you will never be alone.
Workplace is not
And
family.
with this said, it is an honor to say
That's why I'm not saying
that
anything.
you are no longer a non-solo cadet, but you are here to stay a solo cadet for the LSPD.
Yeah, solo cadet.
Congrats.
Let's go.
I appreciate this. Thank you much,
Hey,
and
good
I'm
thing
not
you
gonna
didn't
let you
say
down.
mint chocolate chip.
Heck yeah.
And as I said, even as a solo cadet, you're not alone. Everyone here is with you, and it also means that every time you go on duty, or every day, you need to check in with the
Parents never let you
FTO
dating
Plus.
son of the PD.
Just
On
to
that
stand check
character
in how
level, I
everything goes.
couldn't give a shit.
But
It all
again,
depends
you're
on
never
the
alone,
person.
so
it all
congratulations.
depends on like the character's personal one.
Thank you much. I appreciate that.
If you work,
Yeah,
if your workplace is your
heads up
family, you
you
don't need to be
after, by the way.
paid as well.
Of course, and with
Yeah,
that
that's my
being
thought
said,
too.
I've got your guys' back as well. Like she said, no one's ever alone. I'm a big family person myself. I've got like 17 family members.
They all have the same nipple tattoo.
And we all have the same nipple tattoo.
Jesus
That's
fucking
correct.
Christ. I remember that. What the fuck?
What the hell?
Alright, so
What the
yep.
fuck?
Thank you again.
Hell yeah, let's go shift 3.
Well, let's go shift 3.
Let's go shift 3. Hell
Let's
yeah.
go Rocky Road.
Congratulations to Donovan on making it solo.
Great pick.
Shut up, Booer.
Love that.
Bellamy, do you have something for everybody?
I got my
Bruh.
bit. If
Alright,
we've
Bellamy.
hit bit section, but I think also Sparks has stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Sparks, do you want to go before the presentation?
Your meeting. Mine's all work stuff.
Send it. Work stuff.
Yeah, send it. Let's
Work
go.
stuff.
Oh, work
Hi.
stuff.
Hi, I'm your
Everybody say hi to
district
Skylar.
attorney. Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
She answers her phone as DA Skyler Sparks.
That is true. I say district attorney Sparks or DA Sparks.
And then afterwards she says, "Hello, baby."
Oh my god.
Sorry, hi, Skyler.
I
There's also a
have
dispatcher
5
who will
case
tend
laws,
for you.
and I will make a 6th one to remove you from this earth, Jeff Jefferson. Do
my
not.
God.
I'm not gonna kill him. I'm putting him in a rocket and sending him to the moon with enough food to live for 60 years. I just don't want to
Hey,
see
I'll-
him ever again.
All Sisyphus. I'm cool.
You want to make it 5?
Yeah, I got you.
5 years.
Yeah, I got. Anyway, hi. These are. I have 2 things. I wrote a memo. It's in Bolos. I haven't been to shift 3 for a while. So I just wanted to touch on it. This goes over the warrants patch notes. Warrants patch notes 2.0. The war within the statute of limitations. I'm sure you guys have gone over it. I'm sure you guys have gone over it, but I want to touch on it since it's my office. Just remember your statute of limitations have both shortened, but your warrants have very heavily extended. So it's heavily encouraged by my office to make sure basically your reports are trial ready. They're as done as they can be. Most of the time, that's not an issue. I think out of the 17 or 18 days I've been district attorney, I've only had to release like 3 or 4 warrants. And for how often you guys do your work, that is a really low number. That is a significantly low number. So you guys are doing excellent work. Most of you are experts or will become experts in your field. So don't worry about that. The other thing I want to touch about is bench appeals. Who knows what a bench appeal is?
Oh boy, do I ever.
I do, unfortunately.
All right, cool. That's very little of you. Bench appeal is something granted to us through legislation from my office when we, out of the basically 6 people that's active in my office, most of them being shift 2, are unable to take a specific appeal with a felony D or lower. Basically what that means is, unless it's explicitly said that you guys will have a prosecutor on your case, presume that it's going to be a bench trial that just happens to be scheduled. So you guys can do narrative statements, you go through that manner, etc. So this is something that's been in, I can't remember if it's in the Constitution. Joy can correct me. I can't remember if it's in the Constitution or the San Andreas State Code, but it's been in legislation for a few months. So if you have any questions,
Constitution.
okay, so it's in the Constitution. Perfect. So if you have any questions or if something gets flagged as a motion for a bench appeal, that usually means we don't have a prosecutor that can take that matter for that time frame, or we're trying to train a paralegal or a baby prosecutor to come in and kind of handle it as a bench appeal. Please do not presume someone in my office is going to take it. Just, you're welcome to get with us. We can help you get that up, but we're not going to be leading it. Do you guys have any questions about that? Alright, cool. Thank you so much. Love you guys.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, go DA's office.
Go DA! Woo! We
Go
love the
DA.
DA's office.
Oh, also, not to go into details because the judge is here. My office successfully convicted one of the most heinous criminals in all the fucking state. 3 times mayhem major and 1 times murder. Sentencing hearing will be this week. So, yeah, that guy was.
Screw that guy.
Nah, that guy's
Hey,
fucked
Joy,
up.
Question: is the sentencing hearing going to be at least 2 hours?
I mean, at a
answer that.
sentencing hearing, I don't got to do fucking shit. I just sit around and I say, "Hey, you got anyone who wants to speak?"
Could
And then
you
they go,
make it
"Yeah,
2
this person
hours?
Oh,
speak."
there's don't do it. Don't do it. She wants to win a
He
bet.
can make
Don't do
it. He can make it 2 hours.
All I
no
heard
bet.
was, yes, Nash. It's gonna be at least 2 hours.
I
It's
mean,
Joy.
it'll be as long as however many people want to walk up to the podium and talk about how Mr. Alexander bad or Mr. Alexander good.
You know how I texted you that one thing earlier?
Yeah.
Could you make that happen?
Could I make it last more than 4 hours?
No, no.
Aren't you supposed to see a
the
doctor
other
if it
thing-
lasts for longer than 4 hours?
Yeah,
or
you
a
are.
prostitute.
Or more men.
Jeff.
I
thought
don't
was
ever
okay.
want to.
Yeah, let's go, Jeff.
Jeff?
Let's
Jeff?
go, Jeff. Yeah.
It's been 2.5 weeks. I don't get to see her for another week. Do not remind me. Do you understand me, Jefferson?
Just saying. Okay.
Do not remind me.
What are you doing on my computer though?
Nothing.
I was looking up.
Anyway, thanks guys. Appreciate it. Jeff and I are going to look at this computer for no reason.
All right.
Okay.
And we have
Probably over there looking up single dads.
Probably.
probably.
I'm a lesbian, Gavin. You know this.
I'm not.
Yeah, but just because you're a lesbian doesn't mean you can't wingman for your gay friends.
That's true. Anyway, what are you
They
doing
don't
on
know
Thursday?
You're lesbian on the interwebs. Okay.
Thursday.
Yeah, he said you were hitting on him, so I'm trying to hook you
That's
up
part
with
of the day right there.
justice.
Does
You
anyone else
gotta
have-
climb the judicial tree. You already fucked one judge.
I don't
What
think
about-
I've hit on him.
What about
Have
somebody
I?
he thinks you are?
He was really just doing his own thing.
Well, I mean, is he a single dad? Because that's in my wheelhouse.
He is in fact a single dad.
Hey Jeff, did you know that Justice Joy is a single dad?
Yeah, I just found that out.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it wasn't for me. I didn't say anything.
You trying to be a Supreme Justice sub, sir?
Joy.
Yikes.
If you don't say anything, I'm going to take that as agreement.
No, I didn't hear him. What did he say?
He wants to
Alright,
dominate
great.
you, Justice.
Well, I'm 6-1 on fights so far, so you got your work cut out for you.
Ooh.
All I need is the
wasn't a
one, Your
no.
Honor.
That wasn't a
not
no.
no. He wants to wrestle.
This has been a great meeting.
That's my boy.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You're welcome.
Oh, does anybody else have anything? Like, I know Bellamy has something. Doctors, Mariana, do you have anything? Justice Joy.
I mean, honestly, the only thing I have is, like, one, why does this guy look like he still asks his older sister to buy him beer?
Does he?
Yeah.
And 2, why is his default facial expression look like he's trying to hold in a fart?
Dude, he's outside of your window
Oh my
with his
God.
radio, okay? Leave him alone.
How could the Rangers do this?
You understood that, thank you.
Joy, I'm bringing you to every meeting.
Justice Joy, you're welcome to Shift 3 meetings anytime.
Oh, yeah,
Unfortunately,
one more
this
thing.
is generally a bit late for me, so
Yeah.
it'll be a little bit
Yeah.
rare, but I can try to come around on the weekends. How's that?
I bet he pays
since
for
it's
his sister
later-
beer.
Your
and,
Honor,
like,
you can
single
come
life.
around me
everyone.
anytime you want.
Okay.
Oh,
There you go.
Okay. Oh,
Hey yo.
I'm sure you'd like that.
So, one last thing before we wrap up, I just
Front
want
of the
to
room,
point out for
front of the room,
everyone,
front of the room.
Justice Joy is an excellent date. Okay, Jeff.
Okay. Okay.
I heard.
Curious to
heard.
know how you know that.
Not from
Bellamy,
experience,
everybody.
I heard. You know. I
Oh
heard
yeah,
you
that
say
man bought my body. He would know.
Oh, if you want to put something on the screen, there's a reminder.
Yeah, you didn't make me pay for it, bitch.
Perfect.
Okay.
Hold on.
You call me out. I call you out. Excellent date though. 10 out of 10.
All right, everybody. This is Shift 3 Cadet / Officer
ALP,
Bellamy Blake. Everybody,
no.
say hi, Bellamy.
Let's go, Bell. Yeah.
Hi, Blank.
Hello, guys.
Bellamy.
Hold on.
Bellamy Blake.
Ooh, Bellamy.
Jeff
that's what I said.
squared. I don't know.
Yeah.
Jeff squared.
No, usually I'm a man squared. Because there's two of us.
You think you are, but you really aren't.
Oh, he's playing TFT.
Oh.
My
He
bed
asked me
sheets
what
could
an
talk.
he asked me what an inactive
Why'd you
80
bring
was
her
yesterday,
out?
and I said it's me when I put this bullet in you. As he was running. I
wow.
can't get it. I can't. touch
Stop
the
opening
remote.
my
Never mind.
tabs.
We're doing this old.
Stop
Yeah,
opening
just
my
go up
tabs.
to the
I'm
screen.
not.
That
I'm
we're
not.
doing this-
working
Stop
yesterday.
opening my tabs.
Oh, I got it.
I swear this remote worked yesterday.
No.
What's that one?
Sorry, I took the battery.
Yeah,
Stop
you can just,
opening my
you know.
tabs.
Oh, sorry.
That
hold
didn't
on.
work.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
It looks like
Yep.
spaghetti.
Direct notice.
Yeah, have you redirected it?
Huh.
Let's see.
Got it. There we go.
Weiterleitungshinweis.
Okay.
Nice.
Welcome to Bellamy's Cartoon of the Week.
Okay, well, some of those are
This
true.
week is Danny Phantom.
Yeah, they are.
Last week was Scooby Doo. If you missed it, you should have come to the M&M. The M&M and M&M. So I
she
have
got
a couple
bit.
of facts about that. Okay.
What's this
The
bit?
show only ever ran for 3 seasons, which is a travesty. Should have ran for longer.
Great.
Probably has one of the greatest intro themes against Scooby-Doo. Honestly, Scooby-Doo's is a banger, and so is this one. And the character design went through 7
Chat, is
design
he actually
changes
playing TFT?
before the show ever aired.
Is he
It
actually
is also
playing TFT?
technically not considered a kid's show, even though it kind of was, but it was one of those that was right on the edge of probably no
You're
one
not-
would like it today if they
He's
wanted to
not
show it to
playing
their kids,
TFT.
which is also a travesty.
He's
Alrighty.
not playing TFT.
Danny Phantom.
He's a phantom.
Okay, you're not.
He's a phantom.
It's Frank.
Why are you just in the menu? Why can't you just
Fucking
play
love
the
that
game?
show.
Oh, thank
That's like
God.
Because
Alright,
I
I'm
keep
not that
using
Great
old.
show.
LPs, so I
Alright,
just
great.
keep quitting.
Yeah.
That was pretty
That's
good.
My
that's
bad.
your fault. Just get
All right.
good.
Well, does
Okay,
anybody else
but
have
I
anything
can't
before
when
we
the
get to
shop
the
refresh is dog shit.
last
Okay?
thing?
Yeah, well,
I
you
can't
got
control that.
you got
All right,
like
if not, well,
it's
Guys,
not that too
pay
long
attention.
until refreshes.
Shift
Sorry,
3,
sorry.
everybody. It's been a good meeting. We are going to, if you guys want to, voluntary. If you're LSSD, I would encourage you to come with us to the county because we're going to do a Chiliad run.
Yeah.
All the
Chili
cadets.
Yeah.
run.
Out. We're going to see the cadets go down Chiliad. It's voluntary. Whoever wants to come with us, right, Lieutenant Nash.
Hopscotch.
How are they going down
Hold
Chiliad?
on, actually.
I'll tell you when
Feces.
we get to the top.
Oh, I like mysteries.
Yeah.
This is my
I'm gonna
favorite.
gas up them Subarus.
This is the best thing.
Gas you up.
Thank
Look,
you.
I
Is your
wanted to make
favorite
sure I
Marvel's
came into
romantic
shift
mysteries?
Not many
I
people
wanna
can
make
wear a
sure that I
man
came
bun,
into
but
shift
you
three
certainly
to
choose to do
kinda
so.
pull in the county people and
Okay,
give the
all right,
support
I'm
that,
cutting
and
my
the
hair.
things that we do in shift 1 and 2.
Nah, he's
I'm
RPing it.
cutting
Oh,
it. It's
okay.
your
The
fault.
people who want
Whatever
to go to the county,
happens
'cause
from
this
this,
is kind of a
Sparks, is
team
your
bonding
fault.
How is
thing.
this my fault?
Whatever happens
Oh,
from
yeah.
me going to the barber immediately after this meeting is your
Leon
fault.
hasn't done it, so he's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it all right.
Damn it.
That's why
Yeah.
he was
All right, let me
tackling the
let me
TV.
try again. Let me try again. Okay,
Oh,
Twice.
you
that
said
that gas
Leon,
up didn't
not
work. Let me try this one.
Yeah, Leon.
I came back with
Hung
box
out.
braids one time and I got
What?
yelled at by
I highly
Lamb.
recommend everyone to come because those who don't have to do
That's
these runs get
fair.
to laugh at people on
That's
the
a
radio.
fair reason to
Yeah.
yell. That's a fair reason to
Yeah,
yell. at.
definitely all should come.
Yeah, but I look.
I
I
know
think
the
it's a
fucking
good
man
bonding
line's
experience
gone.
for all.
God, I wish I could
I
cut.
think
Never
Jeff
mind.
already made it clear where he's gonna come.
All right, yeah. Anyways, all right, yeah. Try again.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Jeff isn't paying
Um,
any
I got you,
attention to
Jeff.
this at
Yeah.
all.
What? No,
Yes.
sorry. I'm being
Mm.
accosted about my man bun. What happened?
Hmm.
Oh,
mm,
they said we should all come, and I said you made it clear where you're gonna come.
Yeah, on the justice.
I got you, boo.
Or sorry,
God.
that was my bad.
Supreme
you
Justice,
just say?
Supreme
What?
Justice, Jeff.
What?
What? Look,
my
look,
God.
look, Jeff. He already has like the dad bod going on with like the. With
Oh,
the
I don't care
with the
about that.
tie. Look at his outfit.
Wait, how old are you,
Untouched
Joy?
shirt.
How old am I?
He's 55.
Yeah, how old are you?
First, how dare you? Second, 52.
Oh, 52.
Now, 45's the cutoff. Sorry.
Oh my god!
Oh
my
god.
Oh.
You'll never get to see this 7-pack and glisten.
Jeff, when you say it's a cutoff for
hell?
you, is it people underneath 45 or above 45 for you?
I got another thing.
Between 25 and 45 is the age gap I go for.
Wait, why not like 48?
You're never
Like,
gonna
what's
find
the...
anyone that's a single dad at 25. Actually, you might. Never mind.
You
might.
say that, but I
Yeah,
get
probably
tested
will.
daily. Listen, you gotta stay clean.
I got my first case of Bell Bad already, and I've only been a cop a week. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Huge. Keep bringing that DPPD energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
I
all
have a
on
locker.
scene,
Let's
and
all
they were
head up
like,
towards
"Oh, it's
Chiliad."
you."
Everybody.
Great.
We
Okay,
get to
we're
watch.
just
We get
gonna
to.
load up
We,
into multiple, like,
we get
just
to
a few
haze
cars so
the.
we don't
We
have
get
as
to
many
haze the
cars on the mountain.
cadets.
Yeah.
I love hazing cadets.
Yeah.
We do the same thing with
All right,
paralegals.
everybody watch out. Everybody watch out.
We got the heels.
Oh my
though.
god.
Do you want to come haze the cadets, or
Let's
are you
go.
gonna do your thing?
Oh. I really do want to haze the cadets, but also I really actually need to sleep.
Where do you want me to take you?
I couldn't be.
I mean, go haze the cadets. I'll find my way back to where I need to go.
Sure.
No, you don't.
No, I'm pushing you down this. Pushes really hard. Pushes
You know,
really,
push this
really
man,
hard.
this poor man down the stairs. Oh, look at it. Oh,
Hey, it worked
Yeah,
out.
there we go.
Oh,
Yeah, you
okay.
gotta watch
Oh,
out,
let
man.
me-
I told
let
you,
me
lock the
change
brakes.
into, like,
Out
a
of the way.
thing.
Food by the yellow jack outside. I need to get some food.
Chat, we've been live for 9 hours. How's everybody doing? Is it break time yet? We can have this necklace. It's fine.
You guys coming with us to watch me
Oops, sorry.
potentially die?
I'm not gonna die.
Oh, God.
I've never
You'll
done
be
that.
mangled.
I don't want to die. I need food. I need food.
Yeah, make sure you guys are loading up with as many people in the cars as possible so we don't have as many cars up on the mountain.
I'm just taking the bike.
Are we gonna have a 13 Bravo?
No.
Well, I'm making my cadet drive us up, so you might have to.
Jeff!
EMS, we will probably need you guys.
God damn it. Hey,
Hey, if
you
you
doing?
crash this car, I'll kill
I was
you.
looking for
Ken, disregard.
Jeff, but I guess I took the bike already. Oh,
One
sorry,
alone for
sorry.
me.
Oh, hey, also the yellow jack's out front.
1169.
Yeah, I got it.
I was gonna ride with you, Jeff, so we can continue our conversation, but that's fine.
I'm riding the bike.
There you
I'm sorry.
go.
Nah, I
I
get
take an
it.
illusion up there. We're going down the mountain.
I think that's the plan, Jeff.
Not by choice, is what I'm saying.
All right, I can go ahead and take the next person's order. Whoever's next.
Hello.
You fucking witch.
Hello. I'm gonna share a. Oh my god. I'm gonna share a menu, everybody.
Can I have a brisket sandwich and some sweet tea, please?
Yep.
Perfect, thank
What's
you.
your state ID?
4666.
I just handy clap his ass.
Oh wow, using the same joke you did 30 minutes ago.
Hey, I gotta laugh this time, so fuck you, Skyler.
Fuck you, Clarence.
Too. I don't know
You
why.
did too. You're right. You're right. Look, it was a funny one. You didn't appreciate it, okay?
Jokes tend to be funny, Clarence.
No, I don't. I
Thank
want to go
you.
DPPD.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be right
I
up.
wouldn't want her in the Rangers.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Listen,
honestly,
I
that's
am
fair.
not
have too many
biased.
liability.
I am not biased, but DPPD is fucking great.
I know.
You're biased.
They didn't. I may be the. I love DPPD.
Skylar, we got your food.
Oh, I
Skylar's
love, I
fine.
love everybody around them. It's so great.
Hey, can I get
Of course he
no,
did.
fuck. Cars are in the hospital. Who's there?
Gunshots.
Hey,
Anyway.
you guys there at the hospital right now?
76.
Hey, Fim.
Hey, firm, communicate as soon as you got info.
What's the
Yeah, units
status?
coming right now.
Storm also looks to be on scene.
Stand by, attempting to gather.
Cadet Park, you're fine. We have like 4 units heading there.
That's interesting. Oh my god, I'm getting 3.0 flashbacks from MRPD. Even though this is very different.
singular gunshot hit the EMS. Individual wearing a blue jean jacket ran out the south exit. VCB on them currently. I'm unable to search. I'm tending to the EMS currently.
Work 11 is code 6.
Temple.
Sierra 69, 76 to 14 Alpha.
We're on 23. I did not have anything when I came from Las Lagunas. I entered from the south.
Push. Tarantino.
And code 6ing the upper portion.
Jean jacket. That's right, that doesn't matter. Who's coming down?
Upper portion is code 4.
Power. Nash.
Yeah, Dorsey Drive seems to be code 4 and nobody walking. If they were already in the car driving off, it might be gone.
Yeah. Check the alleyway further south of Dorset.
Being checked. Yeah, check that one.
The one that exits out on Palomino.
10-4. There might be in a little spot where you take the jump. There.
We're checking
Let
the
me get
Rockford
up there.
Plaza train station.
I got up here.
Code 6 eastbound way.
Baby in the trunk. I'm. And the coat, yeah.
Lima 42, 76 to North PD.
Yeah, I was like, alright, we're not just gonna ignore. No one wanted to. I had to be like, alright, get the fuck out of the car. We're cuffing them all, making sure there's no. Yeah, they were, and I was like, no. What if there is a baby?
Cap, you wanna go down?
you,
the,
Kenny.
Fuck
they
you.
started to
On
go.
the ground on everyone, so he's already there.
They started
No,
to
there was
say-
no baby, and he wasn't driving, so he
Subway
was
seems to be
fine. I almost
careful.
gave him a warrant for witchcraft, though.
They started to
I'll
say,
push a little
okay,
further
you
through
can
if
go,
you
Bam.
want.
And I was like, dead baby, trunk, cocaine.
Yeah, they were gonna let him go, and I was like,
Brooklyn is
alright,
gonna take
no,
the stairs
you out of the
to the
car
upper
first.
level.
It's on the tray for you.
Already cleared it there.
I'm gonna
Break
fucking
is cleared
tackle
all around the catwalk.
shit out of Clarence.
Break
once
for a
he
second, sorry.
moves.
Victim is stating.
And then
that
Lucky
the,
looked at me and her
shooter
face
was
did
one
that thing that
Harrison.
that book did when Harry Potter opened it in
There's
the
some green
forbidden
beans on
section.
there for you too.
Yeah, I got him. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
No worries.
It's awesome.
Appreciate you guys.
Oh, I missed. Oh, I didn't get fucked,
Yeah,
Clarence.
so if he's wearing the green hoodie that I think he is,
No, I
he's
went
probably
for my
wearing the
cadet.
cap
Oh!
as well.
Okay. Alright, got it. Oh.
Victim saying he was wearing a pink sweater.
Dude, get up.
Ah.
Get up.
Oh,
Hospital's gonna need that warrant.
my face.
You're my
Ah.
hostage now. I've
What's
got
up,
a
bitch?
DA.
You do. You have DB.
Wait, did you just what's up, bitch me when
Yeah,
I
I
picked
said
you
sup,
up like
bitch.
this?
Yeah.
That is never the response I get. I swear, it's always like, oh, or hey, handsome.
Clarence, I'm a lesbian.
No, I.
Why?
Wait.
Is he wearing a
Get
mask
up.
or anything, or is it just pink hoodie?
What the fuck was that?
I had to sit up to get up. What do you want me to do?
No, I thought like.
Luke saying it looked like he just.
Yeah,
kinda
no.
No, I had to sit up to
Yeah, I
get
know
up.
you're a lesbian, but I just wasn't expecting
Like blue or
instantly.
something, I
Sup,
don't know, to
bitch?
quote him.
Clarence, you and I say fuck you to each other. Why wouldn't I?
I know, I love you. You're great. Also, the whole DA thing, like, we can't have our own lawyer, like, on fucking retainer or anything, like, at all.
What do you mean?
Reoccurring thing, so do we have to
There's been
expect,
times where
this
we
guy to
haven't
come
been able
back?
to get a DA and someone wants to appeal, and not all of us are extremely.
No, you can't.
Legal?
No. It's the
Luke's
expectation is that there
saying,
isn't
quote,
going to be
"Nah,
one. You can
nah, he
absolutely
did what
reach out
he
to the
needed
office
to
and try
do,
to get
so I
one.
don't think so."
No, I'm saying like a lawyer. Like, can we have our own
Do we have any
lawyer?
Oh,
reason for it at
no.
all?
Yeah, that's the thing that I was wondering, because
Luke
sometimes
pulled
we
his
just
haircut
can't
douchey.
get someone. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, shit, I made my first closing statement the other day on that fucking Tammy Maynard case.
Mm-hmm.
I freeballed it in like 5 seconds.
No, because what I do before I even do that is I check availability on everybody on the prosecution side, and the only time you can appoint, the only time a special prosecutor can be appointed is if someone from my office is being indicted on charges, and then sometimes a captain or higher, deputy director or higher can appoint a special prosecutor.
Pulled off and tried to park over
So-
here.
Okay, I
If you
swear I
got-
need to talk Mickey into just fucking representing for me whenever we go to court. Honestly.
No, well, that's the thing is I try to get reps out there, but right now my office is
it's
just very inactive. It goes in
got
waves.
lucky
You know how it
that
is.
Humphrey was there because I texted him and I was like, "Hey, dude,
Because
can
I
I
still know the
object
guy
on
we're
this?
talking
Because I
about,
wasn't
Gordon
100%. I'm
Harrison.
not a lawyer." It was a bench trial, and he's like, "Yeah, you
Apparently
can."
so.
So I did a bench. I objected
Mhm.
for badgering.
Yeah.
You know what Kelly did? She started arguing with the judge and then
Yeah, sounds
recused
right.
herself and left. Yeah, I was so proud of that one. But
Yeah, I just can't represent everybody all the time anymore, you know?
No,
I worked the first 2 weeks I was, and this is not a joke, Clarence. The first 15 days I worked, or since I got appointed district attorney, I worked 244 hours.
look, preaching to the choir here, okay?
I know, and I try to get you
I
guys
gotta-
prosecutors, and if you need help, but before a case, if you guys want to be coached, we can do that. That's not an issue. That's the whole point, is that you guys interact with our office and teach you how to go about it with arguments.
My issue with this one was we were pushing it because we wanted some legislation or a
Mhm.
charge rewritten or a new charge.
I know.
And in the end, we kind of got shit on in court and told to talk to our command to solve the issue.
That is the solution to the issue, yes.
It's not though. Command can't really.
They okay. I mean, they can. They have to get with like. They have to get with like, Nash or Kylie or Kate or talk to someone outside the PD, which would be like me, and then we push legislation to get a different penal code charge in there.
Oh no, she was talking about. The judge literally told me that I need to talk to my command and figure out a way to block 311 and 911.
Yeah, it's been requested already because Tammy's still doing the same thing, and Nash.
Yeah,
and
I know,
working-
and I heard today that there will be a discussion. Hopefully.
Nash and I are working on something. So.
Yes, and the whole reason that court case went was for that. But that's when I did my first closing, and literally in like 2 seconds I was like, "Oh, I got this." Unfortunately, we live in a fucking reactive state, not a proactive one.
Mhm.
So let's react to this.
Well, that's so. Going back to the bench trial or bench appeal thing, it's the whole point is so that we don't know which officers can and can't process their own stuff in court, and so it's up to you guys to come to us, and so we can sit there, and that's why we do it on like really long dated stuff, and so we can sit there and walk you guys through, you know, how to set those
railway
arguments,
tunnels were
go over
code 4 all the way
objections,
through
stuff
all
like
the
that.
time.
So.
Yeah, and partially it's on me because I was FTOing this cadet. It honestly was pretty straightforward. Obviously, the charge was wrong, but she was abusing the line, and
Sure.
I made it clear that our due diligence is to check those calls. Because what if something is being reported actually through 311 and we just ignore it, right?
Yeah, and so right now what I'm
area
kind of playing with is I think I might charge disturbing the peace for each of those because it's abusing systems to cause disruption with the PD because we have to check those. So
That's what I wanted. And Percy was saying like essentially improper use of a government line because they kept saying it's not an emergency line.
Correct.
Anything like that basically prevents them from just what they were doing, right? That's all I wanted. But yeah.
7060 Juliet.
I gotta get my cadet back out there. Thanks for
Okay.
chatting.
Yeah, sure, no worries.
No. What's up, bitch? You are a vampire, huh?
I'm not. Everyone always says that I'm not.
Dude, you actually look like a vampire.
I'm not.
Yeah, the situation in Zona seems to be all cleaned up. We should probably head up to.
Dude, I
Gilead.
swear, some of the hottest females are lesbians. That's a compliment, by the way. You're attractive.
Don't call women females.
I got
Clarence, that's such a fucking.
Well,
bro
you know what I
dude
mean.
thing to do.
Hottest women are lesbians.
But yeah, yes,
solo
that's
in my
maybe
car
that's
right
why
now.
you're single,
Anybody else need a ride
Clarence.
up there?
Who are you dating?
Yeah,
Mickey.
Lima 42 does.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
I'm halfway up the
All right,
freeway.
bye.
Meet me. Do you have a
Yeah,
car?
don't call women females.
I do have a car. Yeah, I can head up there actually.
All right, meet me up. Meet me up here. We can drop your car at the base.
10-4.
So they're investigating that. Bush is over there. What the fuck? Oh, Hank Irvine. Okay. All right, we need to fix this outfit. I like this outfit for like a modern Southern girl outfit for her. So I need to figure out.
Is anyone near MRPD that could pick up Prime?
Robert 13 can.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
There it is.
Where do you want us to take them?
Top of Chiliad.
Ah, a firm.
Parachute, 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 parachute. There it is. And then update. Update. Nope, it's fuck, outfits.
Robert 13's gonna get gas and then I'll head up to Chiliad.
Let's go to Chiliad and watch these fucking nerds get fucking nerded.
Top of Chiliad.
Who's going up there? Top of Chiliad, huh? We're gonna go be nosy. I'm gonna take a break here soon, chat. I need to actually like get more water and chill. Am I gonna add something? Hi, John. Look at all the cozy emotes.
Robert 1336 to Zona.
Oh, I miss Weapon. Hope he's doing really good. We unlocked, with the subathon, we unlocked a cozy thing. Or a cozy time for RuneScape. I'm not sure when we want to do that, though. I was thinking Sunday. Look at all those cozy ones. What's that first one? Oh, it's Reed's. That makes sense. I'm here for the OSRS content. What's OSRS? Old school RuneScape content? Yeah, that's the intention. I was thinking we do it Sunday morning. Oh, I like Moose Brothers because emotes. And M's is good too. If I'm awake, I'm there. I was thinking about it. We
Are
can
we
get
missing
coffee
anyone
and
on
chill.
Chiliad right now?
Robert 13 is passing you two right now. We're 76.
Yeah, good.
Sorry, Prime was outside of my window with a radio. Weird.
Real weird.
Also, Whiskey 20 is still at the hospital.
Don't worry, we'll wait for you guys.
Robert 20 from the state, can you pick me up, please?
Didn't you get up to Grapeseed in a car, Skylar?
That's irrelevant.
Oh.
Also gas prices. My gas prices high. It's 25% tax. You see that? 25% tax on gas.
Yo, what up, dog?
What's up, bitch?
Yo, guys, so I carried her cutely earlier, and instantly she goes, "Sup, bitch." I almost dropped her.
That's crazy.
That's never the response I get when I pick someone up that way, ever. Whether it's a man, a woman, it doesn't matter.
Right, what do they normally say?
They normally get thrown off or turned on. Like, I've had guys like, "Oh, you have very beautiful eyes, Clarence." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Stop staring."
You and I don't have that rapport, though.
I know, but still, I wasn't expecting it. But also, we're always talking. I never actually look.
I swear to God.
No.
I'm not getting out.
It's just a slight
Hey,
delay,
so
you know?
disregard what I said about Garrison joining the county.
Oh, why?
We're gonna be delayed. Skylar and I refused to get out of the car because we're on the side of a cliff on the side of the car.
You better get up here.
Yeah. Did you guys hear that? That's your lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am.
They're both flipping the car. It's a joint effort.
Good job,
right?
guys.
They
Good job.
understand.
Good
You
job.
guys did good.
Hey,
All right,
Lily,
good.
You're still at the
That's fine.
hospital, right?
There you go, brother.
Yeah, Temple.
Appreciate you.
Okay,
Oh man, I was
Go to
waiting for
grab
that
an
rock.
update and
I
bring her up
forgot
with
where
you.
it
I know she's
was.
doing ox hours, but she should still be up here.
That's still great. It's
Temple.
10 out of 10.
Appreciate it. You got time since Clarence can't drive.
Okay, in Clarence's defense.
That's crazy. I'm gonna be
Let me
honest,
have
that
it.
one's on
Let
me.
me have it.
Alright, you know what?
Me,
Yeah,
I
go
guess,
for it.
Dude, okay.
It was funny.
Honestly, Clarence driving the whole time. Shouldn't have asked for pickups. 10 out of 10. Scared for my life.
Hey, I don't know what happened to Skylar. She was in our car a second ago.
That's actually terrorism. That's literally the definition
It was
of
a
terrorism.
joke. It was a
Clarence Williams.
fucking joke.
I know, I
You
know,
know
I
it.
know,
All
I
right,
know,
I love you. I love you,
Uh-huh.
fucking terrorism.
Oh, God, no!
Hey, yo, we'll be delayed.
God! Nah. Okay, I'm gonna...
Harrison, if I die, I'm gonna fucking beat you.
What the fuck?
Don't
This
worry,
is
I'm
karma
fine.
for
We're
calling
in the
all
hospital.
women's females. I'm gonna get back in the car.
Yeah, Garrison's probably gonna meet her there in a minute.
Yeah.
Sent her a little too hard there, but
I ain't
Oh, God,
shit
look,
except getting
look.
ejaculated. Skylar!
Oh, God.
No, Skylar, no! Stop! Stop
Right
rolling!
here.
Stop rolling! Fuck! No! He was
No,
gonna
I'm
kill
fine.
his FTO and the DA. Fuck no! Skylar! Skylar, I just wanted to help you. Fuck.
This is what you get for calling all women females, Clarence.
It appears I will be giving Hayes more money very soon.
So how many of you guys got ejected?
There he goes.
There were 2 of us.
Nice.
Robert 1376.
You
wanna get back in or you wanna?
You know, the rangers, you know, the people who spend their time on the mountains the most, you guys really struggle with the mountains.
Honestly, I don't want to
I
come up here
urge
that. I
you
just following
to
everyone.
correct her right now and tell her you're driving.
I would like to
this.
defend my department's honor by saying I am an outlier
Do it now,
and just
Garrison.
stupid.
It's also
No!
LSPD who's driving the Ranger's car.
No,
There you
no,
go.
Hawkins.
What's the LSPD?
You want to just
I like it
throw
even
him in
more.
the car and keep on driving up?
Yeah, we could do that.
It's a flesh wound.
We're gonna need EMS anyways, so.
We gotta get to the top.
Put him in the trunk where he belongs.
Just, fuck.
True.
Understood?
Skylar, fuck you!
Smile.
What are you gonna do, fucking Clarence? You're fucking on the ground, rolling down in the dirt.
Dude, I went
Just
down trying to
stand
grab
up,
you. I
Clarence.
wanted
Just
to
stand
help
up,
you, and
Clarence.
then
Just stand up,
you got up
Clarence.
And I tumbled, and you said,
Clarence.
"Haha, bitch."
Clarence.
Come on, Garrison, figure it out.
Trying, man.
Bitch.
That's fair.
It was an accident too, but it is fair. I love that you said it was fair as well. Alright, let's fucking... fuck you. No, get out.
Oh,
Get us to the top. Get in the car. Unless we're just gonna roll down. Okay, hold on. Get in.
This...
You need to be angled a different way.
Yeah, I know. Let him get in real quick. There you go.
If we took the side that I wanted to take, we would be there by now.
It sounds like excuses, dude. Okay. Honestly, our best bet is just going down and coming back up, but mom ain't raised no bitch, and they're talking shit on the Rangers.
Well, I didn't know you had siblings, because you pretty much look like one.
Damn.
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't have that.
We have Clarence in the car.
Respectfully, I'm not gonna respond to that because I like the amount of blood that I have in my body.
PDDMS.
Spend it.
You guys want to join us
taking that
on
super
the
slow because you
run
saw
and
what I did.
maybe, I mean, you could maybe
Oh
jump
no,
in
dude,
with
everyone
Lily if
fucks
she
that
hasn't
up. They
left
hit that
already.
shit. You have to do it perfectly.
Oh, wait.
It's
Oh, I
so
see.
We're definitely.
small.
Oh yeah, we're
Like
definitely.
all
gonna
of
need
our
this
cruisers
thing,
are too
so.
fat for that.
Yeah.
On top of
You can hit it at a speed, but if you're not literally perfect,
Top.
you're gonna go off the mountain. It's
Top,
not
bottom,
worth it.
middle, wherever. There'll be somebody.
We're
And I didn't want
relocating
you
him.
guys
You'll
to, hit
understand
that
why
shit
when you
again.
hear the rules.
Yeah.
Also, Prime,
Yo.
fucking Garrison, hope you guys are ready to run down the mountain.
I'm
Hell yeah.
fucking ready, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so cute.
Who's cute?
Just
Said you
cadets in
guys.
general.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're
just
just
so
little
nice.
guys, you
Yeah,
know?
they're just
Alright,
little guys.
They're just little
alright,
guys.
Okay, guys.
They're just some little guys, just trying to, you know, police. Just little guys. Just little guys, dude. I love it.
Oh my
So-
god.
What the fuck? Wait till I stop moving the car, cadet.
See, I know my lesson. There we go.
See, that's why we're the two in the car still.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I'm trying to help you, man.
What the hell are your legs doing, Donnie?
Okay, we're just waiting for Hawkins to get up here.
Looks like it
I
hurts.
literally just wanted to help you, you motherfucker.
And then I'll give the speech.
Speech.
And the rules.
The rules are important.
The rules are very important.
Someone pushed Jeff off the mountain.
Oh, I can do that.
Bite
Hold on.
me.
Pushes.
Disappear.
Oh my god.
Okay.
How did you do that?
He fucking got you there. That was good.
Chris Angel,
That was
bro.
good. You talking about like on the other side?
That was really good.
Give you some credit there.
Have I not mind freaked you yet, Sparks?
No,
Oh, I'll have
I'm
to.
not usually like because magic
remind me
tricks
to
are.
mind freak you.
I'm not gonna let you freak my mind, Jeff Jefferson.
I'm gonna freak
Lily,
you.
I want
I'm gonna
you
freak
to
you
know
out.
that I'm really proud of you.
It's
trying
gonna
to
be
Because
find
even though you've
spicy,
talked about your driving
prime time
poorly,
Chris
you made
Angel,
it up the
alright?
mountain without 13.
Is he gonna hit on me because he thinks I'm a lesser
You
person?
know, it's
Is that
very
what we're
funny. I
talking
was
about?
just saying I'm amazed I didn't hurt
No,
myself
no,
coming
not
up
that
here
part.
to the
No,
others
the
in the
magic,
car.
the magic part.
Oh, the nice part. The nice, the
Yeah,
nice
there's a
part.
reason
You know
I made
what?
my
You know what?
dad
I'll
get out of
David
the
blame
driver's
you.
seat after he fucking threw us off
He
the
hasn't
Why
done
do I
anything
feel like that's a
problematic,
hate
has he?
crime?
He hasn't done
Okay.
anything problematic, has he?
Hey.
Oh, I have no
Has he?
clue. I don't know. I don't
Straight
think
up
so.
say.
Side.
All
We
right.
went onto the side and we went right back
Dude.
over.
Stone's a goated driver on the mountain. Just saying.
Riley, come here.
Stone said, "Hey, don't praise her that much. She ain't that
All right,
good."
y'all ready?
Oh,
What are you doing?
We're not doing
Yeah.
nothing. There.
So,
Thanks. Please don't.
I can
fall off
have
the mountain.
Leon come up here.
What? I'm just trying to be properly
Leon.
part of the circle.
Come
go, Leon.
on, Leon. So here's the thing with the Chiliad run. We don't
Should give him
do
witchcraft
Chiliad
ticket?
runs
I
unless
should,
we're either
actually.
promoting someone into
Veronica.
full officer, deputy, or even just solo cadet, or even just a promotion in general. If they haven't done the run, and guess what? Leon has not done the run.
Oh my
So we have a
god.
lot of stuff to make up for. So I figured to help him build Shift 3 LSSD, there's two things that come with this. I pass a tradition to him for him to do what he wants in Shift 3. But with that, I'm also going to go ahead and pass him an additional chevron.
Oh, Sergeant.
Leon,
Hell yeah.
congrats on Sergeant. You deserve it. You're doing great. I'm excited to see you build up Shift 3 for
Let's
LSSD.
go, Leon.
So I
Congratulations,
want
my
you to
God.
lead this run. After you look over here to the direction I'm pointing towards because I don't have my watch turned on. See everything the sun's touching?
You're a
Leon?
sea stripe in my
I
heart.
see it. I see
That's,
it.
that's the LSSD.
The beautiful county.
That's ours.
County.
Like, it's
County.
because you're a two-stripe in reality.
Beautiful.
You are a two-stripe.
Anyways, well deserved. Congrats on Sergeant. You ready to hear the rules of the run?
Thank you.
My idea is stripe on the road.
Lieutenant
You're
Stokes, what is the rules?
First rule is you don't get that
Alec,
third
actually,
stripe
this is
until
the
you make your ass
original
to the
Bionic,
fucking
by the way. Hi.
LSSD. Meaning, you go down, you better keep on crawling.
This
Same
was
goes
the
with
original
every
OG
LSSD
reason for the
cadet
witchcraft
or
charge.
ones that want to be LSSD.
Oh,
okay?
because of
you go
scuff
down,
stuff.
you keep on going. You also better not leave anyone behind. So one person's struggling, you go
That's
back
fair.
and stay with them. Okay.
No person
When
left
EMS
behind.
when EMS gets here, that's when you
That's
can
what
get
I
the
wanna do.
assistant. If someone's having a hard time running, you better keep pace with them. That's just
With
the
my
first
with
rule.
my like third shift
Second
like
rule, no
cop.
gun. You better not unholster
I literally
that gun
only
at
want to
all.
give citations.
You better run down that mountain with either taser, baton, or flashlight.
Also,
flashlight.
Bionic,
Choose
you
your
fucking
poison,
goat, my
okay?
dude. Fucking go in for 3.5 hours. Don't go back in the VOD though.
Last thing.
We didn't have elevator music and we weren't playing Minecraft.
Some paths
Don't go
may
back in my
cross.
VOD.
However, not every run has been the same. So I want you guys to find a fucking way that people haven't taken before. And I ain't gonna tell you shit. With that being said, can I have all the cadets that want to join the LSSD come up here and join Leon?
If y'all want to come with me down this trail of freedom and the beauty of the county, feel free. Oh,
Just
yeah.
remember, we do have cars that have to make it down too, though. And part of the fun is going on radio and kind of making fun of them.
He's probably not gonna make it anyways.
Loveday, you want to be county, right?
No, but I'll join.
Oh.
Interdepartmental
She said yes,
relationships
I would
now.
love
You're
to
doing
join
it now.
Lieutenant
You
Nash.
know, we're gonna
Yes.
say this. All the cadets are joining this. You know what? fuck it. All
Yeah.
cadets.
They were.
Everyone else.
Yes, they were.
Everyone else isn't.
That is a thing that
'cause
happened.
We gotta be in the
They see you all
cars.
day.
Hey, can we throw
consider this a-
Lillian? I'm kidding.
Wow.
I mean,
Clarence
Why'd
should
you
run it.
wait? Stop!
Fuck it.
Stop! Defend yourself! Stop! Stop!
Anyways, everyone else can get in their cars. You guys figure out which way you're going down. Just remember, a lot of the common paths have been taken. Just find something unique. I want to be entertained.
yeah, but you see, I won't run down normally. I will send myself down like I'm in a.
I'm with you now.
People.
Oh no! You better be running. You're not getting carried down, Leon. You gotta earn that stripe.
Okay.
We'll do.
Bum, 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 bum. Baby park.
I thought Ace was with us.
He
No?
was.
It is kind
Where the
of.
fuck is he
it kinda
going?
Funny, but it's great.
See you guys on the other side.
Go on the other side. We do this for the beauty of the county, guys.
Oh dear lord.
Guys,
No
all
person gets
better
left
be taking
behind.
the same path. Is anyone doubled up that could possibly take one of the additional cars that are left up there?
Who the fuck? Break. Who just jumped off Chiliad?
I just saw someone falling.
That was yours, Clarence.
That was not.
That was yours. That was Chemical Romance.
Wait, that was Garrison?
Garrison.
No, you idiot.
Oh no.
You better keep on running.
Hey, remember what Nash
Remember,
said, guys?
no one's left behind. So they better
Yeah,
call
you just
to you.
Oh dear God.
To be in a
It's
spot
both
where
of them.
everyone's
Both
gonna
of
get
yours,
left
Clarence,
behind.
are dumb as rocks.
Leon, why is your ass not running?
Running, I swear.
What's that
You
car
want to
doing
earn
here?
that stripe,
Whose
don't
car
you?
is that? I kind of wish I could. I kind of
I
want to
will
search
say
it.
this path hasn't been
It's
taken
not illegally
yet,
parked.
so
I know.
Good,
I didn't
job
say I
at
was
keeping
going
it
to.
consistent.
Yeah, this is kind of the
What
scary
about the
part of this
cadets?
entire path.
You stop running away from this run.
No, I have to go help the ones who are down, no?
I hope he gets
Get them-
fucking creamed.
Oh, where are they? Oh,
he
they
did.
better.
fuck. Yeah, they're back
they
up.
need to be crawling. They better be crawling.
Oh, we can't help them?
They barely got up the fucking.
No, they can get help from EMS when EMS gets to them.
Oh, God.
But right now, I see a lot of you guys split up.
Yeah, well, they're all about to be together.
Hey, you guys better start crawling to each
In
other. Group
hell.
up.
This is the first time we've gone this
Sorry,
way.
Lily. Thank you so much. This is actually.
Yeah, this is probably the most. This is awful. I don't know why we're going this way.
Oh, they took the quick way down.
Well, there's a couple people.
Remember, they're all on the other side.
Oh yeah.
Where they're all so scattered.
Oh, I see Jeff now. Where the fuck are they? There's a bunch
one to our
down.
left.
You guys are
Who's
all
to our
so
left?
split up. Why aren't you crawling to each other?
Oh yeah, I see him. And this is why I will never be a cadet, 'cause it's hilarious. Was he?
I'm enjoying
this. Look, they're being so...
You know, I'm just
Oh,
gonna
there
say
he
this
goes.
with everyone on their radios. Everyone who's crawling, why don't you look at where everyone else is and start meeting in the middle, maybe?
Oh! Oh! There he goes. He's gonna Bravo.
Oh, Josh is coming in right behind us.
Lily, crawl back up to us. You're way down there.
There he is.
Oh, alright, there goes my ranger and both of my cadets. I'm out of this one. Good luck, guys.
Oh, jeez.
Well, it's not my fault Garrison just jumped off the fucking mountain. He thought he'd make it down
Look.
first.
I'm gonna give you guys some major credit, okay? I've seen more dangerous paths be taken, but I believe this is the quickest I've seen everyone wipe out.
Yeah, true that.
Wait, is Leon still up?
No. No.
This is great. I'm taking a photo of this. Hold on.
Like a mass
Who's
migration
still
of
standing?
No one
Nobody.
is.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's a
Again,
slug
like I said,
migration. It's
quickest
great.
wipe out I've ever seen.
There we go.
Ooh, carjacking,
I
great
don't
seat.
know why you guys are crawling down the mountain when you have people on the left-hand side.
Hey, me and Stone are running this shit.
Down.
I got out of the car.
I mean, everyone who's on the side where I am, they're all on the opposite side.
Good shit.
I think Klaus is down. He literally said, I can do this. He ran out and he fell down.
Bravos.
He said he can do it. It can't be that hard. And he lasted, what, 5 seconds?
Wait, what is he doing?
EMS,
I'm
I think you have a
getting
pressing Bravo.
Oh, they have a lot.
Yeah. Oh,
9
no,
hours is so
Stone
far
is
isn't too
going.
bad.
Hi, Stone.
I can't see where you are. Where are you?
But if you didn't know, you have one more.
The wrong way. Turn around.
He's trying though.
I'm gonna go that way.
Oh.
We need a rendezvous point.
Yeah, we're gonna help relocate a couple of them. Because everyone's on the other side except for 2.
Yeah, there's this river valley over on this side. That's probably a good one.
Can we all pause at wherever Jericho is and we'll group up on Jericho?
Yeah, fair.
Come on.
So 1060 grapeseed, code 4.
Stop crawling. Hold on. Stop crawling. Stop.
Okay, I'm stopping. I'm stopping. I'm
Stop.
stopping.
Stop.
R.I.P.
Sparks, do we have a scratch on our car?
What? What?
So do we have a scratch on our car?
You're missing the bumper.
Well, that was not me. That was Jericho.
Okay, what about... Well, we don't have any other scratches, really. Well, that guy can
Hell
tell.
yeah.
At least from this angle.
Oh, there goes
I'm
Donnie
getting,
again.
I'm getting good at this whole mountain thing.
Oh, looks good.
Nash, I think Clarence is stuck.
Okay, this was my problem last time. I didn't anticipate where they actually were, and I ran them over.
He said this climb can't be that hard, and he lasted 5 seconds before it went down, and now he doesn't move.
Wow. You're not invited to the wedding.
What wedding?
I don't know, the wedding that you keep insisting is gonna happen.
Yeah, probably. No. It's Clarence over there. Clarence, stop being a baby. Oh, Clarence isn't over there. My bad.
Thank you. What's up,
Oh, he's
Chef?
up there.
Chef? Don't be going without your people, Jericho.
No, never leave him behind. I'll never leave him behind.
I got that
I'll
on
take it. Oh my god.
I'm getting statements from the kidnapping area. Yes, I'm still working during
You guys
this, yes.
took quite an interesting route.
Yeah, I thought, we can make it, and then all of a sudden I went forward, and then I woke up and started crawling.
I feel like I'm never not working, Skyler.
Oh, trust me. Just trust.
Zigzag.
How people
I zagged when I should have zigged.
I didn't break anything.
Oh, you saw that too.
Another one.
Oh.
I had to save my OG.
Oh my god. Where's Jay?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
How's everyone else doing?
I'm good. I'm standing again.
Still have missing.
Who the hell called me Clarence?
Yeah, I have a
I
couple
really hope
with
Winona
me.
Walker isn't fucking. I hope she's not.
Anybody
They're
get
not pushing down the
Garrison?
cliff.
You didn't break anything, right, Stone?
No, just
And Clarence.
mechanics in my
Clarence all the
left
way
arm
at the
feels a bit
top.
fucked up though.
Yeah, he's down, and it's pretty
I
steep
gotta get a new
area.
prosthetic.
Clarence.
Where's Jay?
Clarence.
Oh, chat, we might have to go to bed soon. At least nap for a little bit.
I feel like I'm missing a couple. Is there more I'm missing?
At least for a little bit.
I can't. Okay. Is that doctor still on duty?
Nope. Shit. Everyone went 42. It's just me. The entire EMS is me. Oh, really? Oh, I can help you. I can help you out with that.
Oh, appreciate
Just not right now. We have to go back.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
That's the last time I jumped out of a car to try to save Clarence.
We need Jay. Jay's the one who led us down this path.
You ended up going down when I commended you as the
Parker's
best person on the mountain.
Clarence, if you can hear me, you need to crawl because there's no way we're gonna get you out there.
Unfortunately, Clarence got stuck on a cliff and I missed the cliff when I jumped.
I'm in a buffalo. I can try and grab him.
I wanna see that. I wanna see you do that. I'm here. I'm waiting for you.
Alright.
Stone, do me a favor. When you get a chance, look over that report. The statements that I needed are in there.
Alright, yeah, I got the name of my victim as well. That's in there, so
Yeah, I'm honestly, I was planning
the
on
good
pushing
news
this
is
up
y'all are,
to
like,
y'all
halfway down.
anyway.
True. Except Clowns. Clowns is still all the way up there.
Yeah, because your main source of information is gonna be Twinsta from Jerry's account.
I do want all people to know
Yeah.
Clown's last words was, "How is everyone going down so fast? It can't be that
Yeah, it's
hard."
in Lobo's statement. Refresh the report.
He jinxed him.
Sorry, Clarence,
And
thing to
that's
say.
when he knew that he screwed up.
Yo, are you guys gonna get here soon? I've been at Sandy for a while now. Where are you?
I didn't read them. I just
That's crazy.
he's got no photo. Like these photos busted up.
I cannot believe
Yeah,
it.
I didn't actually read the statements. I just immediately
hell?
took them out of what they sent to me and put them in there because I believe
Yeah,
in
I'll,
putting their exact words.
From what this guy's doing,
Oh, we
he's
got
fine with it.
airlifted.
I think I can get him with at least mayhem.
Yeah.
Also, that's not Sandy Bucko.
Damn,
This
I
is
hit my
talking
head
about
hard. Yeah,
employees
you're right. This is
kidnapping
Polito. They told me they were taking me to.
Well, he has to do it for sadistic purposes, though.
Yeah,
you have to prove
coming
that
to
he's
you
doing
with
it
the last
specifically to
three.
hurt and maim.
Yeah, no,
Not just
He's
so
doing it
They
because
said
he
where I
he
was,
hates
it
the
was
up and
very
at him.
unlikely that anyone was gonna get there.
His words.
Sure.
So
I
that's pretty
stepped
much
out
it.
of the car on a ledge.
Yeah, it's not gonna be mayhem.
Not good.
It
No,
sounds like they're zooming.
If anything, you would have to hit him with each individual case.
I want you to know we did some godsend stuff to get you guys these ones. Look, I feel pretty impressed with yourself.
I'll look over some charges. I'll read what he's doing as well.
Yeah, that's
Unfortunately, my victim is in the ICU.
There's the rest of your people.
Monitor, so.
We have one more in the
I'll
car.
hang out up here with the
We'll just
local doctors
hopefully have to
until
get her statement
everything's
later.
clear up there.
I'd send her a text if I were you, and be okay when you
Copy.
Oh, I even got.
Clarence,
I
just
told
for
the
your
doctors to
information,
notify
give
me
me a
when she
call. It
wakes up,
might be
notify the
damaged.
police.
Just it hurts to crawl.
My
The
illusion?
only issue with notifying
Yeah, it might be
police
damaged.
is
It's
they
fine.
may not.
The truck doesn't work because the Lily drove it up the mountain.
So.
Yeah, I made it all the way up to the top.
And also, I already have the medical report from.
You guys are
Lobo
past the rough
shared
part.
with
Like
me.
the first part is the hardest
I'm
part.
just waiting for them to finish it, so I can throw it in there as well.
Yeah, I've got my report on attached as well.
Yeah.
I'll start,
I believe in you.
I'll start looking into and keep an eye on this Twinster account.
Yeah, it's the best thing to do. Point of contacts are going to be Lobo Esquire and Buffy for blah 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 blah.
I did not mean to do that.
Pretty sure
Theodorovich.
it's her. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's her. That's right. For blah,
That
blah,
was a
blah, blah.
mistake.
Oh no, is that another one?
There is not a 47.
Hey,
until
Levi,
we
you okay up there?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm just acting like a ghost. Climbing up his wall.
Okay.
Fuck it, we ball.
No, I don't think so. Oh, I'm up here now.
Be the ball.
No, I'm just kind of
Be one with the
all
ball.
over.
All I do is work. All I do is work. I need a vacation.
The ball.
But when I
Throw
take a
that
vacation, there's just more work when I come back.
Yep. I haven't even finished going through all my notifications and text messages yet.
Yeah, we're
I took
close at
3
the
days
hustle.
off and
We're not
like
actually
8
likable
things
because we don't
fucking
run away.
changed, and I had so many meetings that day. And
Wash me. I'm not okay.
The hustle for now, doing fucking bullshit out the bullshit. That
I'm
knows the
okay.
shit.
Yeah. I'm not okay.
Can you see
Squat
why
that
this is
photo.
the
I'm not
LSSD
okay.
tradition?
Hey, 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 hey!
Hi.
Teamwork, not beat work. All right.
Oh my god, everyone's so bright.
Is that Gabriel Hunter? Never mind. It's not. It's not Gabriel
You guys
Hunter.
aren't missing
That.
one, are you?
Yeah.
He looks like Creeper.
Look, here's the difference between you guys and Lily. If she wants to get in the car with us now, she
Hello.
can.
Fuck no, I'm not a coward. I'm going.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go, County on top.
I on top immediately falls.
Hello, I'm going back in your car.
If you can get in.
Yeah, right here. Easy. Yeah. Easy.
Make sure if you're driving, don't go out in front of them. Stay behind them.
I think it's gonna be VOD time chat here soon.
Whoever's in the buffalo, you're scaring away all the
Why?
wildlife.
Yeah, Buffalo, get back here. You gotta let them run ahead. Also, why are you guys letting people go behind? You're all not running together.
They're not running fast enough.
Look at that bird. What's that bird doing? Look at that bird.
Yeah, Tarantino, make sure you stay back because.
You know the reason why we don't ask them to run with guns? Yeah, that's why.
What is that bird doing?
What's that bird doing? Man, that red-tailed hawk is just chilling until it ran into. You
Chance yet. It didn't happen.
I'm gonna snitch on you.
I'm ready for them to get mauled.
Like MAULED or MALD?
Why are you guys walking?
No, mauled by a
injured
mountain.
like
There
everyone.
should be at least one.
I broke my prosthetic legs.
Since birds are not really, you could not have possibly.
I think on this path
prosthetic's
there's
twisted
one
around, I
lower
can't
down,
run
I
right now.
remember.
Okay, fair, fair.
Well, you just gotta be more handy capable.
It's not even the hand, it's the leg.
A lot coming from you, Wheels.
I thought you guys running off. Y'all are broken off. Don't leave your people behind.
Nobody gets left
That's
behind.
right.
Let's
we
go,
just,
guys.
Listen
some
to your
birds
potential
are
shift your
not
sergeant if
birds,
you make
some
it back to
birds are drones, I
LSSD.
think was the tag. I love this. This is great. Just seeing them all walk and travel together.
Lily, why aren't you doing that? Why don't you beat everyone? Show them how it's done.
God damn it, Ash.
Lily, not actually beat
It's
them.
not to beat the shit.
Lily, are you beating them up to beat them?
Yes.
You said
Oh God, Jeff!
I guess you guys have a new competitor on the field. Look, Lily can leave the group. The rest of you guys can't.
Call me a mountain lion the way I'm about to be attacking them.
Yeah. Welcome, the
Excuse me,
new
excuse me,
challenger.
excuse
Lily,
me,
you have
excuse
free
me.
reign to beat the
Sir.
shit out of them. I mean, you did get treated as a mountain lion,
please.
so.
Please.
Good taste.
Thank you. Someone said you should treat her like a mountain lion, so I did.
Fair enough. I mean, you know the rule was, yeah.
What if the mountain lion was on a bike? No, I'm kidding.
We got Jay, watch out!
Jay.
You guys are letting the mountain lion attack.
Don't let the mountain lion do that.
Oh
Oh
god!
my god.
Yeah, hey
God.
guys, I hope
Man.
that if anything, you shoot
He
that
just
mountain
beat the
lion
shit
with
out
the
of Lily.
rifle and you kill it, humanely and quick.
Oh my god.
Otherwise, run, because that's animal cruelty.
I'm pretty sure they just killed it humanely and quickly.
Yep. Very humanely.
That's what I just watched.
Also, they don't have any guns, so...
EMS, if you want to break up and go up front and actually help her, you're good. They're kind of carrying
That's
her.
cute. That's
Like
actually
a trophy.
Really cute.
This is our lunch.
Wait a minute, if it's a trophy, are they gonna cut off the head and hang on the wall?
No!
Let's go, guys.
I'm still going. I'm gonna beat the shit out of them.
Oh my god, I'm so down of it. I'm so down of it.
You guys have a little grace period.
I wanted to.
I'm glad to be of service. Can I use my baton?
Oh, 100% yes.
Oh fuck yes.
I need a little support.
This is amazing. Genuinely.
Oh my god. Listen, battle scars, okay? Battle scars. Oh my god. What's a couple more? Yeah, what's a couple more? Listen, after this wall, get a pint.
I have a lot of scars. I have a couple of new so I got this one, my thigh.
It's actually almost server reset, chat. That's actually kind of interesting.
Oh my god.
Better start running. I'm back on my feet.
Lily, don't get
It's burned into my skin. It's a snake. No, they're not always
Hold on. Got mountain lions coming up front. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Excuse me.
Guys, we gotta run for the mountain lion.
Release his mountain lion.
Mountain lion. Oh no, run.
Let's go.
Oh, you're letting him go down?
Yeah!
Friendly fire.
Go, Lily, come on!
I got one.
She's actually
Lily!
doing it. Oh, never mind.
Jeez, this is like a
She got
scene
two.
from the Warriors movie.
Yeah, she
Can we
did.
make sure we help the
reference.
animal first?
Fucking surrounded her and beat the hell out of her.
This is the one time I will ever not be offended about being
She's
called
gonna
an
grab,
animal.
Yeah, that was a pretty good
Am I
movie.
helping the...
Lily, I love you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
animals
help
first?
Lily
Yes.
first.
Get me
Lily
up. I have
first.
ankles to bite. I have ankles to bite.
God damn it, Lily.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
We have
feeling
to-
like
Yeah,
a-
it's an hour and a half.
We can't leave them. Yeah, we can't leave them.
Yeah, no officer left behind, right, guys?
Nobody
So we
left
are gonna,
behind.
once we're done here, we're gonna turn on VOD.
Yeah, I think I need some more
Oh,
lumbar
God.
support, maybe.
I'm just not really sure what fucking
Oh my
VOD
God.
did.
Hey, how could you do this? I need to take that photo.
I can't even.
Actually, I've never done that before. I've never. Okay, so let viewers know your stream was previously cleared. Failure to label reruns leads to viewer confusion, which damages for sure.
Yeah, I got you.
I need lumbar support. I'm an injured lion.
Oh my god, you have so
With
much
my
wood
white
in your
hair, someone
lockhart.
called me a cougar, but I'm not old enough.
There you go.
Lily, let's hear your best roar.
I mean, you can take the food. If you need food, just take it.
Hmm.
Oh, this is really bad because it's sliding.
I just saw a motorbike roll down
I
the
guess I
mountain.
just.
I was like,
What?
why
Do
the
I
fuck
just?
is
Is there a
that's
special
'cause
Twitch
Levi's
thing
a
I can
prick.
do, or
No,
is there,
Jeff
do I
crashed,
just
Jeff
straight my normal?
No,
What
he
should I do?
tackled me and pushed my bike down the mountain.
I'm gonna do triple time.
What?
I'm gonna do
No,
triple time while I
no.
sleep.
Too injured to get
You mean it's like a schoolyard bully? He pushed me down the mountain and
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
Because Lily's the mountain lion.
Alright, yeah, go for it.
I'll show you the image. Hold on.
I'll pick up Sky.
Where is it? Here it is. Well, I actually don't have that big of a community, so I didn't really anticipate to have this many subs.
You guys are doing great.
You know, you may have me on the ground, but that just means.
Or would you not agree that a surprise animal is
This is the-
definitely needed?
This is the image.
Yep.
We just
might have to
deploy them
brighten it up.
later.
Yeah.
Biting your ankles now.
And depending on the path, it definitely comes in handy.
I'm gonna wake up to 90 hours, aren't I?
No. Oh my god.
Jesus.
I have a 16-hour VOD I can put on. I shouldn't sleep for that long.
Oh my god.
That one's not too old. That one's July 20th.
Now remember, y'all still gotta make it to Sandy.
I have all
I know.
of
Back up.
I have 14 videos set up for Skylar's. Oh, we could do our
Is
first
everybody from the
trial.
group back up?
Nope.
Not yet.
Yup.
Alright, everyone's
Yeah,
back
I
up.
have some old ones. This is cute.
If you just go faster than the mountain lion.
I've only started keeping my VOD since mid-May. No, thank you, Zach. I appreciate you. Look at all the wiggles. I love that wiggle so much. It makes me so happy.
I'll give you a second.
She cooked on the wiggle. It makes me so fucking happy. And there they go.
Look, this path the past couple times had a cow.
Let's go.
It hasn't really had as many mountain lions. Yeah, because there's
Next
that path
time.
usually has.
Nice.
Prime! Let's go. Prime did it.
Stopping you, Blake.
Nothing, but it was funny.
And Warlord Bell might have just saved you.
Oh, if I'm warlording for the county, hold on.
Yeah, of course.
Bell. There'll be another lion.
Why are you guys tackling each other?
No, New Mountain Lion.
Warlord for the county.
No, New Mountain Lion.
No. Get back. Don't get in the car.
Okay, sorry about that.
Only Lily's the mountain lion.
Alright. You know, I'll just burn hands.
Here, I'll say this.
Just so
You guys can take turns. You guys find a code word right now.
Nah, it's...
He feels more in his element.
Get out of my system. I got revenge for Lolly.
Okay, fair.
115.3, 450. How?
Brakes mirror.
I can borrow your cruiser real
Brakes
quick.
mirror.
Oh, oops.
They said no vehicles allowed, right? Oh, wait, they didn't say this.
Crazy. You right.
This is such good team bonding. Oh.
Why is Leon on the phone?
Leon, what you doing on the phone? Team bonding.
He's talking to me. We're bonding, Nash. We're bonding. Ranger
Well, then he
deputy,
better put
Polito shit.
you on a speaker.
Yeah, let's go on speaker.
Will we get 30 hours? Yeah. God, I love that wiggle so much. It makes me so fucking happy.
Oh no, where did the mountain lion go? Oh god.
Shoot a cop?
Man,
Took
it
care
would
of the mountain lion.
Hey,
It'd be crazy if somebody lived in one of these homes.
What do we?
Someone lives in all of these
One
houses.
of our cadets lives here.
That one's Bellamy's house right there.
Yeah, someone owns all of these
Come on,
houses.
Bellamy.
Yep.
Hi, it's good to see
Bellamy,
you.
is that your house?
Yes.
You know, I give you an A for creativity, but don't lock her in the house.
Yeah, I thought about it when I locked the door, so I went back and unlocked it.
Okay. Oh my god.
Happy
Hey, she
Saturday.
said don't
Val,
put me
you're
in the
gonna-
cage, so I put her in the cage.
I need new carpets. I'm not going to expand on why.
Alrighty.
Also, did you know you can fit a bike through your door?
That's good. That's nice.
I need to figure out where I'm gonna put this. I guess like right here.
Cadets, why are you leaving Leon in the back over there? What y'all doing?
We're helping Donovan. We gotta help Donovan, guys. Nobody left behind.
I need to figure out where I'm gonna put this for the VODs, for sleepy VOD time. What the fuck is this? Oh, I see what this is. I need to make this smaller.
We used to have to swim across.
This right here was like
That's
blocking
even
up
more
most
fun.
of the screen. So it kept fucking.
Come on, guys.
That's an officer.
What is this? I don't know what this is. There's so many like big things on my screen that are unlocked that I don't think about until like. What the fuck is
I
this?
think you guys should sing a song
Come
together.
join us. Come join us. This is for the county.
Country road.
Come join us.
Well, I'm pretty sure we have shift 2 and stuff.
Let's go. I forgot the song.
We have a
Wow, I'm
Come on,
seeing
guys.
something really sad right
Come on,
now, you
guys.
guys.
Come on, Prime.
In the arms of Lieutenant Nash.
Let's go. We have Artemis joining
Nice,
us. too.
Jeff.
Artemis.
No.
Let's go.
Yeah, no.
Come on, guys. Oh.
Definitely landed.
Huh.
Oh.
So did the
That's an ex-
buffalo.
that's an
Yeah,
expensive
totally did.
buffalo.
The buffalo is not upside down.
Please don't. I'm not gonna approve a new buffalo for the budget. I'm not gonna do that.
Guys, watch out. I'm gonna send the clearance vehicle.
I already.
It's not mine.
What?
I'm part of the people that help allocate that.
Fine.
You're fine.
So next time we get a stipend from the chancellor, I'm not approving.
Did she
I'm
just
not
send my
approving
fucking cruiser down the mountain?
No.
This buffalo's
Hype you
destroyed.
up.
It's fine.
No, I would never do that. You know me.
Welcome in.
Personally,
Yeah,
I'll
no,
post
it was definitely not a jump into the salt flat.
Alright, Natasha, I love you. but
Who
we got
spent the
beat
money on
now.
that? Who
Okay.
spent the
I
pedals on
landed
the
on all
hype me up?
fours, okay?
Who did that? Oh, thank you, Demon Metal. I appreciate you.
Actually, she landed on the roof and then bounced it off.
You guys are doing great.
Alright, well, realistically, though,
Here's the thing.
if
Oh my
Natasha and I
God.
were vegans, would it still be considered beef?
There we go. There we go.
Jesus.
That's
Oh
okay.
my
That's good.
god.
Yeah, we got noodles.
All right, that's
Natasha.
enough
We got
shift 3
noodles.
for me today.
That just sounds
That's
wrong.
weird.
I don't want to be here anyway. This is way out of my shift.
We got lettuce.
Same, but I'm here.
Ugh.
This
don't
is my
don't you
day
peer
off.
pressure me.
Hey, listen, I'm
No,
always
I
in
hit my
shift 3
head
and
on
I'm
walking
technically
the
shift
streets
1,
up in
so...
Kalia. I think I belong over here.
Why are you saying we got legs? Are you making fun of me
Oh,
that
you wanna
I have
ride?
reputation?
Give us your
trying to
legs,
cheat?
Artie.
You trying to cheat?
Alright,
No,
everything's
we
been
need her.
said.
We need her to join us.
Are they walking across Sandy?
We need her to join us. Come join us, Artie.
I don't even know what that is.
Artemis.
Who's on the bike?
It's Artemis.
Great bike.
I don't know who that is.
No, not the mountain lion.
My apologies, Natasha.
Look at them
They
swarm.
got the all jacked together.
Oh my god.
The swarm.
Huh. I need someone to take me back to my car so I can go to bed.
Where's your car at?
Friendly fire.
Here.
Just watched an off-duty
It's
cadet
like-
clothesline herself on some rebar.
Just remember that Lily can run as fast as you guys can right now, so if she is tased or something, you guys are gonna get some distance on her. Yeah. You don't even knock her out.
John, thank you so much for the 2,000 biddies. Holy shit. Thank you.
Hey, Stone. Remember, have our
We
Rangers
are-
bags, right?
She's on the
I'm gonna leave that right there in the center, and then we're gonna play like an
She's-
old VOD.
She's a mountain lion right now, Clarence.
There's a
okay?
really good VOD.
She's
that's
a
like
whole
16
different
hours
type of
long. We're gonna
breed.
play that right now for a couple of hours.
Alright,
I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chilling. It's been a good time.
Hey, y'all
Fire.
think there's
It's in the
gold at
bush
the
in
end of
front of
this
us.
rainbow?
No.
It's alright. They're totally
There's
cool.
a bank!
Go get some.
I have an apartment in Sandy, so
Oh, get some.
thank you, Bauer. I appreciate you. I can't. For some reason, it doesn't. It's not telling me who. Where are my keys?
Look,
Oh, there it
hopefully
is.
you guys are enjoying the LSSD run.
Absolutely.
I'll make it
Sweet,
more
thank you.
enjoyable.
It's not
I got
telling me
you.
who redeemed the hype me up, so I don't know who it. I don't know who it is.
We only have one mountain lion. She's
Thanks
back
for
here.
First great day of Pokemon. Thank you. It was great. It was great.
But
And
bowling
now
does
I'm
sound fun, right?
concerned- And now I'm concerned that. Have a good night. Good job, cadets.
Good night.
Thank you for joining us.
Good night.
Click button. Yeah, it was a pretty good first day. There's a really good mod I'm gonna put on. This car is so beat up. It's always the windows. It's always the windows. I think I need to put something on the back of the power hour thing. I should put times 3 while sleeping, honestly. Actually, I could do that. I'm not good at. I'm not good at this. Well, I appreciate you guys so very much. We gotta set up the VOD and everything. Oh, I love that bee emote. I like all of them. Where is that? And then I can... Perfect. I could just do this. Easy. Easy, chat.
Hey, this is Skylar. I'm busy probably doing your mom right now, but leave me a message and I might call you back.
You're gonna get all these voicemails. And, just be super annoyed with me. I know you are, but... I just need to hear your voice sometimes. I miss you. Love you. All right, let's go. Let's set up the VOD. I'll definitely stop by again. I appreciate you, John. It's really nice to just chill. We can. What should we watch? Arcane season 1. All right. Let me pull this up. We will select rerun. Done. Game. Oh no, is I'm just sleeping gone? I'm only sleeping. There it is. Winters, do not. Woman, I swear to God. All right.
Wildflower's a good
I-
egg.
Wildflower is a good egg.
Moose. 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 Hi guys, welcome in. I appreciate you all so very much. We were literally just about to go to a VOD. I was literally about to go to a VOD. Welcome in, guys. I appreciate you all so very much. Oh dear God. Now I have to chill here for a second. I swear. Winters. Welcome in, guys. I hope you guys had an amazing freaking add you up. Yeah, we can do that.
I just casually punched.
I'll do that in a second. I appreciate you all so very much. Welcome in. How was your stream? Was it great? I thought you were about to fucking kidnap. You want ads now? All right, fine. You guys can go fuck yourselves. I don't even think I have 3 minutes set up. Where is it? 3 minutes. All right, here you go. Anyway, I appreciate you guys so very much. Jesus Christ, all the follows. I appreciate you all. Look, hold on. For those who are here, we have a Sparks wiggle now. We have a Sparks wiggle now. Shush. What is the fucking emote? Oh, it's a soups emote. Of course it is. Of course it's a soups emote. That makes so much sense. I don't understand the parentheses. This was super sweet. I know he can't hear me, but it's okay. We were gonna set this up anyway. I don't know which one we should watch though. Where is this thing? Jesus Christ, guys. Eh. This is my Halloween outfit. I'm really hot. Now it's actually getting to it. Winters, thank you for the 20 bomb. I appreciate you. Where is this? I appreciate you guys so much. This is super sweet. We could go like the way old Sparks. I don't think that's as fun though. The 20th one, where is it? Wait, is July 20th not in here? Oh, is it the 15th? I think it's the 15th. For some reason, this VOD has like 5,000 views.